So the most crucial quest with regard to Gyanvapi in Varanasi is starting today. Restarting actually, because remember it had got a stay from the court. Now the survey of the mosque premises will begin shortly. In just a short while we're going to go across live to what is the survey looking like today. After the court cleared the path for the Archaeological Survey of India, the ASI will begin the complex survey. Now the Muslim side already knocking doors on the top court, still asking for the survey to be stopped and saying this will damage the premises. Hindu side will be banking on some of the religious symbols that are quite visible in the mosque premises to claim that this was a temple earlier.
सोहनलाल जी, क्या कहना है जो हाई कोर्ट ने जो है निर्देश दिया है एक बार पुनः सर्वे करने का? तो
देखिए, ज्ञानवापी का सच क्या है, मुख्य बिंदु ये है। और उसी सच के अंदर जब हम लोग अगले अप्रैल 2022 को हमने शिवलिंग प्राप्त किया था, मुस्लिम समाज को फुहारा कहता है, आखिर इसका निराकरण कैसे हो, इसीलिए हम माननीय न्यायालय में गए और सर्वे का अधिकार मांगे। सर्वे मिल गया। सर्वे के बाद फिर मुस्लिम समाज आपत्ति किया, वह सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चला गया और आज पुनः सर्वे शुरू हो रहा है। हम सर्वे के लिए अंदर प्रवेश करने जा रहे हैं। सर्वे ही ज्ञानवापी की समस्या का हल है।
तो ये कहा गया है कि साइंटिफिक सर्वे होगा और छेड़छाड़ नहीं होगी, तो कितनी उम्मीदें आज फिर आप लोगों की बढ़ी हैं इस सर्वे को लेकर के जो हाई कोर्ट ने निर्देश दिया है?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आज की जो सर्वे है उससे हमारा काफी उम्मीद है। हम जो है हर्षित है, प्रफुल्लित है, सारे देश के है। यह देश के 100 करोड़ लोगों का प्रश्न है, देश के सभी सनातन धर्मियों के लिए हर्ष का विषय है और मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए विषय है। और सर्वे के लिए हमारे जो है सर्वे के अधिकारी माननीय त्रिपाठी से हमारी वार्ता हुई, वो हलफनामा भी दिए हैं कि कोई भी उनके स्ट्रक्चर को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचेगा और सारे का सारा सर्वे यथावत चलता रहेगा। और उस सर्वे के कारण ही मंदिर समस्या का हल है, वह हो कर रहेगा।
अच्छा, आप लोगों को बुलाया गया है सर्वे में?
हम लोग को बुलाया गया है।
कहाँ फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है, क्या क्या आप लोग खास ख्याल रख रहे हैं?
4 जुलाई से 31 अगस्त तक श्रावण माह चल रहा है। श्रावण माह को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए पूरे मेला क्षेत्र को 6 जोन 11 सेक्टर में विभाजित किया गया है। सभी में पर्याप्त ड्यूटियां लगाई गई हैं, सादे वस्त्रों की ड्यूटियां, आर्म पुलिस की ड्यूटियां और साथ ही साथ जो है पीएससी की ड्यूटियां और पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स की ड्यूटियां लगाई गई हैं। पार्किंग स्थलों की व्यवस्था की गई है। मैदागिन से लेकर के बाबा विश्वनाथ और विश्वनाथ से लेकर के गोदौलिया चौराहे तक नो व्हीकल जोन बनाया गया है। निर्धारित स्तर पर ही श्रद्धालु अपने वाहनों को पार्किंग करें और किसी भी जो श्रद्धालु को कोई असुविधा ना हो। बहुत अच्छे तरीके से दर्शन पूजन का कार्य चल रहा है।
सर, एएसआई सर्वे भी है, इसको लेके भी कुछ खास नज़र रखी जा रही होगी?
इसमें भी चूँकि सारी ड्यूटियां हमारी लगी हुई हैं, बहुत अच्छे तरीके से सब कुछ संपन्न कराया जाएगा।
आज जुमे की नमाज भी है, क्या आज विशेष प्रबंध या विशेष नज़र उस पर भी बनी रहेगी?
हमारी बिल्कुल सभी जगह जो है दृष्टि है। कहीं भी कोई भी किसी भी प्रकार की अफवाह फैलाने का कार्य करेगा तो उसके विरुद्ध कड़ी दंडात्मक कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
कि आप लोग आज फिर दोबारा से जा रही हैं सर्वे के लिए, उम्मीद कितनी है? क्योंकि आज तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट
बहुत उम्मीद है भैया हम लोग को, क्योंकि 24 को रुक गया था, अब हाई कोर्ट ने फिर से सर्वे का आदेश दे दिया। हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं। ज्ञानवापी के सर्वे बहुत जरूरी था, तभी सच आएगा।
आज भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई है।
सुनवाई उन्हें दीजिए, उन लोग का तो काम ही है, उन लोग का तो काम ही है, मतलब लटकाने भटकाने वाला दौड़ेंगे। उन लोग सोच रहे हैं कि हमारे हाथ से ज्ञानवापी ये मस्जिद निकल रहा है। वो तो मस्जिद है, ये नहीं मंदिर है।
आप लोग गीत गाते हुए जा रही हैं, क्या है
ये हम लोग की खुशी है, आस्था हम लोग की है। हरदम मस्त रहेला बाबा तो हर काशी नगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलाला सागरी। हरदम मस्त रहेला बाबा तो हर काशी नगरी।
So let's go across then live to Varanasi. There, right outside the Gyanvapi Mosque premises, is my colleague Abhishek Mishra joining me. Abhishek, good morning. Now, we remember that a few days ago when the court had given a stay, the survey had actually started early in the morning and we were discussing on that morning as well. So can we say that this is going to be a restart to the survey, and what are we expecting today then, Abhishek?
Well, certainly, Pooja, it's going to be a restart to that survey because one-day exercise has already been conducted by the ASI that day. They did the mapping, initial photography, videography. They also spoke and decided about the methodology, and certain aspects of this exercise were decided that day. But today onwards, since the Allahabad High Court has yesterday passed a clear order that the order of the Varanasi District Court will prevail now and it will be effective immediately. So we are expecting that today they will actually start the work of the survey, which includes the land penetration radar, which will be used to check what is inside the land and whether there is any kind of a structure. They will also be taking the samples. They have made it very clear in the court that they will not be doing any kind of physical damage to the structure, or any of that sort of excavation will not be conducted. That is what a clear thing has been made by the ASI. But today, the environment and the kind of atmosphere which is there at the Kashi Vishwanath, this premises, would like to show you that today a heavy security deployment is here. People have been asked not to go from this side. Only people who are walking towards the temple are being allowed. And also the gate number 4 and that area has been restricted so that not much mobilization could be there. Also today, we are expecting the Friday prayers. So because of that also, there is a situation of law and order, and the administration is making sure that on one hand the survey should go smoothly, and on the other hand, since it's a Savan month, and that is why all the devotees who are also coming to the temple.
So is the mosque or the entry to the Kashi Vishwanath temple, is that blocked? Are devotees being allowed or permitted to go inside, offer their prayers in both the mosque and the temple? What are you hearing about that? Because in terms of, as you're also telling me, it's Friday, there is likely to be a bigger congregation in the afternoon. To ensure that peace prevails, law and order prevails, any sort of stringent measures being taken?
Well, certainly that area has been restricted for the devotees to go, and that is why the entry is not allowed from the gate number 4. That is happening from the other gates. Also at the same time, at the time of the Friday prayer, we are expecting that the ASI will conclude the day 1 exercise. They would be finishing it before 12 in the afternoon. So that is what we can expect. And today, luckily today is not Monday. So yes, indeed, the devotees are coming in big numbers, but it's not a huge rush as it used to be on the Mondays. But amid all these preparations, the police and the administration is making sure that the people should not get mobilized within the premises or near to the temple in big numbers. They're only allowing the devotees to go, and that too by walking.
And we can see, Abhishek, a lot of security checks are also being done. So only those who have to either go to the temple premises area or around are being permitted. Let's talk about the Hindu side and the Muslim side here, because they have reached out legally in this matter, approached the court, got the survey done for the Hindu side. What are Hindu side banking on to have when the survey is being done? Because the survey is primarily to determine if there are any Hindu symbols or any remnants of a temple beneath the mosque. Will the Hindu side, does it have any evidence or confidence that there are Hindu symbols? What do you hear about that?
Well, absolutely. The Hindu side is very confident of the commission report which was submitted last year. They're also very confident of the one-day exercise of the SI which was conducted earlier. They have they had been saying in the court that there's already enough evidences, the markages, the signages, also the the symbol of Trishul, Swatvik. Everything is denoting that there is something which should be discovered, and that could only be identified through the ASI survey. They are very confident. And also in the court hearing which happened at the Allahabad High Court on 26th and 27th of July, when the Muslim side objected to the survey, Hindu side constantly making the remarks, giving reference to the earlier verdicts, and also at the same time has been speaking about what actually has been happening there. And also, the kind of references which are there, which is very much visible. And that is why the Hindu side is very optimistic and very confident that after this exercise, they will be able to substantiate their claim.
So, Abhishek, a quick question before we listen into some reactions. Who all are allowed in the ASI? Presently, who all is permitted apart from, and how many members of the ASI team 1? And apart from the ASI, who else is being allowed?
Well, yes, ASI, number of people from the ASI are approximately 25 to 30. That is something which we are getting to know. And as far as the other stakeholders are concerned who are allowed, it includes a list of 16 members. It includes the women petitioner, Rekha Pathak, Sita Sahu, Lakshmi Devi, Sohan Lal Arya, Anupam Dwivedi, Subhash Chandra Chaturvedi. These are the advocates, both of them, Vikram Vyas. And from the Anjuman Intezamia Committee, they have allowed Maulana Abdul Baqi, who is the president, Abdul Batid Nomani, he is the secretary, MS Yasin, Mumtaz Ahmad, Alak Ahmad. These are the advocates from the Muslim side, and a few of them as well. So 16 is the number. So that is why this list has already been prepared by the district magistrate of Varanasi, and only these people are inside the premises. The exercise has begun because it's already 7 a.m. and the ASI would like to conclude the day one exercise before 12 in the afternoon, so that that Friday prayers are not affected, and at the same time they also have some solid development in this ASI survey.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear that there will be certain intervals, breaks that will be given. It will be primarily important that this is done in a peaceful manner, in a legal manner that is done. That is what a democracy is about, to find eventually the evidence that there is. Abhishek, stay on with me. I want the viewers to listen into one of the petitioners from the Hindu side. What does he have to say? Sohan Lal Arya, listen in.
सोहन लाल जी, क्या कहना है जो हाई कोर्ट ने जो है निर्देश दिया है एक बार पुनः सर्वे करने का? तो
देखिए, ज्ञानवापी का सच क्या है, मुख्य बिंदु ये है, और उसी सच के अंदर जब हम लोग अगले अप्रैल 2022 को हमने शिवलिंग प्राप्त किया, तो मुस्लिम समाज को फुहारा कहता है, आखिर इसका निराकरण तो कैसे हो। इसीलिए हम माननीय न्यायालय में गए और सर्वे का अधिकार मांगे। सर्वे मिल गया। सर्वे के बाद फिर मुस्लिम समाज आपत्ति किया, वह सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चला गया और आज पुनः सर्वे शुरू हो रहा है। हम सर्वे के लिए अंदर प्रवेश करने जा रहे हैं। सर्वे ही ज्ञानवापी की समस्या का हल है।
तो ये कहा गया है कि साइंटिफिक सर्वे होगा और छेड़छाड़ नहीं होगी, तो कितनी उम्मीदें आज फिर आप लोगों की बढ़ी हैं इस सर्वे को लेकर के जो हाई कोर्ट ने निर्देश दिया है?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आज की जो सर्वे है उससे हमारा काफी उम्मीद है। हम जो है हर्षित है, प्रफुल्लित है, सारे देश के है। यह देश के 100 करोड़ लोगों का प्रश्न है, देश के सभी सनातन धर्मियों के लिए हर्ष का विषय है और मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए विषय है। और सर्वे के लिए हमारे जो है सर्वे के अधिकारी माननीय त्रिपाठी से हमारी वार्ता हुई, वह हलफनामा भी दिए हैं कि कोई भी उनके स्ट्रक्चर को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचेगा और सारे का सारा सर्वे यथावत चलता रहेगा। और उस सर्वे के कारण ही मंदिर समस्या का हल है, वह हो कर रहेगा।
अच्छा, आप लोगों को बुलाया गया है सर्वे में?
बुलाया गया, हम लोग को बुलाया गया है।
एसआई ने इस बात के लिए एश्योर भी किया है कि सर्वे में किसी प्रकार की खरोच नहीं आएगी, न उसका कोई स्वरूप बदला जाएगा। वो जिस स्थिति में है उसी स्थिति में रहेगा और किसी प्रकार का उसमें कोई बदलाव की आशंका भी नहीं है। मैं समझता हूं कि इसमें सर्वे में किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं है और सर्वे से पूरे देश को, पूरी दुनिया को वहां की असलियत पता चलेगी, इसलिए सर्वे ज़रूर होना चाहिए। हम उसका स्वागत करते हैं।
यह न्याय की जीत है, सत्य की जीत है, संविधान की जीत है और सभी सनातनी हिंदुओं के धैर्य की जीत है। संविधान के रास्ते में देर भले हो, लेकिन जीत अवश्य मिलती है। इसलिए अब बहुत जल्दी सत्य उजागर होने वाला है।
कोर्ट पर विश्वास रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि संविधान का एक हिस्सा है कोर्ट। लेकिन हालात ये हैं कि कोर्ट भी सरकारों के कदमों में चले गए, वो भी उनकी तरह से जो वो कहते हैं वो फैसला सुनाते हैं।
हमारे देश में जो नियम कानून बने हैं, कोर्ट के फैसले का सम्मान सारे लोग करते आए हैं और करेंगे। जो भी साक्ष्य जो है, चाहे हिंदू का मिले मुसलमान का मिले, उसी आधार पर कोर्ट फैसला कर दे और हिंदू और मुसलमान दोनों एक साथ मिल बैठ करके उसको मान भी लें।
1991 का प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट नहीं इम्प्लीमेंट पूरी तरीके से होता है तो रोज इस तरीके की कंट्रोवर्सीज चलती रहेंगी। कहीं कोई मस्जिद में मंदिर तलाशेगा, कहीं कोई मंदिर में मोनास्ट्री तलाशेगा, रोज खुदाई का काम चलता रहेगा और इस देश में के जो असली मुद्दे हैं उनसे ध्यान भटकाने के लिए लोग अपनी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकते रहेंगे।
आज जो है सर्वे होना है और सर्वे के लिए पूरी तैयारी जो है एसआई की टीम कर चुकी है, जिला प्रशासन कर चुका है और हम लोग भी निकल रहे हैं। हम लोग भी जो है पूरी तैयारी के साथ जो है उस ज्ञानवापी परिसर में पहुंच रहे हैं जहां सर्वे होना है। ये इतिहास रचने की ओर कदम बढ़ रहा है। इस फैसले के बाद, एएसआई सर्वे के बाद जो आज का दिन सर्वे होगा और ये सर्वे जब समाप्त होगा और जब रिपोर्ट जो है न्यायालय के पटल पर आएगा, वो दिन ऐतिहासिक होगा और ज्ञानवापी परिसर का जो इतिहास है वो अपने आप को पुनः जो है रिवर्स करेगा।
इनको मुकाम तक पहुंचा के ही छोड़ेंगे। ये जो दावा मुकदमा हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है इसको अपनी मंजिल तक पहुंचाएंगे। इसलिए मुस्लिम वगैरह भाग रहा है, ये उनकी समस्या है। अब सर्वे एसआई बताएगी। अब ये तो बता पाना बड़ा मुश्किल है कि कितने दिन सर्वे चलेगा। ये एसआई की टीम बता सकती है कि कितने दिन चलेगा।
वाराणसी की जिला अदालत में भी आज सुनवाई हुई कि 4 अगस्त को वहाँ बुलाया गया था, उसमें क्या होगा?
वो तो ट्रायल हमारा सुनवाई वहाँ चल रहा है, वो चलेगा। हम लोग वहाँ, हमारी टीम वहाँ भी लगी रहेगी, लेकिन यहाँ सर्वे चल रहा है। ये हाईकोर्ट के आदेश पे चल रहा है, क्योंकि जिला न्यायालय ने भी आदेश दे दिया था और 4 तक उसने कहा था कि अपने रिपोर्ट को सबमिट कीजिए। क्योंकि सर्वे हुआ नहीं, आज सर्वे शुरू हो रहा है, तो ये तो जो प्रोसीजर कोर्ट का है वो चलेगा जिला कोर्ट में, लेकिन आज हाई कोर्ट के आदेश पर यहाँ जो है सर्वे होने जा रहा है।
पक्ष की तरफ से कौन कौन लोग होंगे आज सर्वे टीम?
हिंदू पक्ष की तरफ से हमारी 4 वादनी बहनें हैं और उसके बाद 4 अधिवक्ता माननीय श्री हरिशंकर जैन जी हैं, हमारे सीनियर विष्णु शंकर जी हैं, मैं स्वयं सुभाष चतुर्वेदी हूँ और वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता सुधीर त्रिपाठी जी हैं।
तो आप ये बताइए कि आपको उम्मीद है कि आज ही सर्वे खत्म हो जाएगा?
अरे नहीं भाई, इतनी जल्दी सर्वे, इतना बड़ा जो इतनी सेंसिटिव मैटर, इतना जो है आप क्यों हल्के में ले रहे हैं? हाँ। इसमें समय लगेगा, ये एसआई बताएगा कि कितने दिन में, ये वो बता सकता है, करना उसको है।
आईटी कानपुर का भी सहारा लिया गया है।
बिल्कुल, तमाम जो सक्षम एजेंसियां हैं, तमाम लोगों को, विशेषज्ञों का सहारा एसआई ले रहा है। इसमें तमाम इंस्टीट्यूट हैं, तमाम जो यूनिवर्सिटियां हैं, उनके जो विशेषज्ञ एसआई के सबको तलब किया गया और सारे लोग लगे हुए, पूरी टीम, उनकी विशेषज्ञों की टीम भरी पड़ी है।
खुदाई को लेकर बहुत चिंतित थे, कोई खुदाई उदाई इस तरह की बात?
नहीं, खुदाई की बात नहीं है। खुदाई तो भाई चूंकि अब डैमेज नहीं है, ये आश्वस्त किया है, डैमेज नहीं होना है उस परिसर का। ये माननीय कोर्ट ने भी आश्वासन लिया है एसआई से, एसआई ने भी शपथ दिया है कि भाई हम डैमेज नहीं होने देंगे इसको। इसलिए जो है बहुत सोच समझ, उनके पास अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी है, बिना डैमेज किए उस परिसर का सर्वे करने में सक्षम है एसआई। इसलिए इसमें कोई घबराने की बात नहीं कि डैमेज।
पिछड़ क्यों गए?
कहाँ, हम लोग चल ही रहे हैं, पिछड़ना क्या है?
सर क्या कहना चाहेंगे? अभी अंदर जा रहे हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अब अंदर जा रहे हैं भाई, अपने जो है जिस लड़ाई को हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है उसको मुकाम पर पहुँचा।
4 अधिवक्ता, जिसमें जो है विष्णु शंकर जैन जी, हरिशंकर जी दिल्ली में है, 2 यहाँ के अधिवक्ता जो है आप सुधीर जी
आपको मतलब अनुमति नहीं है?
हाँ, अनुमति नहीं, मतलब दूसरी लिस्ट में थी। रात 9 बजे जो डीएम की लिस्ट आई थी उसमें थी। पुरानी पुरानी लिस्ट को बहाल की गई। हाँ,
सर्वे शुरू हो गया।
हाँ, सर्वे शुरू हो गया। हाँ, सर्वे शुरू हो गया है। और मुस्लिम समाज अगले भी सर्वे का बहिष्कार किया, इस बार भी सर्वे का बहिष्कार कर रहा है।
मुस्लिम समाज
नहीं, कोई मौजूद नहीं मुस्लिम सर्वे में जो है।
सर्वे शुरू हो गया है क्या?
हाँ, सर्वे शुरू हो गया है। हाँ 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 हाँ, कन्फर्म कर, हाँ कन्फर्म 100%। हाँ,
जो हिंदू पक्ष के अधिवक्ता।
All right, so the survey has started, as has been mentioned by one of the petitioners here. So this is basically a restart because one day of a study had already been done by the Archaeological Survey of India team. And it's not just the ASI team inside. Representatives from the Hindu side, lawyers from the Muslim side are also inside the mosque premises. So the Gyanvapi's most crucial survey, the quest has begun. What are we expecting? The ASI team will be inside to determine in different ways, whether it is ground radar penetration, whether it is trying to take any other sort of evidence which is scientific based, with the available evidence that they can without tampering, without damaging the mosque premises. Are there Hindu symbols in the mosque premises that basically give out an evidence that there once stood a temple here, on top of which a mosque was built? Basically, remember, as the fight that is on with regard to Gyanvapi and Kashi Vishwanath case, the whole case and the whole push by the Hindu side remains that it was the Kashi Vishwanath's temple portion, the temple as it stands, a grand temple, it was destroyed by Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb, and on that portion, which was a very crucial site, the Gyanvapi Mosque premises was built, and that is why the Hindu side wants to get this clear once and for all, that the mosque stood on a temple premises. Now, the Muslim side has reached out to the top court also to say that the survey will damage and tamper, as the mosque has also been standing there for several years and centuries, and therefore why damage and tamper with it now. So let's go across to Abhishek Mishra for the latest on that. Remember, the evidence of temple's destruction finds reference in Masire Alamgiri. It's an account of Aurangzeb's rule that's written by Saki Mustaid Khan. So it is mentioned that the temple portion was also destroyed. It's not just a legend, there are historical references to it. Abhishek, tell us, how is then the Muslim side going and reaching to the court, the top court of this country, the Supreme Court, to say do not let this survey happen even now? They do not want it. What are their reasoning behind it? Go ahead, Abhishek.
Well, Pooja, as far as the survey is concerned, because of the clearance, the green signal from the Allahabad High Court, that exercise is currently underway. It has started here at the Gyanvapi complex. But on the other hand, if I talk about the petition which has been filed by the Muslim side at the Supreme Court, which will be heard in the morning today, is all again about the fact that this exercise is currently not required at the moment, that the Hindu side should be able to produce some substantiated evidences for their claim. They also talk about the places of worship act, which clearly signifies that post-independence, whatever structures have been acquired should be remain in their state. Also, they've spoken about that the court should not be utilized to create some evidences. That kind of argument has been given by the Muslim side. They also spoke about earlier that first it should be discussed whether there will be a civil suit, its maintainability, and all other pending suits, which will also be heard today, is also has been their remark earlier about having a hold on this ASI survey. So all these things have been taken into consideration by the Muslim side, and they are seeking this last hope from the Supreme Court. If Supreme Court finds a reason and find it adequate enough to give a hold to the survey once again, then the picture could be changed. But with the clear guidance and the order of the Allahabad High Court today, there is no turning back, that there will be any kind of barrier to the survey that has already begun. Team is here, stakeholders are there. Although the Muslim side, no representative from the Muslim side is inside the premises. They have again boycotted it, which is been confirmed by the Hindu side. So yes, that is something which the Muslim side is very keen on, and it all depends whether they got any relief from the Supreme Court today or not.
All right, so the Muslim side today has boycotted and have reached to the Supreme Court that they still believe that this survey must not happen. Remember that Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister, has also reacted to it. Now, this was in 1669 that Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb wanted to establish Islam in this area, and orders on his. There was this destruction that has happened. But now Yogi Adityanath says that it is imperative that the Muslim side today decides to undo some of that horror and wrongs that were done. But it must be all done in peaceful measures and democratically as a country that we stand today. Abhishek, I'll be coming back to you in just a short while. We're leaving you with these visuals, heading into a very short break, because coming up next, we go to our top story that's been for the past few days, that is Haryana. India today has tracked down the den of the arsonists and rioters. They were hiding and taking cover of the Aravali Hills. Police movement has also been tracked from the hilltop. We get you the latest on how these hills were used to launch attacks, not just by stone pelting, but also weapons. More on that after a very short break.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Diet sodas, sugar-free tablets, artificial sweeteners. Do all of these give you a sense of assurance that you are staying away from sugar and that these are healthy alternatives? Well, it is not that simplistic as you think it is. Each of these artificial sources of sugar are unhealthy. Let us break this down for you. Diet soda is a go-to for people who love the taste of regular soda but can do without the sugar and calories. An average can of regular cola may contain a whopping 37 grams of sugar, and consuming too much sugar is linked to outcomes like obesity and poor heart health. So it makes sense that you may seek out a sugar-free alternative. But while drinking diet soda does help people reduce their sugar intake, this simple act can also expose a person to other ingredients that may be linked to some other health problems. The acidity in certain types of soda can lead to tooth erosion. Drinking excessive amounts of diet soda made with caramel coloring may result in teeth turning yellow. Some research suggests that artificially sweetened drinks are associated with a greater risk of obesity. If you opt for diet soda that contains caffeine, you may have trouble getting some much needed shut-eye at night. Diet soda is void of calories and sugar. Certain varieties can contain phosphorus in the form of phosphoric acid. This mineral, though important, can play a positive role in bone health, but consuming copious amounts of phosphorus can negatively impact the calcium-phosphorus ratio in your body.
When the sugar increases in the blood, that means when the blood glucose increases, then it leads to many comorbidities like obesity, diabetes, fatty liver, then risk of cancer, heart attack also increases. There are mood alteration leading to irritability, then there's sleep disorder, and many more things can happen.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
India Today investigation setting a new agenda. India Today has accessed videos that show how stones were pelted from the surrounding hills and that were pelted at the Nalhar Mahadev temple. Amid the serene beauty of the Aravalli Hills in Haryana's our investigation reveals 500 residents were hiding in those hills, the Aravalli Hills, and the corpse movement also being tracked from the hilltop. Not only this, the Sarpanch admitted that there were few part of the clashes that have now fled. Locals have confirmed that they were hiding in hills due to the fear of the corpse. Now, our investigation takes you up those hills, exactly where from violence was first reported, from where the first stones were thrown, from where firing was taking place from hiding areas. India Today goes where nobody has dared to let you understand what exactly unfolded, the horror in Haryana. India Today's investigation reveals there was intelligence failure, inadequate policing, calls for violence were deliberately given on social medias. Rioters' hill hideout has also been exposed. The spotlight, however, amid all of this is on the ML Khattar government. Will the government act upon this? Will they set an example that Haryana will never see such violence again? Take a look at the special investigation report of showing how, via videos, with evidence that we show you, how the first stones were pelted from surrounding hills at the Mahadev temple. We take you up those hills, we tell you the hiding places of these rioters. Take a look at this report.
Gunshots pierced through. Hails of stones came down like missiles. Attackers took a vantage point in the Aravalli Hills above as the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra passed on its route below on Monday in Haryana's Nuh. India Today on an arduous journey to find out who seized the towering peaks to rain down bullets and stones on the July 31 procession. The warm hues of the rising sun, the lush greenery, the ridges, the gentle breeze, and the chirping birds told us a hidden story. Men you see sleeping here aren't on leisurely excursions. We discovered that they have transformed these hills around Nuh into a strategic cover. Local villagers escaping arrests, along with suspected rioters. Their face covered, these young men sitting with fellow villagers explained to us why they are staying put in these vast, rugged terrains.
ये आप लोग इतने मतलब पहाड़ों में क्यों छुपे हुए हैं?
भाई पुलिस के डर के मारे छुपे पड़े हैं पहाड़ों में।
क्यों ऐसा क्या कर दिया कि पुलिस के डर के मारे छुपे हुए हैं?
पुलिस आती है उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछती तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
कहाँ?
गांव में आती है हमारे में।
तो कहाँ नहीं गए मतलब?
जो ये जो दंगाई आए थे ये।
अच्छा अच्छा।
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी, जो ना गए वो भी, सब अपने इधर उधर हैं।
नहीं तो पूरे गांव के कितने, सारे गांव के लोग पहाड़ों में?
गाँव में पड़ा है जो ये यहाँ पे गाँव में है जो।
अच्छा।
कोई कहीं चला गया, कोई कहीं चला गया पुलिस के डर की वजह से।
तो पूरे पहाड़ों में कितने लोग हैं अभी?
तकरीबन होंगे 500 आदमी।
500 लोग पूरे पहाड़ों में हैं?
हाँ।
For these residents of Nuh, the surrounding Aravalli range is serving as their mountain refuge. in response to an ever-looming specter of arrests and police crackdown in the aftermath of Monday's mayhem in the district. But the new resident also admitted that suspected rioters have mingled with innocent civilians, taking shelter in the hills over fears of mass arrests. Listen into him again.
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी, जो ना गए वो भी, सब अपने इधर उधर हैं। पुलिस आती है, उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछती तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
In the FIR, police have mentioned that some of the locals descended from the mountains, carrying illegal arms, lathis and stones to disrupt religious service at a local temple. Videos of purported gunshots and stones hurled from the same heights on Monday have also surfaced. Vigilant gazes cast downward, eyes trained on the lands below. The men spotted a speeding convoy of police cars from afar.
नहीं तो फिर आप लोग पहाड़ों में ही क्यों आए? मतलब कहीं और भी जा सकते थे।
इस वजह से है, जैसे अब ये पुलिस की गाड़ी जा रही है, यहाँ से हमें पता पड़ जाते है गाड़ी आ रही है, अपने साइड में हो जाते हैं। 2-3 बस, अरे को ये कितनी गाड़ी जा रही है, ये 10-12 गाड़ी जा रही है, वो जा रही है, बस है, जहाँ मन मारे वही हिसाब मार रहे।
अच्छा, ये पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ जा रही जो वाइट बस जा रही है?
3-4 बस हैं, 7-8 गाड़ी हैं, इसी के डर की वजह से डूब का पड़ा है यहाँ पे।
For these people, it's their makeshift encampment. Black tarpaulin sheets lay casually, ready to be used as cover for the night. Like ants in a procession, more villagers can be seen ascending the hills. Their silhouettes grew more defined with each step.
यहाँ बेसिकली जितने भी पहाड़ों में जो लोग हैं वो सब के सब आप ही के गांव के हैं?
नहीं, हमारे गांव के भी हैं, साथ में ये गांव है, अगला गांव है, हर गांव में से जैसे भी, जैसे कहीं से 10 हैं, कहीं से 5 ऐसे चढ़ जाते हैं, डर की वजह से, जैसे कहीं का भी हिर लगता है।
तो ये कब से आप लोग चढ़े हुए हैं पहाड़ों पे?
यहाँ में होगा 2-3 दिन है आज।
नहीं तो इसके ऊपर भी और लोग बैठे हुए हैं?
जहाँ तक ये हर आदमी अपना बचाव करेगा और ऊपर चले जाएंगे, अगर जब भी और ऊपर चढ़ गए भाई अब पकड़ के ले जाएंगे, आखिरी हथियारी और कुछ
नहीं। तो क्या इसके ऊपर भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं क्या?
हाँ, बैठे हैं, जगह जगह बैठ जाते हैं। अब जैसे यहाँ बैठे हैं, वहाँ बैठ जाते हैं और ऊपर चले जाते हैं। हाँ, अगर पुलिस ना है तो अपने यहीं बैठे रहेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हमें किसी से कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
We now investigate in the violence-hit villages in the lap of the Aravalis below. Rafiq is president of Noos Sarpanch Association. He admitted that young men from his village did participate in looting and rioting, and that they all have fled.
5-6-7 बच्चे हैं मेरे गांव के, नहीं है मेरे गांव के, मेरे गांव के और एक अच्छी नहीं बच्चे थे। मैं ऐसे नहीं तुमको रोकूंगा, तुम कहूँगा नहीं, मैं पैर भी करूँगा, आगे चल के दूंगा उनको। 5-7 बच्चे लूटपाट में या दंगे हैं? लूटपाट में या दंगे? नहीं, इसमें झगड़े में हैं वो लोग। अभी हैं, मुलाकात किसी हो सकती है ऐसे ही नाम में नहीं हो सकती, वो तो निकल लिए सब। किस उम्र के बच्चे हैं वो? तो उनकी उम्र 25-25, 20-20 साल की, 18 साल की, 22 साल की, इस तरीके से। बाइक के जो मुश्किल आई हुई है, हाँ, उनमें मेरे गांव के 2-3 बच्चे नहीं, जो चीज़ है 2-3 बच्चे बाइकों में हैं, बाकी दंगे में 5-6-7 बच्चे हैं जो मेरे गांव में।
A local eyewitness to the Monday rioting, Irfan claimed some rioters arrived from Rajasthan on the Yatra day, some from within Noo district.
उनकी गाड़ी में टक्कर मारी थी पिकअप से।
किसने मारी?
वो पिकअप गाड़ी आई थी, वहाँ 7 या 8 गाड़ी थी, फिरोजपुर साइड से आई थी वो राजस्थान से।
तो ये लोग कौन लोग
थे वो सारे?
यहाँ कब थे वो लोग?
वो तो बाद में आए जहाँ पे जब झगड़ा हुआ ना, वो आए हैं तुरंत झगड़ा स्टार्ट हो गया, उससे पहले नहीं आए थे वो। इसी टे पॉइंट पर आकर के उन्होंने उनकी गाड़ी वाड़ी में टक्कर मारी। वो वाले जो उनकी गाड़ी में टक्कर मारी थी पिकअप से।
Culpability rests heavy on both sides. Not all hiding in these hills could be culprits. Not all could be innocent either. A challenge for the Haryana police to sift out the guilty from the mass of villagers sheltering in the Aravalli peaks. A report by Muhammad Hizbullah for India Today's Special Investigation Team.
And with evidence, we tell you how tense the situation was on top of the Aravalli ranges. Our channel deployed a drone to bring you an extraordinary perspective and a real one from and about the new violence. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
देखिए वहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं, खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ मेरे भाई हैं।
India Today locates them uphill.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ। ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी।
Young men perched atop the mountains. Village women carrying jerry cans trek upward.
खाना हाँ पहाड़ ले जा रहा भाई, ग्वाला हम तो अपना
पहाड़ पे
हाँ
छुपे हुए हैं।
हाँ
ये क्या खाना पानी लेके जा रहे हैं?
हाँ
अच्छा, और भी लोग हैं ऊपर?
हाँ।
We deploy a drone. India Today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights. A hideaway of villagers of Noor district fearing crackdown. And a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. India Today's watchful eye reveals a trail of individuals trudging up with their belongings in tow. Cots on their heads, household items in possession. As the drone soars, it captures the scale of this makeshift exodus. Clusters of people dot the landscape. These are not leisurely explorers.
जाते गाड़ी आ रही हैं, अपने साइड में हो जाते हैं।
Among these elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
सुबह में और शाम में दोनों टाइम और दोपहर में पुलिस का राउंड लगता है, इसीलिए पहाड़ पे रहते हैं लोग। यहाँ पे पुलिस उठा कर ले जाती है बेकसूर लोगों को भी। खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया, खाना वाने का कोई इंतजाम ही नहीं है।
India Today's exclusive endeavor reveals a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills. With Arvind Doja in Noor, Bureau Report, India Today.
Amid Parliament's monsoon session, the face-off between centre versus opposition continues. Delhi Services Bill was passed in the Lok Sabha amid an opposition walkout. Remember, the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023 is a bill that gives the Lieutenant Governor, the LG of Delhi, control over Group A services. After this bill was given a green signal in the Lok Sabha, opposition slammed Bharatiya Janata Party for snatching powers of an elected government. During the session, Home Minister tore into the Opposition India Alliance for joining hands against central government's move to bring the bill. Launching scathing attacks, Home Minister Amit Shah said Aam Aadmi Party was opposing the Delhi bill with the sole intention of hiding its corruption and claiming that the alliance will break up in any case very soon.
बिल आता है, नहीं। मणिपुर पर चर्चा, मैं मणिपुर पर चर्चा करने के लिए आता, नहीं। मणिपुर पर चर्चा नहीं, हम विरोध करेंगे, यहाँ आ जाएंगे, मेरे सामने बोर्ड लेकर खड़े हो जाएंगे, ठीक है भाई करो। मगर जैसे ही गठबंधन टूटने वाला बिल आया, मणिपुर भी याद नहीं आया, डेमोक्रेसी भी याद नहीं आई, दंगे भी याद नहीं आए, सब इकट्ठा होकर देखो सामने बैठे, सारे इकट्ठा। हर रोज ममता जी को हमारे अधीर रंजन जी क्वेश्चन करते रहते हैं, मगर बेंगलोर में साथ में बैठेंगे। जेडीयू और आरजेडी, जेडीयू का जन्म ही, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, जेडीयू का जन्म ही आरजेडी का विरोध करने के लिए हुआ। यूनाइटेड जनता दल तोड़ दिया, वो जेडीयू आज सत्ता प्राप्त करने के लिए गठबंधन में है। सबको मिलाना है, दिल्ली का जो होना है वो हो, जितना भ्रष्टाचार होना है वो हो, मंत्री कुछ भी करे, मुख्यमंत्री करोड़ों के बंगले बनाए, मगर हम विपक्ष में रहते हुए समर्थन करेंगे, क्योंकि हमें गठबंधन बनाना है।
गृह मंत्री को मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं कि ओसामा बिन लादेन अगर अहिंसा पर उपदेश दे तो ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। भ्रष्टाचार पे भाजपाइयों को तो कम से कम नहीं ही बोलना चाहिए। 70,000 करोड़ के घोटालेबाज, 50,000 के घोटालेबाज, माइनिंग के घोटालेबाज, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक के घोटालेबाज, वाटर घोटालेबाज, नारदा घोटालेबाज, शारदा घोटालेबाज, व्यापम घोटालेबाज, सारे घोटालेबाजों को तो पकड़ पकड़ के मंत्री मुख्यमंत्री बना।
The bill is really bad in law. It's basically going to undermine the principle of parliamentary accountability, because a minister will not be responsible for his officials anymore, because the officials will actually outrank the minister and even be able to overrule the chief minister. It's a disastrous bill and we oppose it very strongly.
All right, time for a very quick break. We return with an important story coming in about the Telugu star Pawan Kalyan, who's in a soup. The Jan Sena chief's Bro film has sparked a controversy. YSRCP has leveled black money allegations against him. We get you the latest on that big story. For an actor turned Neta, the big controversy.
Just bring out the point where you have mentioned in your report that gold demand in India particularly, which is the world's second largest consumer of gold, has in fact slipped in Q2 of the calendar year. Help us with the reasons behind the same.
Well, as we have stated, it's largely to do with the price. As the prices have shot up very fast, consumers tend to stay on the sidelines to see whether this is a blip or is it a sustainable increase. It always happens. Volatility is good for the trading community, it's not good for the consumers. So that is what has really happened. On top of it, there have been other factors as well. Probably a little bit of inflation has bitten into the incomes, and that must also have reduced the amount that people could afford to buy gold. But primarily, the high prices, in fact, it touched something like 64,000 rupees in Indian rupee during the quarter, where gold prices were literally unaffordable for many people. That must have been the biggest reason. And to give you an indication, gold prices have gone up by nearly 12% above the prices of last year's same quarter.
Okay, sir, can the second half demand be even worse than the first half? What is your own sense here?
Well, generally, second half is the better half every year. This is a general rule, although we have seen even Q2, sometimes Akshaya Tritiya just exceeding expectations. Generally, the Indian demand is such that second half is the biggest quarter. And within the second half, the fourth quarter, when you have generally Puja, and then Dhanteras and others coming in, and then the wedding season. This is how it is. In fact, fourth quarter is something which everybody looks forward to when it is in the jewelry business. Now, it is the third quarter, part of it is lost in monsoons, because generally in monsoons, unless there is something like a significant price drop or something, people tend to focus on other stuff. And towards September, of course, it comes back with Gyanvapi festival. So the 4 months of the last year are very important. So it will always be higher than the first half.
Pawan Kalyan's Bro film is ignited a political fire. YSRCP is levelling a sensational charge on the movie, claiming Pawan Kalyan's film basically has been funded with black money collected by Chandrababu Naidu. Here's a report of how did the black money allegation come in for who has been someone, a superstar, he's an actor and now a turned neta.
Power star Pawan Kalyan's latest film Bro hasn't had the best run at the box office. But it's created a huge buzz in political circles. The Tollywood superstar, who has been juggling his films and political career, is now in a soup as his political rivals have used his latest film to fire a political taunt. The YSRCP has levelled a sensational black money allegation against the power star, claiming Pawan Kalyan's film has been funded with black money collected by none other than Kalyan's good friend Chandrababu Naidu.
విశ్వప్రసాద్ టీజే గారు ఈ రకంగా బ్లాక్ మనీని వైట్ మనీగా చేసి సినిమాల ద్వారా తీసుకొచ్చి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్కి ప్యాకేజీల రూపంలో ఇచ్చేటటువంటి ఒక కుట్రపూరితమైనటువంటి పరిస్థితులు కూడా కనిపిస్తా ఉన్నాయి. దీని మీద కూడా
The YSRCP minister Ambati Rambabu's comments has set off a political storm in Andhra Pradesh with his twin attack on the Janasena chief and the TDP. Seeing red over Chandrababu Naidu's name being dragged into the row, TDP has demanded answers from the YSRCP on the basis of these allegations.
Stop making these baseless allegations and stop making such funny comments on movies. Answer our questions, answer about the corruption that is happening in your department in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
YSRCP has been levelling corruption allegations repeatedly against Naidu and Kalyan, both of whom have been extremely vocal about their friendship, with images repeatedly showing their closeness. This latest attack is sure to heat up the political tussle between Chief Minister Jagan and Pawan Kalyan, who have been resorted to personal, below-the-belt comments to target one another. While power star Pawan Kalyan has been mum on the allegations levelled by YSRCP, this latest charge is sure to heat up the Andhra poll battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
On that note, I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now, but stay tuned. Big political stories right after. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day.
Ramdevji, since you spoke about the sort of historical, in a historical context, let me just add that as a financial journalist, when I started out, the Sensex was around 3,000 and the Nifty was in just 3-digit level. Given the fundamentals and a lot of reportage in the recent days about this being India's decade, India's growth story, what's your own view as far as the Sensex and Nifty are concerned? Where do you see them going over the short term to medium term, sir?
Short term, I have no clue. You have to ask the chartists. They might give you some idea. I have no idea what market will do. I mean, market can very comfortably go down without giving any reason by 10-15%. So, or it can go up by 10-15% on a sustained buying by FIs or something like that. So I have no idea where it is headed, but I'm comfortable wherever it is, and whatever can happen, I'm ready, in the sense that 10% done. See, I'm always a fully bought guy, so I'm ready to see 20%, 30% correction, because the corrections are there for 1 year or so. Within 1 year's time, you again get back the price. So, and that's the price you pay for getting 14-15% return. So clearly, the market is poised to do well, and this is called India's. See, what happens is that in short term, a lot of these things look to be very exaggerated. But when you give a 5-10 years time, then you realize what has happened. Like look at the tech. The tech started in 2000. Y2K happened, and we saw the birth of TCS, Infosys, Wipro. I mean, they were small companies. I mean, even in 99, 2000, they were 1,000 crores turnover, 100, 200 crores profit, 300 crores profit. They become giant companies. 20 years out, 25 years out, they become like 2 lakh crores turnover, 40,000 crores profit, 20,000 crores profit. So you got to give time, and that's in India. You have to give not only time to a company, you have to also give time to the market itself. Today it is a $3 trillion market. In 10 years' time, you will see that this will become a $9-10 trillion market. The issue is that do we have that patience? The market is all about the patience. Do you have patience? I mean, you decide what you want to write, where you want to write, when you want to write, but have patience. And that is what is missing. I mean, look at the option value, look at the futures value. People want to make money tomorrow, not even tomorrow. People want to make money next half an hour. That's not the market. At least I am not from that school.
Absolutely.
Freedom comes with self-knowledge. I've become fearless over the years, but I definitely didn't start off like that. Being a street artist, one kind of creates an ability to be able to be in one's element no matter where we are. None of us are free until all of us are free. As women, we are not going to be given anything. We have to reclaim it and we have to own it.
Co-powered by घर लेना हो या बेचना 99 एकड़ से ही पूछना।
Good morning and welcome to The First Up. I'm Pooja Shali. I'll be bringing you news from across India and the world. Let's begin first with headlines at the top of 8 a.m. India today tracks down the rioters' den, rioters hiding in the Aravalli Hills, and also their movement of the police being tracked from the hilltop. Park-based YouTuber spewed venoms during the riots and led to further violence. The Gyanvapi Mosque survey begins in Varanasi after the court cleared the path for a survey. Crucial survey will attempt to find if there was a temple beneath the mosque. In the parliament, it's Amit Shah versus United Opposition. Amit Shah takes down India bloc in the parliament, claims this India bloc forgot Manipur. Telugu star Pawan Kalyan in a soup. Jan Sena chief's Bro film sparks a controversy. YSRCP levels black money allegations. TDP also wades into the controversy, slams YSRCP. In international news, Donald Trump pleads not guilty in charges of conspiracy to overturn 2020 elections, leading to attack on the US Capitol. Next hearing is on 28th of August. Our top news coming in from Benares, where the Archaeological Survey of India team has reached the Gyanvapi Mosque premises. The survey is set to begin. This is big news coming in. Remember, after the court cleared the path for the survey to take place, the ASI has started the survey inside the mosque premises. Remember, the Hindu side has claimed that there are Hindu god deities like that of Shiva and Parvati in the mosque premises as it stands. Meanwhile, they've also mentioned and added that it is while the Hindu and Muslim side, both representatives were asked to be inside the mosque as the ASI survey is on. However, the Muslim panel has decided to boycott the survey today, and the Muslim side is approaching the top court of this country to stop the survey and allege that there is damage taking place. The survey basically will find if there are temple remnants under the mosque premises. So remember, the Hindu side will be banking on the visible Hindu symbols and more, and also the scientific evidence that can be gathered by the archaeological survey for an evidence to prove that there did indeed stand a temple right underneath where the mosque stands today. Let's go across live to my colleague in Varanasi. Abhishek Mishra is joining us with the latest this morning. Abhishek, so you are there in Varanasi, right outside the Gyanvapi Mosque and of course the Kashi Vishwanath temple premises. Tell us, has the survey started?
Well, absolutely, Pooja. The survey has begun. The AIC team has reached approximately 12 to 15 minutes before. And this is the barricade right here at the police station Chowk Commissionerate in Varanasi. And beyond that, nobody is allowed to go. And that is why every media and everyone has been restricted here. Now, what is happening today is that the ASI team has reached. They will be conducting this survey with their techniques. And at the same time, if I talk about the devotees who are also coming, that is also going smoothly here. So far, there is no problem as far as the situation is concerned. You can see again there are two separate barricades which has been deployed here. Security checks, top police officials are there. They're even asking people whom they find needs clarification on their presence. And also, we have witnessed that today the environment is quite peaceful in comparison to the last time. But today are the Friday prayers, and that is the only reason that the administration is taking proactive measures in order to make sure that the situation is under control. But the ASI survey has begun, the team has reached, and the stakeholders only from the Hindu side are inside the complex, including the 4 petitioners along with their advocates. But the Muslim side has once again boycotted this particular survey and today seeking a relief from the Supreme Court, which will be done today morning in some time as well. Yes.
All right, if you can, Abhishek, can we have some reactions from, if there are representatives of the public there? It's of course a spectacle also for many. Do you think someone would be willing to talk? I can also see heavy police deployment behind you. So this is clearly as much a law and order issue as something that the public is waiting to catch. Go ahead, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Pooja. I would like to show you the environment here once again. I would also try to speak to some people as well. You can see how this particular square has been blocked by the police administration, and everyone here is now going towards the temple without any kind of issue of any situation. We will try to speak to some of the people who have come here for the darshanas. क्या नाम है आपका, कहाँ से आए हैं?
जी हम बिहार से हैं।
बिहार से आए दर्शन करने
जी।
मंदिर का सर्वे चल रहा है अंदर, आपको लग रहा है होना चाहिए ये जो सर्वे की प्रक्रिया चल रही है?
हाँ, ये बिल्कुल होना चाहिए, और इस पर जो न्यायालय जो है अपना जो फैसला सुनाएंगे वो सबको मानना भी चाहिए।
कोर्ट का फैसला ठीक है, हाई कोर्ट का, कि सर्वे हो जाने दिया जाए सब चीजों को लेकर के जो हिंदू पक्ष मांग कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, ये तो होना ही चाहिए।
आप लोग कहाँ से हैं? आप
बिहार से, समस्तीपुर।
बिहार से आए हैं। देखा बाबा का दर्शन हुआ?
जी जी हो गया।
क्या लग रहा है अंदर कैसी व्यवस्था है? क्या रोक रखा है एक तरफ से, एक तरफ बंद किया हुआ है?
जी बंद है।
तो आपको क्या लग रहा है मंदिर का जो ये ज्ञानवापी कॉम्प्लेक्स का जो चल रहा है सर्वे होना चाहिए, जरूरी है?
नहीं, होना चाहिए, होना चाहिए सर्वे।
अंदर क्या होगा, आपको क्या लगता है?
जो हो रहा है सर्वे, आप देखिए क्या होता है।
आप लोग भी साथ में?
जी।
All right, Abhishek, very interesting. So there are devotees who are being permitted, as Abhishek is getting us those reactions as well. The survey starts in the mosque premises. There is according to the Hindu side, there is a trishul, a row of flowers usually seen on the temples. There is a Nandi bull facing the wall. According to Hindu religion, it faces a shivling on the other side. And these are some of the symbols that clearly the Hindu side will be hopeful that the archaeological survey will be able to have as evidence, will scientifically prove it with ground penetration radar that's also being used. Can that help the Hindu side? While the Muslim side has approached the top court to say stop this survey, it's damaging a 1,000-year-old mosque as it stands. Listen in first to one of the Hindu petitioners, Sohan Lal Arya, about what does he have to say about expectations from the survey.
सोहन लाल जी, क्या कहना है जो हाई कोर्ट ने जो है निर्देश दिया है एक बार पुनः सर्वे करने का? तो
देखिए, ज्ञानवापी का सच क्या है, मुख्य बिंदु ये है। और उसी सच के अंदर जब हम लोग अगले अप्रैल 2022 को हमने शिवलिंग प्राप्त किया था, मुस्लिम समाज को फुहारा कहता है, आखिर इसका निराकरण कैसे हो। इसीलिए हम माननीय न्यायालय में गए और सर्वे का अधिकार मांगे। सर्वे मिल गया। सर्वे के बाद फिर मुस्लिम समाज आपत्ति किया, वह सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चला गया और आज पुनः सर्वे शुरू हो रहा है। हम सर्वे के लिए अंदर प्रवेश करने जा रहे हैं। सर्वे ही ज्ञानवापी की समस्या का हल है।
तो ये कहा गया है कि साइंटिफिक सर्वे होगा और छेड़छाड़ नहीं होगी, तो कितनी उम्मीदें आज फिर आप लोगों की बढ़ी हैं इस सर्वे को लेकर के जो हाई कोर्ट ने निर्देश दिया है?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आज की जो सर्वे है उससे हमारा काफी उम्मीद है। हम जो है हर्षित है, प्रफुल्लित है, सारे देश के है। यह देश के 100 करोड़ लोगों का प्रश्न है, देश के सभी सनातन धर्मियों के लिए हर्ष का विषय है और मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए विषय है। और सर्वे के लिए हमारे जो है सर्वे के अधिकारी माननीय त्रिपाठी से हमारी वार्ता हुई, वह हलफनामा भी दिए हैं कि कोई भी उनके स्ट्रक्चर को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचेगा और सारे का सारा सर्वे यथावत चलता रहेगा। और उस सर्वे के कारण ही मंदिर समस्या का हल है, वह हो कर रहेगा।
अच्छा, आप लोगों को बुलाया गया है सर्वे में?
बुलाया गया, हम लोग को बुलाया गया है।
कहाँ कहाँ फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है, क्या क्या आप लोग खास ख्याल रख रहे हैं?
4 जुलाई से 31 अगस्त तक श्रावण माह चल रहा है। श्रावण माह को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए पूरे मेला क्षेत्र को 6 जोन 11 सेक्टर में विभाजित किया गया है। सभी में पर्याप्त ड्यूटियां लगाई गई हैं, सादे वस्त्रों की ड्यूटियां, आर्म पुलिस की ड्यूटियां और साथ ही साथ जो है पीएससी की ड्यूटियां और पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स की ड्यूटियां लगाई गई हैं। पार्किंग स्थलों की व्यवस्था की गई है। मैदागिन से लेकर के बाबा विश्वनाथ और विश्वनाथ से लेकर के गोदौलिया चौराहे तक नो व्हीकल जोन बनाया गया है। निर्धारित स्तर पर ही श्रद्धालु अपने वाहनों को पार्किंग करें और किसी भी जो श्रद्धालु को कोई असुविधा ना हो। बहुत अच्छे तरीके से दर्शन पूजन का कार्य चल रहा है।
सर, एएसआई सर्वे भी है, इसको लेके भी कुछ खास नज़र रखी जा रही होगी?
इसमें भी चूँकि सारी ड्यूटियां हमारी लगी हुई हैं, बहुत अच्छे तरीके से सब कुछ संपन्न कराया जाएगा।
सर, आज जुमे की नमाज भी है, क्या आज विशेष प्रबंध या विशेष नज़र उस पर भी बनी रहेगी?
हमारी बिल्कुल सभी जगह जो है दृष्टि है। कहीं भी कोई भी किसी भी प्रकार की अफवाह फैलाने का कार्य करेगा तो उसके विरुद्ध कड़ी दंडात्मक कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
कि आप लोग आज फिर दोबारा से जा रही हैं सर्वे के लिए, उम्मीद कितनी है? क्या तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट?
बहुत उम्मीद है भैया हम लोग को, क्योंकि 24 को रुक गया था, अब हाई कोर्ट ने फिर से सर्वे का आदेश दे दिया। हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं। ज्ञानवापी के सर्वे बहुत जरूरी था, तभी सच आएगा।
आज भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई है।
सुनवाई उन्हें दीजिए, उन लोग का तो काम ही है, उन लोग का तो काम ही है, मतलब लटकाने भटकाने वाला दौड़ेंगे। उन लोग सोच रहे हैं कि हमारे हाथ से ज्ञानवापी ये मस्जिद निकल रहा है। वो तो मस्जिद है, ये नहीं मंदिर है।
आप लोग गीत गाते हुए जा रही हैं, क्या है ये?
ये हम लोग की खुशी है, आस्था हम लोग की है। हरदम मस्त रहेला बाबा तो हर काशी नगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलाला सागरी। हरदम मस्त रहेला बाबा तो हर काशी नगरी।
सोहनलाल जी, क्या कहना है जो हाई कोर्ट ने जो है निर्देश दिया है एक बार पुनः सर्वे करने का? तो
देखिए, ज्ञानवापी का सच क्या है, मुख्य बिंदु ये है। और उसी सच के अंदर जब हम लोग अगले अप्रैल 2022 को हमने शिवलिंग प्राप्त किया था, मुस्लिम समाज को फुहारा कहता है, आखिर इसका निराकरण कैसे हो। इसीलिए हम माननीय न्यायालय में गए और सर्वे का अधिकार मांगे। सर्वे मिल गया। सर्वे के बाद फिर मुस्लिम समाज आपत्ति किया, वह सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चला गया और आज पुनः सर्वे शुरू हो रहा है। हम सर्वे के लिए अंदर प्रवेश करने जा रहे हैं। सर्वे ही ज्ञानवापी की समस्या का हल है।
तो हमारे देश में जो नियम कानून बने हैं, कोर्ट के फैसले का सम्मान सारे लोग करते आए हैं और करेंगे। जो भी साक्ष्य जो है, चाहे हिंदू का मिले मुसलमान का मिले, उसी आधार पे कोर्ट फैसला कर दे और हिंदू और मुसलमान दोनों एक साथ मिल बैठ करके उसको मान भी लें।
कोर्ट पर विश्वास रहना चाहिए, जो कि संविधान का एक हिस्सा है कोर्ट। लेकिन हालात ये हैं कि कोर्ट भी सरकारों के कदमों में चले गए, वो भी उनकी तरह से जो वो कहते हैं वो फैसला सुनाते हैं।
एएसआई ने इस बात के लिए एश्योर भी किया है कि सर्वे में किसी प्रकार की खरोच नहीं आएगी, न उसका कोई स्वरूप बदला जाएगा। वो जिस स्थिति में है उसी स्थिति में रहेगा और किसी प्रकार का उसमें कोई बदलाव की आशंका भी नहीं है। मैं समझता हूं कि इसमें सर्वे में किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं है और सर्वे से पूरे देश को, पूरी दुनिया को वहाँ की असलियत पता चलेगी। इसलिए सर्वे ज़रूर होना चाहिए, हम उसका स्वागत करते हैं।
1991 का प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट नहीं इम्प्लीमेंट पूरी तरीके से होता है तो रोज़ इस तरीके की कंट्रोवर्सीज चलती रहेंगी कहीं कोई मस्जिद में मंदिर तलाशेगा, कहीं कोई मंदिर में मोनास्ट्री तलाशेगा। रोज खुदाई का काम चलता रहेगा और इस देश में के जो असली मुद्दे हैं उनसे ध्यान भटकाने के लिए लोग अपनी राजनीतिक रोटियां सेक।
Cops swing into action against hate posts on social media in the Haryana violence case, realizing how social media internet was negatively used to spread violence on the streets. 3 more FIRs have been now filed against posts that fanned the violence, attracted the violence on the streets and spread it. There are 3 social media accounts that are under scanner. We are being told that 3 individuals by the name on the social media handles as Shahid, Adil and Guru Ghantal put posts that were extremely hateful, provocative. Cops are investigating the identity of this Shire Guru Ghantal, who has over 2,000 videos from July 31st that are under the scanner. Who were these individuals? Where did they belong? How were they putting these videos that spread to violence on the streets? And it's extremely scary to know how social media again has been used to spread further violence. Let's go across to Shreya Chatterjee, that's tracking the latest on this case. Shreya, because you've been tracking the incident on the ground as well as the investigation part of it, how has social media and why is that becoming the focus of the investigation agencies, specifically the posts that spread provocation and hate? Over to you, Shreya.
Well, Pooja, on the day of the violence in day before, which is on the 31st of July, we've seen that there was communally charged posts that were shared by either sides on social media. This is something that is coming in. What we also do know that at least 7 FIRs against these communal posts have been actually filed in Nu alone. 4 more were filed last night. Out of that, 3 FIRs are against one individual, Shahid, Adil Khan Mannaka and Shahid Guru Ghantal. Now, the police is yet to reveal the identity of this one, Shahid Guru Ghantal. Respectively, they had shared 2, 1 and 3 posts. All these posts are under the scanner. The post by Shahid Guru Ghantal, we are being told, was some indecent content as well as communally charged post. Now, we are also learning that over 2,300 social media posts are also right now under the scanner.
All of these who've been using social media in a manner that could spread violence and extremism must face an example set by the cops and the administration as well. Remember that there is a reason that internet had a clampdown even in Haryana districts for some time because of such incidents of how social media was being used. Stay on with me, Shreya, because I have more news coming in on what exactly happened on the ground. Let's bring you facts, no rhetoric here, because India Today has accessed some videos of the surrounding Aravalli Hills. Remember that surrounded the Mahadev temple from where the first incidents of violence in that area were reported. Now it looks like a serene beauty of the Aravalli Hills in Haryana's Nu, but our investigation revealed 500 residents were hiding in these mountains. Cops' movement was being tracked from the hilltop. Not only that, Sarpanch has admitted that there are some people who have fled as well, who were allegedly part of the clashes. Local residents have confirmed that they were hiding in hills due to the fear of cops. Our investigation took you up these hills. The first stones flew from here. The firing took place from here, where some people had opened fire at the temple and the premises around. India Today has gone where nobody else dared to. Remember, this was an intelligence failure. Inadequate policing, calls for violence were given on social media. Rioters' Hill headout has been exposed. The bigger question is, accountability will have to be now set on the Khattar government and by the Khattar government. Examples will have to be set. Take a look at these realities. So you're looking at these visuals. See how these individuals are taking even charpoys to go and stay there for a while, because the cops are not going to go on the hilltop as they would like to believe, but India Today managed to track them down. Shreya Chatterjee is who I'm going back to now. She continues to be with the latest on that. Shreya, as you and all our colleagues, including Arvind Ojha, managed to give out these investigative details as well, but this hilltop becomes in many ways a crime scene and a scene where these individuals are hiding. Do tell us about how this geography is. From where it looks like the Mahadev temple is right in the center and like a bowl where the hilltop was used for pelting stones for firing also.
Well, you know, Pooja, No or the Mewad, the demography that we talk about, this is surrounded by the Ravalis. Now, first part of the investigation reveals that how the Shiv Mandir had actually come under heavy stone pelting, under firing, because the Shiv Mandir is surrounded by mountains. That puts across 2 points. First, that the police was unprepared, because remember, this is not the first time that reports of stone pelting has come in from the adjoining mountains. Police teams earlier also, when they have gone inside these villages to carry out raids, be it arresting cyber criminals, they have faced similar situations. So when that incident was available, probably a police preparedness should have been done on a better ground on ensuring that these areas were sanitized, to ensure that no people were hiding out, but that did not happen. And obviously, there was evidence of stone pelting and ambush that did happen from the hills on the Shiv Mandir. Coming to the second point, right now, India Today's investigative team has unearthed that these people are hiding in the mountains right now. This includes some people who were a part of the riot and some who are also innocent and scared about the police raids that are right now ongoing. Yesterday, when India Today's camera team visited the ground, they all fled to the mountains. We've seen how food charpais are being taken so that people can just stay and camp in the mountains and run away from the clutches of the police. As we've reported this earlier in our other stories as well, this is a modus operandi, how Mewat functions. They often use the mountains to not just escape, but also escape and cross the borders to save their arrests.
Innocents should not suffer, but the ones who've been involved in clashes and a part of these riot and arson must be tracked down and face the law of the land, because this cannot happen again in Haryana, right next to the national capital, and definitely the manner in which these communal clashes have happened cannot become a precedent for this country. Stay on with this show. We have more breaking news coming in. Let's take a look at that. Remember, this was a communal clash and there were all sides indulging in stone pelting, firing, and we have now some more evidence that have come in. By the name that we are breaking to you on this bulletin, one Bajrangi seen open firing in the air. This Bajrang Dal worker allegedly admits to firing in the air, says fired in the air in self-defense. People were shooting in front of me at us and therefore I fired in self-defense, he says. So this is another interaction, and as we are tracking down more and more people, this is what we have for you. Listen in.
क्या हुआ था उस दिन? ऐसी क्या परिस्थिति बन गई थी कि आपको भी गोली चलानी पड़ी?
दरअसल उस टाइम क्या हुआ कि इतनी भयावह मंजर था, मैं बयां नहीं कर सकता। 2 से 2,500 लेडीज हमारी, बच्चे, औरतें और बुजुर्ग जो दर्शनों के लिए आई हुई थी, और उनसे अलग तो 5 से 7,000 जो आदमी जो हमारा अलग उस मंदिर में था, और वो सारी लेडीज वगैरह सारी फंस चुकी थी। इतनी देर में हमारे आईजी ममता सिंह, रेवाड़ी रेंज आईजी ममता सिंह पहुंची हैं अपनी टुकड़ी को लेकर। तभी ऊपर से इन विधर्मियों ने अल्लाहू अकबर के नारे लगाने स्टार्ट कर दिए, पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाने स्टार्ट कर दिए, और ऊपर से हमारे ऊपर ताबड़तोड़ गोलियां मारनी स्टार्ट हुई। जब ही पास में मेरे बाजू में खड़े एक आदमी को गोली भी लगी, जिसका प्रत्यक्ष गवाह है, प्रत्यक्ष है, जिन पुलिसकर्मी सभी प्रत्यक्ष हैं जिन्होंने वहां पर देखा था। और इसी को देखते हुए मैंने तभी सेल्फ डिफेंस में इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए एक हवा में फायर किया, जो हवाई फायर था केवल उनको डराने के लिए किया गया था। जो
आपकी वो लाइसेंसी गन है?
जी, मेरा को गवर्नमेंट ने परमिशन दी हुई है। मैं ऑलरेडी 35 से 40 मुकदमों में गवाह हूं, मुद्दई हूं, और जिसमें हमें भी जान का खतरा बना रहता है। गवर्नमेंट ने मेरे को सेल्फ डिफेंस के लिए दे रखी है। आज तक मेरे पे कोई भी किसी भी तरीके की इलीगल एक्टिविटी या कोई मेरे पे गलत तरीके की कोई FIR आज तक लॉन्च नहीं है।
Go across to Himanshu Mishra, who got us this interaction by Ashok Baba about why was he firing. हिमांशु, इनका कहना है कि ये तो मेरे पास लाइसेंस्ड गन थी और मैंने सेल्फ डिफेंस में फायर किया, पर इस वक्त जब कम्युनल क्लैशेस हो रहे हैं, किस तरह से ऐसी टेस्टिमनी स्टैंड करती है? और आप हमें बताइए, आप भी ग्राउंड से रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, किस तरह का सिचुएशन वहां पर हुआ था? ये कहां पे थे अशोक बाबा जो जब वायलेंस हुआ और अब इन पर भी एक तरह से जो है फोकस आ चुका है? हिमांशु,
देखिए, जो कहना है और जो पुलिस की एफआईआर है
जी
कि जब लोग फंस गए थे, तकरीबन 2 से 2,500 के आसपास लोग थे, जिनमें महिलाएं और बच्चे थी, और वो सब लोग जब मंदिर से बाहर जलाभिषेक के बाद झिरका की तरफ जब उन्हें शोभा यात्रा लेके जानी थी, मंदिर से बाहर पहुंचते हैं, सामने से भीड़ जब आती है तो इनका कहना है कि लोग मंदिर में शरण लेते हैं। मंदिर में पीछे की तरफ कुछ कमरे बने हुए हैं, उन कमरों में लोग छिपते हैं, क्योंकि ऊपर से पहाड़ों से और अलग अलग स्ट्रेटजिक पोजीशन से जो लोग वहां पर थे, जो चश्मदीद थे, उनका ये कहना है कि लगातार गोलियां चल रही थी और पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी। इस वजह से मैक्सिमम लोगों की कोशिश थी कि वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा जो कमरे और जो बरामदे का इलाका है उसमें छिप सके। जो अशोक बाबा, इनका कहना है कि इनके बगल में एक शख्स मौजूद था, अचानक से गोली आती है, पैर में उसके लगती है, जिसके बाद इन्होंने एक फायर हवा में बैक साइड जिधर से गोली चल रही थी उस तरफ इन्होंने चलाई थी सेल्फ डिफेंस में, क्योंकि जो फायरिंग आ रही थी वो कभी भी किसी को लग सकती थी। हालांकि पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन लगातार जारी है और हर एक पहलू, हर एक बयान को वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है। पुलिस की टीम खुद उस वक्त मंदिर के अंदर मौजूद थी, क्योंकि पूजा कल जब हमने एडीजी ममता सिंह से बात की थी तो उनका कहना था कि 4 से 4.5
क्या ये यही मंदिर था हिमांशु, यही मंदिर था जहां पे काफी वीडियोस फर्स्ट डे पे आए थे, लोग फंसे हुए थे और काफी दुख में थे कि वो फंस गए हैं, निकल नहीं सकते, तो वो क्यों कह रहे थे कि वो फंस गए? क्या ऊपर ये जो पहाड़ दिख रहा था उस पहाड़ से भी फायरिंग और पत्थरबाजी आ रही थी?
बिल्कुल, ये दावा है कि जो तमाम जो आज मंदिर के तीन तरफ पहाड़ है, सामने जो एक रोड है, अब 3 तरफ जो पहाड़ है, इनका कहना है कि उस पे से पत्थर भी बरसाए जा रहे थे और गोली भी चल रही थी रुक रुक के। दूसरी तरफ जो सामने की जो मेन रोड पे, उनपे जो गाड़ियां खड़ी थी उनमें आग लगा दी गई थी और सामने भीड़ थी, तो इस वजह से लोग मंदिर के अंदर छिपे थे। और उसके बाद जब पुलिस पहुंचती है, क्योंकि हमने टाइम तकरीबन आप ये समझ लीजिए कि 2.5 से 3 घंटे तक लोग वहां पे फंसे रहे, क्योंकि पुलिस जब पहुंचती है तो पुलिस एक एक करके लोगों को वहां से रेस्क्यू करके बाहर की तरफ निकालती है। और पुलिस
I cannot imagine how some of these people must be facing at that point when from the hilltop there would have been stone pelted and firing on the temple where some people were hiding, and they were a part of the yatra. We have more breaking news coming in. There is action now taken against the superintendent of police in Nuh, from where the first riot had taken place. After massive communal clash, the superintendent of police, the top cop there in Nuh, in Mewat region, has been transferred. This appears to be the first clampdown on the Haryana police that has taken place as well. And this is the first, it appears, as a step that has been taken. Satyendra Chauhan gets us the latest on that. Yes, Satyendra, go ahead. Superintendent of Police जो है नू के उनको ट्रांसफर कर दिया गया है. What is the reason behind it?
मुझे देखिए, रीजन बिल्कुल साफ है। बहुत जब से ये वारदात हुई है, जब से ये हादसा हुआ है, ये इंसिडेंट हुआ है, लगातार विपक्ष इस बात पर निशाना साध रहा था कि जब एक इतनी महत्वपूर्ण एक यात्रा निकल रही थी, एक सेंसिटिव यात्रा निकल रही थी, जिसको लेकर इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट भी था, ऐसे माहौल में भला एक जिले का एसपी छुट्टी कैसे जा सकता है? और छुट्टी जाने के बाद ये वारदात हुई तो लगातार इस बात को लेकर विपक्ष ये कह रहा था कि ये कहीं ना कहीं एक सुनियोजित योजना थी, और जिसकी जानकारी नूह के एसपी को थी। और एसपी महोदय ने जब एक इतनी सेंसिटिव यात्रा निकल रही थी, इस तरीके से छुट्टी ली है, तो हालांकि लगातार सरकार बचाव करती रही कि ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन अंततः सरकार को झुकना पड़ा है और वरुण सिंगला का तबादला अब नूह से हटाकर भिवानी कर दिया है। नए एसपी नरेंद्र बालियान को लगाया गया है। तो कुल मिलाकर इस पूरे मामले पर सरकार एक दबाव का सामना कर रही थी, और वो दबाव कहीं ना कहीं सरकार के जो है काम आया है। और फिलहाल जो नूह के एसपी मेवात के उनको जो है फिलहाल यहाँ से हटा दिया गया है। पूजा
और सत्येंद्र, हमें ये भी बताएं, क्योंकि हरियाणा पुलिस पर बहुत सवाल उठ रहे हैं कि जब यात्रा में आपको पता था कम्युनल टेंशन हो सकती है ऐसे एरिया में, आप एक मुस्लिम डोमिनेटेड एरिया से ले जा रहे हैं एक हिंदू यात्रा, अगर किसी भी तरह की टेंशन होती तो पुलिस पहले से क्यों नहीं मौजूद थी इन अ गुड नंबर? तो क्या ये भी रीजन हो सकता है, मान सकते हैं कि जब पहले ही प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर नहीं लिया गया, उसके बाद देखिए किस तरह से वायलेंस इरप्ट हो जाता है? सत्येंद्र,
देखिए पूजा, बिल्कुल वाजिब सवाल है, और सरकार लगातार, आपने तमाम इंटरव्यू मुख्यमंत्री से लेकर गृह मंत्री तक और आला अधिकारियों के आपने सुने होंगे, वो लगातार एक वाक्य का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, एक सेंटेंस का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं जबकि ये यात्रा हर साल होती थी।
करेक्ट।
हर साल होती थी और हर साल पुलिस बंदोबस्त होता था। लेकिन अब की बार जबकि सोशल मीडिया पर लगातार एक दौर चल रहा था जिसमें मोनू मानेसर से लेकर बिट्टू बजरंगी, जो कि बजरंग दल और अन्य गौरक्षा संस्थानों से जुड़े हुए हैं, वो लगातार चैलेंज कर रहे थे और वो ये कह रहे थे कि हम उसी गांव से यात्रा निकालेंगे जहां के जुनैद और नासिर होते थे, और ये इस तरह का दोनों पक्षों की तरफ से चल रहा था। और ऐसे माहौल पर यात्रा से महज 2 दिन पहले जब जिले का एसपी छुट्टी पर चला जाए तो आप समझ सकते हैं, और एसपी जो है जिले का पुलिस का कप्तान होता है जिसके ऊपर पूरे जिले की
एक क्विक सवाल सत्येंद्र, आप कह रहे हैं कि सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ पुलिस उस वक्त थे ही नहीं अवेलेबल ड्यूटी पे उन दिनों जब ये हादसा हुआ?
यही तो सबसे बड़ा सवाल है
जी,
जिसको लेकर विपक्ष लगातार सरकार पर निशाने साध रहा है कि एक इतनी सेंसिटिव यात्रा एक ऐसे सेंसिटिव इलाके से और एक सेंसिटिव माहौल में निकल रही है, और उस दौरान उस जिले में पुलिस का कप्तान ही नहीं है, तो ऐसे में उस जिले की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था आखिर किसके हाथों में थी? यही तो सवाल है जिसको लेकर सरकार पर विपक्ष निशाने साध रहा है, और विपक्ष का दबाव कहीं ना कहीं काम आया है। फिलहाल लिखित ऑर्डर सरकार ने जारी कर दिए हैं, वरुण सिंगला को एसपी न्यूज से हटा दिया गया है।
Thank you so much, Satyendra, for this big news that you're telling us. Superintendent of Police has been transferred, and the big question, even if he was unavailable for some reason, why was there not orders given importantly to ensure that this first incident is taken care of, so that whether it's Bittu Bajrangi or Monu Manesar's videos or Mohammad Samar's videos to attract people, crowd to indulge in violence, if they had been stopped in the first place, this would not have happened. So whether it was social media first that was used to attract crowd and violence when that yatra was being taken out, the second is about the hilltop that was used of the Aravalli ranges, how that was used from where the first stone was pelted, the first firing that took place, and there were people in that Mahadev temple who were stuck, and then it just went into a chain reaction of violence spreading across Mewat even to Gurugram. We get you the latest and we get you an investigation of what exactly happened and where are some of those accused now. Take a look.
Gunshots pierced through. Hails of stones came down like missiles. Attackers took a vantage point in the Aravalli hills above as the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra passed on its route below on Monday in Haryana's Nuh. India today on an arduous journey to find out who seized the towering peaks to rain down bullets and stones on the July 31 procession. The warm hues of the rising sun, the lush greenery, the ridges, the gentle breeze, and the chirping birds told us a hidden story. Men you see sleeping here aren't on leisurely excursions. We discover that they have transformed these hills around Nuh into a strategic cover. Local villagers escaping arrests, along with suspected rioters. Their face covered, these young men sitting with fellow villagers explained to us why they are staying put in these vast, rugged terrains.
ये आप लोग इतने मतलब पहाड़ों में क्यों छुपे हुए हैं?
भाई पुलिस के डर के मारे छुपे पड़े हैं पहाड़ों में।
क्यों ऐसा क्या कर दिया कि पुलिस के डर के मारे छुपे हुए हैं?
पुलिस आती है उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछती तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
कहाँ?
गांव में आती है हमारा में।
तो कहाँ नहीं गए मतलब?
जो ये जो दंगाई आए थे ये।
अच्छा अच्छा।
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी, जो ना गए वो भी, सब अपने इधर उधर हैं।
नहीं तो पूरे गांव के कितने, सारे गांव के लोग पहाड़ों में?
गाँव में पड़ा है ये, जो ये यहाँ पे गाँव में है जो।
अच्छा।
कोई कहीं चला गया, कोई कहीं चला गया पुलिस के डर की वजह से।
तो पूरे पहाड़ों में कितने लोग हैं अभी?
तकरीबन होंगे 500 आदमी।
500 लोग पूरे पहाड़ों में हैं?
हाँ हाँ।
For these residents of Nuh, the surrounding Aravalli range is serving as their mountain refuge. In response to an ever-looming spectre of arrests and police crackdown in the aftermath of Monday's mayhem in the district. But the Nuh resident also admitted that suspected rioters have mingled with innocent civilians taking shelter in the hills over fears of mass arrests. Listen into him again.
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी जो ना गए वो भी सब अपने इधर उधर हैं। पुलिस आती है उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछती तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
In the FIR, police have mentioned that some of the locals descended from the mountains, carrying illegal arms, lathis and stones to disrupt religious service at a local temple. Videos of purported gunshots and stones hurled from the same heights on Monday have also surfaced. Vigilant gazes cast downward, eyes trained on the lands below. The men spotted a speeding convoy of police cars from afar.
नहीं तो फिर आप लोग पहाड़ों में ही क्यों आए? मतलब कहीं और भी जा सकते थे।
इस वजह से है, जैसे अब ये पुलिस की गाड़ी जा रही है, यहाँ से हमें पता पड़ जाते है गाड़ी आ रही है, अपने साइड में हो जाते हैं। 2-3 बस, अरे को ये कितनी गाड़ी जा रही है, ये 10-12 गाड़ी जा रही है, वो जा रही है, बस है, जहाँ मन मारे वही छापे मार रहे।
अच्छा, ये पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ जा रही जो वाइट बस जाती है?
3-4 बस हैं, 7-8 गाड़ी हैं। इसी के डर की वजह से डूब पड़ा है यहाँ पे।
For these people, it's their makeshift encampment. Black tarpaulin sheets lay casually, ready to be used as cover for the night. Like ants in a procession, more villagers can be seen ascending the hills. Their silhouettes grew more defined with each step.
यहाँ बेसिकली जितने भी पहाड़ों में जो लोग हैं वो सब के सब आप ही के गांव के हैं?
नहीं, हमारे गांव के भी हैं, साथ में ये गांव है, अगला गांव में, हर गांव में से जैसे भी कहीं से 10 हैं, कहीं से 5 ऐसे चढ़ जाते हैं, डर की वजह से, जैसे कहीं का भी हिर लगता है।
तो ये कब से आप लोग चढ़े हुए हैं पहाड़ों पे?
यहाँ में होगा 2-3 दिन है आज।
नहीं तो इसके ऊपर भी और लोग बैठे हुए हैं?
जहाँ तक ये हर आदमी अपना बचाव करेगा और ऊपर चले जाएंगे, अगर जब भी और ऊपर चढ़ गए भाई अब पकड़ के ले जाएंगे, आखिरी हथियारी और कुछ
नहीं। तो क्या इसके ऊपर भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं क्या?
हाँ, बैठे हैं, जगह जगह बैठ जाते हैं। अब जैसे यहाँ बैठे हैं, वहाँ बैठ जाते हैं और ऊपर चले जाते हैं। हाँ, अगर पुलिस ना है तो अपने यहीं बैठे रहेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हमें किसी से कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
We now investigate in the violence-hit villages in the lap of the Aravallis below. Rafiq is president of Nuh's Sarpanch Association. He admitted that young men from his village did participate in looting and rioting, and that they all have fled.
5-7 बच्चे हैं मेरे गांव के, नहीं है मेरे गांव के और एक अच्छी है कि बच्चे थे। मैं ऐसा नहीं तुमको रोकूंगा, तुम कहूँगा नहीं, मैं पैर भी करूँगा, आगे चल के दूंगा उनको। ये 5-7 बच्चे लूटपाट में या दंगे हैं? लूटपाट में या दंगे? नहीं, इसमें झगड़े में हैं। वो लोग अभी हैं, मुलाकात किसी हो सकती है, ऐसे ही नाम नहीं हो सकती, वो तो निकल दिए सब। किस उम्र के बच्चे हैं? वो तो उनकी उम्र 25-25, 20-20 साल की, 18 साल की, 22 साल की, इस तरीके से। बाइक के जो मुश्किल आई, हाँ, उनमें मेरे गांव के 2-3 बच्चे नहीं, जो चीज़ है 2-3 बच्चे बाइक में हैं, बाकी दंगे में 5-6-7 बच्चे हैं जो मेरे गांव में।
A local eyewitness to the Monday rioting, Irfan claimed some rioters arrived from Rajasthan on the Yatra day. some from within New district.
तो उनकी गाड़ी में टक्कर मारी थी पिकअप से।
किसने मारी?
वो पिकअप गाड़ी आई थी, वहाँ 7 या 8 गाड़ी थी, फिरोजपुर साइड से आई थी वो राजस्थान से।
तो ये लोग कौन लोग
थे वो सारे?
यहाँ कब थे वो लोग?
वो तो बाद में आए जहाँ पे जब झगड़ा हुआ ना, वो आए हैं तुरंत झगड़ा स्टार्ट हो गया, उससे पहले नहीं आए थे वो। इसी टे पॉइंट पर आकर उन्होंने ट्रेन की गाड़ी में टक्कर मारी।
किन की?
वो वाले जो उनकी गाड़ी में टक्कर मारी थी पिकअप से।
Culpability rests heavy on both sides. Not all hiding in these hills could be culprits. Not all could be innocent either. A challenge for the Haryana police to sift out the guilty from the mass of villagers sheltering in the Aravalli peaks. A report by Muhammad Hizbullah for India Today's Special Investigation Team.
You need to understand what exactly happened, what is the geography of this place in Nu in Mewat region that led to so much of communal violence. And for that, we bring to you an extraordinary perspective. We deployed a drone to help you understand what does the area look like and what could have actually happened. Why were there people stuck in the temple, and from where was the firing and stone pelting taking place? Take a look at this report.
देखिए वहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं, खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ मेरे भाई हैं।
India Today locates them uphill.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ। ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी।
Young men perched atop the mountains. Village women carrying jerry cans trek upward.
खाना हाँ पहाड़ ले जा रहा भाई, ग्वालन हम तो बना लो।
पहाड़ पे?
हाँ।
छुपे हुए?
हाँ।
ये क्या खाना पानी लेके जा रहे हैं?
हाँ।
अच्छा, और भी लोग हैं ऊपर?
हाँ।
We deploy a drone. India Today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights. A hideaway of villagers of Nu district fearing crackdown. And a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. India Today's watchful eye reveals a trail of individuals trudging up with their belongings in tow. Cots on their heads, household items in possession. As the drone soars, it captures the scale of this makeshift exodus. Clusters of people dot the landscape. These are not leisurely explorers. Among these elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
सुबह में और शाम में दोनों टाइम और दोपहर में पुलिस का राउंड लगता है, इसीलिए पहाड़ पे रहते हैं लोग। यहाँ पे पुलिस उठा कर ले जाती है बेकसूर लोगों को भी। खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया, खाना वाने का कोई इंतजाम ही नहीं है।
India Today's exclusive endeavor reveals a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills. With Arvind Oja in Nu, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time now for a short commercial break, but when I return, I get you how no Nandini ghee will be found in Tirupati's famous laddus. The temple authorities are stopping the use of the milk products of Nandini, which is so crucial to Karnataka as well. But what is the reason about it? Let's get you that big story also and the war of words after a very short break.
politics, everyone has an opinion. But I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
In less than 2 months from now, the new iPhone 15 will be on sale across the world. While Business Today TV had reported on Friday about the price of its high-end models crossing the 2 lakh rupee mark for the first time, BTTV has got hold of more details about the much-anticipated Apple handset. It's likely to have the smallest bezel yet and could be rid of the infamous notch. Apart from the all-screen upgrade, the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus will also come packed with major camera improvements, and the traditional Lightning connector will give way to the faster USB-C. Tech Today's Danny De Cruz has more on all the new features expected. Danny, take it away.
The new Apple iPhones are coming soon. Most likely, they will be here by September. So a new report has leaked a lot of information about the iPhone 15 series. So let's start with the more affordable iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus models. The biggest change coming to these models is that Apple will finally do away with the notch. Both the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus will get the dynamic island, which was last seen in last year's Pro models. The cameras are getting a massive upgrade too, along with the performance. And yes, gone are the days of Lightning port. All new iPhones will be getting the USB Type-C for the first time. Now on to the Pro models, in which Apple is replacing the shiny frame with titanium, so your new iPhones will be strong too. The displays will also be better because of thinner bezels, and Apple is giving the camera hardware a substantial boost. The performance alone will make the iPhone 15 Pro models a compelling upgrade. They will become the first smartphones to use a 3nm chipset. All these upgrades make the new iPhone 15 models a good upgrade, but you will also have to shell out more money. Some models may even cross the rupees 2 lakh price point in India.
All right, thanks for that, Danny.
"5 a.m. on Monday. 4 people are killed in a shooting spree on the Jaipur-Mumbai Superfast Express. Railway Protection Force Constable Chetan Singh allegedly gunned down his superior officer Tikaram Meena and 3 Muslim passengers. Those 1.5 hours of sheer horror still haunts Krishna Kumar Shukla, an attendant who was on the coach, and now a key witness.
माहौल तो सर जी बहुत डरावना था वहाँ का। भाई ऐसा सामने वाला बंदूक लेके घूम रहा था, ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे मानो कसाव वाली कहानी सामने, तो पैसेंजर तो डरेंगे ही ना। मैं वहाँ पेट्रोल का काम करता हूँ, कोच अटेंडेंट हूँ। करीबन 12-13 साल हो गए।
Shukla rushed to the spot where he heard the firing.
हम भी देखे तो सामने वाला नीचे एकदम खून में पड़ा हुआ था, और वो जो जिसने गोली चलाई थी वो बगल में बंदूक लेके खड़ा था।
The train attendant says he got nightmares even now.
हम तो इधर जो पुलिस वाले साहब मरे थे खाली उन्हीं को जान रहे थे, लेकिन बाद में बोरीवली में ये देखने को मिला कि उधर भी एक बॉडी पड़ी हुई है। फिर दोनों बॉडी को बोरीवली में उतारा, फिर इसके बाद पता चला कि स्लीपर में भी दो हादसा हो गया है।
Police officials who are investigating the entire case are not at all buying the claims that Chetan Singh is mentally unfit and therefore he committed this entire crime. There are several allegations by Chetan Singh's advocate and his family members saying that Chetan Singh was mentally unfit. But the police officials who are investigating this case saying that while this crime was committed, Chetan Singh was very much in his consciousness. He did what he wanted to do and he was very well aware about it.
Meanwhile, the Railway Protection Force has issued a press note saying the periodical medical examination conducted by the force detected no medical ailment. The RPF says if Chetan Singh was under medication, then he and his family kept it a secret. With Saurav Bhaktania and Mustafa Sheikh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The Tirupati Tirumala Trust has announced they will no longer buy the ghee from the Karnataka Milk Federation because Nandini milk and all related product prices have shot up. This has resulted in a war of words between the TTD and the Karnataka Milk Federation. Now, the KMF has claimed that the contract ended 1.5 years ago, but the trust also has refuted all of these claims. Here's a report of how the milk products issues have become such a huge controversy, specifically considering Tirupati's laddus are extremely famous.
The revered Tirumala Tirupati temple, famous for the divine darshan of Lord Venkateshwara, and equally famous for the sumptuous blessed laddu. These laddus are painstakingly made with the best quality ghee, also known as Nandini ghee, sourced from Karnataka for the last 50 years. But no more. The Tirupati Tirumala Trust has announced they will no longer buy ghee from the Karnataka Milk Federation. Why? Because Nandini ghee and all related products prices have shot up. The Karnataka cabinet approved a price increase for Nandini milk of 3 rupees per litre. The result of this is a war of words between the TTD and the Karnataka Milk Federation. The KMF even claimed that the contract ended 1.5 years ago with the Tirupati Trust.
Sir, I need your few basic information about your contract with Tirupati, sir. Why they have backed out from buying Nandini ghee, sir? What is the reason behind that?
Because of the rate. Because when the tender is called, everybody participates in the tender.
Okay.
Whoever comes the lowest price, they are procuring from them. That's all the issues.
Okay. Yeah. How much was that, sir, when you quoted the tender?
No, we quote almost more than 400 rupees per kg.
Okay.
So in that, even 1 rupees, 2 rupees also, if somebody quotes lesser, they will go with the buyer bidder who quotes a lesser price.
Now the TDD has refuted all of these claims, maintaining they follow a fair process via e-tender on choosing who will win the contract for providing ghee and all other products for the making of the famous laddu.
TTD procures all the items required for the TTD, including ghee, through e-tender process by floating the tenders, inviting the eligible suppliers all over India. TTD is also a government organization. We have to award a contract to L1, that is the lowest offered rate only.
Amid the uproar, Karnataka Milk Federation has written to the TTD saying it would be happy to be part of Laddu Prasadam. In a letter to TTD, the KMF MD said, "We do not participate in tenders. However, we firmly believe in building fruitful partnerships and delivering top-notch products to our customers." The KMF has sought a meeting with the TTD to discuss ghee supply to the temple. Politics has also broken out in Karnataka over the ghee war as the BJP accused the Congress government of ignoring the sentiments of Hindus.
This government has got no regards for the Hindu sentiments as well as for the relationship or the seva what was happening through the Nandini. It was a very, very good for us, and it was very important even for Nandini's marketing, our credibility, to show the purity of Nandini.
Now, the next time you go to Tirupati, if you feel the laddus taste different from how they did before, you know why. With Sagai Raj in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time to wrap up the first up for now, but stay tuned. Big political stories right after, and our special investigation on Haryana violence. The Aravalli Hills have become the crime scene. That is where the first stone was pelted, the first firing took place, and now the rioters are hiding in these hills, and India Today have tracked them down. Wait for that. Stay tuned. Big investigation after a break.
Able to sustain these margins at these levels, and what would your overall outlook be for FY24 on margins?
So we've seen softening of raw material prices both in Q4 and Q1 to that extent. In fact, Q1 saw about a 2% kind of a deflation with respect to raw material prices. So I think the issue of margins is directly correlated in terms of how obviously the raw material prices behave as we kind of go ahead. We are seeing a certain uptick with respect to the crude prices in the recent number of days and weeks to that extent, and also a little bit of a volatility with respect to the rupee dollar kind of positioning. So I think it will all depend in terms of how these things stabilize and what is the definitive trend we see in the next about 4 to 6 weeks in terms of going forward. As of now, we are maintaining our guidance with respect to the PBDIT band of 18 to 20% in terms of what is there. That is definitive for the year in terms of going forward. We are also looking at higher advertising spends and below the line spends to really invigorate the market in Q2 and Q3 going forward. Therefore, at present, I think we are maintaining the band in terms of guidance which we have given earlier with respect to our margins.
Okay. What's the demand trend across, the various industries that you cater to, and the outlook on demand from the festive season going forward from here?
As I said, overall, from the point of view of demand, the project sales institutional business appears to be strong. I think the whole real estate sector and the construction activity, which will continue to that extent. So therefore, the whole builder business which comes in, or even from the point of view of government spending, given the oncoming general elections next year, I think some of those trends should continue, which would kind of really, continue to kind of rekindle the
public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Do you know that your mouth is the window to your overall health? Your dentist can help you diagnose conditions like osteoporosis, vitamin deficiencies, and even bulimia. Poor oral hygiene can lead to even brain decay. This week, our conversation is about oral hygiene. Watch Health 360 at these times only on India Today television.
जमा करो जाना करो Galaxy Z Flip 5.
Good morning and welcome to India Today Television. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top of 9 a.m. The top story coming in from Haryana. This is with regard to how the villains of on social media incited and encouraged violence on the streets. More FIRs being lodged against them. Rioters hiding in the Aravalli Mountains, even tracking the police movement. India Today's special investigation brings you the site, the crime scene from where stones were pelted, firing took place, and now the rioters are hiding here. Bajrangi admits to firing at the new riots from the temple, says it was in self-defense because there were stones and firing coming in from the hilltop, licensed vehicle which I fired from. The top news of the day coming in from Varanasi. Archaeological Survey of India has started the survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque premises to find out if a temple was underneath. Muslim side boycotts the survey. It is Amit Shah versus United Opposition. Amit Shah takes down the India bloc in the parliament, claims India forgot Manipur. In some international news, Donald Trump pleads not guilty on charges of conspiracy to overturn 2020 elections, leading to attack on the US Capitol. Next hearing on 28th of August. Taking you directly to Varanasi, where the Archaeological Survey of India is starting to conduct the survey, restarting actually, because after the court had stayed the initial survey that had started by the Archaeological Survey of India. But I have big news coming in. Remember, this is today's Friday, which means Friday prayers will also be offered at the Gyanvapi Mosque premises. So how is the schedule like? ASI will conduct the survey till 12 p.m. and then the premises will be vacated for those from the Muslim community who may want to offer prayers. Varanasi administration has said if it so desires, they can again conduct the survey from 3 p.m. onward when the crowd disperses till about 5 p.m. The Muslim side has boycotted today's survey for now. Neither their lawyer representative or any other party is present at the time of the survey. The Hindu side representatives are present inside. The Muslim side has also written a letter to the government saying they've sought a stay from the Supreme Court in the matter, demanding to impose and will remain away from this survey till decision of the Supreme Court. Remember, the Muslim side maintains that this is an attempt to damage centuries-old mosque as it stands with the survey that will be done by the Archaeological Survey of India. However, the ASI has maintained they will ensure there is no tampering or damage that will be done to the survey, to the mosque while the survey is on. What is the survey about? There is going to be a ground penetration radar. There are going to be scientific ways with which the ASI, apart from other videography and other methods, will have a scientific proof, if there is, about the Hindu temples that are visible on the western wall and more, to show that there were possibly Hindu clearly symbols on the mosque to show that there were remnants of a once Hindu temple on which the mosque was built. Let's go across then to the ground in Varanasi. Abhishek Mishra is joining me for the latest on that. Abhishek, go ahead. Now, in a democracy, these are legal measures and a proper protocol that is being followed as it should be. But what is the Hindu side banking on? And will they have the time till about 12 p.m. to do the maximum work that they can?
Well, absolutely, Pooja. And this survey is all about all those evidences and, support which the Hindu side is seeking. They believe that in the earlier commission report and the primary investigation which was done by the ASI for a day, there are sufficient, evidences and structural things which will certainly give them a support of their claim for the Shingara Gauri temple and the Gyanvapi complex. But before I go ahead, let me show you the visuals first once again. It's been more than 1 hour 20 minutes that the survey team, ASI team, has reached inside the premises. This is the barricading which has been done, and just in front of us is the gate number 4 from where the team has entered. Now we are also witnessing that a regular movement of the police administration, some of the other forces are there, and they are making sure that the devotees can do their darshana smoothly, and then at the same time towards the 12 in the afternoon, when it will be the Friday prayers time, then also the situation should be under control. Now we have spoken to the Hindu stakeholders, and they are saying that they are very confident of the fact that today, after this exercise and how much time it will take, they will get the sufficient evidences. And in earlier report as well, whatever has been said about the reference to the temple, the trishul, the symbols and the bells, everything which was seen primarily is something which is their support, which is their claim that it will give them a direction about the temple and what is behind the wall. So that is something which is their claim. And again, I said that the Muslim side is not there. They have boycotted. They are seeking a relief from the Supreme Court. But the ASI team has already begun it. It's been more than an hour. The survey is underway. And both the teams, including 16 members which were allowed, excluding the Muslim side representatives, the survey is currently underway at the Gyanvapi complex.
All right. Thank you, Abhishek. I'll be coming back to you in just a short while as well. Remember, the Archaeological Survey has started the survey inside the mosque premises. The survey is very crucial. In fact, it is one of the most important. If it manages to bring out the evidence that the Hindu side is claiming that there is, then perhaps it could actually then move the case much faster with regard to the Gyanvapi Kashi Vishwanath temple case as well. Now, the ASI team has assured to the court and to both the Hindu and the Muslim side that the mosque will not be damaged or tampered in any way while the survey is currently being conducted. Remember, the mosque has stood there for centuries now, and 16 people from Hindu side and Muslim side are expected to be present alongside ASI officials, though the Muslim side has today decided to stay away from the survey and stand aloof. They have already approached the top court and written to the government. Security, meanwhile, has been tightened across the premises. The Muslim side has moved the Supreme Court, challenging the same Allahabad High Court's verdict that allowed ASI to conduct the survey. The Supreme Court is also set to hear the plea today. What does the Muslim side want? They want the survey to be put on hold for the moment. The Hindu side has also filed a caveat in the top court to hear them out before any order. The plea mentions Hindu imagery is inside, that there are symbols inside the Gyanvapi Mosque campus premises that could be tampered with.
The survey has begun. The AIC team has reached approximately 12 to 15 minutes before. And this is the barricade right here at the police station Chowk Commissionerate in Varanasi. And beyond that, nobody is allowed to go. And that is why every media and everyone has been restricted here. Now, what is happening today is that the ASI team has reached. They will be conducting this survey with their techniques. And at the same time, if I talk about the devotees who are also coming, that is also going smoothly here. So far, there is no problem as far as the situation is concerned. You can see again there are two separate barricades which has been deployed here. Security checks. Top police officials are there. They're even asking people whom they find needs clarification on their presence. And also, we have witnessed that today the environment is quite peaceful in comparison to the last time. But today are the Friday prayers, and that is the only reason that the administration is taking proactive measures in order to make sure that the situation is under control. But the ASI survey has begun, the team has reached, and the stakeholders only from the Hindu side are inside the complex, including the 4 petitioners along with their advocates. But the Muslim side has once again boycotted this particular survey and today seeking a relief from the Supreme Court, which will be done today morning in some time as well.
कहाँ फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है, क्या आप लोग खास ख्याल रख रहे हैं?
4 जुलाई से 31 अगस्त तक श्रावण माह चल रहा है। श्रावण माह को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए पूरे मेला क्षेत्र को 6 जोन 11 सेक्टर में विभाजित किया गया है। सभी में पर्याप्त ड्यूटियां लगाई गई हैं, सादे वस्त्रों की ड्यूटियां, आर्म पुलिस की ड्यूटियां और साथ ही साथ जो है पीएससी की ड्यूटियां और पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स की ड्यूटियां लगाई गई हैं। पार्किंग स्थलों की व्यवस्था की गई है। मैदागिन से लेकर के बाबा विश्वनाथ और विश्वनाथ से लेकर के गोदौलिया चौराहे तक नो व्हीकल जोन बनाया गया है। निर्धारित स्तर पर ही श्रद्धालु अपने वाहनों को पार्किंग करें और किसी भी जो श्रद्धालु को कोई असुविधा ना हो। बहुत अच्छे तरीके से दर्शन पूजन का कार्य चल रहा है।
सर एएसआई सर्वे भी है, इसको लेके भी कुछ खास नज़र रखी जा रही होगी?
इसमें भी चूँकि सारी ड्यूटियां हमारी लगी हुई हैं, बहुत अच्छे तरीके से सब कुछ संपन्न कराया जाएगा।
जरा जुमे की नमाज भी है, क्या आज विशेष प्रबंध या विशेष नज़र उस पर भी बनी रहेगी?
हमारी बिल्कुल सभी जगह जो है दृष्टि है। कहीं भी कोई भी किसी भी प्रकार की अफवाह फैलाने का कार्य करेगा तो उसके विरुद्ध कड़ी दंडात्मक कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
सोहनलाल जी, क्या कहना है जो हाई कोर्ट ने जो है निर्देश दिया है एक बार पुनः सर्वे करने का? तो
देखिए, ज्ञानवापी का सच क्या है, मुख्य बिंदु ये है, और उसी सच के अंदर जब हम लोग अगले अप्रैल 2022 को हमने शिवलिंग प्राप्त किया था, मुस्लिम समाज को फुहारा कहता है, आखिर इसका निराकरण तो कैसे हो, इसीलिए हम माननीय न्यायालय में गए और सर्वे का अधिकार मांगे। सर्वे मिल गया, सर्वे का फिर मुस्लिम समाज आपत्ति किया, वह सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चला गया और आज पुनः सर्वे शुरू हो रहा है। हम सर्वे के लिए अंदर प्रवेश करने जा रहे हैं। सर्वे ही ज्ञानवापी की समस्या का हल है।
तो ये कहा गया है कि साइंटिफिक सर्वे होगा और छेड़छाड़ नहीं होगी, तो कितनी उम्मीदें आज फिर आप लोगों की बढ़ी हैं इस सर्वे को लेकर के जो हाई कोर्ट ने निर्देश दिया है?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आज की जो सर्वे है उससे हमारा काफी उम्मीद है। हम जो है हर्षित है, प्रफुल्लित है, सारे देश के है। यह देश के 100 करोड़ लोगों का प्रश्न है, देश के सभी सनातन धर्मियों के हर्ष का विषय है और मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए विषय है। और सर्वे के लिए हमारे जो है सर्वे के अधिकारी माननीय त्रिपाठी से हमारी वार्ता हुई, वह हलफनामा भी दिए हैं कि कोई भी उनके स्ट्रक्चर को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचेगा और सारे का सारा सर्वे यथावत चलता रहेगा। और उस सर्वे के कारण ही मंदिर समस्या का हल है, वह हो कर रहेगा।
अच्छा, आप लोगों को बुलाया गया है सर्वे में?
हम लोग को बुलाया गया है।
कि आप लोग आज फिर दोबारा से जा रही हैं सर्वे के लिए, उम्मीद कितनी है? आज तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट
बहुत उम्मीद है भैया हम लोग को, क्योंकि 24 को रुक गया था, अब हाई कोर्ट ने फिर से सर्वे का आदेश दे दिया। हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं। ज्ञानवापी के सर्वे बहुत जरूरी था, तभी सच आएगा।
आज भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई है।
सुनवाई उन्हें दीजिए, उन लोग का तो काम ही है, उन लोग का तो काम ही है, मतलब लटकाने भटकाने वाला दौड़ेंगे। उन लोग सोच रहे हैं कि हमारे हाथ से ज्ञानवापी ये मस्जिद निकल रहा है। वो तो मस्जिद है, ये नहीं मंदिर है।
आप लोग गीत गाते हुए जा रही हैं, क्या है ये?
ये हम लोग की खुशी है, आस्था हम लोग की है। हरदम मस्त रहेला बाबा तो हर काशी नगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलाला सागरी। हरदम मस्त रहेला बाबा तो हर काशी नगरी।
हमारे देश में जो नियम कानून बने हैं, कोर्ट के फैसले का सम्मान सारे लोग करते आए हैं और करेंगे। जो भी साक्ष्य जो है, चाहे हिंदू का मिले मुसलमान का मिले, उसी आधार पे कोर्ट फैसला कर दे और हिंदू और मुसलमान दोनों एक साथ मिल बैठ करके उसको मान भी लें।
कोर्ट पर विश्वास रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि संविधान का एक हिस्सा है कोर्ट। लेकिन हालात ये हैं कि कोर्ट भी सरकारों के कदमों में चले गए, वो भी उनकी तरह से जो वो कहते हैं वो फैसला सुनाते हैं।
So let me now tell you what exactly are the arguments from the Hindu side and the Muslim side in this very crucial case. Now, the Muslim side, for example, has very categorically said, and they've moved to the top court as well, to say that they are challenging the scientific survey by the ASI because they believe it could tamper the evidence. Now, the Hindu side has said you need to ban entry in the prayer premises of members of other communities because there are deities that have always stood there and Hindus must be allowed as well. Now, the Muslim side has said that the survey may cause a damage to the mosque that has stood there for hundreds of years, and with the survey there could be some tampering and damage done, to which the ASI has maintained that they will ensure nothing of that sort happens. Now, the Hindu side's plea is you need to seal the Gyanvapi Mosque premises, otherwise there could be the tampering that could be done with the evidence as it stands. Now, Muslim side is quoting the Places of Worship Act 1991, which says from the 15th August 1947, if the place of worship has stood there, that is how it will be retained, even maintained, and not be converted in any way. The Hindu side has said there are visible Hindu symbols from the Nandi bull to the flowers to Shivling. All of this will be tampered with if that area is not sealed and the survey is not done immediately. Legal measures have been taken, and now the survey in this democratic country over a very crucial and a very sensitive issue of the Gyanvapi Kashi Vishwanath temple. We have some breaking news coming in. Let's take a look at that. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to meet the NDA members of parliament, and that is for 2024 Lok Sabha elections. The Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA specifically is ensuring that they push ahead already for Mission 2024. What is expected then? We are being told that this is Bihar NDA that will be the focus, to say rise above the politics of caste in Bihar and work for development and ensure that the politics will not be over caste issues but over work, development, vikas. This is also, Prime Minister Modi said that do not call the Alliance of Opposition Parties India, which the opposition have given the name to themselves, call them Alliance of Arrogant Individuals, opportunists, as the ruling party has been targeting them for a while now. So this is the big meeting we're expecting. Bihar National Democratic Alliance members of parliament will be meeting with the Prime Minister. This is Mission 2024 to tell the Bihar Netas, where currently, of course, the BJP is not in power, is not in the administration. They will want to have Bihar as a Lok Sabha seat as the members of parliament, and therefore says do not go by the usual caste politics that we have seen in Bihar, often on caste lines, whether it's the Janata Dal United or the RJD or other parties. Go by work that the BJP is ready to do. Himanshu Mishra joins me for the latest on that. हिमांशु, काफी इंपॉर्टेंट स्ट्रैटेजी है ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की, पर हमें बताएं कि बिहार फोकस क्यों माना जा रहा है और ये क्यों प्राइम मिनिस्टर कहेंगे कि कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स पे मत जाओ, वर्क पे, विकास पे, डेवलपमेंट पे ध्यान दिया जाए।
बिल्कुल सही बात है, और अगर आप देखेंगे तो बिहार और ईस्टर्न यूपी के अंदर जातिवादी जो राजनीति है, कास्ट पॉलिटिक्स जो है, वो बहुत महत्व रखती है, और इसीलिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर का फोकस है कि देखिए आप अपनी जाति या अपनी कास्ट के नेता मत बनिए, आप सर्व समाज के नेता बनिए, यानी कि सभी जातियों के अंदर आपकी लीडरशिप होनी चाहिए, सबको साथ लेके चलिए सोसाइटी में। ये उन्होंने मैसेज किया, और साथ ही साथ उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि बिहार में नीतीश कुमार अनडिजर्व थे इस बार, लेकिन हमने उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, सेक्रीफाइस किया, क्योंकि एनडीए त्याग की भावना से बना है। और उन्होंने कहा कि ये पहली बार नहीं किया था हमने उनको 2000 के अंदर भी जब मुख्यमंत्री बनाया था 10 दिन के लिए, तब भी उनकी सीटें कम थी, 2005 में भी उनकी सीटें कम थी जब हमने उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया था। लेकिन उन्होंने ये साफ कर दिया कि एनडीए जो लोग छोड़ के गए हैं वो अपने स्वार्थ के लिए छोड़ के गए हैं, चाहे वो अकाली दल हो या जो है जेडीयू हो या अन्य दल हो। लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर सीधा उनका ये कहना है कि आप जातिवादी राजनीति मत कीजिए, किसी जाति के फेर में मत फंसिए, और ये ना लगे कि आप किसी जाति को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। ये जाना चाहिए मैसेज कि आप एक सोसाइटी को रिप्रेजेंट।
Himanshu, I would say as a political discourse, every party should focus on collective development of its people, of its citizens, and not cater to one side or another. That's how it should be. But nevertheless, we'll see if there is no caste politics, what sort of political discourse will it really have for Bihar and for Lok Sabha. Thank you so much, Himanshu Mishra, for the latest and this big news coming in of how Bihar 2024 is also becoming the focus for BJP. In our ongoing coverage on Haryana's violence and trying to bring out one fact after another, we now have a big revelation coming in for you. How there were weapons, arms and ammunition that was used in this communal violence and clash in Haryana's Nu. Sources are telling India Today, rioters have admitted that they did use illegal arms, that they fired from these weapons which were illegal. Most accused are between, shockingly, listen to this, most accused were between 19 to 25 years of age, young men resorting to illegal weapons to fire, to open fire at people in the air, and toward which led to further communal violence. They hid their sticks and weapons as well. Many of them are hiding in the hills of Nu. Now getting us that big investigation is Arvind Ojha, my colleague, who got us that big probe from the Aravali Hills. Arvind, आप वहां तक पहुंच गए जहां पुलिस भी नहीं पहुंच पाई है. आपने लोगों से बात करी जो वहां छुपे हुए हैं, पर ये किस तरह से एंगल निकल के आ रहा है कि इलीगल वेपन्स थे जो राइटर्स यूज कर रहे थे?
नहीं, देखिए, बिल्कुल जो अक्यूज्ड हैं, जिनको गिरफ्तार किया गया है, अब तक 139 अक्यूज्ड अरेस्ट हुए हैं. उन अक्यूज्ड से इंटरोगेशन में ये पता चला है, पॉइंट नंबर 1, कि ऐसा लगता है कि ये पूरा जो वायलेंस है ये प्री प्लान था, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, जो अरेस्टेड अक्यूज्ड है उन्होंने बताया है, एक्सेप्ट किया है, कबूल किया है कि जो इलीगल वेपन्स था और स्टोन था, डंडे थे, उससे वो अटैक कर रहे थे. अटैक के बाद जब वो भागने लगे तो तमाम जो ये वेपन्स है उन्होंने छिपा दिए थे. उसके अलावा इंटरोगेशन में उन्होंने बताया है कि ज्यादातर जो अक्यूज्ड हैं वो अरावली की हिल्स में छुपे हुए हैं. उसके अलावा राजस्थान कुछ भाग गए हैं, कुछ उत्तर प्रदेश के अलीगढ़ भाग गए हैं. तो उनको अरेस्ट करने की यहाँ पर पुलिस जो है वो कोशिश कर रही है. लेकिन 2-1 चीजें क्लियर हुई अब तक इन्वेस्टिगेशन में. एक तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये पूरा जो वायलेंस था वो प्री प्लान था, पहले से तैयारी थी. दूसरा ये कि जो भीड़ थी उसमें काफी ज्यादा लोग इलीगल वेपन से फायर कर रहे थे, और जो इंसिडेंट हुआ उसके बाद भागते वक्त उन्होंने वेपन्स छुपा दिए थे. तो अब पुलिस की कोशिश यही है कि जो वेपन्स है उसको रिकवर किया जाए. पूजा,
Arvind, you're telling us a big news that's coming in from Haryana about how specifically that there were these weapons that were used. There will have to be further investigation. How can these illegal weapons make such an easy route into Nu in Mewat area? Now the probe is intensifying. Where did the violence first begin? How did it spread so fast and to areas which has led to deaths, even literally murders in that area? We now have more details coming in and we are tracking every evidence and angle that's coming forth. The police team is now probing all the hate posts that were made on 31st July that fanned the violence. They registered 3 FIRs, 3 social media accounts that are under scanner. So this is what you're looking at about how there has been firing that has taken place in that area. We get you further updates about how one Shahid Adil and an account named Shar Guru Ghantal have put hate posts on 31st July. Apart from that, another sensational video evidence has come to the fore. You're looking at this man whose name is Ashok Bajrangi. He's a Bajrang Dal worker who is seen open firing in the air on the day of violence. He says he fired in self-defense because there were people dying in front of him. There were people who were shooting from the hilltop surrounding the temple. Stones were pelted from the hilltop on people in the temple. Owing to the failure of law and order, top cop Varun Singla, who's the superintendent of police, has been transferred because shockingly, he was on a vacation a day before the yatra. The yatra, which had communal sensitivities involved, and the violence started and spread.
तो ऊपर से हमारे ऊपर ताबड़तोड़ गोलियां मारनी स्टार्ट हुई. जब ही पास में मेरे बाजू में खड़े एक आदमी को गोली भी लगी, जिसका प्रत्यक्ष गवाह हैं, प्रत्यक्ष है, जिन पुलिसकर्मी सभी प्रत्यक्ष हैं जिन्होंने वहां पर देखा था. और इसी को देखते हुए मैंने तभी सेल्फ डिफेंस में इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए एक हवा में फायर किया, जो हवाई फायर था केवल उनको डराने के लिए किया गया था. जो
All right, we're bringing you one by one these investigations. So you looked at this individual who was firing and he says he fired in self-defense because there was stones pelted and firing that was taking place from the hilltop as well. India Today has now accessed more videos. of how stones were pelted from the hills surrounding. This is the geography to help you understand of that area, how the topography of that area looks like, what were the surrounding hills, where the people are hiding even now. It looks like a serene beauty of the Aravalli Mountains in Haryana's No. But our investigation reveals 500 locals have been hiding in these hills, and cops' movement also was being tracked from the hilltop. Then the Sarpanch has admitted that some people who were part of these clashes have fled for now. Locals have confirmed that they are hiding in the hills due to the fear of cops. Our investigation took you up these hilltops, and this was where the first stone was thrown from toward the temple. This is where the first firing took place, and this is where some of the local residents accused are still hiding. India Today investigation reveals there was a clear intelligence failure. Inadequate police force. Why was it not deployed in enough measures when the yatra was being taken out from a Muslim majority-dominated area? Now the spotlight is on Khattar government. Will they act upon this? Will there be accountability? Will heads roll on how people had to lose their life in this unnecessary communal violence? So look closely on the visuals on your screen. This is how it appears and how the situation has been. And clearly for those in the temple, they would have been surrounded by the hills. Who was firing or who was pelting stones from the hills is something that will be important to investigate. But this was not the start. The start happened from the social media. There were inciting of crowd for people to gather, both in the yatra when it was being taken out and against the yatra to target it. Now there is action against those social media posts. So now the police is also attempting a crackdown on the social media hate posts, the social media that was used negatively to spread violence on the streets. Now here's what's happening. 3 FIRs have been registered against the posts that fanned the riots, that attracted the crowd, that spread the first videos and said, indulge in more violence around you. What does this 3 FI really mean? There are 3 social media accounts that are currently under the scanner of the cops, and they're investigating further before they start to delete these videos and the evidence can be tampered with. The 3 individuals are by the name of Shahid, Adil and Guru Ghantal. They put out hate posts on July 31st against the Shobha Yatra that was being taken out by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad in Nu in Mewat, and then further. Now Adil posted, which was clearly indecent and communally charged songs that were posted on social media that could have incited more hate for people. On the first place, that yatra that was being taken out should have had enough protection with these intelligence inputs that were coming forth. Cops are yet to identify, interestingly, who runs this handle, the third one, Shayar Guru Ghantal account, because it looks anonymous, but it was deliberately putting out information and videos that were communally inciting. These are dated 31st July, which are under the scanner, the day when the yatra was being taken out and the violence had spread the day after. Over 2,300 videos are currently under scanner. July 31st was a very important day. Had some action been taken right then and there, we wouldn't have seen the violence that we had around us. And thereby, I want to go across to Arvind Oja for the latest on what he's telling us, because Arvind Oja is on the ground as tracking the latest. Here's what he has sent us, the ground report, and let's take a look at all other ground reports also sent in by our colleagues.
मेवात हिंसा में अपनी जान गंवाने वाले पानीपत के युवक अभिषेक के घर से महज 50 मीटर की दूरी पर कुछ शरारती तत्वों ने गाड़ियों और दुकानों में तोड़फोड़ की है। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं, पहले सेंट्रो गाड़ी के पास दर्जनों की संख्या में कुछ युवक नारेबाजी करते हुए पहुंचे। बैक साइड का शीशा पूरी तरह से तोड़ा गया। पुलिस ने आकर स्थिति कंट्रोल की और अब मैं वो तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं। देखिए, पुलिस प्रशासन की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है और इधर आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ इस कॉलोनी में पहुँच रही है। ये देखिए, यहाँ पर भी तोड़फोड़ की गई। ये वो चिकन शॉप की दुकान है जहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई। यहाँ पर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति बिल्कुल अभी सामान्य है और मैं दिखाना चाहूँगा पुलिस प्रशासन की गाड़ी मौके पर है। डीएसपी सुरेश कुमार भी मौके पर पहुंचे थे, लगातार स्थिति का जायजा ले रहे हैं क्योंकि यहाँ से तकरीबन कुछ ही मीटर की दूरी पर अभिषेक का घर है जिसने नूह हिंसा में अपनी जान गंवाई थी।
हाँ, व्यवस्था वगैरह जो है वो अंडर कंट्रोल है अभी। कुछ शरारती तत्व थे जिन्होंने शांति भंग करने की कोशिश की, उनको हमने तुरंत ही यहाँ से, बल्कि पुलिस के पहुँचने से पहले ही वो भाग चुके थे।
सर, एक शीशा तोड़ा गया, गाड़ी पहचान हुई है उन लोगों की? शरारती तत्व लग रहे थे कुछ शरारती।
कुछ इंडिकेशंस वगैरह हैं हमारे पास, पर हम इस पे वर्क कर रहे हैं और जल्दी इनका पता लगा के फिर इनके खिलाफ उचित कार्रवाई करेंगे।
So our reporters in different parts of Haryana and nearby areas are trying to get you as many angles as are surfacing now in part of our investigation. Shreya Chatterjee has reported from Mewat and also from Gurugram district, and I go across to her now. She's joining me on the phone line in this telecast. Shreya, social media is now becoming the big part of the investigation, and you know it's imperative to say if the action would have been taken on the very first day or the security provided to the yatra and taken out in a manner that wouldn't have led to so much violence that we are seeing now. So why can we say that social media is becoming the big issue right now?
We cannot deny that there is proof on social media that provocation happens from both sides. When we're reporting this incident from 31st of July, day prior to the violence, we've seen the kind of way Monu Manesa's video and subsequently Bittu Bajrangi's video also fanned the fire. Subsequently, there was response from the other side, which was Mohammed Samar, be it a Pakistani handle which was operating from Pakistan's Bahawalpur, were also fanning the tension. What is a big question, Pooja, that how did these things go unnoticed from the administration? When we talk about the Haryana police force, say, the sanitization that needs to be done when a yatra is passing through a place which is communally charged, there has to be proper measures taken. You've seen how VHC yatras and Bajrangal yatras are done in Delhi. If Delhi police have been successfully doing this in previous times, why could Haryana police not sanitize these areas and ensure that nothing untoward happens? That is one question. When we talk about Pakistani handles, Pakistani YouTubers fanning the fire, we have earlier seen the Pakistani YouTube handles being blocked by the INB. Why was this unnoticed? So there are a lot of questions when the law and order is concerned. There is action on the ground now. There are arrests happening. 45 plus FIRs registered. Separate team set up for targeting social media posts. There is a crackdown now. But probably, if the alert was there before, we wouldn't have seen 6 deaths in this entire incident.
All right, you know, it's not surprising that Pakistan is trying to incite for the violence, and it's best not to give such a country even that opportunity in our specifically internal matters, and that is where administration should have come in. Investigation now further on. Another villain of the new riots have been booked by the cops. We are being told that that there is now an FIR against Bittu Bajrangi, and this is in Faridabad on one of the viral videos that have come in of him opening fire as well. That is, all right, Bittu Bajrangi was, remember, I correct myself, was the one who had put forth provocative, communally charged videos. This was a day before, and also while live streaming, he had used some objectionable, communally sensitive words. And that is why now an FIR has been lodged against Bittu Bajrangi on the 1st of August in a police station in Faridabad. This is to ensure, and examples must be set irrespective of which community or group they belong to. If they have in any way incited violence via social media or on the ground, they've been part of the clash, or their videos have led to arson and riot, action needs to be taken directly, unapologetically by those law enforcers to ensure an example is set. So Bittu Bajrangi was one of the first whose videos had surfaced of live streaming with some provocative comments. And Shreya Chatterjee tells us more about it. Shreya, you've broken that big news for us. There was one Monu Manesar now, but there was after that focus on this Bittu Bajrangi. We have also spoken to him, we grilled him, questioned him, but he says that there is no apology coming in from his side. How is this Bittu Bajrangi facing an FIR against what, Shreya?
Pooja, I will detail why Bittu Bajrangi becomes more important than Monu Manesar. Not just Bittu Bajrangi posted on social media with insightful songs that he's coming to Mewat. He came to Mewat. He came to Mewat and also posted provocative live videos by suggesting that I'm not hiding out. Whoever wants to come and face me, please come. These were the kind of insightful statements that were posted by that man, Bittu Bajrangi. And that's the reason now we see the Haryana police is cracking down on both sides. This is an unbiased crackdown that we can very well say, where Bittu Bajrangi is also booked in an FIR on 1st of August filed in Faridabad. This is Dabua police station under which the FIR against Bittu Bajrangi has been filed. India Today has already reported that other 3 FIRs against 3 individuals, Sahid, Adil and one child, Gantal, has also been filed. So we can see that there is crackdown on both sides. Bittu Bajrangi will also not be spared. Important to point out, India Today was the only team. Our colleague Rahul Gautam had tracked him down, where he agreed that he was present, but he was unapologetic about the entire incident.
Right, so that's what Shreya's telling us. There is an FIR now on Bittu Bajrangi for putting out provocative videos. An excerpt of that, we've put it on air for you to understand how he's now in focus of what has happened there in Faridabad, where this FIR against him has been lodged. Shreya, I want you to stay on because this is a big story. Can we say that one by one, these FIRs are going to be lodged against specifically those social media posts that encouraged, incited violence, not really highlighted it, but actually incited it worst? And my bigger question will be, it shouldn't end at an FIR. It should lead to arrests and detentions for us to really know that an example is being set.
Well, absolutely. Pooja, I've been constantly in touch with the cyber police, which is right now looking into these aspects. There is a team which is now scanning at least 2,300 videos to point it out that who these people were, and subsequently FIRs after FIRs are being registered. But it is important to point it out that it was Bittu Bajrangi, Monu Manetar, whose videos had started the entire provocation online. Yes, there was provocation from the other side as well. India Today's investigation also revealed how one individual, Mohammed Samar, he had also given provocative statements. India Today's fact-check team had revealed how this man, SR Mewati, sitting in Pakistan, was also paying attention. So there is evidence that is there that we have put out to our viewers. And now, one by one, we will also see the Haryana police acting up. Not just Sahil Adil, it's also Bajrangi, who is being named in the FIR. So this is a quick crackdown that has finally been initiated by the Haryana police. We only hope that this leads to arrest. An example is set so that no one tries to do the same thing in the near future.
Shreya, thank you very much for now. We have some big news coming in from Haryana. This is where some more action has been taken. This is not about FIR or investigation. We get you that big breaking news that's coming in. These are the latest visual bulldozer action in Haryana. This is, we are being told, Taudu area in Haryana, where now, as it appears, the police is waking up that after the initial investigation of the riots, illegal encroachment that was done on the land of Haryana's Urban Development Authority. There are this land that had been taken over by people who do not have exact documents of how and since when have they been living here. According to sources, investigation has revealed that these people were allegedly involved in some of those riots and clashes in Nuh. The land had been encroached. Names of Rohingya settlers also is coming in this case. So bulldozers in one of the illegal encroachments that are taking place, of how and since when were they allowed to be staying here. Rapid Action Force in blue that has been deployed as well to ensure law and order is maintained. Local residents surrounding the area. This is, remember, apart from the FIRs also that are being lodged. Let's go across to Arvind Oja. Arvind, ये बुलडोजर एक्शन क्यों किया जा रहा है ताउडू एरिया में?
देखिए, ये जो ताउडू एरिया में कल पुलिस ने एक्शन लिया है, सोर्सेस ये बताते हैं कि जिस तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ी है पूजा, उसमें जांच में सामने आया है कि जो नूह में वायलेंस हुआ था उसमें कुछ अवैध तरीके से रह रहे रोहिंग्या जो नूह मेवात इलाके में रहते वो भी शामिल थे। इस इनपुट के बाद हरियाणा पुलिस की टीम जो लोकल प्रशासन है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, उसके साथ नूह से बेहद करीब है तावड़ू, उस इलाके में पहुंची थी और हरियाणा शहरी विकास प्राधिकरण की ये जमीन थी जिस पर रोहिंग्या और अवैध घुसपैठियों ने ऐसा आरोप है कि कब्जा किया हुआ था और फिर वहां पर कल बुलडोजर चलवाया गया। बहुत मुमकिन है कि आज भी ये एक्शन होगा। हालांकि जो हरियाणा शहरी विकास प्राधिकरण की ये जमीन थी इस पर अवैध कब्जा था, लेकिन जब पुलिस को ये इनपुट मिला नूह के वायलेंस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में कि यहाँ पर बसे लोग भी उस नूह हिंसा में शामिल थे, जिसके बाद ये बुलडोजर चलाया गया, अवैध कब्जे को हटाया गया। बहुत मुमकिन है कि ये बुलडोजर ड्राइव आज भी हरियाणा पुलिस चलाए।
Right, so Arvind Oja is telling us. Arvind, stay on with me. Arvind, क्या हम एक्सपेक्ट करें कि ऐसा कोई बुलडोजर एक्शन और भी अलग जगह कैरी आउट हो सकता है, स्पेसिफिकली नू वे मेवात एरिया, क्योंकि तावड़ू कहाँ, हमें थोड़ा ज्योग्राफी बताएं तावड़ू एरिया की कि क्यों इस जगह को चूज किया गया?
देखिए, आपको बताऊं कि जो नूह इलाका है वहां से तकरीबन 10 से कम किलोमीटर की दूरी होगी तावड़ू की। मेवात रीजन में ही आता है, वहां पर भी काफी बड़े बड़े पहाड़ियां हैं और वहां पर ये जो जमीन है उस पर कब्जा किया गया था। हरियाणा शहरी विकास प्राधिकरण की ये जमीन थी। प्रशासन की इस पर नजर थी, लेकिन जो टाइमिंग है बुलडोजर की वो कहीं ना कहीं ये बताती है और जो सोर्सेज है वो ये बताते हैं कि यहाँ पर जो रोहिंग्या कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं और बाकी अवैध घुसपैठिए थे वो यहाँ पर अवैध तरीके से कब्जा करके रह रहे थे, जिसके बाद इस इनपुट्स पर ये बुलडोजर का एक्शन हरियाणा पुलिस ने लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ लिया है मिलकर।
Thank you very much, Arvind Oja, for the latest on that, and we'll try and get you more details about what sort of action is being taken. I'm heading to a very short break, but when I return, I get you a very shocking, disturbing incident from Maharashtra. Is it ragging? Is it punishment? What sort of a behavior this was? And sadly, it's coming in from the National Cadet Corps. That is the NCC cadets that were brutally thrashed by who and why in Maharashtra. Shocking visual after a break.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली तक चली है, पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया.
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Probably we started the rally a bit earlier than I was expecting or hoping for. But my, the points that I had in my mind is that India is perhaps already at the peak or very close to the peak of its interest rate cycle. We might stay here for a while, but probably as early as Q1 next year, we might actually, go downwards in terms of rates, interest rates. So that could be a very positive trigger. Infrastructure development and focus on infrastructure growth is very significant, very sustained. So domestic economy is doing well. Monsoon, it's been a bit problematic. The density of rain has been very different across the country, but that is what we are seeing in the last few years consistently. So overall, I think, and most importantly, I think India is very, very well poised in the global markets, right? We are one of those rare economies which is large, which has market depth, which is doing well. So I will not be surprised if we see sustained inflow of foreign capital coming into India.
Okay. Now, Mr. Pasumalik, so far in the first half of the calendar year, we've seen sectoral rotation being played out.
Pharma seems to have got out of the downward trajectory that it was in, and it should do pretty well. The other couple of sectors which are not being talked about at all right now, which I'm looking at some value emerging in those spaces, is insurance and the AMC kind of business. So the financial side, except the banks and the NBFCs.
breakthrough FDA-approved technology now enables you to do 11,200 pelvic contractions in a span of just 28 minutes. Something that a human body just cannot otherwise achieve. Enter Emcella, and the world of wellness and fitness offers hope to women with weak pelvic floor muscles, either due to aging, childbirth, menopause, or even men who face sexual issues.
I tried 6 sessions of Emcella, which is the only FDA-approved machine. It's popularly called as Kegel Throne. From 6 sessions before to today, I'm here to assess what my pelvic floor looks like and how well it is strengthened. Any men or women who are looking for pelvic floor strengthening at any age above the age of 18, this is an ideal device. Emcella strengthens the pelvic floor, treats urinary incontinence, and improves intimate wellness. How important it is for them to maintain their Kegel floor? What happens if they don't look after it?
Often the gynecologist says that you should do Kegel exercises. Basically, Kegel is nothing but a pelvic floor muscle exercise, and we need to do a lot of these exercises to get the strength of our pelvic floor back, because see, the pelvic floor is like a hammer, and the bladder as well as the uterus is sitting on it. Emcella helps in sexual health in both men and women. Okay, it actually improves the pleasure during the sexual activity. It improves the erection. It improves the tightness of the vagina. It improves the orgasm. So all in all, it improves the enjoyment during the act.
This works on the breakthrough high-fem technology and treats urinary incontinence and intimate discomfort.
One session of Emcella can cost you anywhere between 10 to 20,000 rupees per session, depending on where you're getting it done.
You need 6 sessions in total, 2 sessions a week for 3 weeks. After that, you can get maintenance sessions done once in a few months.
Any contraindications for pregnant women, or is it better for pregnant women or pre-pregnancy? If I'm planning a pregnancy, is it better for me to strengthen the pelvic floor area artificially like this?
So I would not recommend it during pregnancy. And again, some people who have internal implants in their vaginal region or in their lower abdomen or the lower in and around the pelvic region, they cannot get it done. Otherwise, anybody can get it done.
I have a disturbing story coming in from Maharashtra, and the video speaking for itself. Take a look at this. If this is not horrifying, what is? This story coming in from Maharashtra, a video caught clearly on a mobile phone. During a training session, these are the NCC cadets, the National Cadet Corps, being thrashed in a camp that was being done, which means these are insiders. They're all from the same group. This brutality is at an NCC training camp. We are being told that this was training for the armed forces, and the students were there. But for some reason, one of these senior students, so the young person you're looking at on your screens is actually a senior of the college. And he starts to brutally thrash what we are being told, our information is, are the junior cadets or the junior students of the college. It's a bamboo stick in his hand. The boys are in a push-up position and are being badgered relentlessly. The principal of the college, Suchitra Naik, has given a statement saying that the College of Sister Concern has taken action on this. Students need not worry at all about these incidents. If you have faced any of this, immediately inform the administration. It will not be tolerated. But this has come out with a video. Were there more incidents? What if a student was brutally injured in this? What gave him the right to start thrashing them, even if it was a punishment? As we stay on with this visual, we'll soon be joined by our colleague on the ground as well that has got us this visual, and to help us understand what exactly unfolded. This was an NCC training camp, but clearly this is not part of a camp. This is not authorized for a camp. What happened? Pankaj Khelkar is joining me for the latest on this from Pune. Pankaj, go ahead. What are the details of this incident? Has some action been taken against the one who's thrashing the junior students so brutally?
See, as of now, the information that we are getting from Thane, from that particular college, the principal of this college, Suchitra Naik, has confirmed that yes, indeed, such a horrific incident has happened, but the person who can be seen in the viral video beating or brutally beating those few cadets who are there in like watery position, like they are kneeling down in a push-up position. While we spoke and we gathered some information that the person who is beating is a senior of those students and action has been initiated. Enquiry will be conducted as to what made him do such an act, because when the seniors are there or when the instructors are there, whether the instructor had ordered that senior cadet to go and punish them, and what exactly had the
He's not a teacher, he's not an instructor, he's one of the seniors, and it is much worse. I see someone holding a pink umbrella. If an instructor or a teacher has told him to do it, ordered him to do it, then it's much worse. Is this ragging? Is this a part of ragging? As we have seen in some colleges, now there are strict laws and rules against these incidents. There was some information coming in that this individual in red has been suspended from the college. Is that a confirmation coming in?
As of now, only action has been initiated. That's what was confirmed by principal. But when we tried to speak to few other NCC instructors or seniors who have done NCC course, they were not ready to speak on this particular incident, that they haven't seen such a brutal act. Even if instructor has to punish the cadets for some of their wrongdoing, such an act is not possible or is not allowed.
Tell me this, Pankaj. Tell me this. Did the instructors who you spoke to, even anonymously, did they say that is this a part of protocol? Is this done in NCC courses? Because we have had NCC courses in colleges across the country. Have never heard of any such incident taking place in any of the NCC camps.
See, whenever cadets do or indulge or violate rules, they are given a ragda. That's what is a famous word, ragda. But ragda is what? Doing 4 rounds or holding the rifle above your head and doing 4-5 rounds. That's what is called ragda. But here, brutal beating can be seen. And in such a beating, those cadets who are there might get injured or might have got injured also. That inquiry should be conducted. Their medical checkups should be done. And strict action, legal action should be initiated against that person, senior, who has done such an act. Only rusticating him from the college won't do. That's what is coming anonymously by those who have already done or who are instructors in NCC camps.
Training for the armed forces is not easy. It is no cakewalk, but this is not part of the training and it shouldn't be. According to the information coming in, action has been initiated by the college administration. The principal of the college in Maharashtra has said students need not worry at all about any of this incident. If they are faced, they need to immediately inform administration. It will not be tolerated, and perhaps it is imperative to sensitize even senior students by the instructors, by the teachers, to not indulge in this behavior. Thank you so much, Pankaj Khelkar, for the latest on that. We leave this with a message about how this cannot become a protocol, because armed forces is an extremely reputable profession to be taken up by the youth of this country. After a very short break, I take you to Haryana, because that's where our investigation is still ongoing. We get you visuals that nobody has. This is an extraordinary perspective of drone, of going on to the hilltop to try and find people who are hiding there. Hiding from who and why? We get you the shocking revelations of the social media hate posts. The ones who incited violence, whether they're from the Hindu or the Muslim community, will action be taken so that nobody uses internet negatively, the manner in which it can spread violence, as we have seen in this case and many more across the country. After a very short break, thank you for watching.
Just bring out the point where you have mentioned in your report that gold demand in India particularly, which is the world's second largest consumer of gold, has in fact slipped in Q2 of the calendar year. Help us with the reasons behind the same.
Well, as we have stated, it's largely to do with the price. As the prices have shot up very fast, consumers tend to stay on the sidelines to see whether this is a blip or is it a sustainable increase. It always happens. Volatility is good for the trading community, it's not good for the consumers. So that is what has really happened. On top of it, there have been other factors as well. Probably a little bit of inflation has bitten into the incomes, and that must also have reduced the amount that people could afford to buy gold. But primarily, the high prices, in fact, it touched something like 64,000 rupees in Indian rupee during the quarter, where gold prices were literally unaffordable for many people. That must have been the biggest reason. And to give you an indication, gold prices have gone up by nearly 12% above the prices of last year's same quarter.
Okay. Sir, can the second half demand be even worse than the first half? What is your own sense here?
Well, generally, second half is the better half in every year. This is a general rule, although we have seen even quarter two, sometimes Akshaya Tritiya just exceeding expectations. Generally, in the Indian demand is such that second half is the biggest quarter. And within the second half, the fourth quarter, when you have generally puja and then Dhanteras and others coming in, and then the wedding season. This is how it is. In fact, fourth quarter is something which everybody looks forward to when it is in the jewelry business. Now, it is the third quarter, part of it is lost in monsoons, because generally in monsoons, unless there is something like a significant price drop or something, people tend to focus on other stuff. And towards September, of course, it comes back with Gyanvapi festival. So the 4 months of the last year are very important. So it will always be higher than the first half.
Ramdevji, since you spoke about the sort of historical, in a historical context, let me just add that as a financial journalist, when I started out, the Sensex was around 3,000. And the Nifty was in just 3-digit level. Given the fundamentals and a lot of reportage in the recent days about this being India's decade, India's growth story, what's your own view as far as the Sensex and Nifty are concerned? Where do you see them going over the short term to medium term, sir?
Short term, I have no clue. You have to ask the chartists. They might give you some idea. I have no idea what market will do. I mean, market can very comfortably go down without giving any reason by 10-15%. So, or it can go by 10-15% on a sustained buying by FIs or something like that. So I have no idea where it is headed, but I'm comfortable wherever it is, and whatever can happen, I'm ready, in the sense that 10% done. See, I'm always a fully bought guy, so I'm ready to see 20%, 30% correction, because the corrections are there for 1 year or so. Within 1 year's time, you again get back the price. So, and that's the price you pay for getting 14-15% return. So clearly, the market is poised to do well, and this is called India's. See, what happens is that in short term, a lot of these things look to be very exaggerated. But when you give a 5-10 years time, then you realize what has happened. Like look at the tech. The tech started in 2000. Y2K happened, and we saw the birth of TCS, Infosys, Wipro, I mean, they were small companies. I mean, even in 99, 2000, there were 1,000 crores turnover, 100, 200 crores profit, 300 crores profit. Today they become giant companies. 20 years out, 25 years out, they become like 2 lakh crores turnover, 40,000 crores profit, 20,000 crores profit. So you've got to give time. And that's in India, you have to give not only time to a company, you have to also give time to the market itself. Today, it is a $3 trillion market. In 10 years' time, you will see that this will become a $9-10 trillion market. The issue is that do we have that patience? The market is all about the patience. Do you have patience? I mean, you decide what you want to write, where you want to write, when you want to write, but have patience. And that is what is missing. I mean, look at the option value, look at the futures value. People want to make money tomorrow, not even tomorrow. People want to make money next half an hour. That's not the market. At least I am not from that school.
Absolutely. Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Cops swing into action against hate posts. 3 social media accounts under the scanner for hate posts that fanned riots. Over 2,300 videos from July 31st under the scanner. New SP Singla transferred. India Today tracks down rioters, den rioters hiding in Aravalli Mountains. Police movement tracked from Hilltop. Pakistan-based YouTuber spewed venom during riots. Undeniable proof of violence with India Today. Bajrang Dal workers seen firing, admits to firing in air for self-defense. ASI team begins Gyanvapi Mosque survey after court clears path for ASI survey. Muslim side boycotts survey. NCC cadets brutally thrashed in training camp. Cadets made to kneel in water and brutally beaten with sticks. News coming in right now. Uproar following the death of a school student and his father in a road accident in Kolkata's Behala area. This morning after the accident, an angry mob set a police jeep on fire. According to information, a school student and his father were killed when a truck hit them on Diamond Harbour Road in Behala around 7:30 a.m. this morning. After this, the angry mob blocked the road. In such a situation, when the police tried to pacify them, the angry mob set a police vehicle on fire. To calm the uproar, the police fired tear gas shells. After a lot of effort, the police were able to remove the jam on Diamond Harbour Road. Anupam Mishra, my colleague, is joining us live this morning from Kolkata. Anupam, we see those images of a police jeep that was set on fire by an angry mob. Tell us more about what happened, what led to this move.
Yes, follow me. Let me first tell you the update. The situation is in control at present. The traffic, which was blocked, has already been started. But things went haywire just after the accident at around 7:30 a.m. today morning at Behala, when a truck allegedly rammed a school student of class 2, and he died on the spot. His father was seriously injured, and the mob and the locals crowd throughout the whole area, blocked the road. And when police came there, a couple started, and agitated mob started pelting stones on police, and they set ablaze prison van of the Kolkata police. Then they set ablaze 3 to 4 motorcycles of police. They also vandalized the private buses. And to calm the situation, police started lathi charging, and they also sorted for this tear gas shell. And after around 1 hour, the situation came into the control. And right now, police has started an investigation how it happened, who was the truck and who was driving the truck. And the police is able to specify the agitators, and they have started the traffic, which was blocked for about 2 hours.
Okay, so they've started the traffic, which was blocked for about 2 hours. As far as the police is concerned, what about the accident itself, Anupam? What are they telling you?
According to the primary information, a truck which was coming from Diamond Harbour area towards Kolkata just rammed the student, the class 2 student of Barisha High School, and he was just going to the school with his father. His father was also got injured, and the initially, according to the locals, the truck was stopped by the local crowd, local people, and when police came, the truck suddenly or somehow fled from the spot, and that triggered the crowd to go on rampage, and that is what police is saying, and that is what agitators are saying.
Okay,
so
Anupam,
the police has also started an investigation.
Okay. So the police has also started an investigation into the accident, which led to, you can see the fallout of it when, of course, an angry mob set a police jeep on fire. But as Anupam is reporting, the situation has now been brought under control. India Today investigation sets new agenda. India Today has accessed videos that show how stones were pelted from the hills surrounding the Nalhar Mahadev temple. Amid the serene beauty of the Aravalli Hills in Haryana's Nuwa, investigation reveals that 500 residents were hiding in the mountains, and cops movement were being tracked from hilltops. Not only this, the Sarpanch admits a few part of the clashes, in fact, part of those clashes have fled. In fact, locals also confirm that they were hiding in the hills due to fear of cops. Our investigation takes you up those hills just outside Nu, from where the first stones flew. From the firing spot to the hiding place, India Today goes where nobody has dared to go. India Today investigation reveals that there was intelligence failure, inadequate policing, calls for violence given on social media, and rioters' hill hideout exposed. Now the spotlight is on the Khattar government. Will they act upon this? Watch this report.
Gunshots pierced through. Hails of stones came down like missiles. Attackers took a vantage point in the Aravalli Hills above as the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra passed on its route below on Monday in Haryana's Nu. India Today on an arduous journey to find out who seized the towering peaks to rain down bullets and stones on the July 31 procession. The warm hues of the rising sun, the lush greenery, the ridges, the gentle breeze, and the chirping birds told us a hidden story. Men you see sleeping here aren't on leisurely excursions. We discovered that they have transformed these hills around Nu into a strategic cover. Local villagers escaping arrests, along with suspected rioters. Their face covered, These young men sitting with fellow villagers explained to us why they are staying put in these vast, rugged terrains.
ये आप लोग इतने मतलब पहाड़ों में क्यों छुपे हुए हैं?
भाई पुलिस के डर के मारे छुपे पड़े हैं पहाड़ों में।
क्यों, ऐसा क्या कर दिया कि पुलिस के डर के मारे छुपे हुए हैं?
पुलिस आती है उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछती तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
कहाँ?
गांव में आती है हमारा में।
तो कहाँ नहीं गए मतलब?
जो ये जो ये दंगाई आए थे ये।
अच्छा अच्छा।
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी, जो ना गए वो भी, सब अपने इधर उधर हैं।
नहीं तो पूरे गांव के कितने, सारे गांव के लोग पहाड़ों में?
गांव में पड़ा है ये, जो ये यहाँ पे गांव में है जो।
अच्छा।
कोई कहीं चला गया, कोई कहीं चला गया पुलिस के डर की वजह से।
तो पूरे पहाड़ों में कितने लोग हैं अभी?
तकरीबन होंगे 500 आदमी।
500 लोग पूरे पहाड़ों में हैं?
हाँ।
For these residents of Nuh, the surrounding Aravalli range is serving as their mountain refuge. In response to an ever-looming spectre of arrests and police crackdown in the aftermath of Monday's mayhem in the district. But the new resident also admitted that suspected rioters have mingled with innocent civilians, taking shelter in the hills over fears of mass arrests. Listen into him again.
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी, जो ना गए वो भी, सब अपने इधर उधर हैं। पुलिस आती है उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछती तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
In the FIR, police have mentioned that some of the locals descended from the mountains, carrying illegal arms, lathis and stones to disrupt religious service at a local temple. Videos of purported gunshots and stones hurled from the same heights on Monday have also surfaced. Vigilant gazes cast downward, eyes trained on the lands below. The men spotted a speeding convoy of police cars from afar.
नहीं तो फिर आप लोग पहाड़ों में ही क्यों आए? मतलब कहीं और भी जा सकते थे।
इस वजह से है, जैसे अब ये पुलिस की गाड़ी जा रही है, यहाँ से हमें पता पड़ जाते है गाड़ी आ रही है, अपने साइड में हो जाते हैं। 2-3 बस। अरे को ये कितनी गाड़ी जा रही है? ये 10-12 गाड़ी जा रही है, वो जा रही है, बस है। जहाँ मन मारे वही छापा मार रहे।
अच्छा, ये पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ जा रही जो वाइट बस जा रही है?
3-4 बस है, 7-8 गाड़ी है। इसी के डर की वजह से डूब पड़ा है यहाँ पे।
For these people, it's their makeshift encampment. Black tarpaulin sheets lay casually, ready to be used as cover for the night. Like ants in a procession, more villagers can be seen ascending the hills. Their silhouettes grew more defined with each step.
यहाँ बेसिकली जितने भी पहाड़ों में जो लोग हैं वो सब के सब आप ही के गांव के हैं?
नहीं, हमारे गांव के भी हैं, साथ में ये गांव है, अगला गांव में, हर गांव में से जैसे भी, जैसे कहीं से 10 हैं, कहीं से 5 ऐसे चढ़ जाते हैं डर की वजह से, जैसे कहीं का भी हिर लगता है।
तो ये कब से आप लोग चढ़े हुए हैं पहाड़ों पे?
यहाँ में होगा 2-3 दिन है आज।
नहीं तो इसके ऊपर भी और लोग बैठे हुए हैं?
जहाँ तक ये हर आदमी अपना बचाव करेगा और ऊपर चले जाएंगे। अगर जब भी और ऊपर चढ़ गए भाई अब पकड़ के ले जाएंगे, आखिरी हथियारी और कुछ
नहीं। तो क्या इसके ऊपर भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं क्या?
हाँ, बैठे हैं, जगह जगह बैठ जाते हैं। अब जैसे यहाँ बैठे हैं, वहाँ बैठ जाते हैं और ऊपर चले जाते हैं। हाँ, अगर पुलिस ना है तो अपने यहीं बैठे रहेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हमें किसी से कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
We now investigate in the violence-hit villages in the lap of the Aravallis below. Rafiq is president of Nuh's Sarpanch Association. He admitted that young men from his village did participate in looting and rioting, and that they all have fled.
5 से 7 बच्चे हैं मेरे गांव के, हैं मेरे गांव के, नहीं है मेरे गांव के, हैं मेरे गांव के बच्चे, और एक चीज है कि बच्चे थे। मैं ऐसे नहीं तुमको रोकूंगा, तुम कहूँगा नहीं, मैं पैर भी करूँगा, आगे चल के दूंगा उनको। ये 5-7 बच्चे लूटपाट में या दंगे हैं? लूटपाट में या दंगे? नहीं, इसमें झगड़े में हैं। वो लोग अभी हैं, मुलाकात किसी हो सकती है ऐसे ही नाम में? नहीं हो सकती, वो तो निकल दिए सब। किस उम्र के बच्चे हैं? वो तो उनकी उम्र 25, 20 साल की, 18 साल की, 22 साल की, इस तरीके से। बाइक के जो मुश्किल आई हुई है, हाँ उनमें मेरे गांव के 2-3 बच्चे नहीं, जो चीज़ है 2-3 बच्चे बाइक में हैं, बाकी दंगे में 5 से 6-7 बच्चे हैं जो मेरे गांव में।
A local eyewitness to the Monday rioting, Irfan claimed some rioters arrived from Rajasthan on the Yatra day, some from within Nuh district.
तो उनकी गाड़ी में टक्कर मारी थी पिकअप से।
किसने मारी?
वो पिकअप गाड़ी आई थी, वहाँ 7 या 8 गाड़ी थी, फिरोजपुर साइड से आई थी वो राजस्थान से।
तो ये लोग कौन लोग
थे वो सारे?
यहाँ कब थे वो लोग?
वो तो बाद में आए, जहाँ पे जब झगड़ा हुआ ना, वो आए हैं तुरंत झगड़ा स्टार्ट हो गया, उससे पहले नहीं आए थे वो। इसी टे पॉइंट पर आकर उन्होंने ट्रेन की गाड़ी में टक्कर मारी।
किनकी?
वो वाले जो उनकी गाड़ी में टक्कर मारी थी पिकअप से।
Culpability rests heavy on both sides. Not all hiding in these hills could be culprits. Not all could be innocent either. A challenge for the Haryana police to sift out the guilty from the mass of villagers sheltering in the Aravalli peaks. A report by Mohammad Hizbullah for India Today's Special Investigation Team.
My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is now joining me live from Nuh in Haryana. We can see that report. In fact, Shreya, that a lot of people from the villages in Nuh have fled because they fear police action. What is the sense among these people, because they are in fact now hiding out in these hills?
Well, Paulami, we need to understand the demography of Mewat to understand why this entire scenario is taking place. This place is actually surrounded by the Aravalis. It is somewhere down the line easy for them to just hide in the Aravalis, wait for time for the situation to calm down. They're trying to escape the clutches of the police. That's the reason they've literally made their home in the Aravalis right now. India Today's camera has captured that they are carrying makeshift beds, food, and they're literally camping in these mountains right now. Important to point out that amongst them, there are writers who are also involved. Some of them indeed are innocent, who are saying that we are also afraid of the raids that are right now happening by the police. India Today team, when they actually reached the Meoli village in Nuh, we had seen the entire village kind of run away to the mountains, and the people of the village also admitted on camera that yes, there is a sense of fear, and that's the reason they are hiding it out right now in the hills. We also spoke about the same to our police sources. They have taken cognizance of this report, and we are most likely looking for a crackdown right now, where the Haryana police in most likelihood will take a crackdown to the hills and try to arrest those writers, those who were behind this unfortunate incident in Nuh, because as the senior officials say that no one involved in this incident will be spared.
Okay, no one will be spared at the moment. Shreya, stay on with us. Sensational details, in fact, continue to trickle in. Now, FIR details against Bittu Bajrangi have been accessed by India Today. The FIR says that Bittu Bajrangi provoked, in fact, the violence that we saw in Nuh on the 31st of July. Through his videos, he attempted, in fact, to incite religious violence, is what the FIR says. It also says that Bittu's social media posts widely circulated. This is a mega India Today impact. Remember, we tracked him down. We reported on the role that he played in inciting and fanning, in fact, sentiments, communal sentiments that eventually led to those riots in Nuh, Haryana. Now those FIR details with India Today. Shreya, my colleague, continues to be live with us. Shreya, A part of the crackdown is also on these so-called social media influencers for fanning the riots in Nu.
Well, Paulomi, ever since India Today has been reporting about the social media playing a huge role in fanning the fire, we are now seeing the Haryana police continuing a mega crackdown. India Today has reported that there are at least 7 FIRs only in Nu, and now we are bringing you the details of how Bittu Bajrangi, the man whose video went viral day before the yatra had taken place, he has been booked in an FIR. This FIR has been lodged in Faridabad Dabo police station. We are learning that this is against the viral video of Bittu Bajrangi that stoked the violence here. He has been booked. India Today is the only channel who had tracked down Bittu Bajrangi. He was unapologetic about the entire incident. He did not just post a video, Paulomi. He was present in the yatra. He was doing live streams in the yatra. He was constantly inciting people. So Bittu Bajrangi is also one of the faces of those who incited the violence. And now, after India Today's constant reporting, there is an FIR against Bittu Bajrangi. We have already reported there are FIRs against Adil, Shahid and one Guru Ghantal. We've also reported that, and now we are reporting that Bittu Bajrangi is also pinned down by the Haryana police. An FIR has been lodged in Faridabad against him for that viral video.
Right, Shreya, thank you for joining us with all of those details. Shreya, they're tracking that investigation now that is underway in order to pin down those who not only engaged in the rioting, were in fact involved in the rioting, but also those who fanned communal passions that in fact led to this very violent flare-up. Sensational details continue to trickle in as far as the 31st July Nu riots are concerned. Another video proof of Haryana violence has emerged where Ashok Bajrangi, a Bajrang Dal worker, was seen openly firing in the air on the day of the Nu violence. Bajrangi on camera has admitted that he opened fire, but he says he did it in self-defense. He says he saw 4 people dying in front of him. Another sensational video shows how the Aravali Hills in Haryana's Nu became the vantage point for attackers as the Vishwa Hindu Parishad's Braj Mandal Yatra passed below. Video shows gunshots and stone pelting from the heights of the Aravalis on the day of the violence.
ऊपर से हमारे ऊपर ताबड़तोड़ गोलियां मारनी स्टार्ट हुई। जब ही पास में मेरे बाजू में खड़े एक आदमी को गोली भी लगी, जिसका प्रत्यक्ष गवाह हैं, प्रत्यक्ष हैं, जिन पुलिसकर्मी सभी प्रत्यक्ष हैं जिन्होंने वहां पर देखा था। और इसी को देखते हुए मैंने तभी सेल्फ डिफेंस में इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए एक हवा में फायर किया, जो हवाई फायर था केवल उनको डराने के लिए किया गया था। जो
उस दंगे में नरसंहार हुआ और पूरा प्लान था कि मोनू मानेसर और बिट्टू बजरंगी के साथ जो भी महिलाएं, बच्चे, सनातनी भाई वहाँ पूजा करने आए थे, संगठन के लोग, सभी दलों के लोग, सबकी हत्या करके एक मैसेज दे दें कि अल्लाहू अकबर, नारे तकबीर, पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद, इस तरह नारे लगाकर हमारी पूरी हत्या की साजिश थी।
News coming in right now. It's a mega India Today exclusive news break. First images of the Gyanvapi survey as being conducted by the Archaeological Survey of India. Live video now of the Gyanvapi survey in which the plaintive women are seen and survey action is being taken on the western wall of the Gyanvapi Masjid complex. Remember, yesterday the Allahabad High Court in fact gave the go-ahead to the Archaeological Survey of India to conduct this survey at the mosque premises in order to determine if indeed there was a temple that existed under the present day mosque. Abhishek Mishra, my colleague, is joining me live from Varanasi. Abhishek, we're seeing those images of the mosque complex. The ASI, we believe, has already begun its survey work for the day.
Well, absolutely, Paulomi. It began approximately 7:45 in the morning. By 7:30, the ASI team has reached there. the stakeholders from the Hindu side, including 4 women petitioners and their advocates were present there, along with approximately 40-member team of the ASI. And that survey is currently underway. We'll show you the visuals once again at the movement of the devotees who are coming here for the darshanas. And the police administration is very strict today. There are several barricades towards the gate number 4, 2 to 3 barricades where only the devotees who are coming for the darshanas are allowed. The police administration is also inquiring the people if they find someone speculative and they want a clarification on that. So that is something happening on the other hand. But the exclusive footage which we are showing to our viewers is something which off the premises, and you can certainly see how the development is happening. And indeed, as the Hindu side who has been claiming from the day one, and today also when we spoke to them exclusively, they said that they are very confident that this exercise will conclude all the arguments about the fact whether or not the Gyanvapi complex was a temple and the Shingar Gauri temple, which these 4 women petitioners are asking for a day-to-day worship permission, is valid enough. And that is the only reason which is why this survey will determine a lot of revelation. It's been approximately going to be more than 2.5 hours of the survey, and the ASI team is currently doing this work at the premises. Also, the day-to-day, rituals, whatever happens here in Varanasi is also going simultaneously. But amid all the things, only one relief for the Muslim side is expected from the Supreme Court if there is any chance they get a hold on it. But other than that, the survey is going on in full swing, and we're expecting it to happen at least for 2-3 days to conclude that report, which will determine the claim and also the kind of evidences which will come, which are expected to come through this ASI survey. Yes.
Okay, so they're expecting, Abhishek, if I understand you correctly, to conclude this survey within 2 to 3 days?
Well, yes, indeed, Polumi. As per the direction of the District Court of Varanasi, they have given the date of 4th of August. Previously, when it was decided that this survey will be done, and 4th of August was the date to submit the report. Now, since there was a hold by the Supreme Court, then it went to the Allahabad High Court. Allahabad High Court did the hearing on 26th and 27th of July and then gave the verdict yesterday to resume the survey work. So, according to the order of the Varanasi court, we're expecting this to at least go till Monday, because as far as we got to know that there has been a permission about not access of the mobile phone inside the premises of the Gyanvapi and the Kashi Vishwanath. That is still Monday. So that is the time frame tentatively which we are looking at. But although there is no clarity by the ASI so far how much days it will take, and also from the court, but yes, we expect it to happen at least for a few days, because this is a long exercise. The ASI will be looking at the complex. They have taken the measurements, the photographs, but to collect the samples, to do the land penetration technique and other techniques which will be utilized with the fact without damaging any structure or anything physically. This is what which has been said in the court, and that's why while it will take some time for the ASI to conduct this whole exercise of the survey, and then will also take some time to submit the report at the Varanasi District Court. Yes.
Okay. Abhishek Mishra there tracking all those developments. The ASI, in fact, has begun its scientific survey of the Gyanvapi complex. The ASI team has assured no damage to the mosque during the survey. 16 people from the Hindu and the Muslim side are to be present alongside ASI officials for the survey, but we believe the Muslim side is not present at the moment. Security has been beefed up at the mosque premises. Meanwhile, the Muslim side has moved the Supreme Court, challenging the Allahabad High Court's order allowing the ASI to conduct this survey. The Supreme Court is to hear that plea today. The Muslim side wants the survey to be put on hold for the moment. Now, the Hindu side has also filed a caveat in the top court to hear them out before any order is passed. The plea mentions that the Hindu imagery inside the Gyanvapi campus is being tampered with.
The survey has begun. The AIC team has reached approximately 12 to 15 minutes before, and this is the barricade right here at the police station Chowk Commissionerate in Varanasi, and beyond that nobody is allowed to go, and that is why every media and everyone has been restricted here. Now what is happening today is that the ASI team has reached. They will be conducting this survey with their techniques, and at the same time, if I talk about the devotees who are also coming, that is also going smoothly here. So far there is no problem as far as the situation is concerned. You can see again there are two separate barricades which has been deployed here. Security checks, top police officials are there. They're even asking people whom they find needs clarification on their presence. And also we have witnessed that today the environment is quite peaceful in comparison to the last time. But today are the Friday prayers, and that is the only reason that the administration is taking proactive measures in order to make sure that the situation is under control. But the ASI survey has begun, the team has reached, and the stakeholders only from the Hindu side are inside the complex, including the 4 petitioners along with their advocates. But the Muslim side has once again boycotted this particular survey and today seeking a relief from the Supreme Court, which will be done today morning in some time as well.
कहाँ फोर्स डिप्लॉयड है, क्या क्या आप लोग खास ख्याल रख रहे हैं?
4 जुलाई से 31 अगस्त तक श्रावण माह चल रहा है। श्रावण माह को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए पूरे मेला क्षेत्र को 6 जोन 11 सेक्टर में विभाजित किया गया है। सभी में पर्याप्त ड्यूटियां लगाई गई हैं, सादे वस्त्रों की ड्यूटियां, आर्म पुलिस की ड्यूटियां और साथ ही साथ जो है पीएससी की ड्यूटियां और पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स की ड्यूटियां लगाई गई हैं। पार्किंग स्थलों की व्यवस्था की गई है। मैदागिन से लेकर के बाबा विश्वनाथ और विश्वनाथ से लेकर के गोदौलिया चौराहे तक नो व्हीकल जोन बनाया गया है। निर्धारित स्तर पर ही श्रद्धालु अपने वाहनों को पार्किंग करें और किसी भी जो श्रद्धालु को कोई असुविधा ना हो। बहुत अच्छे तरीके से दर्शन पूजन का कार्य चल रहा है।
सर ASI सर्वे भी है, इसको लेके भी कुछ खास नज़र रखी जा रही होगी?
इसमें भी चूँकि सारी ड्यूटियां हमारी लगी हुई हैं, बहुत अच्छे तरीके से सब कुछ संपन्न कराया जाएगा।
जरा जुमे की नमाज भी है, क्या आज विशेष प्रबंध या विशेष नज़र उस पर भी बनी रहेगी?
हमारी बिल्कुल सभी जगह जो है दृष्टि है। कहीं भी कोई भी किसी भी प्रकार की अफवाह फैलाने का कार्य करेगा तो उसके विरुद्ध कड़ी दंडात्मक कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
सोहनलाल जी, क्या कहना है जो हाई कोर्ट ने जो है निर्देश दिया है एक बार पुनः सर्वे करने का? तो
देखिए, ज्ञानवापी का सच क्या है, मुख्य बिंदु ये है और उसी सच के अंदर जब हम लोग अगले अप्रैल 2022 को हमने शिवलिंग प्राप्त किया था, मुस्लिम समाज को फुहारा कहता है, आखिर इसका निराकरण तो कैसे हो, इसीलिए हम माननीय न्यायालय में गए और सर्वे का अधिकार मांगे। सर्वे मिल गया, सर्वे का फिर मुस्लिम समाज आपत्ति किया, वह सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चला गया और आज पुनः सर्वे शुरू हो रहा है। हम सर्वे के लिए अंदर प्रवेश करने जा रहे हैं। सर्वे ही ज्ञानवापी की समस्या का हल है।
तो ये कहा गया है कि साइंटिफिक सर्वे होगा और छेड़छाड़ नहीं होगी, तो कितनी उम्मीदें आज फिर आप लोगों की बढ़ी हैं इस सर्वे को लेकर के जो हाई कोर्ट ने निर्देश दिया है?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आज की जो सर्वे है उससे हमारा काफी उम्मीद है। हम जो है हर्षित है, प्रफुल्लित है, सारे देश के है। यह देश के 100 करोड़ लोगों का प्रश्न है, देश के सभी सनातन धर्मियों के लिए हर्ष का विषय है और मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए विषय है। और सर्वे के लिए हमारे जो है सर्वे के अधिकारी माननीय त्रिपाठी से हमारी वार्ता हुई, वह हलफनामा भी दिए हैं कि कोई भी उनके स्ट्रक्चर को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचेगा और सारे का सारा सर्वे यथावत चलता रहेगा। और उस सर्वे के कारण ही मंदिर समस्या का हल है वह हो कर रहेगा।
अच्छा, आप लोगों को बुलाया गया है सर्वे में?
हम लोग को बुलाया गया है।
कि आप लोग आज फिर दोबारा से जा रही हैं सर्वे के लिए, उम्मीद कितनी है? क्या तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट
बहुत उम्मीद है भैया हम लोग को, क्योंकि 24 को रुक गया था, अब हाई कोर्ट ने फिर से सर्वे का आदेश दे दिया। हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं। ज्ञानवापी के सर्वे बहुत जरूरी था, तभी सच आएगा।
आज भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई है।
सुनवाई उन्हें दीजिए, उन लोग का तो काम ही है, उन लोग का तो काम ही है, मतलब लटकाने भटकाने वाला दौड़ेंगे। उन लोग सोच रहे हैं कि हमारे हाथ से ज्ञानवापी ये मस्जिद निकल रहा है, वो तो मस्जिद है, ये नहीं मंदिर है।
आप लोग गीत गाते हुए जा रही हैं, क्या है ये?
ये हम लोग की खुशी है, आस्था हम लोग की है। हरदम मस्त रहेला बाबा तो हर काशी नगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलाला सागरी। हरदम मस्त रहेला बाबा तो हर काशी नगरी।
हमारे देश में जो नियम कानून बने हैं, कोर्ट के फैसले का सम्मान सारे लोग करते आए हैं और करेंगे। जो भी साक्ष्य जो है, चाहे हिंदू का मिले मुसलमान का मिले, उसी आधार पे कोर्ट फैसला कर दे और हिंदू और मुसलमान दोनों एक साथ मिल बैठ करके उसको मान भी लें।
कोर्ट पर विश्वास रहना चाहिए, जो कि संविधान का एक हिस्सा है कोर्ट। लेकिन हालात ये हैं कि कोर्ट भी सरकारों के कदमों में चले गए, वो भी उनकी तरह से जो वो कहते हैं वो फैसला सुनाते हैं।
My colleague Anisha Mathur is now joining us live this morning from Delhi. Anisha, good morning to you. Tell us about the petition which has been filed by the Muslim side in the Supreme Court. When is it likely to come up before the court today, and also the caveat which has been filed by the Hindu side? Anisha, are you able to hear me? Right. Anisha, could you just give us a sense of the Muslim side's petition before the Supreme Court today, and what time is it likely to come up?
It's questioning the reason for allowing the ASI survey. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Anisha.
Well, Polly, this matter is supposed to come up by, we are expecting it to come up around 11:30 today, since it is item number 18 before the Chief Justice's bench. But what is interesting to note is that the Muslim side is saying that while an ASI survey could have been ordered, the question is, could it have been ordered at this stage, especially in a petition that was filed only in 2021? That the ASI survey in a petition, when the nuances of the suit, the questions that are to be decided by the court have not been decided, then how exactly can a survey be ordered? They're also saying this will be a violation of the 1991 Places of Worship Act, because it is ultimately raising a question with regard to the religious character of the property of the premises in dispute, and that is something, according to the Muslim side, that cannot be done at this stage before the preliminary issues of whether this matter can be heard properly, whether all of these issues can be heard is decided. Now, remember, the Supreme Court is also seized of the earlier petitions filed by the Muslim petitioners, the Masjid Committee, wherein where the maintainability of these petitions itself is under challenge. So what the Muslim side is saying is that an ASI survey could not have been ordered before the preliminary issues have been decided, and therefore it is a legal issue that has to be considered. The Hindu side, of course, saying that the evidence will be brought once there is an ASI survey.
Right.
But the Muslim side is saying that it is not for the court to bring out evidence. It is for the petitioners themselves who are raising a claim to access. They should have brought in their whatever evidence that they have, that the court cannot order a survey at this stage. Now, the matter, of course, will be taken up very shortly by the Supreme Court, and we'll see what.
Okay, so it remains to be seen, of course, when that matter comes up, but it is, of course, listed before the Supreme Court today. Anisha, thank you for joining us. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, fresh clashes erupt in Manipur. Forces and Meitei protesters clash in Bishnupur. Chili spray and tear gas fired.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The political stock exchange. With Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
In less than 2 months from now, the new iPhone 15 will be on sale across the world. While Business Today TV had reported on Friday about the price of its high-end models crossing the 2 lakh rupee mark for the first time, BTTV has got hold of more details about the much-anticipated Apple handset. It's likely to have the smallest bezel yet and could be rid of the infamous notch. Apart from the all-screen upgrade, the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus will also come packed with major camera improvements, and the traditional Lightning connector will give way to the faster USB-C. Tech Today's Danny De Cruz has more on all the new features expected. Danny, take it away.
The new Apple iPhones are coming soon. Most likely, they will be here by September.
So a new report has leaked a lot of information about the iPhone 15 series. So let's start with the more affordable iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus models. The biggest change coming to these models is that Apple will finally do away with the notch. Both the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus will get the dynamic island, which was last seen in last year's Pro models. The cameras are getting a massive upgrade too, along with the performance. And yes, gone are the days of Lightning port. All new iPhones will be getting the USB Type-C for the first time. Now on to the Pro models, in which Apple is replacing the shiny frame with titanium, so your new iPhones will be strong too. The displays will also be better because of thinner bezels, and Apple is giving the camera hardware a substantial boost. The performance alone will make the iPhone 15 Pro models a compelling upgrade. They will become the first smartphones to use a 3nm chipset. All these upgrades make the new iPhone 15 models a good upgrade, but you will also have to shell out more money. Some models may even cross the rupees 2 lakh price point in India.
All right, thanks for that, Danny.
$5 a.m. on Monday. 4 people are killed in a shooting spree on the Jaipur-Mumbai Superfast Express. Railway Protection Force Constable Chetan Singh allegedly gunned down his superior officer Tikaram Meena and 3 Muslim passengers. Those 1.5 hours of sheer horror still haunts Krishna Kumar Shukla, an attendant who was on the coach, and now a key witness.
माहौल तो सर जी बहुत डरावना था वहाँ का। भाई ऐसा सामने वाला बंदूक लेके घूम रहा था, ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे मानो कसाव वाली कहानी सामने, तो पैसेंजर तो डरेंगे ही ना। मैं वहाँ पेट्रोल का काम करता हूँ, कोच अटेंडेंट हूँ, करीबन 12-13 साल हो गए।
Shukla rushed to the spot where he heard the firing.
हम भी देखे तो सामने वाला नीचे एकदम खून में पड़ा हुआ था, और वो जो जिसने गोली चलाई थी वो बगल में बंदूक लेके खड़ा था।
The train attendant says he got nightmares even now.
हम तो इधर जो पुलिस वाले साहब मरे थे खाली उन्हीं को जान रहे थे, लेकिन बाद में बोरीवली में ये देखने को मिला कि उधर भी एक बॉडी पड़ी हुई है। फिर दोनों बॉडी को बोरीवली में उतारा, फिर इसके बाद पता चला कि स्लीपर में भी 2 हादसा हो गया है।
Police officials who are investigating the entire case are not at all buying the claims that Chetan Singh is mentally unfit and therefore he committed this entire crime. There are several allegations by Chetan Singh's advocate and his family members saying that Chetan Singh was mentally unfit. But the police officials who are investigating this case saying that while this crime was committed, Chetan Singh was very much in his consciousness. He did what he wanted to do and he was very well aware about it.
Meanwhile, the Railway Protection Force has issued a press note saying the periodical medical examination conducted by the force detected no medical ailment. The RPF says if Chetan Singh was under medication, then he and his family kept it a secret. With Saurav Bhaktania and Mustafa Sheikh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
News coming in right now. Security forces conducted search operations in the vulnerable and fringe areas of Manipur. Joint security forces conducted this operation in the Kotruk Hill Range and destroyed 7 illegal bunkers. Ashutosh is joining us for more on this from Manipur. Ashutosh, what more can you tell us about these illegal bunkers that were in fact demolished by the forces?
Well, in the hilly areas, and we know the hilly areas where you have the Kuki tribe living in, and it is all, be it the valley or the foothills or in the hilly areas, the community members, in the name of Village Defense Force, they have made several bunkers. So after these clashes broke out yesterday, where the state goes on edge, several operations were carrying out, and there have been a massive escalation all over the state, in fact, particularly in the valley areas, where the Manipur state police calls the situation volatile. Several arms and ammunition from 2nd IRP battalions were looted. But in the meanwhile, carrying the operation, in fact, one policeman has also been martyred during the clashes. But this images that you see in this region where the joint operations by the armed forces and the police were carried out to demolish these bunkers, because remember, often the clashes between two communities that is taking place, the firing is only coming from these bunkers, whether they are made in the hill areas or in the valley area. So clearly the first challenge for these armed forces are to destroy these bunkers and to ensure there are no armed personnel, armed civilians or any such elements are sitting there and targeting the civilians towards the other side. So there have been massive, such operations being carried out yesterday, including the appeal have been made to the civilians, those who have looted the arms must surrender it to the police, nearby police stations. And these are the specific operations that was carried out in the hilly areas to ensure there are no bunkers should be in the residential areas of several villages in the hilly terrain.
Right. Ashutosh, thank you for joining us with all of those details from Manipur. In fact, fresh clashes erupted in the Bishnupur area on Thursday when Meitei protesters tried to breach the buffer zone. Security forces had to resort to firing in the air and used tear gas. India Today's Ashutosh Mishra was on the ground. Here's his report.
The police is retaliating. Tear shells, look at this number of the massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired.
For 3 months, Manipur has been on the brink. India Today journalists Ashutosh Mishra and cameraman Sanjay Kumar on Thursday witnessed firsthand how tenuous the deceptive calm on the ground is.
Massive showdown in the conflict areas of Manipur. We are in Bishnupur and this is where the buffer zone begins. As the ITLF announced mass burial of the Kukis died in the conflict, these Meitei women and the entire community opposing the burial, saying this cannot be done in the Meitei land or the government land. And here is the buffer zone, because there is a massive movement of the community, including the Myra Pipesi women. The Assam Rifles have literally put out a Casper van on the road and blocking both sides and avoiding any confrontation. There you see the Indian Army, Assam Rifles, Rapid Action Forces, and these women have literally come to the bunker area. Now if I could take you the other side, how the other side looks across the buffer zone. From here, these women are even asking the army personnel not make videos. So other side, the Casper van, this is a very long buffer zone has been drawn to avoid confrontation. But the Meitei accuses that the Kukis, heavily armed, have taken shelter in nearby bunkers, and that's exactly why you see this massive deployment of the armed forces has been done in this region. So not only the police person, not only the state commandos, but also the village defense forces.
Hundreds of people belonging to Meitei community tried to breach the buffer zone created by security forces in Bishnupur. Clashes erupted when the security forces stopped them.
More than 50,000 people are still there in relief camps. They have lost their houses. All the students are losing their academic career. Only one single piece of cloth they are coming in relief camp. They are also not for 1 month, not for 2 months. It's already 3 months.
But this area continue to be a volatile zone. There is often firing reported. Will it be safe for you to stay here?
if it is safe or not, we are ready to face anything now, because we have already waited for 3-4 months waiting for the state government and Indian government to solve the problem. But how many days, how many months still we have to wait for that? We are not able to bear this, because our state government and they all making the drones and all, we are watching that. The cookie are coming freely to our land, but we are not even allowed to enter to our own houses. What is this? Is the cookie the Indians or is Manipuri? We are immigrants. We want to ask this.
The security forces used chili spray and tear gas. And when that did not work, opened fire in the air to contain trouble.
Tear shells, look at this. Number of the massive confrontation taking place here. The bullets being fired. This is the massive confrontation taking place. Stone pelting. This is भारी भरकम गोलीबारी हो रही है और इस आर्मर्ड गाड़ी के पीछे हम रुके हुए हैं. गोलियां चल रही है इस समय यहाँ पे. दरअसल कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश की जा रही है. जैसे क्लैश बढ़ा, रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स ने महिलाओं को पीछे करने की कोशिश की और यहाँ पे देखिए पुलिस की गोलीबारी हो रही है.
The security forces have created buffer zones separating the Meiteis and Kuki Zomi communities.
As the confrontation takes place, we have been advised to evacuate this area. Mostly the civilians who are unarmed have been asked to go to the safer places. The women, those who were injured, were taken to the hospital in the massive confrontation. And now it is the defense forces and the state forces are heading further to the conflict areas. And we've been asked to leave and quickly evacuate this area who are totally unarmed.
The face-off on Thursday is a grim reminder of the deep divide in Manipur. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short break. Coming up next, Arga's burnt and black jibe at Kharge. FIR filed against Arga Yanendra for his comment.
Sustain these margins at these levels, and what would your overall outlook be for FY24 on margins?
So we've seen softening of raw material prices both in Q4 and Q1 to that extent. In fact, Q1 saw about a 2% kind of a deflation with respect to raw material prices. So I think the issue of margins is directly correlated in terms of how obviously the raw material prices behave as we kind of go ahead. We are seeing a certain uptick with respect to the crude prices in the recent number of days and weeks to that extent, and also a little bit of a volatility with respect to the rupee dollar kind of positioning. So I think it will all depend in terms of how these things stabilize and what is the definitive trend we see in the next about 4 to 6 weeks in terms of going forward. As of now, we are maintaining our guidance with respect to the PBDIT band of 18 to 20% in terms of what is there. That is definitive for the year in terms of going forward. We are also looking at higher advertising spends and below the line spends to really invigorate the market in Q2 and Q3 going forward. Therefore, at present, I think we are maintaining the band in terms of guidance which we have given earlier with respect to our margins.
Okay. What's the demand trend across, the various industries that you cater to, and the outlook on demand from the festive season going forward from here?
As I said, overall, from the point of view of demand, the project sales institutional business appears to be strong. I think the whole real estate sector and the construction activity, which will continue to that extent. So therefore, the whole builder business which comes in, or even from the point of view of government spending, given the oncoming general elections next year, I think some of those trends should continue, which would kind of really, continue to kind of rekindle the
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. Former Karnataka Home Minister Arga Yanendra has been booked for making a racist comment against Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge. The FIR has been filed against Arga in Kalaburgi under IPC section 504. Arga has been charged for deliberate contempt and intentional insult. Addressing a BJP protest in Shivamogga district on Monday, Arga had said that people from North Karnataka region have dark complexion and appear burnt due to the scorching heat, giving the example of Mallikarjun Kharge. Arga said Kharge looked a little presentable as his hair protected him from getting fully burnt. Taking objection to his comments, the Congress said it showed the BJP's anti-Dalit sentiments, demanding the resignation of Arga as MLA. Deputy Chief Minister of the state, D.K. Shivkumar, said Arga was mentally ill and needed treatment as he condemned his remarks.
ನಮ್ಮ ದುರದೃಷ್ಟ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ದಿತ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮರ ಗಿಡ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತಾನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನೆರಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಸುಟ್ಟು ಕರಕಲಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಪಾಪ ತಲೆ ಕೂದಲು ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವೇ ನೆರಳು ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಅಂತವ್ರು ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಬದುಕು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜನರ ಬದುಕು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟನೆಯನ್ನ
ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂದಿರೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂವರೆಗೆ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಪ್ಪಾಗ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಒಳ್ಳೆ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸು ಮೊದಲಿಂದನೂ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸುವಂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
Addressing ACC President Mallikarjun Kharge, occupying the highest position in the party, and he dares to evoke this kind of a conflict and hatred is unpardonable. I don't think the government of Karnataka should keep quiet. They will have to file an FIR, register a FIR, immediately proceed to file charge sheet before the court and bring him up under the books of law.
We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, India Today tracks down rioters, 10 rioters hiding in Aravali Mountains. The police movement is being tracked from the hilltops. Details on the other side.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, a very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines of this edition first. India Today tracks down rioters, 10 rioters hiding in Aravalli Mountains. Police movement track from hilltop. Pakistan-based YouTubers spewed venom during riots. Cops swing into action against hate posts. 3 social media accounts under scanner for hate posts that fanned riots. Over 2,300 videos from June 3rd under scanner. New SP Singla has been transferred. Undeniable proof of villains with India Today. Bajrang Dal workers seen firing, admit to firing in air for self-defense. ASI team begins Gyanvapi Mosque survey after court clears the path for the ASI survey. Muslim side boycotts this survey. NCC cadets brutally thrashed in training camp. Made to kneel in water and brutally beaten with sticks. We have some news just coming in. Well, this India controversy, the name of India. This matter has now reached Delhi High Court, with the High Court issuing a notice to center the Election Commission and the opposition parties who themselves have called themselves the India Bloc. The notice is in fact on a plea seeking to prohibit the use of the word India. The High Court says the case needs to be heard, must hear all sides. Plea in court that has got to do with the opposition parties coming together and naming the political alliance India. The High Court has issued a notice to the centre, to the Election Commission and to the opposition parties in question here, who have themselves decided to call themselves a political bloc of 26 parties, India. The case needs to be heard is what the court has said. The plea in fact had got to do with the fact that this is a name that can't be used. It's the name of the country and can't be used for a political alliance is what was being said. The use of the word India for a political alliance was what was objected to by the petitioner. In this case, this matter is going to be heard by the court. Shrishti has more details on that story. Shrishti, take us through the contention A of the petitioner and what has the court said here?
Well, the petitioner has sought directions to the Union Government and the Election Commission of India to take necessary action to make sure that the INDIA acronym, which is now being used by the alliance of opposition parties, should not be used by them. He's also said that he's already made a representation to the Election Commission of India, complaining about the same and complaining against these opposition parties, but no action has been taken by Election Commission on his complaint. According to this petitioner, the acronym is being used by these political parties with the malicious intent, which will only act in a way where it would diminish the goodwill of our great nation. Now, when the matter was heard today by the Delhi High Court, counsel who was appearing for the petitioner told the court that the matter, it's an important matter and notice should be issued to the parties. The Delhi High Court, the Chief Justice himself of the Delhi High Court has said that it needs to be heard and has thereafter issued notice to Union of India, the Election Commission and all the opposition parties which are part of these alliance. The High Court has sought responses from a total of 29 respondent parties, including the Union, the ECI and the political parties themselves. So as of now, what we know is the Delhi High Court has definitely decided to at least hear the matter. It has said that the matter needs to be heard, and it would be an important hearing whenever the matter comes up before the court next, and it will be important to see what the political parties and in fact...
Okay, coming back to you in a moment from now, Shrishti Oja, we are going straight now in fact to proceedings in Parliament.
The patients are getting online appointments through that another center WC2. सर दूसरा सेंटर से ये सुविधा हो रही है, लेकिन जैसे माननीय सदस्य ने चिंता जताई है कि वो ऑनलाइन फैसिलिटी रिड्यूस हो गई है, तो जो सेंटर दूसरा जो सेंटर उसे मैनेज कर रहा है सर वो ऑनलाइन के साथ साथ ऑफलाइन भी सेवा दे रहा है, इसीलिए वो ऑनलाइन का रिड्यूस किया गया है। ये जल्द ही WC1 फंक्शनल होगा और सर ज़रूर हम CGHS के सभी लाभार्थियों को सेवा देने के लिए हमारा विजन ही है, द गोल इज़ आवर योर हेल्थ इज़ आवर गोल, ये CGHS के माध्यम से हम दे रहे हैं और आज पूरे भारत में ये सेंटर्स की सुविधा बढ़ाई गई है, जो कि 2014 में सिर्फ हमारे सेंटर्स जो थे सर 25 सिटीज़ में थे, ओनली इन 25 सिटीज़, अभी वो बढ़ा के 80 सिटीज़ में हुए हैं, तो लगभग डबल ये CGHS सेंटर्स बढ़ाए हैं सिटीज़ में। और सर ये सेंटर बढ़ा के एलोपैथी के हो गए हैं 254 से 340, तो मुझे लगता है ये ज़रूर बढ़ा है, तो माननीय सदस्य को भी ये चिंता करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है कि सदस्य को ज़रूर मैं एश्योर्ड करती हूँ कि ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन दोनों ही सुविधा पेशेंट को CGHS के माध्यम से मिलेगी। धन्यवाद।
Honorable member, please ask supplementary.
And the reasons for exhausting of online slots within a minute at the midnight swoon after the online slots are opened.
Getting in pictures, in fact, from Lok Sabha, where the Minister for Health, in fact, Dr. Bharti Pawar is speaking, but it looks difficult, in fact, even as the Minister is making a statement. That's Dr. Bharti Pawar on the left side of your screen. And on the right side is, these are pictures from the upper house in Raj Sabha, where the chair again is trying to get the house in order. In fact, a lot of drama has been witnessed even yesterday inside Parliament. At least the opposition had decided to, in fact, have a discussion on the issue of Manipur, which the House agreed to. However, it was not done. And the chair, in fact, in Lok Sabha was also upset about the unruly behavior, so-called unruly behavior of the MPs, and had not attended, was not a part of the proceedings in the House. As far as the Raj Sabha is concerned,
Sir, धन्यवाद.
The chair, in fact, had indicated that the House must function and that the chair is not there to defend the Prime Minister, but the decorum of the House must be maintained. However, yet another stormy session, yet another day of what it appears is going to be no business in the House. Amit Bharadwaj has more on that. Amit, in fact, the opposition had also climbed down from its position in terms of the rules for the discussion on Manipur, yet the House didn't really function, isn't it? The ruckus continues. Of course, the Delhi Services Bill was passed in Lok Sabha yesterday.
Right, Sneha, what we have seen ever since this monsoon session has begun, that the opposition parties have been demanding the Prime Minister to come on the floor of the House and address the House on the situation of Manipur. After that, yesterday we had seen some sort of negotiation and conversation between the Treasury benches and the opposition benches as well. Especially in the Rajya Sabha, the chairperson had tried to bargain peace so that the proceedings in the House can be carried out peacefully. On the other side, you had Lok Sabha proceedings yesterday where the Delhi Services Bill was presented. The discussion over the Delhi Services Bill took place and it was later on passed as well. And during that particular discussion, what we saw that the House circumstances were completely different. The opposition parties were continuously and actively participating in the debate and they were raising their issues. But now that the Delhi Services Bill has gotten a green flag from Lok Sabha, what is expected is that opposition parties will be again back to the strategy of protesting, of demanding the government to speak on the issue of Manipur, the violence that has unfolded in Manipur. Yesterday, however, there's negotiation going on between the Treasury benches and the opposition benches.
Yes,
as in Rajya Sabha as well. The chairperson had said that what opposition is demanding is discussion under 267. But the chair is saying the discussion should be carried out under Rule 176. So we have to see whether the peace is restored and the proceedings can go on smoothly henceforth.
All right.
Back to you, Sneha.
Thanking you for the moment. That's what, in fact, was said by the opposition. A discussion under Rule 167 is what we agreed to. So there was a climb down from the position. However, these are pictures that you see of ruckus continuing in the House. I'm thanking you for the moment. Days after violent clashes erupted in several districts of Haryana, the situation remains tense in the state. Let's take a look at all the top developments. One of the main accused of fueling the new riots, Bajrangi Ashok, was seen open firing in the air on camera on the day of the new violence. The Bajrang Dal worker admitted firing in the air and said that he was doing it in self-defense as 4 people were shot in front of him. Now authorities in Haryana are cracking down on hate posts which have escalated the violence in the state. The police have filed 3 FIRs against the hate post. Officers are scanning several other social media accounts that fueled the riots. Bittu Bajrangi, one of the main accused of inciting riots in Nuh, has been booked. An FIR has been registered against him. The FIR gives details of how the video of Bittu Bajrangi is widely circulated on social media to incite religious violence. After the massive riots in Nuh that shook the entire nation, Nuh's top cop Varun Singla has been transferred. The police superintendent was on leave when the riots took place. Gurugram was the other Haryana district impacted by the violent clashes. Taking a preventive measure, the authorities in Gurugram have beefed up security outside the mosque near Rajiv Chowk ahead of Friday prayers. India Today investigation sets new agenda. India Today has accessed videos that show how stones are pelted from the hills surrounding the Nalhar Mahadev temple. Amid the serene beauty of the Aravalli Hills in Haryana's Nuh, our investigation reveals that 500 residents were hiding in mountains and cops' movement was being tracked from the hilltop. Not only this, the Sarpanch admits few rioters have fled. Locals also confirmed that they were hiding in hills due to fear of cops. Our investigation takes you to those hills right just outside Nuh, from where the first stones flew, from the firing spot to the hiding place. India Today goes where nobody has dared to go. India Today investigation has revealed there was intelligence failure, inadequate policing, calls for violence given on social media and rioters' hill hideout exposed. A spotlight now is on the Khattar government. Will they act upon this? Shreya now is getting us more details on that story. Shreya continues to join us from Nuh in Haryana. Shreya, talk to us a little about the current situation right now in this area, given the days, just the days of violence that Nuh and the surrounding districts of Haryana have seen.
Sneha, I will give you the current visuals from Nuh. You can see that RAF is right now going to carry forward a flag march. Today is Friday. Remember, there has been an understanding, and the Friday namaz will now be offered in the respective homes to ensure no more tensions. Fan. This is the preparation on the ground. I'm getting you live visuals of the RAF team, which is on standby. Any moment they will be carrying their flag march from Nuh Chowk to ensure that nobody can fan further communal tensions. The Haryana police is right now up to its ante. They are cracking down on every individual. The arrests have also increased to 145. There are FIRs that are registered, and we also know the social media crackdown subsequently is also under its way. Amidst this, the latest visuals coming in from Nuh is that of a flag march that is going to start any moment. I'll ask my cameraman to cut full frame to the RAF team that is on standby. Any moment the flag march will now begin, Sneha.
Yes, that's right. What about the people living in this area? The shops that are closed, people continue to work from home in many parts of Haryana. When can they expect some normalcy to return, given that the security forces are on standby, as we see clearly in these pictures, and nobody really is taking any chances, Shreya?
Well, Sneha, right now, if we talk about normalcy, yes, we are yet to see the situation completely go back to normal, despite some restriction, the relaxation on restrictions as well. People are not opening their shops. Today also, after 4 to 5, there is a period of relaxation that's been announced by the district, but we are not seeing anyone opening the shop. There is tension still there in Nuh. They are slowly creeping back to normalcy, but today, since it's the day of Friday, we know that Friday namaz will not be offered in the respective mosques. It will be now offered in the masjids. The Imam of the Bara Masjid has made this announcement that everyone stay indoors and offer your Friday namaz. Amidst that, the entire preparation to ensure nothing spirals out of hand. Visuals on your screen, RAF on standby, flag march to happen. This is the present situation on the ground. Even when Nuh is creeping back to normalcy, there is high alert on the part of the administration now to ensure no more untoward incident is repeated in Nuh.
I'm going to thank you, Shreya, for getting us up to speed with that. Shreya is at Nuh, where there is a flag march which is almost now about to start. But security forces, in fact, are not taking any chances, and the situation right now is calm, but it continues to be, in fact, under surveillance. I mean, this area continues to be under surveillance. Now, India Today's exclusive footage has unveiled tense situation on the top of the Aravalli Ranges. Our channel deployed a drone to bring you an extraordinary perspective of the violence at Nuh. Here's a detailed report.
देखिए वहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं, खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ मेरे भाई हैं।
India Today locates them uphill.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ। ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी ये।
Young men perched atop the mountains. Village women carrying jerry cans trek upward.
खाना हाँ पहाड़ ले जा रहा भाई ग्वालन हम तो बना लो
पहाड़ पे
हाँ
छुपे हुए हैं
हाँ
ये क्या खाना पानी लेके जा रहे हैं
हाँ
अच्छा और भी लोग हैं ऊपर
हाँ
We deploy a drone. India Today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights. A hideaway of villagers of Nuh district fearing crackdown. and a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. India Today's watchful eye reveals a trail of individuals trudging up with their belongings in tow. Cots on their heads, household items in possession. As the drone soars, it captures the scale of this makeshift exodus. Clusters of people dot the landscape. These are not leisurely explorers. Among these elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
सुबह में और शाम में दोनों टाइम और दोपहर में पुलिस का राउंड लगता है, इसीलिए पहाड़ पे रहते हैं लोग। यहाँ पे पुलिस उठा कर ले जाती है बेकसूर लोगों को भी। खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया, खाना वाने का कोई इंतजाम ही नहीं है।
India Today's exclusive endeavor reveals a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills. With Arvind Oja in Nu, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, in fact, we have some details just coming in as far as Nu is concerned. The flag march also has just started. However, we have pictures of bulldozer justice in the state of Haryana post riots. Pictures first on your screen from Nu in Haryana, Bishra these are pictures of the flag march which has just started. Also, we're getting an information and we'll go straight to that as well in a few moments from now of illegal encroachments. First of all, these pictures of the flag march at Nu, where there is, in fact, the situation continues to be, at the moment at least, calm. However, nobody taking any chances. The RAF conducting flag marches. These are live pictures. And right now, pictures on your screen are of bulldozers being used to raise illegal encroachments. First of all, illegal encroachments are being bulldozed. That's on the left side of your screen. And these are pictures on the right side of violence that had taken place earlier. The flag march has also started in Nu. These are pictures from earlier on the right side from earlier this week when riots had taken place. Right now, there are illegal encroachments that are getting bulldozed by the authorities. Once again, bulldozer justice in Haryana after the riots. Illegal encroachments bulldozed by cops. We go now straight to these pictures of the flag march, and Shreya is there with me. Shreya, over to you. Explain to us what you really see around you.
Sneha, you can see the flag march is being conducted in Nu right now. This is Nu Chowk, one of the main points that saw heightened communal violence. Right now, the RAF has been deployed. The police is conducting a flag march. As you can see the visuals on the ground, the senior officials are over here constantly monitoring the situation on the ground. There is deployment on the part of riot vehicles, every preparedness to ensure today nothing spirals out of hand. Important to point it out, Sneha, that today the Friday namaz has also been unanimously agreed that it will be offered inside the residence. The Imam of the Bari Masjid has given the notification that everyone should stay indoors. Amidst that, to ensure nothing spirals out of hand, these are the visuals we are getting you on your screens from Nu Chowk, where the RAF is deployed. They are conducting a flag march. They will go every point and corner to ensure that people also feel safe, and the miscreants get a message that they do not come out of their residence to fan the communal tension anymore. This is the Nu Chowk. Once again, for our viewers, I wanted to point it out. One of the main areas where violence had erupted. From here, we know how things spiral out of hand, and this is the very place where you see the RAF, as it has been deployed, is conducting a flag march. Sneha.
RAF conducting a flag march. Meanwhile, the police, in fact, those in fact responsible for the law and order situation in Nu have faced the face the axe in a way, Shreya. Many of them, in fact, have been transferred. Action has been taken against police officers for failing in their duties to control the law and order situation in this area, isn't it?
Well, yes, absolutely, Sneha. We do know that the SP Nu Varun Singla has been transferred to Bhiwani, and Narendra Bijrania, who is the Bhiwani SP, who was given the additional charge on his absence. Now he has been made the SP of Nu. That has been the transfer so far as the Nu SP is concerned. And police is also taking serious action, especially on social media. India Today has extensively reported on the role played by social media, especially on the entire situation, because remember, social media posts were used to fan tension in the Nu, and that's the reason there are multiple FIRs. There are names of people against whom FIRs have been raised. That includes Adil, that includes Sahil, that includes Bittu Bajrangi. So we have those names on India Today, and right now as we talk, to ensure anything doesn't spiral out of hand anymore, this is the main Nu Chowk. Once again, for our viewers, this is the place which had seen heightened communal tension, and now we are getting you the visuals of a flag march that is currently under its way by the RAF.
Shreya, we'll come back to you in a moment from now. Shreya is getting asked those pictures and those details from Nu. The flag march there has started. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, it's time for a break. On the other side, cops swing into action against hate posts. 3 social media accounts are under scanner for hate posts and fan riots. Over 2,300 videos from 31st of July are under scanner.
You are watching India Today.
India Today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village. That's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Diet sodas, sugar-free tablets, artificial sweeteners. Do all of these give you a sense of assurance that you are staying away from sugar and that these are healthy alternatives? Well, it is not that simplistic as you think it is. Each of these artificial sources of sugar are unhealthy. Let us break this down for you. Diet soda is a go-to for people who love the taste of regular soda but can do without the sugar and calories. An average can of regular cola may contain a whopping 37 grams of sugar, and consuming too much sugar is linked to outcomes like obesity and poor heart health. So it makes sense that you may seek out a sugar-free alternative. But while drinking diet soda does help people reduce their sugar intake, this simple act can also expose a person to other ingredients that may be linked to some other health problems. The acidity in certain types of soda can lead to tooth erosion. Drinking excessive amounts of diet soda made with caramel coloring may result in teeth turning yellow. Some research suggests that artificially sweetened drinks are associated with a greater risk of obesity. If you opt for diet soda that contains caffeine, you may have trouble getting some much-needed shut-eye at night. Diet soda is void of calories and sugar. Certain varieties can contain phosphorus in the form of phosphoric acid. This mineral, though important, can play a positive role in bone health, but consuming copious amounts of phosphorus can negatively impact the calcium-phosphorus ratio in your body.
When the sugar increases in the blood, that means when the blood glucose increases, then it leads to many comorbidities like obesity, diabetes, fatty liver, then risk of cancer, heart attack also increases, there are mood alteration leading to irritability, then there's sleep disorder, and many more things can happen.
Every time I download an app, it seeks a host of permissions, and there is very little option but for me to say yes. That app is necessary. It may be a free or paid service, and it's critical to the digital lifestyle that so many Indians lead. Does this bill do anything, at least the proposals, to make life easier in such a scenario?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm going to be giving you a bit of a contrary position from my two co-speakers. To my mind, the bill, and in fact, in significant variation from the draft, the bill actually creates a far more granular regime where data principals or individuals are empowered. Let me use your example because I think it's a great example. When I download an application or I say subscribe for a service, maybe that's easier. When I subscribe for a service, now I will get a much clearer, transparent, easily intelligible notice in any one of the 22 languages which are specified in the Constitution. I will then have the ability to, I will need to understand that notice clearly and provide a clear consent. There are going to be rules around how notice will be provided and so on and so forth. But fundamentally, I will have to provide a clear consent for my data to be processed. The second thing that this new version does, which is a little different from the previous one, is even if I have provided consent for a particular purpose, and that purpose is not necessary for the underlying service, there is language in this bill which may restrict the person from using it. So fundamentally, to Dr. Napanai's point, if I provide consent for service A and it's actually something that's unnecessary for that service, there is an inherent limitation on them using it. Number 3, when something is no longer necessary for the purposes of providing that service to me, they are now under a clear obligation to delete that data. Number 4, as a data subject, I now have a dedicated authority, which is the Data Protection Board, to whom I can go and file a complaint saying that fundamentally this doesn't meet my requirements. They have not dealt with my data in a manner that I had consented to. Number 5, there is a strong set of fines which have been proposed, going up to 250 crores for a violation. And lastly, perhaps most importantly, there's a new provision which allows the government, if you have multiple breaches, to actually block your service and say that you will not be allowed to access systems that you need to provide goods and services in India. So to my mind, it does creates a fundamental new culture around how data will be collected, stored, and processed. Yes, the concerns which, there are concerns perhaps with the language, perhaps things can improve, and this is, this bill will go through the process in Parliament. But I would actually take a contrary position and say, this bill is far better than the current position on the ground today. And overall, it is going to have the effect of empowering individuals in India.
You are watching India Today.
Getting in pictures, in fact, both from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, where in fact ruckus is being seen. The lower house, the Lok Sabha, has been adjourned up until noon today. And proceedings in Rajya Sabha continues, however, sloganeering in the house.
For as much time as the house wants to discuss. The house will meet at 12 noon.
We're getting proceedings. In fact, Rajya Sabha has been adjourned as well. Lok Sabha adjourned till noon and the Rajya Sabha has been adjourned as well. Remember, sloganeering continues inside the house. There has been a bit of a climb down in the position of the opposition. From rule number 267, they have decided to discuss the issue of Manipur under rule number 167. However, we've seen proceedings of the house proceedings of the house get disrupted. Both houses, once again, with both houses being adjourned. Going back to developments from Haryana, and we are telling you all about Nu. The police have intensified the probe in the Nu violence case. The police suspect the riots were planned after several arrested accused confessed that they joined the Shobha Yatra on the 31st of July to spark violence. Sources have told India Today that accused have confessed to firing illegal weapons, using illegal weapons by joining the crowd. Also, they've confessed to using bricks, stones, sticks to attack the police and the crowd. They've confessed to hiding the weapons after the violence. They said several of the rioters were hiding in the hills of Mewat, besides Jaipur, Udaipur in Rajasthan, Meerut, Agra, Aligarh in Uttar Pradesh. 10 FIRs have been registered against social media accounts, fanning tensions. But the police have said indecent and communally charged posts were made on the day of the violence. Close to 2,300 violence fanning videos were posted on social media, are now under scanner. There's been a crackdown on illegal encroachments of Rohingyas and illegal infiltrators as well, who were reportedly part of the riots that took place in Nu. Shreya's in Nu getting us those details. Shreya, in fact, a few moments ago, you were getting us the pictures of the flag march. Give us a sense of what's really happening right now. In fact, Bittu Bajrangi is also now joining us. Bittu Bajrangi, मैं पूछना चाहूँगी इस समय आप कहाँ पर हैं, क्योंकि कई सारी बातें कही जा रही है इस वायलेंस को लेके, सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट को लेके।
मैं अभी सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका धन्यवाद नमस्कार करता हूँ और मैं अभी अपने घर पे हूँ। जी,
पुलिस ने आपसे बातचीत की है, आपको रीच आउट किया है, क्योंकि कई सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो इस आपके संस्था के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं जिनका नाम इस पर आया है।
पुलिस ने मुझे अरेस्ट किया था
जी,
और मेरे खिलाफ मुकदमा दर्ज भी किया था परसों, और मुझे कोर्ट से जमानत मिल गई।
जी, इसके बाद पुलिस के साथ कोई बातचीत, क्योंकि इन्वेस्टिगेशंस इस मामले में जारी है।
हाँ, तो वो सब जो पुलिस ने पूछा, मैंने जो पूछना था मैंने पुलिस को बता दिया, क्राइम ब्रांच वालों को।
ये कहा जा रहा है कि आपके संस्था के मेंबर्स का इस पर इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
कौन सी संस्था का नाम बताएं?
जी, आपकी जो बजरंग फोर्स के जो लोग हैं उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। दोनों तरफ से एलिगेशंस है कि आप लोग वेपन्स भी कैरी कर रहे थे, ये इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
वेपन अगर हमारे पास है तो दिखाएं, सबूत दिखाएं, फोटो दिखाएं, वीडियो दिखाएं। आज तक वेपन के नाम पे तो हमारे पास चाकू भी नहीं है। अब दूसरे के लोगों को कहने से क्या है, हमारे पास कुछ दिखाएं, कुछ वेपन है तो हमारे बजरंग फोर्स पे या मेरे किसी कार्यकर्ता पे दिखाएं कुछ भी। आज तक कुछ भी चीज हमारे साथ कोई, हमारे हाथ में कुछ अवैध हथियार कोई चीज कभी भी भविष्य में हो तो दिखाएं हमको।
नहीं, हथियार तो आप कैरी करते ही हैं, तलवार तो आप कैरी करते ही हैं।
अच्छा, तैयारी, ये कौन सी बात है तैयारी करते हैं?
नहीं, तलवार, मैंने कहा तलवार तो आप कैरी करते हैं, तलवार तो आप कैरी करते हैं। जी,
हम कोई हथियार लेके थोड़ी गए थे मैडम, जैसे आप कह रहे हो कि आप तैयारी करते हैं।
नहीं, मैंने कहा आप तलवार कैरी करते हैं, आप तलवार रखते हैं अपने साथ, मैं ये कह रही थी।
नहीं जी मैडम, नहीं रखता।
देखिए जी,
एक मिनट मैडम, दशहरा पे हम शस्त्र पूजन करते हैं और वो उसके बाद हम अपने साथ तलवार नहीं रखते।
मैं पूछना चाहूंगी आपसे ये पूरे मामले के बारे में। ये कहा जा रहा है कि शुरू हुई थी उन लोगों के साथ में जो कि काव विजिलेंटिज्म में इन्वॉल्व हैं, गौ रक्षक के नाम पर ये वायलेंस करते हैं, ये सारी बातें कही जा रही हैं। ये इन्वेस्टिगेशंस तो चल ही रहा है, लेकिन इस एलिगेशंस के बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
गौ रक्षक के नाम पर तो दुनिया जो विरोधी हैं और जो गो दुश्मन है उनको तो हम ऊपर इल्जाम लगाते ही लगाते हैं वो कि ये गोरक्षा की आड़ में करते हैं। हमने आज तक कभी भी जितने गोरक्षक हैं, या मैं अपनी कहूँ, मैं पर्सनल में आज तक कोई ऐसा अनैतिक कार्य नहीं किया जिससे कि सनातन धर्म और हिंदू भाई को किसी को नीचा दिखना पड़े।
Alright, let's also ask him another question. बिट्टू बजरंगी, हमें ये बताइए, सबसे बड़ा सवाल आप पे उठ रहा है कि आपके वीडियो की वजह से दंगा हुआ है, क्योंकि आपने ये वीडियो दिया कि गोली पर गोली चलेगी जिसपे म्यूजिक चल रहा था, उससे लोग भड़क गए, उस वजह से दंगा हुआ है। बिट्टू बजरंगी,
मेरा जो स्टेटस था वो आधे घंटे पहले का था। क्या इस स्टेटस से एक गाने का सॉन्ग मैंने लगा दिया? क्या इससे जो 15 दिन पहले की तैयारी थी, क्या वो आधे घंटे में मेरे स्टेटस लगाते ही सारे तैयार खड़े थे, सब चीज लेके, सब चीज व्यवस्था लेके खड़े थे? क्या हो?
क्यों ऐसा वीडियो आप चलाएंगे, लाइव स्ट्रीम करेंगे जिसमें लिखा होगा या जिसमें ऐसा गाना होगा गोली पर गोली चलेगी? ये तो भड़काऊ वीडियो माना जा रहा है बिट्टू बजरंगी।
अच्छा, तो उनको लगा हुआ है भड़काऊ? मैं तो अन्य कभी भी कहीं जैसे लगाता रहता हूँ, तो इसका मतलब क्या है? वो जितने भी नांगलोई में है और अपना बिहार में है, बंगाल में, यानी कि मेरी वीडियो से दंगे हो रहे हैं हर जगह।
आपने आपके वीडियो में तो काफी भड़काऊ जब मैसेजेस दिया, आपने ऐसा भी कुछ कहा, आपका जीजा आ रहा है वहां पर, तैयार रहो, ऐसे मैसेजेस। यात्रा थी ये तो बहुत बढ़िया शोभा यात्रा थी जो हर साल होती है। ऐसे मैसेज उस गांव में क्यों देंगे जहां मुसलमान रहते हैं?
मेरे पास स्क्रीनशॉट है, वीडियो है, रिकॉर्डिंग है, जो मैंने क्राइम ब्रांच को उपलब्ध करवा दी है। मेरे को धमकी दे रहे थे, मैं सभी के लिए नहीं होता, जिन्होंने मुझे गालियां दी और मेरे साथ धमकी दी और जिन लोगों ने मुझे काटने मारने की बात बोली, ये उनके लिए था, ना कि सभी के लिए।
आपके अगेंस्ट जो क्रिटिसिज्म है कि आप पे अब एफआईआर हुई है, अब आप जेल जाएंगे, आपकी वजह से दंगा हुआ है, ये एलिगेशन है आप पर कि ऐसे भड़काऊ मैसेजेस की वजह से ही और लोग आ गए थे वहां पर।
अच्छा, वो 15 दिन की तैयारी थी, आधे घंटे में कोई तैयारी नहीं होती। 15 दिन से वो अपनी मीटिंग कर रहे थे, बैठक कर रहे थे कि मोनू मानेसर बिट्टू बजरंगी आएंगे,
ये सारे
करेंगे। वो किसी को नहीं दिखाई
हमारे
दिया।
साथ श्रेया भी मौजूद है। श्रेया, गो अहेड, यू कैन ऑन द ग्राउंड।
एक मेव आर्मी बनाई 4 दिन पहले, वो किसी को नहीं दिखाई दिया। खान ने बोला टुकड़ा टुकड़ा करेंगे, ये किसी को नहीं दिखाई दिया।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आप यात्रा में मौजूद होके लाइव कर रहे थे, आप इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपने सिर्फ पहले वीडियो नहीं किया था, आप यात्रा में मौजूद थे, यात्रा में मौजूद होके आप लाइव कर रहे थे, आप लोगों को चुनौती दे रहे थे। जब इसके बाद दंगे भड़के, क्या आप माफी मांगेंगे? अब आपके खिलाफ एफआईआर भी हो चुका है, सिर्फ वीडियो नहीं है, आप यात्रा में भी मौजूद थे।
तो यात्रा में कोई मैं मना तो नहीं कर रहा। क्या जलाभिषेक करना, पूजा करना, भोले बाबा के दर्शन करना, मैं मना नहीं कर रहा, मैं यात्रा में नहीं था। क्या ये पाप है? हमारे हिंदुस्तान में हिंदू धर्म में रहते हुए लोग अपने भगवान की पूजा नहीं करेंगे?
लाइव करके चुनौती क्यों दे रहे थे?
जी
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, पूजा करना आपका हक है, हर किसी का हक है, लेकिन आप लाइव करके, यात्रा से लाइव करके आप चुनौती क्यों दे रहे थे कि मैं अपना लोकेशन शेयर कर रहा हूं, आप आइए? ये चुनौती
मेरे
आपकी
पास
तरफ से क्यों दी जा रही थी?
मेरे पास आइए, अभी भी मेरे को धमकी आ रही है मारने काटने की, ये उनके लिए है, ये उनके लिए था जो मुझे मारने काटने की अब शब्द गंदी गाली दे रहे हैं।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पर आप भड़काऊ वीडियोस डालते हैं, आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, अगर आपके पास धमकी आई थी तो
साक्ष्य आप पूरे अपने पास रख लेना, मैं आपको उपलब्ध करवा दूंगा, सारे सबूत आपको दूंगा, उसको भी चलाओ कि उन्होंने क्या बोला।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे? अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे? क्योंकि पुलिस ने एफआईआर भी दर्ज किया है, पुलिस का कहना है कि
मोमन खान को, जाबिर घाटमिका को, अफ्तार अहमद को, जिन्होंने मेवात में दंगे करे, घर जलाए, हमारी माताओं बहनों पर अत्याचार किया,
बजरंगी जी, अभी भी आप माफी मांगेंगे या नहीं मांगेंगे?
2 जवान शहीद हुए और हमारी बच्चों पे अत्याचार हुआ,
जी आपके खिलाफ
माफी मांगनी चाहिए। जो दंगाई है, जो आतंकवादी है, उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए। हम तो सनातनी हैं,
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपके खिलाफ भी एफआईआर है, आप पे के खिलाफ भी एफआईआर है।
बेल
अभी
लेकर
आप क्या
कोर्ट में जमानत
मांगेंगे
मिल गई,
माफी?
हम अपने अभी घर पे हैं और वो घर पे अपने घर से क्यों भागे घूम रहे हैं? कानून के सामने जाए, पेश होए।
आप चुनौती अगर ना
घर से
देते,
भागकर छुपे हुए हैं, पुलिस से क्यों भाग रहे हैं? सामने आए हो।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया है। आप कहते हैं कि मुझे थ्रेट्स आए थे, मुझे धमकी दी जा रही थी, तो आप पुलिस के पास जा सकते थे। आपने क्या किया? आपने भी इस तरह के भड़काऊ वीडियोस डाले, इस तरीके से आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया।
जिन्होंने आग में घी डाला वो 4 दिन पहले 5 दिन पहले कह रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पे, वो किसी को नहीं दिखाई दे रहा, ना किसी को कोई दिखा रहा कि क्यों उन्होंने धमकी दी है कि मोनू माने से बिट्टू बजरंगी आएंगे। खुलेआम यूट्यूबर पे न्यूज चल रही है कि अगर आके दिखाओ माहौल खराब कर देंगे हम अम्मेबाद का।
आप पुलिस के पास जाते,
मैंने तो आधे घंटे पहले वीडियो को, मेरी वीडियो को आधे घंटे पहले वीडियो को अपना वो दोस्त ढकने के लिए मेरे पास दोस्त मर रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने जो ये आतंक फैलाया है और ये ISI का भी इसमें पीछे हाथ हो सकता है।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपको अगर धमकी दी गई थी तो आपने भी तो प्रोवोक किया, आप पुलिस के पास जा सकते थे।
हमारे गृह मंत्री अनिल विज लग रहे हैं, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा और सब आपके सामने आप दोबारा चलाओगे कि किस किस का हाथ है इसमें, किस किस ने इसमें आतंक में हथियार उपलब्ध करवाए। हम तो वहाँ पे जलभिषेक करने थे अपने बच्चों के साथ, अपनी बहन बेटियों के साथ, हम दंगा करने नहीं गए थे। कोई अपनी फैमिली के साथ वहाँ पे लड़ाई करने को जाता है, कोई
बिट्टू बजरंगी, सबके सबूत चल रहे हैं हमारे चैनल पर, सबके सबूत चल रहे हैं, लेकिन सवाल ये है कि कहीं ना कहीं आज ये लग रहा है कि हिंदुओं का नाम खराब कर रहे हैं। आपका जो वीडियो था, वो जो वीडियो आपने निकाला एक शोभा यात्रा थी, उसमें ऐसे वीडियो का तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं बनता है, वो तो शोभा यात्रा थी, उसमें ये क्या क्यों कहना जरूरी था गोली पे गोली चलेगी, तुम्हारा जीजा आ रहा है, तैयार रहो।
आप गोली पे गोली स्टेटस था वो, हम तो वहाँ पे एक चाकू भी नहीं ले गए। स्टेटस लगाए, सरकार से बोल दो सारे स्टेटस बंद कर दे।
तो आप कह रहे हो कि मुस्लिम एक्सट्रीमिस्ट रेडी थे, उन्होंने वो पहले से प्लान करके रेडी थे, ऐसा क्यों कहोगे आप? ये क्या सबूत है आपके पास?
15 दिन से तैयारी चल रही थी और मैं क्या बताऊं, मेरा फोन एक ही है, मैं दिखा दूंगा आपको। एक बार आपसे प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट है, आप मेरे घर पे आइए, सारे साक्ष्य दूंगा, सबूत दूंगा, यानी कि बोलना
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, हमें आपसे एक बहुत सिंपल सवाल है।
सारे सबूत दे दिए, सारे फोन नंबर प्रोवाइड करवा दिए जिन से मुझे धमकी आई है, और वो घर से भागे डोल रहे हैं।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपसे एक बहुत छोटा सा सवाल है।
घर पे बैठा हूँ,
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपसे एक बहुत छोटा सा सवाल है।
हम तो सनातन धर्म है, चींटी मर जाती है उस पर भी पाप समझते हैं, नरसंहार वाले आदमी नहीं है।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी,
ब्रिज भूमि को पाकिस्तान बनाने की साजिश रच रखी है, वो सरकार किसी भी कीमत पे पाकिस्तान नहीं बनने देगी।
छोटा सा सवाल है,
सभी सनातनी भाई ब्रिज भूमि को पाकिस्तान नहीं बनने देंगे।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपसे एक बहुत छोटा सा सवाल है। आप लोग यहाँ पे जल अभिषेक करने आए थे, वो बिल्कुल जायज है, लेकिन एक जल अभिषेक एक भगवान की आराधना में हथियार की क्या, एक सेकंड, हथियार की क्या रोल थी? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, हथियार क्यों थे? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, वीडियोस है कि जो यात्रा में भी थे उनके पास भी हथियार थे, एक आराधना में हथियार का क्या काम है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी के पास ना बिट्टू बजरंगी की टीम के पास कोई हथियार नहीं। दिखाओ मुझे एक बार लाइव, दिखाओ मुझे
यात्रा में हथियार था या नहीं?
मेरे पास ना हथियार था, ना मेरी यात्रा में हथियार था, ना मुझे संज्ञान में। ये
आप वीडियो है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी की यात्रा में हथियार लाए गए थे। सिंपल सवाल है, क्या आप मानते हो कि भगवान की आराधना में, भगवान की पूजा में, क्या भगवान की पूजा में हथियार का कोई हिस्सा है?
दिखाओ ना मेरे को, मेरे पास का हथियार थे, दिखाओ तो सही। बोलने से क्या होता है मैडम जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी, एक सवाल और है आपसे।
हथियार थे, मुझे ये दिखाओ।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, गोली पे गोली चलेगी, इस गाने का क्या मतलब है?
अच्छा, हमारा बोलने से गोली पे गोली चलेगी, उन्होंने तो गोली चला के दिखा दी, उन्होंने तो हत्या करके
तो अगर वो गलत है तो आप भी गलत करेंगे, मतलब इसका क्या मतलब है? ये भड़काओ, मैंने आपसे पहले भी कहा कि आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया है,
और उन्होंने बता दिया हथियार क्या होते हैं। हमें तो अब मालूम पड़ा है हथियार क्या होते हैं। हम तो लाठी डंडे जिससे कुत्ते भगाते थे उसको हथियार समझते थे, मीडिया वाले भी कहते हैं लाठी हथियार होता है। हमें तो हथियार 31 तारीख को जब पूजा करी, हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चली, हमें जब मालूम पड़ा हथियार क्या होता है।
आपने ये गाना क्यों डाला?
हमें हथियार क्या होता है?
आपने ये वीडियो में क्यों, इस गाने का क्या मतलब है? ये इस सवाल का जवाब दीजिए।
तो मैडम थी IG वहाँ की, अगर वो 5 मिनट पहले नहीं आती तो नरसंहार होता।
इस वीडियो का क्या मतलब है? इस गाने का क्या मतलब है? गोली पे गोली चलेगी, इसका क्या मतलब है?
खबर बनाने वालों की भी खबर बनेगी एक दिन। ये कौम
बिट्टू बजरंगी, खबर बनाने वालों की तो खबर बनेगी, वो बात ठीक है। आप कह रहे हैं, अच्छा चलिए, आप कह रहे हैं पाकिस्तान बन जाएगा, वो पाकिस्तान आप रोक रहे थे, पर बिट्टू बजरंगी वो आपका काम नहीं है। पाकिस्तान ना बने ब्रजभूमि पे, ये सरकार का काम है रोकने का। आप थोड़ी ना रोकेंगे, आप सरकार को बोलेंगे, आप खुद थोड़ी ना निकल जाएंगे गोली पे गोली लेकर।
हमारा सनातन मैंने न्याय दिलाया है। फवाद में आओ, कितनी लड़कियां जो मुस्लिम लड़कियां हैं उनको भी मैंने न्याय दिलाया है। एक बार आओ में, जब मैं दिखाता हूँ आपको कितनी मुस्लिम लड़कियों की मैंने जान बचाई है।
आप कह रहे हैं आपने बचाया है, आप कह रहे हैं आप बचा रहे हैं वहाँ पे।
बचाया है, मामला दर्ज करवाए, मैं आपको लाइव दिखा सकता हूँ। आप मुझे टाइम बता देना, मैं लाइव दिखाऊंगा कितने मुस्लिम लड़कियों की मैंने जान बचाई है। सिर्फ ये नहीं, सनातन धर्म कहता है सभी हिंदू बहन बेटी सभी अपनी धर्म की बेटी है, तो दूसरे जो धर्म की बेटी है वो भी अपनी बेटी है।
आप अगर बचाने के लिए भी हथियार ला रहे हैं तो वो हथियार कैसे आ रहे हैं? ये हथियार लाइसेंस तो नहीं है, इलीगल हथियार हैं। कैसे हथियार लेकर आप बैठे हैं अपने पास? ये तो अलाउड नहीं है।
मेरे पास हथियार दिखा दो, और हथियार है तो पुलिस अपना काम करेगी। मेरे पास क्या हथियार है दिखा दो मेरे को एक बार, पुलिस अपना काम करेगी। फिर
बिट्टू बजरंगी, वहाँ पे जो लोग थे जो दंगा कर रहे थे, उनके हाथों में बंदूकें दिख रही हैं और वो कहा जा रहा है कि वो हिंदू, आप मेरी बात सुनिए, हिंदू आउटफिट से कुछ लोग थे
होंगे
जी,
जिसने हत्याएं की होंगी उनके हथियार जब्त होंगे। कोई भी कौम का हो, हिंदू हो या मुसलमान, सब पे घर पे बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अगर आपने कुछ गलत किया नहीं, आप कह रहे हो आपने कोई गलत काम नहीं किया, आप कोर्ट से बेल क्यों लिए? अगर आपको लगता है आपने कोई गलत काम नहीं किया।
मैडम जी, कानून और संविधान से बढ़कर कोई इंसान नहीं है। कानून को लगा कि ये विवादित टिप्पणी है तो मैं कोर्ट में पेश हुआ, क्राइम ब्रांच वाले ने मुझे।
तो आप मानते हो ये विवादित टिप्पणी है? आप मानते हो ये विवादित टिप्पणी है?
लेकिन कोर्ट से बड़ा कोई नहीं है, मैं नहीं मानता
है तो आपको लगता है
विवादित टिप्पणी है। अगर उनको लग रही है तो
कानून के खिलाफ जाओगे।
We have the visuals on our screen. ये तलवारें कहाँ से आई? ये बंदूकें कहाँ से आई? उनके हाथ में ये तलवारें और बंदूकों की क्या जरूरत है? बिट्टू बजरंगी
विवादित टिप्पणी है।
और बिट्टू बजरंगी उनको बचाए तो विवादित टिप्पणी हो गई। हमारी गौ माता को कोई काटे और बिट्टू बजरंगी बचाए तो वो विवादित टिप्पणी हो गई।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपको अगर धमकी दी गई थी, आपने कहा मुझे धमकी दी गई है। बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपको धमकी दी गई थी, आपने कहा
एक साथ नहीं बोलता कि सारी कौम गलत है, लेकिन जो आदमी गलत है वो गलत है।
आपने कहा आपको धमकी दी गई थी, आप कानून में विश्वास करते हैं, आपने कहा कानून और संविधान के ऊपर कोई नहीं है, तो आप पुलिस के पास क्यों नहीं गए? आपने धमकी, आपको जब धमकी दी गई तो आपने धमकी, उसके बाद ये वीडियो क्यों वायरल किया? ये एलिगेशंस है कि आप लोगों ने वेपन्स कैरी किए, पिक्चर्स बता रहे हैं कि वेपन्स थे इस यात्रा में, क्यों कैरी किया? पुलिस के पास क्यों नहीं गए जब आपको धमकी दी गई थी? आप तो कानून में विश्वास करते हैं।
बार बता रहा हूँ, हमारे पास कोई वेपन नहीं था।
आप पुलिस के पास, आपने कहा मुझे धमकी दी गई थी इसलिए मैंने जवाब दिया, आप पुलिस के पास क्यों नहीं गए? आप तो कानून से डरते हैं।
क्या जवाब दिया? मेरे को धमकी दी गई रैली से 4 दिन पहले लगातार।
तो ये वीडियो किसने वायरल किया? गोली पे गोली चलेगी, वीडियो किसने वायरल किया?
ये नहीं है कि मैं तुम्हारे पास आ रहा हूँ, मैं वहाँ भोले बाबा के दर्शन करने गया था, ना कि वहाँ हत्या करने गया था। जिन्होंने हत्या करी वो घर से भागे छुप रहे हैं, उन पे 302 लग गई है, उनके घर टूटेंगे और तुम चलाओगी लाइव उनका, और कुछ दिन बाद सारी रिपोर्ट सामने आएगी। दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी होगा।
चाहे हिंदू हो या मुसलमान, अगर वो दंगा कर रहे थे हम उनसे सवाल करेंगे। और अभी भी हमने चलाया बुलडोजर, हमने दिखाया जहां बुलडोजर चला है इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट पे। मेरी बात सुनो बिट्टू बजरंगी, मेरी बात सुनो। अभी हमारी स्क्रीन पर ये तलवारें दिख रही हैं और बंदूकें दिख रही हैं, ये किसके हाथों में है? ये क्यों है? ये कहां से आई?
मेरे हाथ में बंदूक दिखाओ। तुम आप मेरे से बात कर रहे हो, मेरे हाथ में बंदूक दिखाओ। आतंकवादियों के हाथ में बंदूक है, जो वो पुलिस काम कर रही है।
आतंकवादी थे वो सारे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आप कह रहे हो वहाँ पाकिस्तान बन रहा था, वहाँ जो दंगा हो रहा था दिख रहा था।
नारे तकबीर, हिंदुस्तान मुर्दाबाद, पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद, ये नारे लगाए गए हैं वहाँ। और
बिल्कुल एक्शन लिया जाएगा, एक्शन लिया जाएगा, हम भी डिमांड करेंगे, उनके खिलाफ भी लिया जाएगा। लेकिन क्या वो सब मुसलमान थे जिनके हाथ में बंदूकें थी? क्या वो सब मुसलमान थे जिनके हाथ में बंदूकें थी? ये सवाल भी उठ रहा है। जो विजुअल हमारे यहाँ चल रहे हैं उसमें ऐसा दिख रहा है कि कुछ हिंदू ग्रुप के भी थे जिनके हाथ में बंदूकें थी। वो क्यों थी, कहाँ से आई?
अपना काम करेगा। किस आतंकवादी के हाथ में बंदूक है, किस पे अवैध हथियार है, किस पे लाइसेंस का काम है? कानून से बढ़ के कोई नहीं है, कानून अपना काम करेगा। सबकी फुटेज निकाली जा रही है। चाहे कोई भी कौम का हो, हिंदू हो या मुसलमान हो, सबको लाइन पे लिया जाएगा। जो गलत है गलत है, संविधान से और कानून से बढ़कर कोई नहीं है।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आप कह रहे हो कि कानून मानता है, आपकी टिप्पणी विवादित है, लेकिन आप नहीं मानते, तो आप पुलिस के खिलाफ हो, आप कानून के खिलाफ हो, आप कानून से सहमति नहीं रखते। अगर कानून मानती है ये विवादित टिप्पणी है, तो आप माफी क्यों नहीं मांग रहे?
नहीं भागते उनकी तरह, आतंकवादियों की तरह। कानून ने बुलाया, हम पेश हुए, और जो कानून ने हमें बोलना था, सजा देनी थी, जो चीज थी, हम कोर्ट के द्वारा आए। हम घर छोड़ के नहीं भाग रहे, हम अपने घर पे हैं। आतंकवादी घर से भागे पड़े।
मानना नहीं चाहते हो विवादित टिप्पणी है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, जब पुलिस कह रही है और आप कह रहे हो कानून समझता है। बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आप बात को घुमाइए मत।
योगी बाबा यहाँ भी आने वाला है।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आप बात को घुमाइए मत। आपसे बहुत सीधा सवाल है, आप कह रहे हो कानून मानता है।
दर्द होगा सेकुलर लोगों को, पेट में दर्द होगा। बुलडोजर यहाँ भी चलने वाला है।
किसके पेट में दर्द होगा बिट्टू बजरंगी?
आप कह रहे हैं पेट में दर्द होगा, किसके पेट में दर्द होगा?
सेकुलर आतंकवादियों के। जो
सरकार अपना काम करेगी, सरकार अपना काम करेगी। आपने किसका ठेका लिया है? सरकार अपना काम करेगी, सरकार अपना काम। आपने किसका ठेका लिया?
पेट में दर्द होगा।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपने किसका ठेका ले रखा है? आपने किसका ठेका ले रखा है? आपने किसका ठेका ले रखा है?
करेगा उसके पेट में दर्द नहीं होगा।
आपने किसका ठेका ले रखा है? मैं ये पूछ रही हूँ आपसे, मैं ये पूछ रही हूँ कि आपने जो इस पूरे विवाद में आपने जो काम किया है, आपका ये कहना है कि हमें धमकी दी जा रही थी, हम क्यों चुप बैठेंगे? इसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? इसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? क्या आप रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेंगे?
मंदिर में गए थे, हमारी लाइव लोकेशन निकाल दो, हमारे फेसबुक पे मैंने चलाई हुई है। मंदिर में थे, मंदिर में जाने से ही हम पे गोली चल गई। ये हमने पाप कर दिया, हमने जलाभिषेक कर दिया, ये पाप हो गया। हमने वहां पे किसकी गाड़ियां तोड़ी,
गोली का जो आपने वीडियो वायरल करवाया था, ये किस वजह से करवाया था? बने रहिए हमारे साथ, वो वीडियो हम चलाएंगे, उसके बाद में हम बात करते हैं आपसे।
ये वीडियो डाल रहे हैं कि बिट्टू बजरंगी रो रहा है।
ये वीडियो आपका
4 साल पुरानी वीडियो है वो।
नहीं 7 साल पुरानी हो, 10 साल पुरानी हो, वायरल तो ये अभी हुआ है ना, वायरल तो ये अभी हुआ है। आपने क्या काम किया इस पूरे समय में? आपने क्या काम किया? आप कहते कि आप कानून से डरने वाले हैं, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन और लॉ के आगे कुछ नहीं है, तो आपने क्या काम किया?
मैंने क्या काम किया? मैंने तो जलाभिषेक किया, शोभा यात्रा में शामिल हुए।
ये वीडियो का क्या मतलब है? ये वीडियो चलवाने का मतलब क्या है, ये बताइए। क्या आपने ये वीडियो नहीं चलवाई? 7 साल पुरानी हो या 10 साल पुरानी हो, क्या ये वीडियो आपने नहीं चलवाई इस समय? वायरल नहीं करवाई?
कौन सी वीडियो?
ये वीडियो जो गोली पे गोली चलेगी जो वीडियो है, इसके बारे में बातचीत हो रही है। आप ही का वीडियो है।
मैडम जी, मेरी वीडियो को, पुरानी वीडियो को उठा के एडिट किया जा रहा है।
अच्छा, एडिट हो रहा है अब? बिट्टू बजरंगी एडिट कर रहे हैं आपका वीडियो?
मेरी 4 साल 5 साल पुरानी वीडियो को उठा के ये कहा जा रहा है, देखो एक वीडियो।
अच्छा, बिट्टू बजरंगी ये बताइए कि आप अपने आप को कैसे देखते हैं? आप कह रहे हैं कि आप सनातन धर्म बचा रहे हैं, क्या ऐसे सनातन धर्म बचेगा तो किस तरह से इमेज जाएगी, ये भी आप देखिए। क्या आपको लगता है आप ठीक कर रहे हैं जो आप कर रहे हैं? All right, looks like that's enough of the questions from India today. Bittu Bajrangi, we'll try and get him back. It is important. He's one of the main accused, as is being seen. One of those whose allegedly his video had incited the violence. That's Bittu Bajrangi's song that you see, that you say. बिट्टू बजरंगी, ये बताइए आप अपने आप को कैसे देखते हैं? आप कह रहे हैं कि आप सनातन धर्म बचा रहे हैं, तो ये बचा रहे हैं जिस तरीके से, ये आपका ढंग है, आपको लगता है ठीक है? आपको आवाज आ रही है बिट्टू बजरंगी?
Okay, now he is in fact denied his role in this violence. We just had a detailed conversation with Car Vigilante Bittu Bajrangi, who's already been questioned. He's out on bail. However, he says he continues to maintain that he was provoked. बिट्टू बजरंगी, अगर आप हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं, हमें सुन पा रहे हैं? All right, we seem to have, in fact, lost that line with Bittu Bajrangi, but he says that he denies allegations of him or his members of his organization carrying any weapons. He's clearly said that. He's also said that this video that, in fact, went viral at this point in time, he said he did not put it out. It's an old video. That's his defense. However, he continues to maintain that he was provoked and they were being threatened. Bittu Bajrangi has joined the probe by the Faridabad police following the violence that took place in Noo.
और ये बोलेंगे कि बताया नहीं कि हम मुलाकात नहीं हुई, तो इसलिए हम पूरी लोकेशन देंगे। अभी हम पाली हैं और निकलेंगे धौस से ही। फूल माला तैयार रखना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ये बोलते हैं ना कि बताना नहीं, निकल गए जी, बताया नहीं, पूछा।
Okay, this man on your screen has been accused of provoking the rioters. He riots. In fact, he continues to be in denial. We'll track that story very closely. We're putting out that interview, the entire interview also on our website. That's indiatoday.in. A quick check of the headlines at this site. It's noon. India Today tracks down rioters' den. Rioters hiding in Aravalli Mountains. Police movement tracked from hilltop. Pakistan-based YouTubers spewed venom during riots. Cops swing into action against hate posts. 3 social media accounts under scanner for hate posts that fanned riots. Over 2,300 videos from the 31st of July, beg your pardon, under scanner. New SP Singla has been transferred. This is undeniable proof on villains with India Today. Bajrang Dal workers seen firing, admits to firing in the air for self-defense. A top story this hour, getting you all the details as far as the investigations in the new violence is concerned. India Today investigation has set the new agenda here. We have accessed videos that show how stones are pelted from the hills surrounding the Nalhar Mahadev temple. Amid the serene beauty of the Aravalli Hills in Haryana's Noo, our investigation has revealed that 500 residents were hiding in the mountains and cops movement was being closely tracked from the hilltop. Not just this, the Sarpanch admits few rioters had fled. Locals also confirmed that they were hiding in the hills due to fear of the police. Our investigation takes you up those hills just outside Noo, from where the first stones flew. From the firing spot to the hiding place, India Today goes where nobody has dared to go. Our investigation reveals that there was intelligence failure, inadequate policing, calls for violence given on social media, and rioters' hill hideout has been exposed. The spotlight now is on the Khattar government. Will they act on this?
देखिए वहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं, खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ मेरे भाई हैं।
India Today locates them uphill.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ। ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी ये।
Young men perched atop the mountains. Village women carrying jerry cans trek upward.
खाना हाँ पहाड़ ले जा रहा भाई ग्वालन हम तो बना लो
पहाड़ पे
हाँ
छुपे हुए हैं
हाँ
ये क्या खाना पानी लेके जा रहे हैं
हाँ
अच्छा, और भी लोग हैं ऊपर?
हाँ।
We deploy a drone. India today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights. A hideaway of villagers of Noor district fearing crackdown. And a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. India Today's watchful eye reveals a trail of individuals trudging up with their belongings in tow. Cots on their heads, household items in possession. As the drone soars, it captures the scale of this makeshift exodus. Clusters of people dot the landscape. These are not leisurely explorers. Among these elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
सुबह में और शाम में दोनों टाइम और दोपहर में पुलिस का राउंड लगता है, इसीलिए पहाड़ पे रहते हैं लोग। यहाँ पे पुलिस उठा कर ले जाती है बेकसूर लोगों को भी। खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया, खाना वाने का कोई इंतजाम ही नहीं है।
India Today's exclusive endeavor reveals a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills. With Arvind Oja in New, Bureau Report, India Today.
Getting you all the details as far as this investigation is concerned. New rioters' den is what India Today has exposed. In fact, in this report, giving you a sense of where the rioters were hiding and also, in fact, monitoring the movement of the cops. The big question here is whether the government of Haryana is going to respond looking at this report. Our investigation setting the new agenda here. We have access videos that show how stones are pelted from the hills surrounding the Nalhar Mahadev temple. Amid the serene beauty of the Aravalli Hills in Haryana's New, our investigation reveals that 500 residents were hiding in mountains and the movement of the police was getting tracked from the hilltop. These are pictures on your screen of the drone pictures, in fact, that speaks volumes of how all of this was really planned by the rioters who are in the hiding. Now, the Sarpanch admits that few rioters have fled. Locals have also confirmed that they were hiding in hills due to fear of the police. The police have meanwhile intensified the probe in the New violence case. Police suspect the New riots were planned after several arrested accused confessed that they indeed joined the Shobha Yatra on the 31st of July to spark violence. Sources have told India Today that accused confessed to firing illegal weapons by joining the crowd. Also confessed to using illegal weapons, bricks, stones, sticks to attack cops in the crowd. Confessed to hiding the weapons after the violence. They said several of the rioters were hiding in the hills of Mewat, besides Jaipur, Udaipur in Rajasthan, Meerut, Agra, Aligarh in Uttar Pradesh. 10 FIRs registered against social media accounts, fanning tensions. The police say indecent and communally charged posts were made on the day of the violence. Close to 2,300 violence fanning videos were posted on social media.
आप ऐसी कोई हरकतें ना करें, कोई गलत पोस्ट ना डालें, कोई किसी को फॉरवर्ड ना करे, कोई किसी को वायरल ना करे, नहीं तो हम सबकी निगाह रखे हुए हैं। अगर कोई सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से, अगर कोई व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी के माध्यम से कोई खेल खेलना चाहेगा तो तो हम उसके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई करेंगे।
देखिए, सोशल मीडिया पर नज़र थी और सोशल मीडिया पर नज़र होने की वजह से कई ऐसे पोस्ट आए थे जो पोस्ट शायद खुद में शायद इतने नहीं एग्रेसिव हो, लेकिन उनका क्योंकि रिएक्शन बहुत एग्रेसिव आ रहा तो फिर भी वो पोस्ट को डिलीट करा दिया गया। जब भी कोई भी लगा कि ऐसी पोस्ट आ रही, इमीडिएटली पुलिस ने न सिर्फ काउंटर किया, उनको अप्रोच किया, पीस बनाने के लिए बहाली।
Continues to be with us from New in Haryana. Shreya, in fact, a moment ago we were speaking with Bittu Bajrangi. He, of course, has got bail. But give us a sense of his involvement in all of this. How closely is the police looking at the role of Bittu Bajrangi and his team in fact, provoking and also in fanning the violence that Nu has seen for days together now?
Bittu Bajrangi's post had gone viral, where Bittu Bajrangi was given an open, chunauti, we can say, suggesting that I will come to Mewat. The kind of songs that was playing in the background were provocative. He had come to the yatra. He was giving his location, suggesting that I will not hide out. Come, I'm over here. This is my location. So we can understand that these were provocative. We cannot deny, and neither is the Haryana police also denying. Otherwise, that FIR wouldn't have been registered against him. The FIR is under a very strict section, which is section 295A for fanning religious tension. So we can clearly understand that police had initiated a crackdown, but now he's managed to get a bail as well from the court. So we are not going to see him getting arrested for sure, but there is the Haryana police admitting that he had a role to play, and that is somewhere down the line proved by the FIR that's been registered against him in Faridabad's Dabua police station on the 1st of August. Bittu Bajrangi, however, is not saying that he has done anything wrong. We asked him pointed questions and he agreed that yes, I have got bail because I believe in the law and order, but I do not believe that statement by me was wrong. Even if the police believes that, he is denying to suggest that he is not agreeing to say sorry for the entire scenario. So we cannot say that he's apologetic about it. He remains unapologetic despite an FIR that has now been registered against him by the Haryana police.
Shreya, also what's of utmost concern right now is the fact that the situation continues to be tense in many of these areas. Talk to us about the kind of arrangements that have been made a moment ago. In fact, a while ago, you showed us pictures of the flag march that was being conducted in Nu, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Sosneha. You know, there was a flag march that was carried out at this very Nu Chowk where I'm standing right now. RAF is still deployed on the ground. There are riot control vehicles, additional forces has been called in, not just Nu, the adjoining areas of, say, Palwal, we talk about Alwar, Sona, Gurugram, all these are on high alerts. There is forces deployed. Time and again, police is conducting area domination activity today because it's the day of Friday namaz. There has been unanimous decisions after the peace committee meetings where the imams of the respective mosques have also announced and said people to please offer your namaz inside your residence. So if we talk about today, as of now, there hasn't been any fresh reports of communal tension reported from Nu or the adjoining districts, but it does continue to remain tense because despite relaxations being given by the administration, people are not opening their shops. We've spoken with the locals over here. They really say that we are still not feeling secure to open our shops, so that uneasiness still prevails in Nu, and it'll take time to go, what we clearly understand. But right now the administration is trying their best to ensure that normalcy returns quickly. Slowly by slowly they're giving in relaxations to ensure that everything that used to be in Nu before Monday goes back to the exact normal situation.
I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now. We're getting in all the details. In fact, talking to our viewers now about the sensational details that continue to trickle in as far as these riots that took place. It started on the 31st of July. Another video proof of Haryana villains has now emerged, where Ashok Bajrangi, a Bajrang Dal worker, was seen open firing in the air on the day of the violence in Nu. Bajrangi on camera has admitted that he opened fire, but in self-defense. He says he saw 4 people dying in front of him. Another video that shows how in the Aravali Hills in Nu, this became a vantage point for attackers as the Vishwa Hindu Parishad's Braj Mandal Yatra passed below. Video showed gunshots and stone pelting from the heights of Aravali on the day of the violence.
तो ऊपर से हमारे ऊपर ताबड़तोड़ गोलियां मारनी स्टार्ट हुई। जब ही पास में मेरे बाजू में खड़े एक आदमी को गोली भी लगी, जिसका प्रत्यक्ष गवाह हैं, प्रत्यक्ष है, जिन पुलिसकर्मी सभी प्रत्यक्ष हैं जिन्होंने वहां पर देखा था। और इसी को देखते हुए मैंने तभी सेल्फ डिफेंस में इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए एक हवा में फायर किया, जो हवाई फायर था केवल उनको डराने के लिए किया गया था। जो
उस दंगे में नरसंहार हुआ और पूरा प्लान था कि मोनू मालेसर और बिट्टू बजरंगी के साथ जो भी महिलाएं, बच्चे, सनातनी भाई वहाँ पूजा करने आए थे, संगठन के लोग, सभी दलों के लोग, सबकी हत्या करके एक मैसेज दे दें कि अल्लाहू अकबर, नारे तकबीर, पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद, इस तरह नारे लगाकर हमारी पूरी हत्या की साजिश थी।
Getting you all the details as far as the crackdown on the hate posts is concerned. Look at the kind of action that has now been taken. 10 FIRs have been filed against social media accounts. 3 social media accounts continue to be under the scanner. Now, these accounts belong to Shahid, Adil and Guru Ghantal. Now, they put hate posts. These are the people who put hate posts on the 31st of July, the day of the violence. Posts by Shahid, Adil and Guru fueled riots. Adil had in fact posted indecent and communally charged songs, one of those against whom the FIR has been registered. The cops are yet to identify who runs Shair Guru Ghantal account. Social media videos dated the 31st of July, the day of the violence, are under the scanner of the authorities. Over 2,300 videos from the 31st of July are under the scanner. Now, India Today has also accessed videos that show how stones are pelted from the hills surrounding the Nalhar Mahadev temple. Now, India Today takes you up those hills just outside Nuh, from where the first stones flew. From the firing spot to the hiding place, India Today goes where nobody has dared to go. We reveal the rioters' hideouts.
Gunshots pierced through. Hails of stones came down like missiles. Attackers took a vantage point in the Aravali hills above as the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra passed on its route below on Monday in Haryana's Nuh. India Today on an arduous journey to find out who seized the towering peaks to rain down bullets and stones on the July 31 procession. The warm hues of the rising sun, the lush greenery, the ridges, the gentle breeze, and the chirping birds told us a hidden story. Men you see sleeping here aren't on leisurely excursions. We discover that they have transformed these hills around Nuh into a strategic cover. Local villagers escaping arrests, along with suspected rioters. Their face covered, these young men sitting with fellow villagers explained to us why they are staying put in these vast, rugged terrains.
ये आप लोग इतने मतलब पहाड़ों में क्यों छुपे हुए हैं?
भाई पुलिस के डर के मारे छुपे पड़े हैं पहाड़ों में।
क्यों ऐसा क्या कर दिया कि पुलिस के डर के मारे छुपे हुए हैं?
पुलिस आती है, उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछती तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
कहाँ?
गांव में आती है हमारा में।
तो कहाँ नहीं गए मतलब?
जो ये जो दंगाई आए थे ये।
अच्छा अच्छा।
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी, जो ना गए वो भी, सब अपने इधर उधर है।
नहीं तो पूरे गांव के कितने, सारे गांव के लोग पहाड़ों में?
गांव में पड़ा है जो ये यहाँ पे गांव में है जो।
अच्छा।
कोई कहीं चला गया, कोई कहीं चला गया पुलिस के डर की वजह से।
तो पूरे पहाड़ों में कितने लोग हैं अभी?
तकरीबन होंगे 500 आदमी।
500 लोग पूरे पहाड़ों में हैं?
हाँ।
For these residents of Nuh, the surrounding Aravali range is serving as their mountain refuge. In response to an ever-looming specter of arrests and police crackdown, in the aftermath of Monday's mayhem in the district. But the new resident also admitted that suspected rioters have mingled with innocent civilians, taking shelter in the hills over fears of mass arrests. Listen into him again.
जो वहाँ चला गया वो भी, जो ना गए वो भी, सब अपने इधर उधर हैं। पुलिस आती है, उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछती तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
In the FIR, police have mentioned that some of the locals descended from the mountains, carrying illegal arms, lathis and stones to disrupt religious service at a local temple. Videos of purported gunshots and stones hurled from the same heights on Monday have also surfaced. Vigilant gazes cast downward, eyes trained on the lands below. The men spotted a speeding convoy of police cars from afar.
नहीं तो फिर आप लोग पहाड़ों में ही क्यों आए? मतलब कहीं और भी जा सकते थे।
इस वजह से है, जैसे अब ये पुलिस की गाड़ी जा रही है, यहाँ से हमें पता पड़ जाते है गाड़ी आ रही है, अपने साइड में हो जाते हैं। 2-3 बस, अरे को ये कितनी गाड़ी जा रही है, ये 10-12 गाड़ी जा रही है, वो जा रही है, बस है, जहाँ मन मारे वही छापा मार रहे।
अच्छा, ये पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ जा रही जो वाइट बस जा रही है?
3-4 बस है, 7-8 गाड़ी है, इसी के डर की वजह से दुबका पड़ा है यहाँ पे।
For these people, it's their makeshift encampment. Black tarpaulin sheets lay casually, ready to be used as cover for the night. Like ants in a procession, more villagers can be seen ascending the hills. Their silhouettes grew more defined with each step.
यहाँ बेसिकली जितने भी पहाड़ों में जो लोग हैं वो सब के सब आप ही के गांव के हैं?
नहीं, हमारे गांव के भी हैं, साथ में ये गांव है, अगला गांव में, हर गांव में से जैसे भी, जैसे कहीं से 10 हैं, कहीं से 5 ऐसे चढ़ जाते हैं, डर की वजह से, जैसे कहीं का भी हिर लगता है।
तो ये कब से आप लोग चढ़े हुए हैं पहाड़ों पे?
यहाँ में होगा 2-3 दिन है आज।
नहीं तो इसके ऊपर भी और लोग बैठे हुए हैं?
जहाँ तक ये हर आदमी अपना बचाव करेगा और ऊपर चले जाएंगे, अगर जब भी और ऊपर चढ़ गए भाई अब पकड़ के ले जाएंगे, आखिरी हथियारी और कुछ
नहीं। तो क्या इसके ऊपर भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं क्या?
हाँ, बैठे हैं, जगह जगह बैठ जाते हैं। अब जैसे यहाँ बैठे हैं, वहाँ बैठ जाते हैं और ऊपर चले जाते हैं। हाँ, अगर पुलिस ना है तो अपने यहीं बैठे रहेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हमें किसी से कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
We now investigate in the violence-hit villages in the lap of the Aravalis below. Rafiq is president of Noos Sarpanch Association.
All right, we're going straight to the proceedings. In fact, in Lok Sabha, where the defense minister is speaking.
इस तरह को मैं सूचित करना चाहता हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से इस इंटर सर्विसेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कमांड कंट्रोल एंड डिसिप्लिन बिल 2023 विधेयक पर विचार करने का मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं।
कि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बिल है, देश की सुरक्षा बलों से संबंधित बिल है। आपको इस बिल में भाग लेना चाहिए, आपको इसमें चर्चा में भाग लेना चाहिए। आप जो है इतने तटस्थ नहीं रह सकते हैं। आप प्लीज बैठिए, आप बैठिए, बात सुनिए, अपनी बात कहिए, बिल के विचार विमर्श में भाग लीजिए, आप जैसा आपने कल किया था। श्री राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौर जी।
सभापति महोदय, मैं इस बिल के समर्थन में खड़ा हो रहा हूँ। ये वैसे बहुत ही सरल बिल है और इसकी जरूरत।
We'll continue to get you all details in the proceedings in Raj Sabha and also Lok Sabha. For the moment, it's time for a quick break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, a few moments ago, we grilled India Today grilled and questioned the villain of no riots, Bittu Bajrangi's brazen defense of fanning riots. Here's what he said.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली तक चली है पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Police are investigating this aspect. Pakistan Zindabad slogans were raised according to the FIR. And Dr. Vikram Singh, if I could bring you into this conversation, this clearly cannot be acceptable if what the police say is true.
This indicates the brazenness and the communal mindset and the communal wiring of a microscopic minority of the people. But the fact of the matter is, Gaurav ji, I would say I have zero tolerance to such objectionable slogans.
Yes.
We live in the most vibrant democracy where everybody, Hindus, Muslims, minorities, everybody are the happiest people on the planet. Well, if those who feel that Pakistan has to be Zindabad, then they better change their citizenship and go where they will choose to. India is just not the place for them. But the wiring, the social media, and also the radicalization is responsible for these objectionable slogans. And my advice to police would be to identify them through video and CCTV cameras, get to the ringleaders and put them behind bars under the NSA and the UAPA.
Sir, but in some localities of Mewat and in Noo, you are well aware, the police are scared to enter some of these localities. They target the police, no fear of the law. And then you have people like this Ehsan Mewati Pakistani, his videos, the FIR seems to indicate that people were instigated. Yatra was targeted, but a narrative is being built in your appreciation. Is cover fire being given to the perpetrators of the riots in Noo, sir?
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is what the whole administrative tragedy is all about. Giving cover fire to those who fired at absolutely empty-handed, bare-handed, peaceful Shobha Yatra participants and also firing at them. 2 of our home guards have been martyred. One is suffering a head injury. The other is having an abdominal bullet injury. And to give a cover fire to those shouting Pakistan Zindabad, I think they should also be booked under 120B of the IPC for criminal conspiracy. This is not acceptable, Gauravji. To befriend anti-national elements is being akin to being anti-national.
The Fashion Week was one true blue tribute to the art, craft, designs, and most importantly, the artisans of India. And our couturiers made sure to do justice to their roots. As bridal was the core theme of FDCI India Couture Week 2023, the closing show of the finale night saw Shraddha Kapoor dropping some major bridal goals. Yes, the actress walked the ramp for Rahul Mishra Couture for his latest collection, We the People, again representing the artisans who work to master those intricate detailing. Shraddha was seen donning a shimmery lehenga with silver patches and floral embroidery on the pastel base. She paired the stunning piece with low-cut blouse and a cape. With this, the curtain has fallen for India Couture Week 2023 and fans couldn't have asked for a better closure for this glamorous fashion extravaganza. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Getting you up to speed with all developments from New and the violence in Haryana. Now, India Today's team grilled New violence hate monger Bittu Bajrangi. Bittu Bajrangi, a self-proclaimed car vigilante known for his divisive diatribes, has been accused of fanning violence. While speaking to India Today, he gave his version of how the events unfolded on the 31st of July when violence engulfed the district, claiming the lives of 6 people. Listen in.
आपने आपके वीडियो में तो काफी भड़काऊ जब मैसेजेस दिए, आपने ऐसा भी कुछ कहा आपका जीजा आ रहा है वहां पर, तैयार रहो, ऐसे मैसेजेस। यात्रा थी ये तो बहुत बढ़िया शोभा यात्रा थी जो हर साल होती है। ऐसे मैसेज उस गांव में क्यों देंगे जहां मुसलमान रहते हैं?
मेरे पास स्क्रीनशॉट है, वीडियो है, रिकॉर्डिंग है जो मैंने क्राइम ब्रांच को उपलब्ध करवा दी है। मेरे को धमकी दे रहे थे, मैं सभी के लिए नहीं बोलता, जिन्होंने मुझे गालियां दी और मेरे साथ धमकी दी और जिन लोगों ने मुझे काटने मारने की बात बोली, ये उनके लिए था, ना कि सभी के लिए।
आपके अगेंस्ट जो क्रिटिसिज्म है कि आप पे अब एफआईआर हुई है, अब आप जेल जाएंगे, आपकी वजह से दंगा हुआ है, ये एलिगेशन है आप पर कि ऐसे भड़काऊ मैसेजेस की वजह से ही और लोग आ गए थे वहां पर।
अच्छा, वो 15 दिन की तैयारी थी, आधे घंटे में कोई तैयारी नहीं होती। 15 दिन से वो अपनी मीटिंग कर रहे थे, बैठक कर रहे थे कि मोनू माने सर बिट्टू बजरंगी आएंगे,
ये सारे वीडियोस
वो किसी को नहीं दिखाई दिया।
हमारे साथ श्रेया भी मौजूद है। श्रेया, गो अहेड, यू कैन ऑन द ग्राउंड।
एक मेव आर्मी बनाई 4 दिन पहले, वो किसी को नहीं दिया। खान ने बोला टुकड़ा टुकड़ा करेंगे, ये किसी को नहीं दिखाई दिया।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आप यात्रा में मौजूद होके लाइव कर रहे थे, आप इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपने सिर्फ पहले वीडियो नहीं किया था, आप यात्रा में मौजूद थे, यात्रा में मौजूद होके आप लाइव कर रहे थे, आप लोगों को चुनौती दे रहे थे। जब इसके बाद दंगे भड़के, क्या आप माफी मांगेंगे? अब आपके खिलाफ एफआईआर भी हो चुका है, सिर्फ वीडियो नहीं है, आप यात्रा में भी मौजूद थे।
तो यात्रा में कोई मैं मना क्यों नहीं कर रहा? क्या जलाभिषेक करना, पूजा करना, भोले बाबा के दर्शन करना मैं मना नहीं कर रहा, मैं यात्रा में नहीं था। क्या ये पाप है? हमारे हिंदुस्तान में हिंदू धर्म में रहते हुए लोग अपने भगवान की पूजा नहीं करेंगे?
लाइव करके चुनौती क्यों दे रहे थे?
जी
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, पूजा करना आपका हक है, हर किसी का हक है, लेकिन आप लाइव करके, यात्रा से लाइव करके आप चुनौती क्यों दे रहे थे कि मैं अपना लोकेशन शेयर कर रहा हूं, आप आइए? ये चुनौती
मेरे पास
क्यों दे जा रही थी?
मेरे पास आइए। अभी भी मेरे को धमकी आ रही है मारने काटने की, ये उनके लिए है, ये उनके लिए था जो मुझे मारने काटने की अब शब्द गंदी गाली दे रहे हैं।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, बिट्टू बजरंगी आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पर आप भड़काऊ वीडियोस डालते हैं, आप पुलिस के पास जाते हैं, अगर आपके पास धमकी आई थी तो
साक्ष्य आप पूरे अपने पास रख लेना, मैं आपको उपलब्ध करवा दूंगा, सारे सबूत आपको दूंगा, उसको भी चलाओ कि उन्होंने क्या बोला।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे? अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अभी आप माफी मांगेंगे? क्योंकि पुलिस ने
माफी मोहम्मद खान को माननी चाहिए
कि
मोहम्मद खान को, जाबिर घाटमिका को, अफ्तार अहमद को, जिन्होंने मेवात में दंगे करे, घर जलाए, हमारी माताओं बहनों पर अत्याचार किया,
बजरंगी जी, अभी भी आप माफी मांगेंगे या नहीं मांगेंगे?
2 जवान शहीद हुए और हमारी बच्चों पे अत्याचार हुआ,
जी आपके खिलाफ
माफी मांगनी चाहिए। जो दंगाई है, जो आतंकवादी है, उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए। हम तो सनातनी हैं,
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपके खिलाफ
विश्वास रखते हैं,
आपके खिलाफ
अभी हम कानून से बेल लेकर कोर्ट में जमानत मिल गई, हम अपने अभी घर पे हैं और वो घर पे अपने घर से क्यों भागे घूम रहे हैं? कानून के सामने जाए, पेश होए।
चुनौती अगर ना
घर से भागकर छुपे हुए पुलिस से क्यों भाग रहे हैं? सामने आए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया है। आप कहते हैं कि मुझे थ्रेट्स आए थे, मुझे धमकी दी जा रही थी, तो आप पुलिस के पास जा सकते थे। आपने क्या किया? आपने भी इस तरह के भड़काऊ वीडियोस डाले, इस तरीके से आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया।
जिन्होंने आग में घी डाला वो 4 दिन पहले 5 दिन पहले कह रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पे, वो किसी को नहीं दिखाई दे रहा, ना किसी को कोई दिखा रहा कि क्यों उन्होंने धमकी दी है कि मोनू माने से बिट्टू बजरंगी आएंगे, खुलेआम यूट्यूबर पे न्यूज चल रही है कि अगर आके दिखाओ माहौल खराब कर देंगे हम अम्मेबाद का।
आप पुलिस के पास जाते,
मैंने तो आधे घंटे पहले वीडियो को, मेरी वीडियो को आधे घंटे पहले वीडियो को अपना वो दोस्त ढकने के लिए मेरे पास दोस्त मर रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने जो ये आतंक फैलाया है और ये ISI का भी इसमें पीछे हाथ हो सकता है।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपको अगर धमकी दी गई थी तो आपने भी तो प्रोवोक किया, आप पुलिस के पास जा सकते थे।
हमारी गृह मंत्री अनिल विज लग रहे हैं, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा और सब आपके सामने आप दोबारा चलाओगे कि किस किस का हाथ है इसमें, किस किस ने इसमें आतंक में हथियार उपलब्ध करवाए। हम तो वहाँ पे जलाभिषेक करने थे अपने बच्चों के साथ, अपनी बहन बेटियों के साथ, हम दंगा करने नहीं गए थे। कोई अपनी फैमिली के साथ वहाँ पे लड़ाई करने को जाता है, कोई किसी मंदिर में कोई लड़ाई
सबके सबूत चल रहे हैं हमारे चैनल पर, सबके सबूत चल रहे हैं, लेकिन सवाल ये है कि कहीं ना कहीं आज ये लग रहा है कि हिंदुओं का नाम खराब कर रहे हैं। आपका जो वीडियो था, वो जो वीडियो आपने निकाला एक शोभा यात्रा थी, उसमें ऐसे वीडियो का तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं बनता है, वो तो शोभा यात्रा थी, उसमें ये क्या क्यों कहना जरूरी था गोली पे गोली चलेगी, तुम्हारा जीजा आ रहा है, तैयार रहो।
आप गोली पे गोली स्टेटस था वो, हम तो वहाँ पे एक चाकू भी नहीं ले गए, स्टेटस लगाए, सरकार से बोल दो सारे स्टेटस बंद कर दे।
तो आप कह रहे हो कि मुस्लिम एक्सट्रीमिस्ट रेडी थे, उन्होंने वो पहले से प्लान करके रेडी थे, ऐसा क्यों कहोगे आप? ये क्या सबूत है आपके पास?
15 दिन से तैयारी चल रही थी और मैं क्या बताऊं, मेरा फोन एक ही है, मैं दिखा दूंगा आपको, एक बार आपसे प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट है, आप मेरे घर पे आइए, सारे साक्ष्य दूंगा, सबूत दूंगा, यानी कि बोलना एक कोई भी आरोप मर सकता है, लेकिन सबूत के साथ मैंने सवाल है, सारे सबूत दे दिए, सारे फोन नंबर प्रोवाइड करवा दिए जिन से मुझे धमकी आई है, और वो घर से भागे डोल रहे हैं।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपसे
ये मेरा घर है,
बहुत छोटा सा सवाल है,
अपने घर पे बैठा हूँ,
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपसे एक बहुत छोटा सा सवाल है।
हम तो सनातन धर्म है, चींटी मर जाती है उस पर भी पाप समझते हैं, नरसंहार वाले आदमी नहीं है।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी,
ब्रिज भूमि को पाकिस्तान बनाने की साजिश रच रखी है, वो सरकार किसी भी कीमत पे
पाकिस्तान नहीं बनने देगी।
सभी सनातनी भाई ब्रिज भूमि को पाकिस्तान नहीं बनने देंगे।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आपसे एक बहुत छोटा सा सवाल है। आप लोग यहाँ पे जल अभिषेक करने आए थे, वो बिल्कुल जायज है, लेकिन एक जल अभिषेक एक भगवान की आराधना में हथियार की क्या, एक सेकंड, हथियार की क्या रोल थी? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, हथियार क्यों थे? बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, वीडियोस है कि जो यात्रा में भी थे उनके पास भी हथियार थे। एक आराधना में हथियार का क्या काम है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी के पास ना बिट्टू बजरंगी की टीम के पास कोई हथियार नहीं। दिखाओ मुझे एक बार लाइव, दिखाओ मुझे
यात्रा में हथियार था या नहीं?
मेरे पास ना हथियार था, ना मेरी यात्रा में हथियार था, ना मुझे संज्ञान में। ये
आप वीडियो है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी की यात्रा में हथियार लाए गए थे। सिंपल सवाल है, क्या आप मानते हो कि भगवान की आराधना में, भगवान के पूजा में, क्या भगवान की पूजा में हथियार का कोई हिस्सा है?
दिखाओ ना मेरे को, मेरे पास का हथियार थे, दिखाओ तो सही। बोलने से क्या होता है मैडम जी?
बिट्टू बजरंगी, एक सवाल और है आपसे।
हथियार थे, मुझे ये दिखाओ।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, गोली पे गोली चलेगी, इस गाने का क्या मतलब है?
अच्छा, हमारा बोलने से गोली पे गोली चलेगी, उन्होंने तो गोली चला के दिखा दी।
मतलब तो अगर वो गलत है तो आप भी गलत करेंगे, मतलब इसका क्या मतलब है? ये भड़काओ, मैंने आपसे पहले भी कहा कि आपने आग में घी डालने का काम किया है,
और उन्होंने बता दिया हथियार क्या होते हैं। हमें तो अब मालूम पड़ा है हथियार क्या होते हैं। हम तो लाठी डंडे जिससे कुत्ते भगाते थे उसको हथियार समझते थे। मीडिया वाले भी कहते हैं लाठी हथियार होता है। हमें तो हथियार 31 तारीख को जब पूजा करी, हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चली, हमें जब मालूम पड़ा हथियार क्या होता है।
आपने ये गाना क्यों डाला?
हमें हथियार क्या होता है?
आपने ये वीडियो में क्यों, इस गाने का क्या मतलब है? ये इस सवाल का जवाब दीजिए।
तो मैडम थी आईजी वहाँ की, अगर वो 5 मिनट पहले नहीं आती तो नरसंहार होता।
इस वीडियो का क्या मतलब है? इस गाने का क्या मतलब है? गोली पे गोली चलेगी, इसका क्या मतलब है?
खबर बनाने वालों की भी खबर बनेगी एक दिन। ये कौम
बिट्टू बजरंगी, खबर बनाने वालों की तो खबर बनेगी, वो बात ठीक है। आप कह रहे हैं, अच्छा चलिए, आप कह रहे हैं पाकिस्तान बन जाएगा, वो पाकिस्तान आप रोक रहे थे, पर बिट्टू बजरंगी वो आपका काम नहीं है। पाकिस्तान ना बने ब्रिज भूमि पे, ये सरकार का काम है रोकने का। आप थोड़ी ना रोकेंगे, आप सरकार को बोलेंगे, आप खुद थोड़ी ना निकल जाएंगे गोली पे गोली लेकर।
हमारा सनातन मैंने न्याय दिलाया है। इलाहाबाद में आओ, कितनी लड़कियां जो मुस्लिम लड़कियां हैं उनको भी मैंने न्याय दिलाया है। एक बार आओ में, जब मैं दिखाता हूँ आपको कितनी मुस्लिम लड़कियों की मैंने जान बचाई है।
आप कह रहे हैं आपने बचाया है, आप कह रहे हैं आप बचा रहे हैं वहाँ पे।
बचाया है, मामले दर्ज करवाए, मैं आपको लाइव दिखा सकता हूँ। आप मुझे टाइम बता देना, मैं लाइव दिखाऊंगा कितनी मुस्लिम लड़कियों की मैंने जान बचाई है। सिर्फ ये नहीं, सनातन धर्म कहता है सभी हिंदू बहन बेटी सभी अपनी धर्म की बेटी है, तो दूसरे जो धर्म की बेटी है वो भी अपनी बेटी है।
आप अगर बचाने के लिए भी हथियार ला रहे हैं तो वो हथियार कैसे आ रहे हैं? ये हथियार लाइसेंस तो नहीं है, इलीगल हथियार हैं। कैसे हथियार लेकर आप बैठे हैं अपने पास? ये तो अलाउड नहीं है।
मेरे पास हथियार दिखा दो, और हथियार है तो पुलिस अपना काम करेगी। मेरे पास क्या हथियार है दिखा दो मेरे को एक बार, पुलिस अपना काम करेगी। फिर
बिट्टू बजरंगी, वहाँ पे जो लोग थे जो दंगा कर रहे थे, उनके हाथों में बंदूकें दिख रही हैं, और वो कहा जा रहा है कि वो हिंदू, आप मेरी बात सुनिए, हिंदू आउटफिट से कुछ लोग थे
होंगे जी, जिसने हत्याएं की होंगी उनके हथियार जब्त होंगे। कोई भी कौम का हो, हिंदू हो या मुसलमान, सब पे घर पे बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, अगर आपने कुछ गलत किया नहीं, आप कह रहे हो आपने कोई गलत काम नहीं किया, आप कोर्ट से बेल क्यों लिए? अगर आपको लगता है आपने कोई गलत काम नहीं किया।
मैडम जी, कानून और संविधान से बढ़कर कोई इंसान नहीं है। कानून को लगा कि ये विवादित टिप्पणी है तो मैं कोर्ट में पेश हुआ, क्राइम ब्रांच वाले ने मुझे।
तो आप मानते हो ये विवादित टिप्पणी है? आप मानते हो ये विवादित टिप्पणी है?
लेकिन कोर्ट से बड़ा कोई नहीं है, मैं नहीं मानता है। तो आपको लगता है विवादित टिप्पणी है? अगर उनको लग रही है तो
कानून के खिलाफ जाओगे।
We have the visuals on our screen. ये तलवारें कहाँ से आई? ये बंदूकें कहाँ से आई? हमारे हाथ में ये तलवारें और बंदूकों की क्या जरूरत है? बिट्टू बजरंगी
विवादित टिप्पणी है,
और बिट्टू बजरंगी उनको बचाए तो विवादित टिप्पणी हो गई। हमारी गौ माता को कोई काटे और बिट्टू बजरंगी बचाए तो वो विवादित टिप्पणी हो गई।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपको अगर धमकी दी गई थी, आपने कहा मुझे धमकी दी गई है। बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपको धमकी दी गई थी, आपने कहा
एक साथ नहीं बोलता कि सारी कौम गलत है। लेकिन
बिट्टू
जो
बिट्टू
आदमी गलत है वो
बजरंगी,
गलत है।
आपने कहा आपको धमकी दी गई थी, आप कानून में विश्वास करते हैं, आपने कहा कानून और संविधान के ऊपर कोई नहीं है, तो आप पुलिस के पास क्यों नहीं गए? आपको जब धमकी दी गई तो आपने धमकी, उसके बाद ये वीडियो क्यों वायरल किया? ये एलिगेशंस है कि आप लोगों ने वेपन्स कैरी किए, पिक्चर्स बता रहे हैं कि वेपन्स थे इस यात्रा में, क्यों कैरी किया? पुलिस के पास क्यों नहीं गए जब आपको धमकी दी गई थी? आप तो कानून में विश्वास करते हैं।
बार बता रहा हूँ, हमारे पास कोई वेपन नहीं था।
आप पुलिस के पास, आपने कहा मुझे धमकी दी गई थी इसलिए मैंने जवाब दिया, आप पुलिस के पास क्यों नहीं गए? आप तो कानून से डरते हैं।
क्या जवाब दिया? मेरे को धमकी दी गई रैली से 4 दिन पहले लगातार।
तो ये वीडियो किसने वायरल किया? गोली पे गोली चलेगी, वीडियो किसने वायरल किया?
ये नहीं है कि मैं तुम्हारे पास आ रहा हूँ, मैं वहाँ भोले बाबा के दर्शन करने गया था, ना कि वहाँ हत्या करने गया था। जिन्होंने हत्या करी वो घर से भागे छुप रहे हैं, उन पे 302 लग गई है, उनके घर टूटेंगे और तुम चलाओगी लाइव उनका, और कुछ दिन बाद सारी रिपोर्ट सामने आएगी। दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी होगा।
चाहे हिंदू हो या मुसलमान, अगर वो दंगा कर रहे थे हम उनसे सवाल करेंगे। और अभी भी हमने चलाया बुलडोजर, हमने दिखाया जहां बुलडोजर चला है इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट पे। मेरी बात सुनो बिट्टू बजरंगी, मेरी बात सुनो। अभी हमारी स्क्रीन पर ये तलवारें दिख रही हैं और बंदूकें दिख रही हैं, ये किसके हाथों में है? ये क्यों है? ये कहां से आई?
मेरे हाथ में बंदूक दिखाओ। तुम आप मेरे से बात कर रहे हो, मेरे हाथ में बंदूक दिखाओ। आतंकवादियों के हाथ में बंदूक है, जो वो पुलिस काम कर रही है।
आतंकवादी थे वो सारे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आप कह रहे हो वहाँ पाकिस्तान बन रहा था, वहाँ जो दंगा हो रहा था दिख रहा था।
नारे तकबीर, हिंदुस्तान मुर्दाबाद, पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद, ये नारे लगाए गए हैं वहाँ। और
बिल्कुल एक्शन लिया जाएगा, एक्शन लिया जाएगा, हम भी डिमांड करेंगे, उनके खिलाफ भी लिया जाएगा। लेकिन क्या वो सब मुसलमान थे जिनके हाथ में बंदूकें थी? क्या वो सब मुसलमान थे जिनके हाथ में बंदूकें थी? ये सवाल भी उठ रहा है। जो विजुअल हमारे यहाँ चल रहे हैं उसमें ऐसा दिख रहा है कि कुछ हिंदू ग्रुप के भी थे जिनके हाथ में बंदूकें थी। वो क्यों थी, कहाँ से आई?
अपना काम करेगा। किस आतंकवादी के हाथ में बंदूक है, किस पे अवैध हथियार है, किस पे लाइसेंस का काम है? कानून से बढ़ के कोई नहीं है, कानून अपना काम करेगा। सबकी फुटेज निकाली जा रही है। सब कोई भी कौम का हो, हिंदू हो या मुसलमान हो, सबको लाइन पे लिया जाएगा। जो गलत है गलत है, संविधान से और कानून से बढ़कर कोई नहीं है।
जी बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आप कह रहे हो कि कानून मानता है, आपकी टिप्पणी विवादित है, लेकिन आप नहीं मानते, तो आप पुलिस के खिलाफ हो, आप कानून के खिलाफ हो, आप कानून से सहमति नहीं रखते। अगर कानून मानती है ये विवादित टिप्पणी है तो आप माफी क्यों नहीं मांग रहे?
नहीं भागते उनकी तरह, आतंकवादियों की तरह। कानून ने बुलाया, हम पेश हुए, और जो कानून ने हमें बोलना था, सजा देनी थी, जो चीज थी, हम कोर्ट के द्वारा आए। हम घर छोड़ के नहीं भाग रहे, हम अपने घर पे हैं। आतंकवादी घर से भागे पड़े हैं।
मानना नहीं चाहते हो विवादित टिप्पणी है बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, जब पुलिस कह रही है और आप कह रहे हो कानून समझता है। बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आप बात को घुमाइए मत।
योगी बाबा यहाँ भी आने वाला है।
बिट्टू बजरंगी जी, आप बात को घुमाइए मत। आपसे बहुत सीधा सवाल है, आप कह रहे हो कानून मानता है।
दर्द होगा सेकुलर लोगों को, पेट में दर्द होगा। बुलडोजर यहाँ भी चलने वाला है।
किसके पेट में दर्द होगा बिट्टू बजरंगी?
आप कह रहे हैं पेट में दर्द होगा, किसके पेट में दर्द होगा?
सेकुलर आतंकवादियों के। जो
सरकार अपना काम करेगी, सरकार अपना काम करेगी। आपने किसका ठेका लिया है? सरकार अपना काम करेगी, सरकार अपना काम। आपने किसका ठेका लिया?
पेट में दर्द होगा।
बिट्टू बजरंगी, आपने किसका ठेका ले रखा है? आपने किसका ठेका ले रखा है? आपने किसका ठेका ले रखा है?
करेगा उसके पेट में दर्द नहीं होगा।
आपने किसका ठेका ले रखा है? मैं ये पूछ रही हूँ आपसे, मैं ये पूछ रही हूँ कि आपने जो इस पूरे विवाद में आपने जो काम किया है, आपका ये कहना है कि हमें धमकी दी जा रही थी, हम क्यों चुप बैठेंगे? इसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? इसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? क्या आप रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेंगे?
मंदिर में गए थे, हमारी लाइव लोकेशन निकाल दो, हमारे फेसबुक पे मैंने चलाई हुई है। मंदिर में थे, मंदिर में जाने से ही हम पे गोली चल गई। ये हमने पाप कर दिया, हमने जलाभिषेक कर दिया, ये पाप हो गया। हमने वहां पे किसकी गाड़ियां तोड़ी,
गोली का जो आपने वीडियो वायरल करवाया था, ये किस वजह से करवाया था? बने रहिए हमारे साथ, वो वीडियो हम चलाएंगे, उसके बाद में हम बात करते हैं आपसे। गोली पे गोली चलाएंगे।
एडिट करके डाल रहे हैं कि बिट्टू बजरंगी रो रहा है।
ये वीडियो आपका
4
नहीं
साल
है?
पुरानी वीडियो है वो।
नहीं 7 साल
4-5
पुरानी हो,
साल
10 साल पुरानी हो, वायरल तो ये अभी हुआ है ना, वायरल तो ये अभी हुआ है। आपने क्या काम किया इस पूरे समय में? आपने क्या काम किया? आप कहते कि आप कानून से डरने वाले हैं, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लॉ के आगे कुछ नहीं है, तो आपने क्या काम किया?
मैंने क्या काम किया? मैंने तो जलभिषेक किया, शोभा यात्रा में शामिल हुए।
ये वीडियो का क्या मतलब है? ये वीडियो चलवाने का मतलब क्या है ये बताइए। क्या आपने ये वीडियो नहीं चलवाई? 7 साल पुरानी हो या 10 साल पुरानी हो, क्या ये वीडियो आपने नहीं चलवाई इस समय, वायरल नहीं करवाई?
कौन सी वीडियो?
ये वीडियो जो गोली पे गोली चलेगी जो वीडियो है, इसके बारे में बातचीत हो रही है। आप ही का वीडियो है।
मैडम जी, मेरी वीडियो को, पुरानी वीडियो को उठा उठा के एडिट किया जा रहा है।
This is a rare oasis of peace in Manipur. The orphanage run by Donjalal Haukip, a Kuki, and his wife Rebati Devi Haukip, a Methi, is in the foothills of Khetal Banbi. Here an imaginary line divides the Methi-dominated West Imphal and Kuki-dominated Kangpokpi. A line so far nobody has breached. The orphanage run by Emma Foundation is home to 18 children, and they come from all communities. The children haven't been to school since the ethnic clashes started.
How many of them have not been going to schools?
They all go to school.
No, the small younger one.
Yeah, they all go. Before the conflict, they all go.
Before the conflict?
Yeah.
And since the conflict?
Since the conflict, only the higher classes.
Only the higher classes.
They now learn the occasional lessons from Rebati Devi Haukip and spend time in their dormitory among their books. Initially, they are wary of the guests in their dorm.
पोएम आता है? जिंगल आता है? पोएम आता है कोई? पोएम किसने याद किया है?
Attempts at friendly chit-chat yield shy smiles. Then they opened up, like only kids can do. And when kids do that, how does one hold back? Haukip and Rebati don't have kids of their own. These children mean the world to them.
They love with peace and harmony.
Yeah, they love peace and harmony. We are trying our best to be a good citizens in the future.
By the time we got ready to leave, the children obliged us with a song.
While people are at war against each other in Manipur, there are few stories that could be a living example and motivation for the entire state that love can bring peace and harmony. Love can bring you together, and this is what is need of the hour in this state which is in conflict and which has become literally a war zone. In Manipur's this part, bringing this dispatch with Sanjay Kumar, I am Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Good speaker is a good listener.
The maximum production budget which I have spent on a video of mine on Instagram is $10.
Oh, that's an attack.
You wanted something controversial.
हार्दिक क्या आप करके आया? कॉफी पीने जा रहा हूँ।
I act, I make people laugh. My way of just having fun. Chalo, let's start all over. Come.
Welcome back. You're watching Lunch Break. Now, in a shocking incident, several NCC cadets were brutally thrashed by a senior at the Thane Training Center. A video showing members of the NCC being subjected to brutal beating by their senior has gone viral on social media, causing shock and outrage among students and parents. The video, shot on the premises of the Joshi Bedekar College in Thane, shows a man caning the NCC cadets who are sitting on all fours on muddy soil with their faces down and hands behind their backs. Meanwhile, the principal of Joshi Bedekar College, Suchitra Naik, has ensured that disciplinary action is going to be initiated against the senior officer.
पहिली गोष्ट म्हणजे एनसीसीचे हेड म्हणजे ते विद्यार्थी आहेत, ते काही कोणी शिक्षक नाही आहेत. हा पहिला मुद्दा आपण लक्षात ठेवायला पाहिजे. आणि तरी म्हणजे असं व्हायलाच नाही पाहिजे. ही अतिशयच म्हणजे घृणास्पद गोष्ट घडलेली आहे. ती घडून गेली असेल तर ती अतिशय घृणास्पद आहे आणि नक्की याच्यावर आम्ही ॲक्शन घेणार. आपण नक्की त्याची काही शहानिशा करू, नक्की त्याच्यावर ॲक्शन घ्यायला सुरुवात झालेली आहे ऑलरेडी आणि नक्की ते आपण शेवटापर्यंत
That is time for a quick break. Here on the other side, cops swing into action against hate posts. 3 social media accounts are under scanner for hate posts that fan riots. Over 2,300 videos from the 31st of July are under the scanner.
Six years in the making, and you made points in terms of the concerns. In these 6 years, there must have been God knows how many number of data leaks. And I want to ask you, what does this mean for the average user, given the reality that some of the biggest data sets that exist in India are with the government? Aadhaar, driving licenses, the voter card base, services that we use from the government, apart from telecom, for example, railway ticketing. I could go on, and these data sets exist within the public sector domain. Explain to our viewers, does the exemption for government entities play out on such examples, and how will it work? Because, you know, the point also is that while there is a lot of social media usage, it is optional. You could switch off your social media accounts and live happily, but you can't get away from possessing all the various government IDs. That is with you from birth to death, Prateek.
Yeah, so I think, again, that's where the exemption bit comes in the sense that they still have to notify the instrumentalities which will be exempt. So at this point, it isn't clear which of these, will be exempt from, the conditions that are imposed on data fiduciaries. But that's where the concern remains in the sense.
But Prateek, may I interrupt you? If all of this is to be exempt, and I take your point that the final word on that has not been said in terms of specific exemptions, but if all of this is exempt, then what is even sought to be protected?
Yeah, no, that's the point. So in the scenario where all of this is exempt, then you essentially have a bill that maybe only applies to the private entities, right? Which also with limitations, because again there's the ability to provide exemptions to them as well in certain scenarios, also not to be determined at this stage, right? So as you pointed out, in the Indian context, a lot of our data is already with the state, right? A lot of this information is already a part of a breach somewhere. Already, folks already have access to it, which is why you're seeing cybercrime campaigns are becoming more and more sophisticated. Their operations are becoming more and more sophisticated. They are potentially able to build richer profiles of people for social engineering kind of attacks as well, right? So that question remains. And the bill also broadly then says that look, you have to retain data for lawful purposes, and this varies based on different things, right? I believe in the banking sector you have to keep transaction information for 10 years, right? Or if you go back to the certain directions from last year which required retention of user logs for 6 months, and in some cases customer information for 5 years until after subscribe this after they stop subscribing to the service. What happens to the right to erasure in that case, right? I may exercise my right to delete this information, but neither the government nor the private entity will remove that because they are required by other laws.
Freedom comes with self-knowledge. I've become fearless over the years, but I definitely didn't start off like that. Being a street artist, one kind of creates an ability to be able to be in one's element no matter where we are. None of us are free until all of us are free. As women, we are not going to be given anything. We have to reclaim it and we have to own it.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with the headlines first. India Today tracks down rioters' den, rioters hiding in Aravali Mountains. The police movement that's been tracked from the hilltop. A Pakistan-based YouTuber allegedly spewed venom during riots. Cops swing into action against hate posts. 3 social media accounts under scanner for hate posts that fanned riots. Over 2,300 videos from July 31st under scanner. New SP Singla has been transferred. India Today grills hate monger Bittu, exposed by India Today. Bajrangi defiant defends his video that triggered the riots. ASI team begins Gyanvapi Mosque survey. After court clears the path for the ASI survey, the Muslim side boycotts. NCC cadets brutally trashed in a training camp. They were made to kneel in water, brutally beaten with sticks. All right, now days after violent clashes erupted in several districts of Haryana, situation now still remains tense. Let me take you through all the top developments coming in. Haryana government takes big action after Nuh violence. The houses of mobsters have been bulldozed in Nuh. According to sources, police identify the homes of those rioters, and the administration has issued demolition orders. Nearly 250 properties demolished in Tauru area of Nuh. Security forces are carrying out a flag march in Haryana's Nuh as the situation remains tense. Authorities have relaxed the curfew in Nuh between 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Mobile internet services remain suspended in the area. Now, authorities in Haryana are cracking down on hate posts which have escalated the violence within the state. The police have now filed at least 10 FIRs against the hate posts. Officers are scanning several other social media accounts that fuel these riots. Bittu Bajrangi, one behind the accused, he seems to be the man going live on his social media accounts, relaying the riots live on his platform. The man has been accused of inciting riots now. An FIR has been booked against him. FIR details of how the video of Bittu Bajrangi was widely circulated on social media. That was what was the reason that instigated communal violence. After massive riots in Nuh that shook the entire nation, the Nuh's top cop, Varun Singla, has been transferred. Police superintendent was on leave when this riots happened. All right, now India Today's investigation sets a fresh agenda here. India Today has accessed videos that show how stones were pelted from hills in the surrounding areas of Nalhar Mahadev temple. Amid the serene beauty of the Aravali hills in Haryana's Nuh, our investigation reveals that 500 residents were hiding in those mountains and cops' movement were being trapped right from the hilltop. Not only this, the Sarpanch admits that few of those rioters have fled as well. Locals have confirmed now that they were hiding along those hill areas due to fear of the cops. Our investigation takes you right up those hills, just outside Nuh, near the Nalhar temple, from where the first stones were pelted, from where the firing took place, right from that hiding spot. India Today goes where nobody has really dared to go. Our investigation reveals that there was intelligence failure, inadequate policing, very slim police force that were deployed along that route of the Muslim-dominated area where the VHP rally was passing through. Calls for violence were given on social media much in advance, and these rioters had those hills to hide themselves just when the yatra arrived. Now, the spotlight is, of course, on the Khattar government. Will they really act upon the failures of their own police department? Let's have a look. All right, let me cut across to Shreya Chatterjee, bringing us a lot more. Shreya has been tracking developments from the ground. Shreya, you're in Nuh at the moment. We believe that many of the houses, nearly 250 of them, of those alleged rioters, have been razed down. Give us a sense on the investigation. How far has the India Today report woken up those officers?
Well, Nabila, you very correctly pointed it out that it was India Today who's actually gone to the depth of the riots and exposed everything that spiraled out of hands. Now, we talk about the crackdown that the Haryana police is doing first. It was India Today who exposed the social media handles that fanned the fire. And after that, there is a mega crackdown on social media influencers who fanned tensions from both the sides. There are FIRs registered, which is increased to the number of 10 against social media influencers alone in Nuh. We know there's an FIR against Bittu Bajrangi, there's an FIR against individuals named Adil, Shahid, and there are much more people who are under the radar of the Haryana police is what we know. Now, when we talk about the illegal constructions being razed down, this was in the Huda colony of the Tauro region where yesterday bulldozers ran after there were reports that the police got that there were certain miscreants who had actually taken shelter in these places. That place has now been bulldozed by the Haryana police. We also know that India Today yesterday exposed how people have been hiding in the hills. India Today's special investigation team had brought this to our viewers, that it was people after the riots hiding in the hills, and now the police has taken cognizance of the same, and they will be carrying out raids in the hills, all more. So that's what we're learning about the crackdown. Everything that India Today has uncovered is right now being investigated by the Haryana police. Mega crackdown that is still under its way.
Stay with us. In fact, India Today's exclusive footage that we've unveiled shows how the tense situation prevailed along the Aravalli ranges. Our channel deployed a drone to bring you this extraordinary perspective of no violence. Let's have a look.
देखिए वहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं, खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ मेरे भाई हैं।
India Today locates them uphill.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ। ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी।
Young men perched atop the mountains. Village women carrying jerry cans trek upward.
खाना हाँ पहाड़ ले जा रहा भाई ग्वालन हम तो अपना
पहाड़ पे
हाँ
छुपे हुए
हाँ
ये क्या खाना पानी लेके जा रहे हैं
हाँ
अच्छा और भी लोग हैं ऊपर
हाँ
We deploy a drone. India Today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights. A hideaway of villagers of Noor district fearing crackdown. And a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. India Today's watchful eye reveals a trail of individuals trudging up with their belongings in tow. Cots on their heads, household items in possession. As the drone soars, it captures the scale of this makeshift exodus. Clusters of people dot the landscape. These are not leisurely explorers. Among these elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
सुबह में और शाम में दोनों टाइम और दोपहर में पुलिस का राउंड लगता है, इसीलिए पहाड़ पे रहते हैं लोग। यहाँ पे पुलिस उठा कर ले जाती है बेकसूर लोगों को भी। खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया, खाना वाने का कोई इंतजाम ही नहीं है।
India Today's exclusive endeavor reveals a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills. With Arvind Oja in Noor, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the police intensify probe in the Noor violence case. Police suspect that the Noor riots was a planned incident after several arrested accused confessed that they joined the Shobha Yatra on the 31st of July to spark violence. Sources tell India Today that the accused confessed to firing illegal weapons by joining the crowds. They confessed to using illegal weapons, bricks, stones, sticks to attack those cops and those crowds. They confessed to hiding those weapons after the violence. They said that several of those rioters were hiding in the hills of Mewat. These are confessions of many of the accused who have been arrested. Besides, their hiding spot was also Jaipur, Udaipur in Rajasthan, Meerut, Agra, Aligarh also in Uttar Pradesh. 10 FIRs now have been registered against the social media accounts fanning these tensions. Police sources say indecent and communally charged posts were made on the day of the Violence Day. Close to 2,300 violence fanning videos that were posted on social media on July 31st are now under scanner. Police have also cracked down on illegal encroachments of Rohingyas and illegal infiltrators who were reportedly part of the new riots at Toru town in Haryana.
कुल 55 FIR हो चुकी हैं, 141 अरेस्ट हो चुके हैं और हमने जो अक्यूज्ड अरेस्ट किए थे उनके रिमांड हमारे चल रहे हैं, इंटेरोगेशन चल रहा है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज गोइंग ऑन इन फुल स्ट्रंग और आगे जो लीड्स मिल रही है उस पर भी हमारी टीम्स लगातार काम कर रही है।
नूह में हुई हिंसा के बाद एक्शन में सरकार जो है वो नजर आ रही है। नूह के कई हिस्सों के अंदर इनलीगल तरीके से रह रहे रोहिंग्याओं पर सरकार का बुलडोजर जो है वो चला है। इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं तावड़ू के अंदर, जो कि नूह का इलाका है। आप देख सकते हैं कि एक बड़ी बस्ती जो है वो यहाँ पर लोग, जहाँ पर रोहिंग्या बताए जा रहे हैं ये रहते थे, इस पर सरकार का बुलडोजर जो है वो चला है। कल कार्रवाई की गई है और उस पर सीधे तौर पर इन तमाम हिस्सों में रह रहे रोहिंग्यास को यहाँ से खाली करने का आदेश जो है वो सरकार की तरफ से दिया गया है। मैं कैमरा पर्सन राजा से कहूँगा कि ये तस्वीरें आपको दिखाए कि ये तस्वीरें हैं जहाँ पर ये लोग जो है वो इनलीगल तरीके से रह रहे थे। अभी भी आप देख सकते हैं कि बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर जो बस्ती है वो बसी हुई है, जहाँ पर अभी भी काफ़ी सारे लोग हैं। अब इनको प्रशासन की तरफ से खाली करने का नोटिस जो है वो फिलहाल दिया गया है और यहाँ से ये लोग हटाए जा रहे हैं। और जिस तरीके से नूह में जो हिंसाएं हुई हैं उसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट जो है वो बताया जा रहा है और यही वजह है इसके बाद यहाँ पर कार्रवाई और एक एक्शन जो है वो फिलहाल नजर आ रहा है। कैमरा पर्सन राजा के साथ सुशांत मेहरा, तावड़ू, आज तक।
हमें तो कल सुबह के कहा गया कि यहाँ कैसे बैठो, ये सब पूछा गया, डॉक्यूमेंट वगैरह देखा गया, फिर बाद में कहा कि तुम्हें खाली करना पड़ेगा। तो बाद में एक बंदा आया था पहले, फिर बाद में 10-12 सीनियर पता नहीं कहाँ से आए, आके हमसे यहाँ बातचीत करी, कही कि 2-3 दिन में खाली करना पड़ेगा तुम लोगों को। फिर ऐसा कह के गए सारे, ऐसा कुछ कह के गए। फिर आधा घंटा भी ना होया, जीसीबी लेके आया, बुलडोजर लेके आया, सारे तोड़ दिया।
All right, meanwhile, sensational details continue to trickle in on the 31st July Noor riots. Another video proof of Haryana violence has emerged where Ashok Bajrangi, a Bajrang Dal worker, was seen firing in the air on the day of the violence in Noor. Bajrangi on camera has admitted that he opened fire but in self-defense. He says he saw 4 people dying in front of him and therefore he reacted with his illegal weapon. Another sensational video that shows how Aravali Hills in Haryana's Noor became a vantage point for attackers as the Vishwa Hindu Parishad's Braj Mandal Yatra passed right below. Videos show gunshots and stone pelting from the heights of the Aravali on the day of the violence.
ऊपर से हमारे ऊपर ताबड़तोड़ गोलियां मारनी स्टार्ट हुई। जब ही पास में मेरे बाजू में खड़े एक आदमी को गोली भी लगी, जिसका प्रत्यक्ष गवाह हैं, प्रत्यक्ष है, जिन पुलिसकर्मी सभी प्रत्यक्ष हैं जिन्होंने वहां पर देखा था। और इसी को देखते हुए मैंने तभी सेल्फ डिफेंस में इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए एक हवा में फायर किया, जो हवाई फायर था केवल उनको डराने के लिए किया गया था। जो
उस दंगे में नरसंहार हुआ और पूरा प्लान था कि मोनू मानेसर और बिट्टू बजरंगी के साथ जो भी महिलाएं, बच्चे, सनातनी भाई वहाँ पूजा करने आए थे, संगठन के लोग, सभी दलों के लोग, सबकी हत्या करके एक मैसेज दे दें कि अल्लाहू अकबर, नारे तकबीर, पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद, इस तरह नारे लगाकर हमारी पूरी हत्या की साजिश थी।
Now that was the same Bajrangi Bittu who spoke to India Today a little earlier, where he in fact claims that it was the Muslim side who were raising pro-Pak slogans and they were the ones instigating riots. But one should know that an FIR has been filed on him as well for instigating through his social media accounts, relaying the entire riots live. All right, some big news coming in. The violence case in Delhi's Nangloi. Delhi police has now arrested 6 accused in the case. Sahil, the accused who brandished sword in the video and incited the crowds, has been arrested. On the day of the Muharram procession, the mob had pelted stones at the police, attacked police with swords, damaged public property and pelted stones at common people. At least 10 police personnel were injured during Muharram procession as it turned violent in Delhi's Nangloi after a section of protesters clashed with the police over designated route. Man who brandished the sword on the 30th of July in Delhi when a clash broke out during the Muharram procession. The sixth accused has been arrested. Delhi police have arrested them. Sahil, who's the main accused here, who brandished that sword in that video, inciting the crowds, he's been arrested. On the day of Muharram, the procession that was on 30th of July in Delhi, the mob had pelted stones at the public, attacked the police with swords, damaged public property and pelted stones at some common people. At least 10 police personnel were injured during that procession as it turned out to be violent in Delhi's Nangloi area after a section of those protesters clashed with the police over a designated route. Now 6 people have been arrested. Arvind Oja joining us on the phone line for more on that. Arvind, 6 लोग अरेस्ट हुए हैं. इनके पास जो हथियार थे वो कहाँ से आए? ये प्रोसेशन मुहर्रम का प्रोसेशन था, एक पीसफुल प्रोसेशन होना चाहिए. उन्होंने रूट के लिए परमिशन भी लिया था, मगर लड़ाई हुई कहाँ?
देखिए, लड़ाई दरअसल आउटर दिल्ली में एक स्टेडियम है जहाँ पर ये जाना चाहते थे, लेकिन पुलिस ने इनको रोका हुआ था. उसमें जाने की परमिशन नहीं थी और उसी को लेकर बवाल हो गया था. उसके बाद भीड़ ने तकरीबन 1 घंटे तक उस पूरे इलाके में जमकर उत्पात मचाया था. तलवारबाजी की थी और जो तलवार थे, शॉट थे, उससे पुलिस पर जानलेवा हमला किया था. पुलिस ने इसमें राइटिंग की एफआईआर दर्ज की थी. 307 यानी अटेम्प्ट टू मर्डर का एफआईआर रजिस्टर्ड किया था. उसके बाद से अक्यूज्ड लगातार अब्सकॉन्डिंग थे. एक वीडियो भी आज तक इंडिया टुडे के हाथ लगा था जिसमें जो एक अक्यूज्ड है साहिल सलमानी, वो बाकायदा भीड़ को इंस्टिगेट करता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है और वो लगातार तलवार चला रहा था. जब पुलिस ने तलाशने की कोशिश की तो इसने अपना पूरी तरह से हुलिया बदल लिया था, बाल छोटे करवा लिए थे. पुलिस ने 6 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है इस मामले में, जिनके नाम जो दिल्ली पुलिस के अधिकारी है उनके मुताबिक साहिल सलमानी, असलम कुरैशी, समीर, साहिल खान, अजीम और शोएब है. ये अक्यूज अरेस्टेड है जिन्होंने भीड़ को इंस्टिगेट किया, राइटिंग की, पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी को नुकसान पहुंचाया, पुलिस वालों पर शॉट से अटैक किया. इनको पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया है और आज कोर्ट में पेश करेगी. नबीला.
All right, thank you very much, Arvind, for joining us on that. All right, as we slip into a short break, coming up on the other side, the BJP ex-minister in Karnataka, Araga Gyanendra, for his comment that he made on Mallikarjun Kharge's complexion, calling him burnt and black. The Congress government files an FIR against Araga for that comment. More on that on the other side. Stay with us.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield, and I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Diet sodas, sugar-free tablets, artificial sweeteners. Do all of these give you a sense of assurance that you are staying away from sugar and that these are healthy alternatives? Well, it is not that simplistic as you think it is. Each of these artificial sources of sugar are unhealthy. Let us break this down for you. Diet soda is a go-to for people who love the taste of regular soda but can do without the sugar and calories. An average can of regular cola may contain a whopping 37 grams of sugar, and consuming too much sugar is linked to outcomes like obesity and poor heart health. So it makes sense that you may seek out a sugar-free alternative. But while drinking diet soda does help people reduce their sugar intake, this simple act can also expose a person to other ingredients that may be linked to some other health problems. The acidity in certain types of soda can lead to tooth erosion. Drinking excessive amounts of diet soda made with caramel coloring may result in teeth turning yellow. Some research suggests that artificially sweetened drinks are associated with a greater risk of obesity. If you opt for diet soda that contains caffeine, you may have trouble getting some much needed shut-eye at night. Diet soda is void of calories and sugar. Certain varieties can contain phosphorus in the form of phosphoric acid. This mineral, though important, can play a positive role in bone health, but consuming copious amounts of phosphorus can negatively impact the calcium-phosphorus ratio in your body.
When the sugar increases in the blood, that means when the blood glucose increases, then it leads to many comorbidities like obesity, diabetes, fatty liver, then risk of cancer, heart attack also increases. There are mood alteration leading to irritability, then there's sleep disorder, and many more things can happen.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All right, some big news coming in on the Udupi College video case. BJP writes to the governor seeking an SIT probe in the Udupi case. The BJP claims the government is not taking this probe seriously or not taking the case seriously itself. The BJP says there's widespread protests in the state. Girls were videographed in Udupi College toilet, but yet the government is dragging its feet. These are the BJP members who protested. The visuals that came in from earlier this week, where a huge protest was launched by the ABVP, the BJP's several groups that launched this almost district-wide agitation. You see those huge crowds that came together to condemn a case that's now been taken up by the police in Udupi, who are investigating on Hindu girls being videographed inside the toilet. These are claims made by the BJP members who say that the girls, Hindu girls, are being targeted by some Muslim girls. 3 Muslim girls, an FIR was filed against them. They were then given bail as well. Investigation is currently underway. Now the BJP writing to the governor asking for a special investigation team to probe this matter, saying the government is dragging its feet on this. Now, former Karnataka Home Minister Araga Gyanendra has been booked for making a racist comment on Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge. The FIR filed against Araga and Kalburgi under IPC Section 504. Araga has been charged for deliberate contempt and intentional insult, addressing a BJP protest in Shimoga district on Monday. Araga had said that people from North Karnataka region have dark complexion and appear burnt due to scorching heat, giving the example of Mallikarjun Kharge. In fact, Araga has said that Kharge looked a little presentable because he has hair on his head, and that kind of protected him from getting fully burnt. These are words he said in Kannada. That's more or less the translation. Taking objection to this comment, Congress has now showed the BJP's, they've basically highlighted this as BJP's anti-Dalit statements and sentiments, demanding resignation of Araga Gyanendra as an MLA. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has said that Araga was mentally ill and needed treatment.
Siddharamaiah ಅದು ನೆರಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುಟ್ಟು ಕರ್ಕಲಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಪಾಪ ತಲೆ ಕೂದಲು ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವೇ ನೆರಳು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಅಂತವ್ರು ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಬದುಕು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜನರ ಬದುಕು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟನೆಯನ್ನ
ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂದಿರೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂವರೆಗೆ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಪ್ಪಾಗ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಒಳ್ಳೆ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಮೊದಲಿಂದನೂ ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮಾನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸುವಂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
All right, slipping into a short break. We'll be right back with a lot more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Every time I download an app, it seeks a host of permissions, and there is very little option but for me to say yes. That app is necessary. It may be a free or paid service, and it's critical to the digital lifestyle that so many Indians lead. Does this bill do anything, at least the proposals, to make life easier in such a scenario?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm going to be giving you a bit of a contrary position from my two co-speakers. To my mind, the bill, and in fact, in significant variation from the draft, the bill actually creates a far more granular regime where data principals or individuals are empowered. Let me use your example because I think it's a great example. When I download an application or I say subscribe for a service, maybe that's easier. When I subscribe for a service, now I will get a much clearer, transparent, easily intelligible notice in any one of the 22 languages which are specified in the Constitution. I will then have the ability to, I will need to understand that notice clearly and provide a clear consent. There are going to be rules around how notice will be provided and so on and so forth. But fundamentally, I will have to provide a clear consent for my data to be processed. The second thing that this new version does, which is a little different from the previous one, is even if I have provided consent for a particular purpose, and that purpose is not necessary for the underlying service, there is language in this bill which may restrict the person from using it. So fundamentally, to Dr. Napanai's point, if I provide consent for service A and it's actually something that's unnecessary for that service, there is an inherent limitation on them using it. Number 3, when something is no longer necessary for the purposes of providing that service to me, they are now under a clear obligation to delete that data. Number 4, as a data subject, I now have a dedicated authority, which is the Data Protection Board, to whom I can go and file a complaint saying that fundamentally this doesn't meet my requirements. They have not dealt with my data in a manner that I had consented to. Number 5, there is a strong set of fines which have been proposed, going up to 250 crores for a violation. And lastly, perhaps most importantly, there's a new provision which allows the government, if you have multiple breaches, to actually block your service and say that you will not be allowed to access systems that you need to provide goods and services in India. So to my mind, it does creates a fundamental new culture around how data will be collected, stored and processed. Yes, the concerns which, there are concerns perhaps with the language, perhaps things can improve, and this bill will go through the process in Parliament. But I would actually take a contrary position and say this bill is far better than the current position on the ground today. And overall, it is going to have the effect of empowering individuals in India.
All right, cutting across to some big news coming in on Rahul Gandhi's defamation case on the Modi surname. The Supreme Court to take up the verdict or deliver the verdict shortly from now. The case arguments has just begun. Arguments by both sides in the top court. As the counsel says, punishment is too harsh. Supreme Court asks, what was the reason to impose maximum sentence? One should know that this was indeed a maximum sentence in a defamation case that the Gujarat court had delivered 2 years, which cost him his MP seat. Rahul Gandhi was suspended as an MP owing to the case. The Supreme Court has now sought replies from the Gujarat government as well on Rahul Gandhi's appeal challenging the Gujarat High Court's verdict. As we know, the Supreme Court takes up the matter and raises questions on the reason to why the harshest punishment was given. Rahul's counsel says also the same, that this was a harsh punishment, a verdict delivered by the Gujarat court. Supreme Court now taking up the matter with both sides arguing on the case. Supreme Court will be hearing the plea. The matter has already now been taken up. Arguments begin. A plea filed by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, who lost out on his MP seat owing to a case on the Modi surname controversy. A defamation case that was filed against him, and he was convicted. He received bail, and then there was no way to, in fact, the lower court refused to quash the term. 2 years was the punishment that was given. Rahul Gandhi has filed a plea at the Supreme Court now against the Gujarat High Court's verdict that declined to put a hold on his conviction. Anisha Mathur joining us for more on that. Anisha, the defamation case that has cost Rahul Gandhi his MP seat, this Modi surname controversy, the Gujarat High Court, we believe, refused to stay the conviction. So now he's taken the matter to top court, and this is, of course, the final avenue that he can look towards with hope. Anisha.
Well, yes, the detailed arguments have been heard by the Supreme Court. Rahul Gandhi, in his arguments before the Supreme Court, has said that this kind of an verdict could not have been given. And as we speak, the Justices B.R. Gawai, P.S. Narasimha and Justice Sanjay Kumar are pronouncing the verdict. As we speak, the judges have said that without going into the merits of the matter, because they do not want to affect the rights of either party in the particular appeal, they are, however, pronouncing the verdict. The Supreme Court, at the moment as we speak, is pronouncing its verdict after hearing the detailed arguments on both sides. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had said that this kind of a maximum punishment in a case involving the allegations of defamation of 13 crore people could not have been given. Senior Advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi repeatedly arguing that how can there be defamation of an entire community when this community itself is not clearly defined, when this community itself is amorphous. The Supreme Court also questioned of why a maximum sentence was imposed, and why is it that the judgment of the trial court has not given clear reasons to impose the maximum punishment. Remember, the Supreme Court has looked into the High Court judgment as well as the trial court verdict to consider whether any relief should be given to Rahul Gandhi at all. And this is a question, I beg your pardon, this is a question that was asked during the hearing by the Supreme Court, that why is it that the maximum punishment was given? Why is it that no reasoning for giving the maximum punishment has been given? And that is exactly what the court is noting, even in its verdict, which is being pronounced even as I speak. Justice B.R. Gawai is dictating the order in open court, saying that it is to be noted that it is only on account of the magnitude of the sentencing that the Supreme Court is looking into this matter, that it is only because of the magnitude of the sentence that Rahul Gandhi has lost out on the Lok Sabha seat as well. And even the court has said that we do not want to comment on the merits of the matter, but the court has also questioned why the maximum sentence was imposed in such a manner, because the only reason why the provisions of the Representation of the People Act have kicked in is because I beg your pardon, is because the maximum punishment was given. In fact, Singhvi had also argued that this is a non-cognizable offence, this is a compoundable offence. So even Singhvi, on behalf of Rahul Gandhi, has been continually arguing that a 2-year sentence is unheard of. Even the Supreme Court had questioned why has this specific reasoning for giving giving the maximum possible sentence in a matter like this was given, and that is all being considered as the court pronounces its verdict even as we speak. The court has also noted that the High Court has also accepted the maximum 2-year sentence, and the High Court has in fact this was a comment made during the hearing as well, that the High Court, while rejecting Rahul Gandhi's plea for stay on conviction, has given a voluminous judgment, has given a more than 100-page judgment, but has not considered this specific point of the reasoning not being there for the maximum possible sentence. The Supreme Court has noted that the utterance of Rahul Gandhi is not in good taste, and we're breaking this news as we right here on live television. The Supreme Court has said that Rahul Gandhi, what he said was not in good taste, that a public functionary, while making public speeches, must be more careful. This is something that the High Court as well as the trial court had said very clearly. Even the Supreme Court echoing that same admonishment to Rahul Gandhi, that as a public person, his utterances, his statement was not in good taste, that he should have exercised a degree of caution, that the petitioner ought to have been more careful while making public statements. This is now being said, recorded in the order by the Supreme Court as well. However, the court, as I said, has been questioning why the maximum sentence had been passed against Rahul Gandhi, why no chance of compounding the offence was given to him, why whether any proper reasoning had been given for imposing the maximum punishment. And as we speak, the judgment is being pronounced at this moment, and the judges are still speaking. They're pronouncing the judgment. They are recording the entire argument that was given by Mr. Singhvi and Mr. Jethmalani.
You know, Anisha, as we see, there was also a response that was sought by the Apex Court. Would you be able to tell us, the Apex Court had reached out in the previous hearing? We believe Supreme Court had asked for the Gujarat government as well as Purnesh Modi to give their responses on a maximum punishment for Rahul Gandhi in this defamation case. Do we know what's been their responses on this, on the case?
Well, yes, definitely. Purnesh Modi was represented by Senior Advocate Mahesh Jethmalani in the court today. A detailed affidavit was also filed by Purnesh Modi. And Mr. Jethmalani clearly argued that because of the nature of these comments, because there was defamation of such a large number of persons, because Rahul Gandhi has undergone a similar situation in the Rafale matter where the Supreme Court itself asked him to apologize. Therefore, according to Mahesh Jethmalani, Rahul Gandhi is what Purnesh Modi and Mahesh Jethmalani call a repeat offender, a habitual offender. And I'm breaking this news on our live channel right now, the Supreme Court has stayed the order of conviction. Big relief for Rahul Gandhi. Supreme Court has stayed the order of conviction, and we're breaking this right here on India Today on live television.
That's big news coming in. The Supreme Court now stays the conviction of Rahul Gandhi. Anisha Mathur. Right, go on, Anisha. This is a big reaction coming in from the Supreme Court. A verdict given, a relief for Rahul Gandhi, undoubtedly, as the Supreme Court now stays the conviction of 2 years. Maximum punishment that was given by the Gujarat court, the Supreme Court now stays the order. Let me cut across to Anisha for more on that. She's right outside court. Anisha, Rahul Gandhi, now a big relief for him. He can resume as an MP. A little bit of teething for maybe a few weeks and he can get back. Tell us a little more on how this could really change the scenario for him. This comes as a big way, at least now opens doors for him to get back into politics.
Well, very clearly, this is a big relief for Rahul Gandhi, whose conviction has now been stayed by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has, however, also admonished Rahul Gandhi, said that he should have been a little more careful, exercised a little more caution when it comes to making public statements. But clearly the Supreme Court saying that considering that no reasoning has been given by the trial court for imposing the maximum possible sentence in a case involving defamation, they are giving this relief to Rahul Gandhi because it is not. And the most important point the Supreme Court has made is that it is not just about Rahul Gandhi's rights but also the rights of the electorate which elected him. So clearly this argument that Rahul Gandhi had raised before the trial court, before the High Court and now again before the Supreme Court, finally this argument has been accepted that it is not just his rights as an MP but also the rights of all those people who had elected him and sent him to the parliament as their representatives. All of
Anisha,
those persons
has
are
the Supreme
affected
Court
if
asked
Rahul
for an
Gandhi
apology? Is there any word on an apology? We know that the Supreme Court has very clearly mentioned that Rahul Gandhi must speak with caution. So taking this up seriously, there's any direction for an apology from Rahul Gandhi?
Well, no, absolutely not. There is no direction whatsoever from the Supreme Court, and we must also understand that there is no scope for any such order to be passed by the Supreme Court in the first place. Remember, the Supreme Court is not looking into the merits of the evidence or allegations against Rahul Gandhi at this stage. Today, this hearing before the Supreme Court was only and only on the limited point of whether he should be given any relief as far as the stay on conviction and sentencing is concerned. The Supreme Court at this stage has no reason whatsoever to consider or request or demand an apology from Rahul Gandhi because that would have come at the stage of the trial before the trial court itself. An apology given after a conviction is already there is any case meaningless because the conviction has already been given. When there is already a conviction, when there is already a sentence, now simply if Rahul Gandhi apologizes, even if he offers to apologize, it makes no difference whatsoever to his sentencing or to his conviction because he has to fight his case in appeal before the district judge, before the sessions judge at Surat. Now there he will have to show that why is it that the case against him is incorrect. That is now what he will have to fight out in the Surat courts. Right now, before the Supreme Court, the issue was whether whether the 2-year sentence imposed on him was correct or not, and whether he deserves, is there any reason for him to be given a suspension of the sentence? So clearly, there was absolutely no reason for the court to make any demands or directions for apology.
Anisha,
and
stay
the court
with us.
has not done so whatsoever.
Right.
But
We also have Nalini, who's tracking developments in court, joining us for more. Nalini, give us more on the relief that Rahul Gandhi has got as Supreme Court, the top court. His final hope has given him, or rather stayed the conviction of 2 years, and also raised questions that the Gujarat High Court didn't really have enough reasoning to why they've given a 2-year extreme punishment for him. What would be his next step now for Rahul Gandhi?
Well, Nabila, just a slight correction. They've said that the trial court judge, while giving his order that had given the 2-year punishment, has not given sufficient reasons for why maximum punishment had to be given to Rahul Gandhi. They've also gone on to say that convicting Rahul Gandhi for 2 years, which led to his disqualification from the parliament, is not something that only impacts Rahul Gandhi, but it also impacts his electorates, the people of Wayanad that voted him as a member of parliament and are now left without a representative in the Lok Sabha. So considering the fact that there's a direct impact on the electorates as well, that is why the Supreme Court right now has stayed the conviction against him. But in the same breath, they've also warned him, saying that he should have been careful while making these remarks, especially considering that
Nalini, do stay with us. We have a Congress spokesperson joining us on the phone line, Ajay Kumar. Mr. Ajay Kumar, please go on. Rahul Gandhi gets some relief here. The court has stayed the 2-year conviction. The punishment that was given by the Gujarat court, it appears that now will have to stay. Rahul Gandhi will have to seek some kind of intervention from the Surat court again to correct it.
No. So the question again is, we have repeatedly said that this is a case which has been fraudulently filed. All proper natural justice rules were set aside. The most ridiculous charges were brought against him. And it is and it also shows that how much of underhand tactics this Bharatiya Janata Party's leadership, Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah and all his cronies use to suppress the voice of Mr. Gandhi and the Congress Party, but especially Mr. Rahul Gandhi, because he's one of the not only the bravest leaders in this country, but the man who's been speaking, the only man who's been speaking right against all kinds of pressure. All kinds of pressure. No, I don't think independent India has seen any leader who has been more harassed than Mr. Rahul Gandhi, more wrongly, troubled, illegally troubled, unjustifiably troubled. And shame on the Bharatiya Janata Party and their BJP and the mindset of Mr. Modi and the RSS right-wingers, mindset. I mean, shame on them.
As much as that said, the Supreme Court has also very clearly spoken about the statement Rahul Gandhi has made, saying that he must speak with caution.
Unfortunately, 5 crore girlfriend, Jersey cow, Congress ke vidwa doesn't seem to stir the conscience of the rest of the people. Supreme Court I will not make any comment on the Supreme Court at all. But I would like you to, in the same breath, when you ask me this question, please ask Mr. Modi, who's Congress's vidwa? What is Jersey cow? What is 5 crore girlfriend? 50 crore girlfriend? What does it mean? And is that not so, and being a lady, ma'am, please, I would really appreciate if India Today at least tweet and ask Mr. Modi this question.
We heard
Thank you.
Let me also cut across to Karthi Chidambaram of the Congress joining us. Karthi, here is a big relief for Rahul Gandhi. The court stays conviction, also raising questions on the reasoning to why the trial court had given maximum punishment. Your take on that?
Yeah, we always knew that we will get justice in the Supreme Court. This was a reverse engineered case. This should have never led to this kind of a conviction or sentencing. I'm glad that the Supreme Court has reversed it. This will restore Mr. Rahul Gandhi's membership to the Lok Sabha. We look forward to seeing him there on Monday.
All right. As fast as that, Karthi, the court has also asked for Rahul Gandhi to speak with caution. And it's the top court directing the face of the Congress party not to speak in such a fashion.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi is an experienced public person. He knows the import of his words, and I'm sure that he will take the well-meaning advice given by the Supreme Court into consideration. But we have to see whether this is an obiter dictum or part of the order of the Supreme Court.
Right. Well, we also have Nalin Kohli of the BJP joining us. Mr. Kohli, give us your sense on Rahul Gandhi's conviction being stayed by the top court, raising also questions on why such maximum punishment was given. The trial court has been asked to give reasoning on that.
Well, as a lawyer, I can simply say this is standard procedure, that if someone doesn't get a relief from one of the other courts, in this case, the original court which convicted him, the appellate court, then the High Court, he had the legal right to come before the Honorable Supreme Court. That right exists for every Indian citizen. Even non-citizens can come. But if you come before the Supreme Court, the case was argued, and if the Supreme Court has stayed it, that is part of legal process, it's a judicial order. So I don't know what else would be expected to comment on this at this stage.
Karthi Chidambaram, who tells us that Rahul Gandhi is all set to get back to business. His membership as MP will be restored. Monday, he should likely be in the parliament.
That is provided the Congress party wants parliament to run, because they haven't really shown much interest in seeing that parliament runs. If parliament runs, then you can say, otherwise it will be just a visit to the parliament, not exactly participating in the parliament. The second aspect is, what is Mr. Rahul Gandhi's track record in Parliament, how many questions he's asked, how much has been his presence. That data would speak for itself. I don't have that figures handy.
Rahul Gandhi has also been warned by the Supreme Court, asking him to speak with caution. I did ask the question to the Congress spokesperson. He says, what about the many appalling statements made by the BJP?
I think the Congress spokesperson is forgetting that Mr. Rahul Gandhi, as one who's convicted in a case, has been cautioned when he went before the Supreme Court seeking the Supreme Court's indulgence in staying his conviction. So I think the circumstances are different. You can't compare apples with oranges. The Congress spokesperson would probably have a limitation of needing to comment on his supreme leader. After all, the Congress party's entire leadership primarily either comes from the Nehru-Gandhi family or it's at least decided by the Nehru-Gandhi family. So from that context, he could not have. But Mr. Rahul Gandhi hasn't listened to that advice in the past, has he? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had this case. Neither if on the last occasion when he went before the Honorable Supreme Court a few years ago, he was given the same advice. After that, he came out with this infamous statement that why are people with all Modi's surnames thieves? As a result of which he has faced a conviction. So if Mr. Rahul Gandhi chooses to take that advice seriously, perhaps he may not face any cases on defamation in the future and protect his own, political and personal
But the accusation against the BJP is that this was a made-up case, this was deliberately done, and the Supreme Court has overturned that. That's what the Congress says.
Well, then the Congress party has to first understand, are they indulging in double-speak? At least half the spokespersons whom I have heard used to say we have full faith in the courts, in rule of law. So if you have faith, how can you say the BJP is the one which handed him the conviction? The conviction came from a court of law after following due process. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is just like any other Indian citizen, you, me, another person. Our rights are identical under the Constitution. He, you, me, anyone else doesn't have special rights under the Indian Constitution. So if due process is followed, if a court of law convicts you, the appellate court does not choose to give you relief. The High Court rejects that relief. That doesn't mean these courts are run by the BJP. And anyone who's saying that, it's a perversity, politically irresponsible. It is lack of faith and belief in the Constitution and the due process of courts. And it also smacks of a malafide kind of intention.
Right, Nalin Kohli, thank you very much for joining us, speaking to India Today. Let me cut across to our reporters. In fact, Anisha Mathur is right there at court, tracking every development there. Anisha, take it away. This is big relief for Rahul Gandhi. Indeed, his next step, please. And bring us reactions.
Congress came. Well, yes, well, big relief for Rahul Gandhi, and we have one of the Congress members here, DPCC members are here who've been also distributing sweets here in the Supreme Court.
तो ट्रायल कोर्ट एंड हाई कोर्ट ने फुल सेंटेंस किया है, उसमें बोध भी है, फाइन प्लस सेंटेंस, तो उन्होंने वो क्यों किया है? और उन्हें सारे आर्गुमेंट सुनने के बाद हमारे के अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी का आर्गुमेंट आज महेश जेठमलानी ने कहा था कि राहुल गांधी का कोई हार्म करने का इंटेंशन नहीं था किसी मोदी एक फैमिली को, और पुनोज मोदी ने जो मैटर डाला है वो खुद मोदी नहीं है बल्कि एक गुटका परिवार से आते हैं, जो कि ट्रायल कोर्ट में ये बात उन्होंने एडमिट करी है। उन्होंने सारा पढ़ के सुनाया कि पैरा नंबर ये वॉल्यूम इस पे यहाँ पर इन्होंने अपने आप को ये एडमिट किया है। एक तो ये मोदी परिवार से नहीं आते, ये बनता नहीं है केस। सेकंड, ये मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस हुआ है ट्रायल कोर्ट से हाई कोर्ट से, यहाँ पर स्टे हो गया है। अपील में दोबारा से जो आगे चल के जो आर्गुमेंट होगा चलेगा केस, फिलहाल अभी स्टे कर दिया गया है और राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता बहाल कर दी गई है। अब वो पार्लियामेंट में देखे जाएंगे।
कानूनी विकल्प सारे खत्म हो गए सर।
So clearly the Congress netas are celebrating here already. We've got lawyers from the Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee also who are here, who are giving statements to the media, who are saying that they're very happy that the order has been passed. Rahul Gandhi, of course, has been given big relief from the Supreme Court, as the Supreme Court has said that since the trial court has not given any specific reasoning for giving the maximum possible sentence in a defamation case, which is in fact a compoundable and a non-cognizable matter. Therefore, the court should have given a detailed reasoning for imposing the maximum possible sentence, and on that point, the Supreme Court has granted relief to Rahul Gandhi. The conviction has now been stayed. It is now open for him to take the order copy to the Lok Sabha Secretariat and get his Lok Sabha membership revived. It is very clear now that Rahul Gandhi will be going back to the Lok Sabha. And clearly, remember, the Supreme Court was not looking at the issue on merit. The Supreme Court was not looking into the evidence, etc. against Rahul Gandhi. The Supreme Court was looking into whether the conviction and sentence can be stayed, whether there are any legal reasonings for such any relief order to be given to Rahul Gandhi. And I'm also being joined by Srishti Ojha, my colleague, who was inside the Supreme Court. Srishti, clearly the Supreme Court taking the point that that the trial court did not give specific reasoning to impose the maximum sentence. What else were the observations from the court?
Well, Anisha, as you said, the main focus of the bench today, Supreme Court, was the fact that trial court had decided to not only convict Rahul Gandhi for defamation, but also grant the maximum possible punishment, which is of 2 years, which, as also argued by Rahul Gandhi's lawyer, was that is not a usual occurrence. 2-year punishment in defamation cases is usually not granted. So the court took a note of that. The court observed that yes, a maximum punishment has been given to Rahul Gandhi. Not just that, that particular punishment of 2 years was the reason which triggered Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the parliament, which is exactly why trial court should have given detailed reasonings. However, the same was not done by the trial court, and that is why the Supreme Court has found it fit to stay Rahul Gandhi's conviction at least till the time his appeal before the appellate court is not decided. So yes, it's definitely a big relief from Supreme Court for Rahul Gandhi today.
Additionally, also we must inform our viewers that the Supreme Court has also cautioned Rahul Gandhi with regard to the remarks made. In fact, the judges have said that as a public functionary, as a political leader, he should have exercised caution when it comes to his public statements. However, despite that, given the fact that the maximum sentence has been given without any specific reasoning given for that, the Supreme Court has granted relief now to Rahul Gandhi. Srishti, has any other observation also been made by the Supreme Court in this matter? Because a lot of questions were asked by the bench.
Well, yes, Anisha, the Supreme Court has also focused on the fact that yes, being a parliamentarian, being a public person, when public speeches are given by Rahul Gandhi, yes, a sense of responsibility should be there. The court also noted that earlier Supreme Court in a different contempt case had asked Rahul Gandhi to apologize for his remarks.
Mr. Singhvi's argument in that was that this wasn't a conviction, that was a different kind of a case. But the Supreme Court did take note of that matter.
Yes, the Supreme Court has taken note of that matter. Supreme Court even remarked that maybe if that particular order was passed by Supreme Court where Rahul Gandhi was asked to apologize earlier or before before he made this particular speech that we are dealing with in this particular case, maybe Rahul Gandhi would have been more careful. So Supreme Court has definitely taken note of that particular submission, but has focused on the fact that no reasons were given by the trial court, and therefore a stay of conviction in this particular case is what the Supreme Court has decided to give.
Well, clearly a big relief today for Rahul Gandhi. The Supreme Court noting that had the trial court given even one less day as far as the conviction is concerned, the provisions of the Representation of the People Act, which triggered his disqualification from the House, would not have kicked in. And that is why the court has said that defamation, the ramifications are very wide, that not just his rights but also those of his electorate have been affected, and therefore the trial court should have given proper reasoning. All of that has been noted by the Supreme Court after hearing extensive arguments from both sides. Back to you.
Well, this was certainly, as we see, Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing for Rahul Gandhi says that he was aggrieved for nearly 111 days. He lost out on his MP seat, and this was unfair treatment. He was given the maximum punishment. Let me cut across also to Nalini, who's joining us right from the newsroom. All right, we seem to have lost her connection. Anisha, as we see that Abhishek Manu Singhvi really put up a very emotional plea before, or emotional argument before court, saying that this was Rahul Gandhi who was aggrieved with this unfair punishment given to him. 111 days of him being aggrieved, losing out on his MP seat and whatnot. So tell us more on the arguments on the other side. How exactly did the counsel for Purnesh Modi justify this, or even the Gujarat government for that matter?
Well, Purnesh Modi was represented today before the Supreme Court by senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani, who has been arguing that what Rahul Gandhi has said was clearly defamatory. Remember, Mahesh Jethmalani even read out the transcript of the statement made by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. He said that there are CDs present, that there was a recording of that particular speech during the Karnataka election by the Election Commission, and that is why Purnesh Modi's lawyer, senior advocate...
Anisha, I'm cutting across to Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary speaking on the same.
फोन पे उनसे इस मुद्दे पे हम बात करने के लिए तैयार है, करने जा रहे हैं।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट से राहत मिली है। राहुल गांधी को उनकी सजा पर रोक लगा दी गई है जो मोदी सरनेम के मामले में थी। क्या कहेंगे आप?
सर्वप्रथम ये कहना चाहते हैं कि हमारे सदन में, हमारे संविधान में जहां भी
क्या
जाइए,
कहना चाहेंगे? पूरे पार्टी में किस तरह से उत्साह बढ़ गया है और राहुल गांधी को ये जो राहत है वो क्या कहती है?
देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो आज का वर्डिक्ट है एक ऐतिहासिक वर्डिक्ट है और इस देश की जो व्यवस्था है, न्याय प्रणाली है, उसमें लोगों की आस्था दोबारा मैं समझता मजबूत हुई है, क्योंकि जो लोअर कोर्ट, हाई कोर्ट के वर्डिक्ट थे उसको चैलेंज हम लोगों ने किया था और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्पष्ट कहा है कि ये जो कन्विक्शन था ये गलत था, क्योंकि एक मानहानि के केस में जो 150-125 साल से कभी भी इस प्रकार की सजा हुई नहीं है, 2 साल की कन्विक्शन और डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन, ये बहुत जल्दबाजी में किया गया था और उसको हम लोगों ने गलत माना था। आज हमारी जो आग्रह को सही माना है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, ये बहुत एक स्वागत योग्य है। मैं इसका स्वागत करता हूँ। माननीय न्यायालय का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि लोकतंत्र में जिसकी उम्मीद लोगों को होती है न्याय की, वो न्याय मिला है। अब मैं ये उम्मीद भी करता हूँ कि जो स्पीकर महोदय हैं, जिस जल्दी और जिस फुर्ती से उन्होंने डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के बाद उनका सदस्यता समाप्त करी थी और घर खाली करवाया था, उतनी जल्दी से स्पीकर साहब को सुप्रीम कोर्ट के वर्डिक्ट के बाद एक्शन लेना चाहिए और उनकी सदस्यता पुनः तुरंत प्रभाव से दोबारा स्थापित करनी चाहिए।
सचिन जी, 2024 का भी लोकसभा चुनाव बहुत करीब है। अब किस तरह से आप देखते हैं, राहुल गांधी जब अयोग्य थे अब योग्य हो जाएंगे, चुनाव में नहीं रहने और रहने से कितना फर्क, कितना परिवर्तन आप देखेंगे 2024 लोकसभा चुनाव में पूरे समीकरण में?
देखिए, राहुल जी ने कभी व्यक्तिगत रूप से नहीं कहा कि बहुत फर्क पड़ेगा। वो एक राजनीतिक कार्यकर्ता है, पार्टी के बड़े नेता हैं, हमारे अध्यक्ष रह चुके हैं। लेकिन ये बात सच है कि जब एक महज छोटे से केस को गलत तरह से प्रस्तुत कर उसको एक पॉलिटिकल इशू बनाया गया, फिर किसी व्यक्ति विशेष ने पीआई डाली, उस पर लोअर कोर्ट ने सजा दे दी, हाई कोर्ट ने उसको मान लिया, स्पीकर ने आपको बर्खास्त कर दिया। ये सब देखकर लोगों में, आम जन में ये धारणा पैदा हुई कि ये कहीं ना कहीं राजनीति से प्रेरित हो सकता है। लेकिन कोर्ट ने साबित किया है कि न्यायपालिका तो सबके लिए बराबर है और अनुचित अगर कुछ होगा उसको ठीक करने का साहस सुप्रीम कोर्ट रखता है। पॉलिटिकली हमारे यहाँ चुनाव 4 राज्यों में है और लोकसभा के चुनाव 10 महीने के बाद है। पूरी पार्टी में, पूरे लोगों के अंदर एक संकेत गया है कि राहुल जी के नेतृत्व जिस साहस से उन्होंने लड़ा है उसको लोग अप्रिशिएट करेंगे और भाजपा के लिए मैं समझता हूँ बहुत बड़ी खतरे की घंटी है।
उत्साह काफी बढ़ गया हो गया पूरी पार्टी में, पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी में हम देख पा रहे हैं जगह जगह जश्न का माहौल और मिठाई खिलाने का सिलसिला। लेकिन हम आपसे वही पूछना चाहेंगे कि विपक्षी एकता को लेकर क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि सभी उसमें प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट बहुत सारे लोग थे जो कुछ खुलकर बोल देते थे, कुछ खुलकर नहीं बोलते थे। राहुल गांधी चूंकि उसमें अयोग्य करार दिए गए थे, लेकिन अब चुनाव भी लड़ पाएंगे, योग्य भी हो जाएंगे, तो यह समीकरण कैसे पलट जाएगा?
विपक्षी एकता को और मजबूती मिलेगी। आप सभी जानते हैं, चाहे राहुल जी हों चाहे सोनिया गांधी जी, किसी ने भी कभी पद के पीछे दौड़ नहीं लगाई है। खड़गे साहब ने बड़ा स्पष्ट कहा, लोग इकट्ठा आ रहे हैं ताकि एनडीए भाजपा को हरा सके। पद का मोह ना तो विपक्षीनता को है ना राहुल गांधी को है। हम लोगों ने पहले भी काम किया है सत्ता में रहकर बिना पद के, और विपक्ष में काम किया है। विपक्षी एकता को और मजबूती, ताकत मिलेगी। सदन के अंदर मैं समझता हूँ अब और अग्रसर होकर पूरा विपक्ष एकजुट होकर भाजपा को घेरेगा और ये जो नो कॉन्टेस्ट मोशन है इसमें भी भाजपा को जवाब देना भारी पड़ जाएगा।
बहुत लोगों को मनाना होगा, लेकिन सचिन जी बहुत सारी पार्टियां हैं, आप भी जानते हैं, नाम किसी का भी ले सकते हैं, तमाम पार्टियां हैं।
All right, Sachin Pilot there, Congress leader from Rajasthan, welcoming the Supreme Court's verdict. A big relief indeed for Rahul Gandhi. He says this was a ploy by the BJP to disturb him and push him out of his MP seat. This has been undone. The Supreme Court has given him justice. Sachin Pilot, as he speaks to India Today, hailing the move as we see sweets being distributed, celebratory images coming in right outside the court, the top court, right after Rahul Gandhi has been given relief from the Supreme Court, a stay on his conviction. In fact, Rahul Gandhi had approached the top court challenging the Gujarat High Court's order, dismissing his application to stay the conviction in the criminal case. The conviction in that case led to Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as an MP. He then had to knock at the doors of the Supreme Court challenging the order of the Gujarat High Court, dismissing the application. Of course, it was the trial court, the Surat court, that had granted or delivered a sentence of 2 years for Rahul Gandhi, which is said to be maximum punishment in the Modi surname defamation case. Sachin Pilot is speaking to our correspondent. Let's listen in.
और राहुल गांधी को ये बड़ी राहत, कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए राहत, किस तरह से आप पूरे चुनाव में देखते हैं?
इसका लाभ कार्यकर्ता में जो उत्साह है, जोश है, क्योंकि राहुल जी ने कभी हार नहीं मानी है। वो हर मुद्दे पर उतनी प्रखरता से अपनी बात को रखते आए हैं और आने वाले समय में और ऊर्जा का संचार होगा, कार्यकर्ताओं में जोश आएगा, तमाम संगठन, पब्लिक, नौजवान, मतदाता अब दुगनी ताकत के साथ जमीन पर उतरेंगे और लगातार हम चुनौतियों का सामना करते हुए जनता का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करेंगे।
बहुत शुक्रिया सचिन पायलट जी अपनी बात रखने के लिए। अपना
All right, Sachin Pilot, who spoke to our correspondent, saying this is a huge relief for Rahul Gandhi. Indeed, the Congress members now in celebratory mode. These are images that we're bringing to you live from right outside the court where laddus are being distributed. But one should also remember that the court has directed Rahul Gandhi to speak with caution. So the statement that he made, calling why are all thieves having the same common surname as Modi, this was the statement that he had made in Kolar during an election rally in 2019. This was taken up by Purnesh Modi, who is the minister in the Gujarat government, filing a case against him. T.S. Singh Dio joins us on the phone line for more on that. Mr. Dio, please give your sense of the Supreme Court's verdict. How are you receiving this? Stay for the conviction, relief for Rahul Gandhi.
To all your viewers, it is certainly for one a matter of great relief, and it strengthens our conviction that the system of justice in India is healthy and it is thriving. Truth eventually has prevailed, justice has prevailed. No conviction in the history, 160-year-old history, 162-year history of the IPC, there was no conviction for the full term ever. And one was completely in disagreement with the decisions of the honorable courts, from the lower courts to the high court, that they would have upheld such a decision. And eventually, if the Supreme Court has stated, we feel a great sense of pride in the judicial system prevailing in the country, its independence and its gravity. So I'll affirm my faith in the judicial system, and it is a matter of pride and relief for us too.
Right. You know, Mr. Dio, there's also a message from the Supreme Court asking for Rahul Gandhi to speak with caution. So this was not acceptable even with the top court. The judges hearing this did agree that this is an inflammatory statement and it defames a certain community. So please speak with caution. An apology was not asked for, though.
It is from Mr. Rahul Gandhi to take a call on that. I am very sure that from as far as I can understand, that comment did not include an entire community. It mentioned a Modi, and Modis are from various communities in this country. However, in its wisdom, whatever the Supreme Court has directed or stated, it is now for Rahul ji to take a stand. And I am sure he will.
But has Rahul Gandhi shown regret on the comment he made at all?
There is no sense of regret for a comment he did not make on the community. If a personal individual is, that is another matter. But I do not see his comment at all as being made for a community. It is a surname. Modi is a surname. It does not belong to a community alone. So, I mean, suppose you use the name Singh. So is the name Singh, the surname Singh limited to a particular community? The Sikh community uses it, the Rajput community uses it, the tribal community uses it. It is the name used by various communities. So similarly, in my complete and honest and unbiased understanding, the surname Modi is not linked to any community. Individual affected by it, he feels hurt by it, that's another issue.
Right. Mr. Dio, well, we see celebratory images there, laddus being distributed right in the court premises. Tell us if Rahul Gandhi is going to be back in the parliament starting Monday.
That is in full sense of justice.
All right. Thank you very much. T.S. Singh Deo, Congress leader, joining us, Deputy CM of Chhattisgarh, giving us his understanding. Says Rahul Gandhi did not intend to hurt a particular community. It was said as a jibe against the Prime Minister. Now, Rahul Gandhi, of course, a relief for him at this point. Will his MP seat be restored? That's the question. As Congress leaders, Karti Chidambaram just told me a few minutes ago, saying that he will be back in the parliament on Monday. Of course, it's a process now. Rahul Gandhi will now have to go back to the Surat court and try to correct that the judgment that was given there as per the directions of the top court. Now, how long that would take, when will Rahul Gandhi be back in the parliament, is still something that needs to be established. Amit Bharadwaj, who's right there at the Congress office, bringing us images of celebratory moods inside the Congress office there. Amit, go on, please bring us reactions.
Well, Nabila, the celebrations at the Congress headquarters had begun. You can see the youth wing Congress Karyakartas are celebrating this moment, and you also have other leaders from the Congress party have already come to the AICC headquarters, and each of them, the youth Congress Karyakartas, are wearing Rahul Gandhi's mask right there. So that is how the Congress Karyakartas are trying to send across a message that this is a moment of victory. Rahul Gandhi has certainly got, this is a shortened arm for the Congress party, because remember, the BJP was very confident, was saying that the conviction is a major. We are joined by Srinivas. How do you see this judgment? I know you were expecting that you will get relief from the Supreme Court. That smile also says a lot.
मैं अकेला नहीं हूँ. Not only me, whole nation, पूरा देश का जनता ने आज कितने लोग प्रे कर रहे थे, सोच नहीं सकता है. ये लड़ाई, ये फाइट जो सच और झूठ का लड़ाई है, जो सच को जीत हुआ है, सत्यमेव जयते, सच को परेशान कर सकता है, पराजित नहीं कर सकता है. ये बार बार दोबारा क्लियर हुआ है. राहुल गांधी जी ने कभी कहीं झुके नहीं है. उनके आवाज़ उठाना कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक.
लग रहा है कांग्रेस को डबल फायदा हो गया अब इसकी वजह से.
देखिए, वो लोग ने यही वो बीजेपी चाहता था, ये एक व्यक्ति को कैसे ही रुकवाना है, उनको रोक लगाने के लिए, उनको कहीं ना कहीं इस तरीके से इन लोग ने जो प्लान, जो कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ा राहुल गांधी जी को लेके. उनके व्यक्तिगत इन लोग ने टीका प्रहार से लेके उनके सदस्यत्व तक इन लोग ने रद्द किया. बट उसका बाद में जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो नतीजा आया है, देश का जनता को भी समझ में आ गया है.
पहले चक्रव्यूह,
अरे ये देश का जो विकल्प है वो राहुल गांधी है. इस देश का कोई विजनरी लीडर है वो राहुल गांधी है. अब भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में भी कश्मीर, कन्याकुमारी से लेके कश्मीर तक 4000 के ऊपर किलोमीटर, 150 दिन, एक मकसद, एक पैगाम लेके कोई चला है वो राहुल गांधी जी है. तो इस पे साफ साफ दिख रहा है. हम तो बोल नहीं सकते हैं आज राहुल जी का जो स्पेशलिस्ट है. गांव से कार्यकर्ता कितना खुश है ना, वो कोई सोचे.
आप लोग नारेबाजी भी कर रहे थे.
राहुल गांधी, राहुल गांधी, राहुल गांधी, राहुल जी आप संघर्ष करो, राहुल गांधी आप संघर्ष करो.
Right there, Nabila, the celebrations at the AICC headquarters have started. You just heard, right there, how Congress Karyakartas are celebrating this moment. And it is because that Rahul Gandhi, possibly the tallest leader as far as the public sentiment is concerned within the Congress party, he was disqualified because of this conviction. And now they say on the sentencing, the court has also questioned as to why maximum sentencing was given, though no reason was provided by the lower court for this maximum sentencing. And at the Congress office, the Congress workers are, happy. They're celebrating this moment. You can see many of these workers are also in Rahul Gandhi's mask. Will also try to get maximum reactions at this point in time as Congress leaders are coming to the AICC headquarters one after other. other. So we are just trying to get those initial reactions as to how the Congress is celebrating. Ma'am, your first reaction, conviction has been stayed, the sentencing has been stayed. You are expecting this?
We were hoping that there will be justice in the highest court of India. We were hoping that there will be justice in the Supreme Court, and that is exactly what has happened. We welcome the Supreme Court's decision. It proves that truth, sun and the moon can never be hidden. The reality is that Rahul Gandhi ji has been consistently fighting for the people of this country. He has been consistently fighting for the truth, against injustice, and the Supreme Court putting aside, in a 162-year-old history of the Indian Penal Code, never before has a 2-year conviction been given to a man found guilty of defamation.
The court has also pointed this out as to how the maximum sentencing was given to Rahul Gandhi, which was not only affecting his right but also those of the electorate.
I also think the court has shown a mirror to the, with all due respect, to the lower courts who continue to find him guilty, who did not put a stay on this conviction. The court is sending out a message. India's highest court is sending out a message that there are deep issues with our democracy. Democracy cannot be denied, and democracy can never be disqualified.
Expect similar celebrations across the country?
I mean, I think we are very ecstatic, and I'm sure we should be celebrating, and we are extremely happy about it.
So that was Shrupriya Srinet speaking to India Today exclusively, saying that this is also sort of a message being given to the lower judiciary. However, she said that with the rider that,
As I'm cutting across to KC Venugopal, Congress leader, also speaking. Listen in. All right, we've lost his connection. I'm cutting across to Anisha Mathur. Anisha tells us that all that Rahul Gandhi will have to do now to restore his MP membership is that he has to take this order of the Supreme Court and give it to the Lok Sabha Secretariat, and that's it. He's back. All right, Anisha, please do stay with us. We have reactions pouring in.
अरे मारो मत यार नीचे कर रहे हो भाई नीचे कर लो भाई just suggest one thing hello can we do it in a bit decent way yes थोड़ा आगे चलिए please थोड़ा आगे चलिए one by one we will give mic to everyone sir आज जो one by one ऑर्डर आया है उस पर क्या प्रतिक्रिया
देखिए 2019 में कांग्रेस के तत्कालीन अध्यक्ष श्रीमान राहुल गांधी ने कर्नाटक से बेंगलोर से 100 किलोमीटर दूर कोलार में एक जनसभा में ओबीसी समाज का बहुत बड़ा घटक मोदी नामधारी, मोदी सरनेमधारी, मोदी कास्ट, मोदी समाज, मोदी कम्युनिटी, इन सभी का अपमान किया था। उस समय हमने सूरत में ट्रायल कोर्ट में 2013 में ही हमने याचिका फाइल की थी। बाद में 2023 में ट्रायल कोर्ट में सभी कानूनी प्रक्रिया के बाद श्रीमान राहुल गांधी को 2 साल की सजा दी गई। बाद में श्रीमान श्री राहुल गांधी ने उस सजा के सामने सूरत की सेशन कोर्ट में कन्विक्शन स्टे के लिए याचिका दी गई थी। वहां भी उनकी कन्विक्शन स्टे नहीं हुआ। जो फैसला था हमारे पक्ष में आया। बाद में कन्विक्शन स्टे के लिए माननीय गुजरात की बड़ी अदालत हाई कोर्ट में भी कन्विक्शन स्टे के लिए उन्होंने याचिका फाइल की थी। गुजरात हाई कोर्ट ने भी कन्विक्शन स्टे नहीं किया। फैसला हमारी और आया। बाद में नामदार सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कन्विक्शन स्टे के लिए श्रीमान राहुल ने याचिका फाइल की थी। आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में श्रीमान राहुल गांधी का कन्विक्शन स्टे किया गया है। इस कानूनी प्रक्रिया में हम इस सम्मानीय फैसले का स्वागत करते हैं और आने वाले दिन में जब अब सेशंस कोर्ट में ये मुकदमा हम चलने वाला है, वह हमारी ओर से, समाज की ओर से कानूनी जंग जो है वो लड़ी जाएगी। आज का जो भी कानूनी प्रक्रिया में जो भी सब जुडिस मैटर था, उस पे जो बात हुई है, इसके बारे में हमारा एडवोकेट श्री हर्षित टोलिया जी आपसे बात करेंगे।
Supreme Court has raised the issue that the trial court, why did the trial court give the maximum punishment? What do you have to say?
Court has said that the trial court has awarded the maximum punishment, but the sufficient reasons are not assigned to award the maximum punishment. That was the view of the Honorable Supreme Court. That's the decision of the Honorable Supreme Court in the order which is passed today. Leave is granted. And it is also stated that we are at liberty to request, both the parties are at liberty to request the first appellate court to expedite the appeal. So today, whatever the order is passed, that order we do respect and we do accept the same with the fullest respect. And this is the short issue on which today the order is passed.
What happens to a disqualification?
Disqualification, again, that would be an operation of law. So right now, I would not like to make any comment. And let it be left to the discretion of the Parliament and under Section 8 of the
Surjewala of the Congress is speaking on the same.
सच्चाई की वो आवाज, निर्भीक निडर वो आवाज श्री राहुल गांधी की फिर सुनाई देगी, सरकार को जवाबदेह बनाते हुए और प्रजातंत्र की रक्षा करते हुए।
क्या राहुल गांधी एक बार फिर से जब नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन पे चर्चा होगा तो राहुल गांधी उसमें स्वाभाविक तौर पर शिरकत करेंगे?
श्री राहुल गांधी की डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन ऑटोमेटिकली आज से चली जाएगी।
As per Defamation Act, maximum punishment is 2 years. Therefore, we can see the clear-cut conspiracy to disqualify Rahul Gandhi was there. Therefore, now through this stay, he can become the member of parliament again. That disqualification process is now over. We will fight legally. Other cases, we will fight legally.
The Supreme Court has also pointed out that particular part where the lower court gave maximum punishment without giving a reason for that.
That's what I'm telling. The reason, we know that reason, to disqualify him. This was the hidden reason. All Gujarat court has given that hidden reason. Because of that hidden reason, all Gujarat court acted. Now, Supreme Court clearly stated that also.
One final question, sir. Will you approach the Lok Sabha Speaker for immediate reinstatement?
I think already our leader of the Congress party in the Lok Sabha already went to Speaker to request. We will put out the order also, Supreme Court.
Okay.
Without delay, he should be reinstated as a member of the parliament. This is our demand.
Okay. That was K.C. Venugopal speaking to India Today exclusively, saying that Rahul Gandhi should be reinstated immediately. The Congress party leaders are already meeting the Lok Sabha Speaker, and the demand of the Congress party is clear right now that Rahul Gandhi should be reinstated in Lok Sabha because the Supreme Court has put a stay on the conviction in the defamation case. With video journalist Jagannath, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
All right, I'm cutting across to Anisha. A quick word from Anisha, who's at the court. Anisha, tell us what's next step for Rahul Gandhi. All he has to do is to reach the Lok Sabha Secretariat with the court's order, and he can resume as an MP. Is that right?
Well, yes, Rahul Gandhi will now have to take this Supreme Court order, submit it before the Lok Sabha Secretariat, which will then reinstate his Lok Sabha membership. So as we just heard the various Congress leaders point out, as Mr. K.C. Venugopal just said in our in his statement to our reporter, the Congress party will be taking the step as soon as possible. As soon as possible, they will also submit the order copy, and then it will be decks cleared for Rahul Gandhi to resume his position as a Lok Sabha MP. But remember, the appeal in the Surat court is also pending. That is a parallel process, that is a separate process that will keep taking place, and that is exactly why Rahul Gandhi needed this particular order from the Supreme Court.
Right.
That as long as this order operates, his Lok Sabha's membership continues, because the appeal process normally takes a fairly long time. Back to you.
All right, this is the big relief that Rahul Gandhi has got. Anisha tells us Rahul Gandhi now, all he has to do is to take the Supreme Court's order and reach the office of the Lok Sabha Secretariat, and he's good to go to be back as Wayanad MP. Rahul Gandhi can also, of course, contest 2024 elections. Rahul's return to the Lok Sabha, of course, depends on the Speaker and the Lok Sabha Secretariat. This is a big relief coming in for Rahul Gandhi in the defamation case, a criminal defamation case that was filed against him, which a Surat court had given him 2 years maximum punishment. The Modi surname case, where Rahul Gandhi had made a comment saying why all thieves share Modi surname. This was a remark that he had made in 2019 during an election rally in Kolar, Karnataka. And Purnesh Modi, who hails from the Modi community and he's a minister in Gujarat, he took up this case, filed an FIR, and the court was quick to convict Rahul Gandhi, and a maximum punishment that was given to him. Now, after the Gujarat court refused to stay the conviction, Rahul Gandhi reached the top court. The top court has now given him relief. Amit Bharadwaj joins us for more right outside the Congress office. Amit, what do Congress leaders have to say about a word of caution that the apex court has sounded, saying Rahul Gandhi should be more careful when making such comments? All right, we seem to have lost his line. I'm going to cut across soon to the visuals, though, that's coming in from the Congress office. The left-hand side, you're seeing celebratory images where people, the Congress members were distributing sweets, holding flags and cheering for this, this conviction that the High Court, the top court has given, quashing what the High Court said. The apex court has basically overruled even the Gujarat High Court that had refused to stay the 2-year conviction, a maximum punishment that was given to Rahul Gandhi. So this is a big relief as Rahul Gandhi comes back as an MP. He could resume as MP, Wayanad MP in the following week. He has to take the order and reach this Lok Sabha Secretariat to grant him his membership. Now, cutting across to Anisha for more on that. Anisha, tell us more on Rahul Gandhi's pending case at the Surat court. Give us an understanding on what that, how does he have to deal with that independently?
Well, Nabila, that is a different matter altogether. Remember, because Rahul Gandhi has already filed an appeal against the order that was passed in March this year by the trial court in Surat. In Purnesh Modi's case, where the Surat court had held him guilty, they had imposed a 2-year sentence on him. Now, what Rahul Gandhi has received today is a stay on the conviction and the sentencing. What he wants from the Surat court is a setting aside and to quash that conviction and sentencing, to say that that conviction and sentencing was incorrect. And that is something that is an appeal process. Of course, while we're not clear about what the exact date of the hearing is, the appeal process tends to take a long time. What I do remember is that the one hearing was supposed to be in May this year. Then the second hearing was scheduled for about October this year. And we do not actually know. All right,
stay with us, Anisha. I'm cutting across to P. Chidambaram joining us on the phone line. Mr. Chidambaram, this is, of course, a big welcome move for the Congress party. We see jubilant celebrations at the Congress office. How would you view this statement coming in from the Supreme Court? Even as they give a stay on the conviction, Supreme Court also gives us a word of caution, asking Rahul Gandhi to refrain from making such statements.
The word of caution, subject to correction, is not a part of the order. It's advised by the court, and I'm sure it will be taken in the right spirit. The more important thing is the order of stay. The conviction and the sentence of 2 years was absolutely wrong. I have maintained this. The party has maintained this for the last several weeks. And the High Court of Gujarat did not appreciate that argument. I'm very happy that the Supreme Court has appreciated the argument and has observed that no reasons have been given why the maximum punishment of 2 years should be imposed in a case like this. Please remember, I have pointed out, we have all pointed out, in the last 162 years of the Indian Penal Code, we have not been able to find a single case where, for slander, the maximum punishment of 2 years has been imposed. Therefore, the Supreme Court, in my respectful submission, was absolutely right in staying the conviction. The sentence has already been stayed. the conviction is already now being stayed. So the right thing to do is for the Honorable Speaker to restore the membership of Mr. Rahul Gandhi to the Lok Sabha so that he can attend the Lok Sabha beginning Monday.
Right. Mr. Chidambaram, tell us a little more on the way Rahul Gandhi may have been aggrieved with this order, and the fact that he's lost his membership as an MP itself should suggest that he has been troubled. But we'd like to hear from you as a Congress party. You lost out on your face in the parliament for quite a few months.
What did we lose out on?
Rahul Gandhi is the face of the Congress, whatever said. So
of course, he's the face of the Congress. He was the face of the Congress in the Lok Sabha. And it was only to keep him out of the Lok Sabha, keep him out of Parliament, keep him from speaking in Parliament, that the case was manufactured. I maintain that. The case was manufactured. There is nothing to show that Mr. Purnesh Modi, the complainant, was personally affected or injured by the speech which Mr. Rahul Gandhi made somewhere in Karnataka. And you manufacture a case, you put out an argument that Modi is a defined community, and then you get a conviction. I'm not saying anything about the merits of the case because that's sub judice. And you insist on the maximum punishment, and the court grants a maximum punishment of 2 years. Please remember, this 2 years is the stipulation in the Representation of People Act and the Constitution that if anybody is convicted for 2 years, he will stand disqualified from the membership of the Parliament as well as disqualified from contesting an election for 6 years. It's an elaborately well thought out strategy to keep out Mr. Rahul Gandhi from Parliament for a long time.
So, at this point, the BJP says that this case itself was at the hands of the judges. In fact, it was the lower court and then the higher court, the Gujarat High Court, that dismissed the conviction. So they saw merit in the case. Don't blame us for it. It was taken up legally.
I'm not saying they did not find merit, but we are questioning the so-called merit. What is the merit? What is the merit in imposing a punishment of 2 years for slander? Please remember, defamation is of two kinds. One is slander and one is libel. This is not defamation in writing. This is defamation by words. Whether the words amounted to defamation itself is a big question. But assume that the words amount to defamation. It's slander. Show me one case where for slander a punishment of 2 years has been imposed under the Indian Penal Code. We have not been able to find the case.
Clearly we see a lot of celebration. Mr. Chidambaram, you're going to be welcoming him into the Parliament hopefully next week. All he has to do is now to take the Supreme Court's order, meet with the Lok Sabha Secretariat. He's good to go. So we'll see Rahul Gandhi present now.
Naturally, Congress workers are happy. The entire party is happy.
Right. He's also now...
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us. P. Chidambaram, MP, speaking about this case itself having did not hold water. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, on the other end, speaking on how Rahul Gandhi will be back in the Parliament next week. The Speaker has said that he will wait for the court's order copy and Rahul Gandhi will be able to seek his membership.
सदस्यता पद खारिज किए गए थे। फिजूल मामला दर्ज करते हुए जिनके खिलाफ सदन में सदस्यता खारिज करने की हर संभव प्रयास किया गया था, आज हमारे देश की सर्वोच्च न्यायालय इस मुद्दे को संज्ञान लेते हुए राहुल गांधी जी को आज बड़ा राहत देने की फैसला की और इसी के चलते आज राहुल गांधी जी के खिलाफ जो बेबुनियाद तथ्यों पर साजिश किए गए थे वो आज विफल हो गए। और इसी दरमियान हम स्पीकर साहब से मिले, सदन के अंदर ये बात उठाई कि हमारे नेता राहुल जी को फिर दोबारा सदन में आने की इजाजत दिया जाए। उनकी सदस्यता पद खारिज करने की जो मुद्दा था उसको रिवोक करते हुए राहुल गांधी जी की सदस्यता पद पुनर्बार उनको सौंपा जाए, क्योंकि वो सदन में आए और अपने बात रखे। हम चाहते हैं कि सरकार के खिलाफ जो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव हम लाए हैं उसी में राहुल गांधी जी खुद शिरकत करें और हिंदुस्तान के आम लोग ये सुने कि कैसे किस तरीके से राहुल गांधी जी के खिलाफ आज सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी ने निष्ठुर तरीके से साजिश रच रही है। सारे दुनिया को ये उजागर होना चाहिए। इसलिए सदन के अंदर बात रखे, स्पीकर साहब से मिली, अब चिट्ठी भी लिखूंगा और बीच में आके आप लोगों को सामने भी ये अवगत कराना चाहते हैं आप सबको कि राहुल गांधी जी की सदस्यता पद दोबारा उनको वापस दिया जाए। इसके लिए हम अपना गुहार लगा रहे हैं। सरकार और सदन सब मिलके ये सोचे कि राहुल गांधी जी की ये वापसी जल्द से जल्द हो। ये सदन की दीवारों में ये लिखा रहते कि हमारे संविधान में भी ये लिखा रहते कि सत्यमेव जयते। आज राहुल गांधी जी की ये राहत साबित कर दे रहे हैं। ये प्रतीत हो रहे हैं कि आज सत्य की जय दोबारा हुआ है। राहुल गांधी जी ये सत्य का प्रतीक है। राहुल गांधी जी की ये जीत सत्य की जीत है। और ये राहुल गांधी जी अगले तारीख ये साजिश के खिलाफ और ये सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी के खिलाफ आंधी बनकर उतरेंगे और हिंदुस्तान में एक नया दिशा दिखाते हुए ये सरकार को सत्ता से हटाने की हर संभव पहल शुरू किए जाएंगे। राहुल गांधी जी आ रहे हैं, मोदी जी।
All right, let me cut across to Mahesh Jethmalani, who's speaking to our correspondent, the Complainants Council.
मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस देने के लिए, और इसलिए तो उन्होंने स्टे दिया है। लेकिन वैसे तो बहुत सारे आधार है क्यों मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस ये इस केस में राहुल गांधी के केस में देना चाहिए। और अब तक तो अपील जारी है सेशंस कोर्ट में, और वो जो आधार है जो जस्टिफाई करेगी वो मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस को, वो पेश किए जाएंगे जब सजा की बात आती है लोअर कोर्ट में, यदि सजा की बात आती है, क्योंकि इन्होंने कन्विक्शन के खिलाफ भी अपील की है। तो यदि कोर्ट कन्विक्शन राजी करती है लोअर कोर्ट की डिसीजन को, तो सेंटेंस पर फिर बहस होगी और उस समय जो वास्तव में पर्याप्त कारण है वो दिए जा सकते हैं।
चूंकि इसी धुरी पर महेश जी पूरी बात अटक गई है कि अधिकतम सजा क्यों। आप बता रहे हैं कि जज साहब से जो कुछ कहा गया था वो नाकाफी साबित हुआ सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने, तो इस पे क्या और तर्क आप बताएंगे जिससे आप आगे बढ़ेंगे? अगर सेशंस कोर्ट में सेंटेंस को लेकर दोबारा बहस होगी तो क्या है वो तर्क, क्या है वो दलील जिससे 2 साल के अधिकतम सजा को आप सही ठहराएंगे?
देखिए बहुत सारे, लेकिन अब समय नहीं है क्योंकि ये तो अभी कॉन्फिडेंशियल बात है लॉयर और क्लाइंट के बीच में। लेकिन जो भी कमियां थी सेशंस कोर्ट में के जजमेंट में, वो उचित समय पे उसको ठीक किया जा सकता है। अब तक अपील जारी है ना सेशंस कोर्ट के सामने।
जी, लेकिन महेश जी, क्या ये शुरुआती बहुत बड़ा झटका नहीं है सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से याचिकाकर्ता पक्ष के लिए?
नहीं, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट तो सिर्फ एक ही
All right, that's Mahesh Jethmalani, who is the counsel for the complainant, says that the plea is still before the Surat court, the trial court. But nonetheless, this is the apex court who's now stayed the conviction of 2 years. That the Gujarat High Court first refused to stay conviction. Then Rahul Gandhi knocked at the doors of the apex court to get some relief, and it appears that this has now opened doors for him to return as MP. Rahul Gandhi now is all set to be back as Wayanad MP. He will likely be back in the parliament by next week, is what the Congress workers say. We see all sorts of celebrations right outside the Congress offices across the country. In fact, we believe Congress workers have erupted in celebrations, distributing sweets and welcoming the Supreme Court's verdict on this. This is indeed big relief. Rahul Gandhi, all he has to do at the moment now will have to reach the Lok Sabha Secretariat with the Supreme Court's order, and he's good to go. In fact, the Speaker also will have to receive the order of the Supreme Court and allow for Rahul Gandhi to enter the Parliament premises or the House of the Parliament, Lok Sabha. He will be back as a Lok Sabha MP. In fact, what we know is that the Supreme Court, while announcing the verdict, also observed that Rahul Gandhi's statement, he should in fact be more cautious while making a statement like that. It's not accepted. This was a word of advice that came in from the Supreme Court undoubtedly. But at the same time, the court also raised questions on what basis was maximum punishment given to Rahul Gandhi in a defamation case. A case like this in the past has not been delivered with a maximum punishment. It's almost the first that Rahul Gandhi, the face of the Congress party here, has been given maximum punishment by the lower court, and that conviction was refused to be stayed by the Gujarat court, and he finally gets relief at the Supreme Court. Now, Rahul Gandhi, we believe, will be back in the parliament starting Monday. Maushmi is with us. She joins her is the Congress spokesperson Ajay Kumar. Listen in.
इंडिया अलायंस के बारे में बोला कि चामुंडिया में इंडिया भी है, तो उसी तरह से गुंडा में भी इंडिया एनडीए है, GUNDA, इस तरह के बातें प्रधानमंत्री जो करते हैं।
और अजय जी, अब इसका मतलब ये है कि 24 के चुनाव के लिए और लड़ने के लिए राहुल गांधी का रास्ता साफ हो जाता है, तो क्या ये एक बड़ा बूस्टर है आप लोग के लिए? और अश्विनी, तस्वीर दिखाइए जरा।
पूरा इंडिया अलायंस के लिए एक बूस्टर है, सच की जीत है, देश की जनता खुश है। जिस तरह से एक नेक इंसान को आपने देखा, जैसे सदस्यता रद्द हुई थी तो उन्होंने अपना मकान खाली कर दिया था, उसके बावजूद राहुल जी ने एक जो है किसी तरह का जो है ओछी टिप्पणी नहीं दी है। अब मुझे लगता है कि पूरा इंडिया अलायंस मोदी जी को घेरेंगे, पार्लियामेंट में भाजपा को घेरेंगे
और पीएम उम्मीदवार फिर हो सकते हैं राहुल गांधी।
देखिए, उन्होंने हमेशा कहा है ये इंडिया अलायंस बैठ करके तय करेंगे। हमें किसी पोस्ट का लालच नहीं है, लालच तो सिर्फ मोदी जी को है। मैडम
चलिए ठीक है, देखिए यहाँ पे राहुल गांधी अंजना आने वाले हैं और यहाँ पे कांग्रेस के युवा कार्यकर्ता, ज्यादा भीड़ नहीं है अभी, मुझे लगता है खबर आई है और राहुल गांधी की तस्वीर यहाँ पे आपको दिखेगी जी।
All right, Rahul Gandhi, a big relief for him as we see many of the Congress netas speaking to India today saying that this was bound to happen. The Supreme Court has really looked very closely into the merit of the case, and this verdict is welcome. Polami is in fact speaking to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Listen in.
Chaudhary sir, how do you see the Supreme Court order which stayed the conviction in the defamation case?
It is a victory of the truth. The victory of morality. It is a victory of truth. Rahul Gandhi has been espousing across the country the essence of truth, the essence of humanity, the essence of unity, and the essence of love, which has been enshrined in our civilization. In spite of all sinister designs being employed against him in order to implicate Rahul Gandhi ji on false charges by sheer concoction and wild allegation, they have been failed to implicate Rahul ji, because still country like India, where we can boast of that truth is alive. That is why Rahul Gandhi ji has secured the victory Today itself, I have approached to the Speaker of Lok Sabha so as to revoke the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi ji in the wake of this landmark judgment by the Supreme Court. And already I have mentioned this issue inside the Parliament, and a few minutes later I will also write a letter to the Speaker. Our single point objective is to revoke the disqualification level against our leader Rahul Gandhi ji so as to facilitate his participation in the no confidence motion.
Joining us right now is Adhiranjan Chaudhary. Sir, how do you see the Supreme Court order which stayed the conviction in the defamation case?
So it's a victory of the truth, the victory of morality. It is a victory of truth. Rahul Gandhi has been espousing across the country the essence of truth, the essence of humanity, the essence of unity, and the essence of love, which has been enshrined in our civilization.
All right, that's Congress MP Adhiranjan Chaudhary speaking exclusively to India Today's Paulami Saha. In fact, he was the one reaching the doors of the Lok Sabha Speaker, urging the Lok Sabha Speaker to restore Rahul Gandhi's membership. The Speaker says he is waiting for the Supreme Court's order. That's it. Rahul Gandhi is likely to be back on Monday in the Parliament. The Congress workers at the Congress office in Delhi are waiting for Rahul Gandhi's arrival. Sweets are being distributed. Huge celebratory images coming in on Rahul Gandhi being finally a relief for him in the defamation case, the Modi surname defamation case.
Victory, 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 victory.
Well, that's Adhiranjan Chaudhary raising slogans, saying victory, chanting, almost making it seem like this is the biggest victory. And it is indeed. In fact, Rahul Gandhi was suspended as an MP, and that was a big blow to the Congress leader. Rahul Gandhi has been an MP for quite a while, decades now, and for him this was the first setback that came in after that case on a defamation case on Modi surname, a comment that he made that didn't go well with the Modi community in Gujarat. The Purnesh Modi, Gujarat minister himself filed a complaint. This was taken up seriously in court, and the harshest punishment was given to Rahul Gandhi of 2 years that led to him being disqualified as MP. This is, of course, a big breakthrough for him. Let me cut across to our correspondent speaking to Aditya Thackeray of the Shiv Sena.
राहुल गांधी की जो शिक्षा दी थी गुजरात कोर्ट ने वो सस्पेंड की है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने। हमारे साथ आदित्य ठाकरे जी है, शिवसेना के नेता है। आदित्य जी, आपकी पहली रिएक्शन क्या है? सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी जी को जो शिक्षा सुनाई थी उस पर अभी रोक लगा दी गई।
बिल्कुल, ये राहत उचित है, बिल्कुल उचित है, क्योंकि हमारे देश में कानून जो है वो सबके लिए समान होने चाहिए। अगर आप देखें तो यहाँ कहीं ना कहीं कुछ गलत हो रहा था, ऐसे सबको लग रहा था। यही बात है कि जो भी सत्य के साथ खड़ा रहेगा उन पे अगले 6-7 महीनों में केंद्रीय दबाव तो होगा, क्योंकि सत्य के साथ खड़ा रहना इस देश में अभी गुनाह हुआ है सरकार की आंखों में। लेकिन हम सत्य के लिए लड़ते रहेंगे और ये हमारी लड़ाई जारी रहेगी।
एक ऑब्जर्वेशन कोर्ट ने किया है। कोर्ट ने कहा कि 2 साल की जो शिक्षा सुनाई गई वो कैसे सुनाई गई? अगर 1 दिन की भी कम होती तो उनकी MP सीट जो है वो उनको बहाल हो जाती। तो ये कैसे हुआ?
यही अभी कोर्ट के ऑर्डर में देखना जरूरी। 2 कोर्ट के बीच में मैं नहीं फंसना चाहता, लेकिन जो भी हुआ है सही हुआ।
और एक चीज है कि कल एक व्हाइट पेपर लाया गया था इंडस्ट्री के बारे में। आपने उसके बारे में बहुत ज्यादा बार आवाज उठाई थी, तो उसमें कहा गया है कि आपके कार्यकाल में ही वो पूरी इंडस्ट्री जो है वो बाहर गई है। जो आरोप लगाए गए गलत।
अभी मैंने साफ बात उस पर की है, लेकिन ये जो आरोप लगा रहे वो अगर खुद की श्वेत पत्रिका पढ़े तो उनको पता चलेगा, लेकिन पढ़ना तो आना चाहिए उनको।
अच्छा, तो ये थे राहुल गांधी के बारे में बात कर रहे थे आदित्य ठाकरे, और उन्होंने कहा है कि जिस तरीके से केंद्रीय एजेंसीज काम कर रही है उनका तरीका गलत है और राहुल गांधी को जो राहत मिली है वो न्याय है।
All right, so that's Aditya Thackeray, who is the ally of the Congress in Maharashtra. Now, of course, for Rahul Gandhi, this means that he can come back as the Lok Sabha MP. His Wayanad MP membership will be resumed, and that's exactly what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is doing. He's right now the Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, as he shows that victory sign there in the Parliament. He's already spoken with the Lok Sabha Speaker, asking and urging the Speaker to restore Rahul Gandhi's membership at the earliest, which would mean Rahul Gandhi is likely to return to the Parliament starting Monday. The monsoon session is still on, and Rahul Gandhi is likely to be part of the Parliament proceedings. Now, this comes right after the Supreme Court granted relief to Rahul Gandhi and has stayed the criminal defamation case against him in the Modi surname controversy. There you have it, images coming in. At first, it was the Gujarat High Court who refused to stay the conviction. Rahul Gandhi then reached the doors of the Supreme Court, and we believe the Supreme Court had taken cognizance, sought responses from the Gujarat Minister Purnesh Modi as well as the state government of Gujarat on Rahul Gandhi's appeal, asking what was the reason for and also from the Surat court asking why harshest punishment of 2 years was given to Rahul Gandhi. Also raised questions on what was the reasoning before delivering a verdict of such nature. This was a question raised to the Surat court. Even though the appeal still stands in the Surat court on the case, the Supreme Court has now given relief to Rahul Gandhi by staying the conviction. So 113 days almost that Rahul Gandhi has stayed out as MP. He has been suspended for that long, and it now appears he will be back following week. This is Rahul Gandhi's at a time when through the last few months, Rahul Gandhi has been moving around. Even in Karnataka elections, he held rallies there. He spoke on several platforms. He did that as a mere Congress leader, not as a Congress MP. There was enough and more jibes taken on Rahul Gandhi by the opposition parties, or rather the BJP itself and many other party leaders who called him a suspended MP and whatnot. For Rahul Gandhi, this is certainly a relief. Barely a year before 2024, this is a big door that's opened up for Rahul Gandhi to contest the upcoming elections.
सजा दी गई, जिसके चलते उनकी सदस्य की संसद की सदस्यता रद्द हो गई। उन्होंने अपील की, हाईकोर्ट में यश नहीं मिला, लेकिन सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उनको अंतिम राहत दी है। एक बहुत खुशी की बात है। इस देश में आज भी संविधान है, जनतंत्र जीवित है, और सर्वोच्च न्यायालय जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट है वो भी अपना काम कर रहा है। एक बहुत खुशी की बात है।
कई सारे फैसले हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो है अपोजिशन के में सुनाए, जैसे मणिपुर का फैसला हो, कई फैसलों पे सरकार को भी फटकारा है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने। तो लगातार अब आ रहा है सामने की सरकार गलत कर रही है।
देखो, सुप्रीम कोर्ट अपना काम कर रही है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के न्याय देना है। अगर सरकार कोई गलत काम करती है तो सरकार को फटकारना पड़ेगा ही। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट से यही हमारी उम्मीद है, वो कर रहे हैं अपना काम, और करना चाहिए। लेकिन अगर संसद और प्रधानमंत्री सुप्रीम कोर्ट की फटकार की, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की डांट की कुछ अगर जायजा लेते हैं तो शायद अपनी बर्ताव में कुछ सुधार करेंगे।
All right, उनके बर्ताव में सुधार होगा. That's the hope that the leaders put forth. You know what we hear from the Supreme Court as part of the verdict was an advice that Rahul Gandhi should be speaking with caution. Such statements are unacceptable. This was a clear advice coming in from the top court. Of course, Rahul Gandhi all this while refused to apologize on that statement that he made, precisely saying, "Why do all thieves have common Modi surname?" This was what he had said, aggrieving the Modi community hailing from Gujarat. And Purnesh Modi, minister in Gujarat, took absolute offense to this, has filed a defamation case, a criminal defamation case against Rahul Gandhi, which was then taken up in court. And the strictest, harshest punishment was meted out. 2 years that Rahul Gandhi was convicted. Rahul Gandhi then approached the Gujarat High Court to stay the conviction. The Gujarat High Court refused to. And then he finally reached the apex court. The Supreme Court's order is now full and final. Rahul Gandhi gets to come back as the MP of Wayanad after nearly a 113-day break. But that did not stop him from carrying out political rallies across the length and breadth of the country. He was seen in many states, including Karnataka, extensively campaigning for the Congress party as a mere Congress neta. All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for a lot more. Rahul Gandhi, big relief for him. We are going to bring you a lot more on that on the other side. Do stay tuned.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली चल चली है पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Would you be able to sustain these margins at these levels, and what would your overall outlook be for FY24 on margins?
So we've seen softening of raw material prices both in Q4 and Q1 to that extent. In fact, Q1 saw about a 2% kind of a deflation with respect to raw material prices. So I think the issue of margins is directly correlated in terms of how obviously the raw material prices behave as we kind of go ahead. We are seeing a certain uptick with respect to the crude prices in the recent number of days and weeks to that extent, and also a little bit of a volatility with respect to the rupee dollar kind of positioning. So I think it will all depend in terms of how these things stabilize and what is the definitive trend we see in the next about 4 to 6 weeks in terms of going forward. As of now, we are maintaining our guidance with respect to the PBDIT band of 18 to 20% in terms of what is there. That is definitive for the year in terms of going forward. We are also looking at higher advertising spends and below the line spends to really invigorate the market in Q2 and Q3 going forward. Therefore, at present, I think we are maintaining the band in terms of guidance which we have given earlier with respect to our margins.
Okay. What's the demand trend across, the various industries that you cater to, and the outlook on demand from the festive season going forward from here?
As I said, overall, from the point of view of demand, the project sales institutional business appears to be strong. I think the whole real estate sector and the construction activity which will continue to that extent. So therefore, the whole builder business which comes in, or even from the point of view of government spending given the oncoming general elections next year,
Power star Pawan Kalyan's latest film Bro hasn't had the best run at the box office. But it's created a huge buzz in political circles. The Tollywood superstar, who has been juggling his films and political career, is now in a soup as his political rivals have used his latest film to fire a political taunt.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what the top stories are in this edition. Big relief for Rahul Gandhi as top court puts Rahul's conviction on hold. Order paves way for disqualification reversal. All eyes on Lok Sabha Speaker. Leader of Opposition Adhir meets Om Birla, asked to restore Rahul Gandhi's membership immediately. Birla awaits Supreme Court order copy. India Today tracks down rioters' den. Rioters hiding in Aravali mountains. Police movement tracked from hilltop. Cops probe Aravali hills after India Today expose. Cops swing into action against hate posts. 3 social media accounts under scanner for hate posts that fan riots. Over 2,300 videos from the 31st of July under scanner. New SP Singla has been transferred. India Today grills hate-monger Bittu, exposed by India Today. Bajrangi defends his videos that triggered riots. ASI team begins Gyanvapi Mosque survey. After court clears the path for ASI survey, Muslim side boycotts the survey. And we'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in. This has got to do with the Gyanvapi case. The Supreme Court has said and asked rather, why should we stop the ASI survey? Let the survey happen. We'll decide later what part to take as evidence in the suit. ASI affidavit has said no drilling, excavation is going to be done. We will protect the structure as the Mosque Committee calls the petition frivolous. The Chief Justice of India says what is frivolous to you is faced to the other side. Observations made by the Supreme Court. The hearing on the Muslim side plea is still on. Abhishek Mishra is getting us more details on that. It does appear that prima facie there is some relief for the Hindu side because the ASI survey is being allowed, and the court in fact has said that what is being done right now isn't frivolous. The petition itself isn't frivolous.
Well, absolutely. This whole, petition which was filed by the Muslim side was towards getting a relief as far as this ASI survey is concerned. But with the kind of observation the Supreme Court is making in this issue is clearly is giving us an indication that it's unlikely that the ASI survey will get some hold for now. And Supreme Court has made this very keen observation saying that let the survey go on, and at the same time the report will be open only after the maintainability suit is decided. This is something which is a major development, although it remains to be seen what is the final verdict because the arguments are still going on, and the Muslim side is constantly making an argument that it is the violation of the 1999 Places of Worship Act. At the same time, first there has to be clarity on the maintainability and the civil suit, and then onwards there could be something as far as this ASI survey, which the Muslim side is constantly arguing in the Supreme Court, and it is still in the court trial. So that is something which is a development. But on the other hand, if I talk about what is happening here at Varanasi, the police security deployment is here. The ASI team has again reached at the complex, and they are conducting this exercise once again. There was a break which was taken for about 2.5 hours, and after that the survey has now resumed, so that it's very clear that as per the order of the Allahabad High Court to resume, to continue the survey.
Moment from now, Abhishek, in fact, is in Varanasi. I'm going to go in to get in a word, in fact, from Anisha Mathur, who's at the Supreme Court, getting us up to speed with that. Anisha, first of all, the very latest. Talk to us about what's really happening inside court right now.
Well, as we speak, the Supreme Court is hearing the issue. The Supreme Court is hearing the arguments from the Masjid Committee, with clear indications coming in from the Supreme Court that it may actually not give the Muslim Masjid Committee what it wants. The Chief Justice of India as well as Justice J.B. Pardriwala both have asked this question of why object to survey when there is no excavation, when there is no digging, only a non-invasive survey is being done. In fact, Justice Pardriwala has also suggested that the survey report could be kept in sealed cover and will not be taken up at all by any court till the main issue of maintainability of these petitions is actually decided. Of course, for the Masjid Committee, Senior Advocate Huzaifa Ahmadi is pointing out that the survey itself would reopen old wounds, that there is a reason why the Parliament of India had passed the 1991 Places of Worship Act, which was to freeze whatever was in existence on the midnight of 15th August 1947, going back and looking at what may have been there 500 years ago. All it will do is reopen the wounds of the past. This is a very serious argument being raised by the Masjid Committee lawyer, who is saying that even allowing a survey at this stage is going to clearly affect peace, law and order, security in the area at the moment. The Supreme Court, of course, however, has been observing, has been questioning why there is an objection to the survey itself. And as we speak, the hearing is ongoing. My colleague Kanu Sharda is inside the courtroom. I was myself in the courtroom till about a minute ago. The court is clearly indicating that it may allow the survey to continue for now, but a final order has not yet been passed because the Supreme Court has made certain suggestions. The Supreme Court has suggested that since the ASI in its affidavit has clearly said that there will be no excavation, no digging, the court may also consider passing orders that there will be only a non-invasive survey, because the ASI in its affidavit before the Allahabad High Court had said that there will be a non-destructive survey, which means that nothing will happen to the existing structure. The Supreme Court is offering to take that one step forward to say that there will be no digging whatsoever, there will be no excavation whatsoever, and there will be a non-invasive survey only. Okay. The Muslim side was opposing even that kind of a survey, saying that this is a blatant violation of the Places of Worship Act. That
But the court has in fact indicated that what is frivolous to you could be faith for others, is what the court has said. Thanking you, Anisha Mathur and Abhishek Mishra, for getting us up to speed with those developments. Getting you details of relief for Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. The Supreme Court has stayed Rahul's conviction in a 2019 defamation case over his Modi surname remarks. The top court said that Rahul Gandhi's comments were not in good taste and he should use caution while making public speeches. But the Supreme Court said Surat Court didn't specify the reason for awarding the maximum punishment in the defamation case, saying the ramifications of its verdict were great as it led to his disqualification, affecting his rights as well as the rights of his electorate.
Please remember, I have pointed out, we have all pointed out, in the last 162 years of the Indian Penal Code, we have not been able to find a single case where, for slander, the maximum punishment of 2 years has been imposed. Therefore, the Supreme Court, in my respectful submission, was absolutely right in staying the conviction. The sentence has already been stayed. The conviction has already now been stayed. So the right thing to do is for the Honorable Speaker to restore the membership of Mr. Rahul Gandhi to the Lok Sabha so that he can attend the Lok Sabha beginning Monday. We always knew that we will get justice in the Supreme Court. This was a reverse engineered case. This should have never led to this kind of a conviction or sentencing. I'm glad that the Supreme Court has reversed it. This will restore Mr. Rahul Gandhi's membership to the Lok Sabha. We look forward to seeing him there on Monday. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is an experienced public person. He knows the import of his words, and I'm sure that he will take the well-meaning advice given by the Supreme Court into consideration. But we have to see whether this is an obiter dictum or part of the order of the Supreme Court.
देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो आज का वर्डिक्ट है एक ऐतिहासिक वर्डिक्ट है और इस देश की जो व्यवस्था है, न्याय प्रणाली है, उसमें लोगों की आस्था दोबारा मैं समझता मजबूत हुई है, क्योंकि जो लोअर कोर्ट हाई कोर्ट के वर्डिक्ट थे उसको चैलेंज हम लोगों ने किया था और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्पष्ट कहा है कि ये जो कन्विक्शन था ये गलत था, क्योंकि एक मानहानि के केस में जो 150-125 साल से कभी भी इस प्रकार की सजा हुई नहीं है, 2 साल की कन्विक्शन और डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन, ये बहुत जल्दबाजी में किया गया था और उसको हम लोगों ने गलत माना था। आज हमारी जो आग्रह को सही माना है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, ये बहुत एक स्वागत योग्य है। मैं इसका स्वागत करता हूँ और माननीय न्यायालय का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि लोकतंत्र में जिसकी उम्मीद लोगों को होती है न्याय की, वो न्याय मिला है। अब मैं ये उम्मीद भी करता हूँ कि जो स्पीकर महोदय हैं, जिस जल्दी और जिस फुर्ती से उन्होंने डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के बाद उनका सदस्यता समाप्त करी थी और घर खाली करवाया था, उतनी जल्दी से स्पीकर साहब को सुप्रीम कोर्ट के वर्डिक्ट के बाद एक्शन लेना चाहिए और उनकी सदस्यता पुनः तुरंत प्रभाव से दोबारा स्थापित करनी चाहिए।
Well, as a lawyer, I can simply say this is standard procedure that if someone doesn't get a relief from one of the other courts, in this case the original court which convicted him, the appellate court, then the High Court, he had the legal right to come before the Honorable Supreme Court. That right exists for every Indian citizen. Even non-citizens can come. But if you come before the Supreme Court, the case was argued, and if the Supreme Court has stayed it, that is part of legal process, it's a judicial order. So I don't know what else would be expected to comment on this at this stage.
maximum sentence देने के लिए, और इसलिए तो उन्होंने स्टे दिया है। लेकिन वैसे तो बहुत सारे आधार है क्यों मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस ये इस केस में राहुल गांधी के केस में देना चाहिए। और अब तक तो अपील जारी है सेशंस कोर्ट में, और वो जो आधार है जो जस्टिफाई करेगी वो मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस को, वो पेश किए जाएंगे जब सजा की बात आती है लोअर कोर्ट में, यदि सजा की बात आती है, क्योंकि इन्होंने कन्विक्शन के खिलाफ भी अपील की है। तो यदि कोर्ट कन्विक्शन राजी करती है लोअर कोर्ट के डिसीजन को, तो सेंटेंस पर फिर बहस होगी और उस समय जो वास्तव में पर्याप्त कारण है वो दिए जा सकते हैं।
Mosme has more details on that story. Mosme, this is the best news ever for the Gandhi sign. Essentially comes at a time when we're almost headed to Lok Sabha elections. There was a fear that Gandhi wouldn't be able to contest, but Rahul Gandhi now has got relief from the court. What next for Rahul Gandhi?
No, I'm going there. Absolutely, Sneha. You know, the Congress knows that Rahul Gandhi's the stay on conviction has immense ramifications for the political future of their party and most importantly for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And that's why, you know, there are Congress workers and office bearers pouring in from different parts of the country. Somebody was from Gujarat, somebody's come from Haryana. There you can see all colors of Rajasthan as well. बिहार से आए हैं, मध्य प्रदेश, so all UP, Uttarakhand, so a mini Congress India of sorts right here. And on the other hand, behind me you can see that there are slogans for Rahul Gandhi. He would be arriving here any minute from now. Those pictures we will get you as soon as Rahul Gandhi does come. But राजस्थान से आप हैं, कितनी खुश हैं और कैसे इजहार करेंगी?
हम बहुत खुश हैं। मैं राजस्थान से हूं और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले का हम स्वागत करते हैं। फैसला स्वागत योग्य है और ये नफरती राजनीति के मुंह पर तमाचा है और हम बहुत खुश हैं। सभी लोग, सारे कांग्रेस
कैसे इजहार करेंगे?
सारे कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ताओं में बहुत जोश है। हम अपना खुशी जाहिर करते हैं और
उम्र करके आप जाहिर करेंगे।
हाँ जी, हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं। सारे कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ताओं में एक उमंग है, जोश है और सबको हमें सब पहले से सारे कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ताओं को विश्वास था कि सत्य की जीत होगी, क्योंकि सूरज और चांद को निकलने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता, वैसे ही सत्य को कोई पराजित नहीं कर सकता। सत्य छिपता नहीं है।
प्रियंका गांधी की लाइन ले ली आपने। प्रियंका गांधी ने ट्वीट करके यही बोला है, गौतम बुद्ध को कोट करते हुए। आप कहाँ से आ रही हैं? उत्तराखंड से आ रही है। उत्तराखंडी में बोल दीजिए कुछ राहुल गांधी।
मैं उत्तराखंड से बोलना चाहती हूँ कि हमारे राहुल गांधी अगले प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे और हम लोग उत्तराखंडी और हिंदुस्तान के हर वर्कर, हर कार्यकर्ता राहुल गांधी को चाहते हैं।
मैं दिल्ली महिला कांग्रेस में हूँ, महासचिव। तो मैं यही कहती हूँ, हम स्वागत करते हैं इनके फैसले का। देखिए, सत्य की हमेशा जीत होती है। जो सत्य की राह पे चलता है, भगवान उसकी साथ।
आप कहाँ से आई हैं पूनम?
बिहार से XMLA पूनम पासवान।
ठीक है पूनम जी, क्या कहना चाहती हैं?
ये कहना चाहते हैं कि जो युवाओं को, महिलाओं की आवाज को दबाने की कोशिश किए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने, आज जवाब मिला हाई कोर्ट से, जो बड़ी हुए राहुल गांधी जी सुप्रीम कोर्ट से। हाई कोर्ट तो चोरों का घर था, यहाँ जो है एकदम सही फैसला और देश हित में फैसला लिया है कोई, इसलिए हम बधाई देते हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट को।
आएंगी लोकसभा में?
लोकसभा में इंडिया की सरकार बनेगी, जनता की सरकार बनेगी, राहुल गांधी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने साबित कर दिया है कि गरीब की आवाज में अपनी आवाज को मिलाने वाला निर्दोष है।
All right, here you are, Sneha, a mix of voices of Congress workers from across India. Here Rahul Gandhi would be arriving any moment. Remember that after he lost his membership in the parliament, we've seen a Rahul Gandhi in action mode on the streets, going to Azadpur Mandi, going to Bengali market, riding on trucks and taking the bus journeys. He's been in action mode saying that I will continue connecting with the people. So that message Rahul Gandhi has underlined and sent in bold. We'll have to wait and see how what unfolds in future.
Thanking you for the moment, Mosme Singh, getting us up to speed with all developments. You heard, in fact, from the workers of the Congress party. They're extremely happy about the developments from today. So what next really for Rahul Gandhi? Let's take a look. Rahul Gandhi will have to submit a report on Supreme Court verdict to Lok Sabha Secretariat. Gandhi will have to request to be reinstated. Lok Sabha Secretariat has said they will be studying the Supreme Court verdict, which is the protocol. That's what in fact is going to happen after the developments from today. What is going to follow is going to be an order perhaps on Rahul Gandhi's reinstatement that is going to be given by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. There is no time limit on reinstating Rahul Gandhi as a Member of Parliament.
So, sir, with this Supreme Court saying the disqualification of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, what will be the role of Speaker now? What will be the procedure ahead, sir?
Speaker has no role in this. This court has stayed his conviction. So when court has stayed his conviction, so his disqualification is suspended. His disqualification is suspended means he has become a Member of Parliament again.
Okay. So, sir, this now the Speaker has to take the decision, or the Lok Sabha Secretariat needs to be approached with this today's Supreme Court order, sir.
No, nobody needs to be approached for this. Nobody needs to be approached.
Okay.
After the court order is brought to the Lok Sabha Secretariat, then I have to issue a notification. Well, after he was disqualified, the Lok Sabha immediately issued a notification saying that he has been disqualified, and etc. etc. Similarly, then I have to issue another notification saying that his disqualification has been suspended. So his membership has come back to him. His membership has been restored to him. Some such thing, they have to say.
Sir, is there any time period for the Lok Sabha Secretariat to issue that notification, sir?
No, there is no time period. Actually, as soon as the court has issued the order staying his conviction, that disqualification is lifted. So when the disqualification is lifted, naturally he becomes an MP. That's the thing. There is no time period or anything.
So before issuing the notification, will if there is a delay by any administrative side or anything of that sort, will Mr. Gandhi will be able to attend the monsoon or the ongoing monsoon session of the Parliament?
Well, you see, these are all things which will be done. Now, for example, Rahul Gandhi certainly will wait for some communication from the Secretariat. That is how normally things are done. The Secretariat issued notification disqualifying him or informing about his disqualification. Similarly, a notification should come saying that his membership has been restored, as it was done in the case of Mr. Faisal. So, there it was delayed, but then they had to do it. Now, there is no need for any delay. Because at that time, perhaps they took some time to decide what should be done because there was no such case before that. But now, there is a precedent and they should do it immediately. That is it. There is no reason for delaying it. Because as soon as the order is issued by the court, the disqualification is lifted. Once the disqualification is lifted, then naturally the membership should come back to him. That means the very moment the order has been issued, the membership of Mr. Rahul Gandhi should come back to him. Or he shall be deemed to have become a member again.
गांधी को राहत मिल गई है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा है कि कम सजा भी दी जा सकती थी। ट्रायल कोर्ट ने सजा सुनाई लेकिन कारण नहीं बताया। उस पर आपका रिएक्शन सर?
सत्यमेव जयते, एक बार फिर सत्य की जीत हुई है। यह राहुल गांधी के संघर्षों की जीत है। उन्होंने हमेशा कहा कि वे सत्य के लिए किसी भी हद तक जा सकते हैं, माफी नहीं मांगेंगे। सुप्रीम कोर्ट का यह फैसला लोकतंत्र की भी जीत है। यह फैसला उन षड्यंत्रों की हार है जो राहुल गांधी को संसद से दूर रखना चाहते थे। अब वे फिर संसद में लौटेंगे और फिर से सवाल पूछेंगे। यह फैसला हमारे दो के लिए जरूर चिंता का विषय है।
तो छत्तीसगढ़ में भी मौन व्रत रखा गया था, आप सभी ने मौन व्रत रखा था डेमोक्रेसी को अपहोल्ड करने के लिए, और फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी ये कहा कि ये जो बयान था ये अपमानजनक बिल्कुल नहीं था जो राहुल गांधी ने किया था कर्नाटका में।
बिल्कुल सही बात है कि आज तक इस कंटेंट में अधिकतम सजा किसी को आज तक नहीं मिला है जो राहुल जी को दिया गया है। जैसे कोर्ट ने कहा कि कोई कारण नहीं बताया गया है, बिना कारण के 2 साल की सजा दी गई इसलिए कि उसकी सदस्यता चली जाए
जी।
और इसका विरोध पूरे देश भर में हुआ है और हम लोग भी मौन धारण किया था, घंटों बैठे थे
जी सर,
है ना, सैकड़ों साथियों के साथ।
फिर उनके एमपी स्टेटस को अब वापस रिस्टोर करने के लिए भी प्रतिक्रिया वो शुरू हो चुकी है, सब प्रोसेस शुरू हो चुकी है
जी। होना चाहिए। अब फिर से सवाल पूछेंगे राहुल जी।
जी सर,
जवाब तो देना ही होगा
जी। धन्यवाद सर। कैसी आपकी प्रतिक्रिया सर, फर्स्ट रिएक्शन आपका? राहुल गांधी को राहत मिल गई है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने
First reaction is this is one of the biggest relief for the democratic value of this country.
You were hoping for this judgment for the longest time, sir.
Certainly, I whether it is longest or shortest, that is not an issue. Now, what is the question? Here is the question: a member of parliament who is raising the truth in the parliament has been disqualified because of this judgment, imprisonment. This is not a issue of an individual.
Right.
Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of Modi Adani. That day onwards, this case has been escalated. Then judgment came. For you know that as per the People Representative Act, the minimum punishment for disqualification is 2 years. As per Defamation Act, maximum punishment is 2 years. Therefore, we can see the clear-cut conspiracy to disqualify Rahul Gandhi was there. Therefore, now through this stay, he can become the member of parliament again. That disqualification process is now over. We will fight legally. Other cases we will fight legally.
Sir, how do you see the Supreme Court order which stayed the conviction in the defamation case?
So it's a victory of the truth, the victory of morality. It is a victory of truth. Rahul Gandhi has been espousing across the country the essence of truth, the essence of humanity, the essence of unity, and the essence of love, which has been enshrined in our civilization. In spite of all sinister designs being employed against him in order to implicate Rahul Gandhi ji on false charges, by sheer concoction and wild allegation, they have been failed to implicate Rahul ji, because still, country like India, where we can boast of that truth is alive. That is why Rahul Gandhi ji has secured the victory.
सच की जीत हुई है और हमेशा इतिहास में भगवान हरिश्चंद्र हो, राम जी को रावण ने बहुत तकलीफ दिया था, ये गुंडे और कुकर्मी लोग, उसी महात्मा गांधी को आरएसएस बीजेपी आरएसएस वाले ने बहुत तकलीफ दिया था, उसी तरह से राहुल जी को जिस तरह से इन्होंने परेशान किया, भाषण होती है कर्नाटका में, केरल के सांसद हैं, और सजा जो है सुनाई जाती है गुजरात में। एक तमाशा है इस देश में। हमें खुशी है कि अब जो है एक बिजली एक करंट चल रही है इंडिया अलायंस में। इंडिया जो है अब मोदी और अमित शाह को और एनडीए को जो मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगा।
We were hoping that there will be justice in the highest court of India. We were hoping that there will be justice in the Supreme Court, and that is exactly what has happened. We welcome the Supreme Court's decision. It proves that truth, sun and the moon can never be hidden. The reality is that Rahul Gandhi ji has been consistently fighting for the people of this country. He has been consistently fighting for the truth, against injustice, and the Supreme Court putting aside in a 162-year-old history of the Indian Penal Code, never before has a 2-year conviction been given to a man found guilty of defamation.
Meanwhile, India Today spoke to Pranesh Modi, the BJP leader. In fact, we'll put that reaction out as well. Mosme, in fact, continues to be with us. Mosme, Rahul Gandhi is also expected at the AICC headquarters. The Congress, of course, is jubilant, and for the right reasons, isn't it?
Right, so dhol, nagaras and firecrackers, that's the sound reverberating at the AICC headquarters, you can see. And any moment from now, we are told, Rahul Gandhi will be entering from this door. But behind me, you can see, in front of me, you can see that there are a lot of dhol and nagaras, a lot of drum beating and dancing, banners and posters. The Congress workers absolutely enthused about the fact that Rahul Gandhi is returning to the parliament. Bharat Jodo Yatra की सफलता श्री राहुल गांधी जी की को हार्दिक अभिनंदन। बड़ी कामयाबी आपको लगता है या बड़ा एक फैसला?
बहुत बड़ी ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि है आज भारत देश के लिए, क्योंकि इस देश का कोई लाल ऐसा है जो पूरी सरकारी तंत्र पर अपनी जीत बहाल की है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट से अंततः उसको न्याय मिला।
मैम, आज इंडिया की जीत है, भारत की जीत है, हिंदुस्तान की जीत है और सभी देशवासियों की जीत है। ये बहुत बड़ा फैसला है।
राहुल जी की जीत का एक मैसेज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में चला गया है कि जितना मर्जी भाजपा अपना जोर लगा ले, सच्चाई की हमेशा जीत होगी।
And here you can see that this is a banner, गूंगी संसद हुई बहाल, आ गया राजीव।
मैं आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ, मैम दिखा देना जरा इसे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और यहाँ पे देखिए स्नेहा, the door is a bit ajar. We are told that Rahul Gandhi would be arriving. Anil Chaudhary is right there. Anil ji, are we trying to speak to Anil ji? So yeah, Anil Chaudhary, we are trying to get a word from Anil Chaudhary about, though he's waiting for Rahul Gandhi there. Shakti Singh Gohil, आप शशि वहीं रहने, मैं बोले शक्ति जी, by the time he comes,
उसके बाद कर दे।
किस तरह की कामयाबी?
सत्यमेव जयते कहा जाता है कि सच को परेशान किया जा सकता है, पराजित नहीं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बड़ी न्यायपूर्ण तरीके से न्याय दिया है और उसके साथ साथ कहा है कि राहुल गांधी जी का केस कंपाउंडेबल यानी कि सीरियस नहीं था। मैक्स टू मैक्स पनिशमेंट किसी भी हालत में देने के लिए जो कानून में लिखा है उसका पालन नहीं हुआ, कोई रीजनिंग नहीं दिया। एक दिन सजा कम होती तो सदस्यता नहीं जाती। एपेलेट कोर्ट जो है सूरत की सेशंस कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट के बारे में भी लिखा कि आपने पॉलिटिक्स पे पन्ने भर दिए, लेकिन ये जो बेस था कि मैक्स टू मैक्स पनिशमेंट रीजनिंग नहीं है, उस पर बात नहीं हुई। तो मैं ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
ये लोअर कोर्ट के लिए भी बोला जो कि राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता जो रद्द हुई उससे वायनाड की जनता को भी बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट पड़ा है, ये कि सिर्फ एक इंडिविजुअल की बात है।
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि वहाँ के लोगों ने तगड़े बहुमत के साथ उनको जीता है, उनका रिप्रेजेंटेशन का भी सवाल है। आपके दोगले प्रकार के स्टैंडर्ड्स है। अमरेली में बीजेपी के एमपी दलित डॉक्टर को मारते हैं, बड़ी सजा होती है, हाईकोर्ट राहत नहीं देती है, यहाँ आते पर उसकी सदस्यता कभी वो कैंसिल नहीं हुई थी, दिनों के दिनों तक और राहुल गांधी जी की सदस्यता तुरंत कैंसिल।
आप इंतजार कर रहे हैं लोकसभा सचिवालय के सर्कुलर का, क्योंकि वहां से ये नोटिस आना चाहिए कि राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता बहाल हो गई। पिछली बार 24 घंटे के भीतर ही रद्द हो गई।
देखिए, कानून में कहा जाता है कि व्हेन बेस गोज एंटायर बिल्डिंग गोज। जिस वजह से सदस्यता गई थी वो वजह चली गई है, तो अब देर नहीं करनी चाहिए, तुरंत उसकी सदस्यता बहाल होनी चाहिए।
आप लोग के लिए बड़ा दिन, शक्ति जी, खुशी का दिन है। आपको लगता है कि इंडिया मेंबर्स को भी, पार्टी को भी ताकत मिलेगी?
देखिए, पूरे इंडिया के लिए बड़ा दिन है, लोकतंत्र के लिए बड़ा दिन है, न्याय की जीत हुई है। आज भी लोगों की और आशा भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट की ओर भी बढ़ेगी।
So there you are, you can hear Shakti Singh Gohil right there, Sneha, and there is a beeline of Congress workers right here, on your right, on my right and on my left. You can see some have bouquets, a victory sign, banners and posters. There's a glimmer of hope that the Congress party perhaps could be on the path of revival, with Rahul Gandhi being their star campaigner and star lead in the entire constellation of the Congress leaders, and that's one reason that everywhere you can see a glimpse of Rahul Gandhi. बड़ा दिन है आप लोग के लिए।
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा दिन है आज का बहुत अच्छा। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बहुत अच्छा निर्णय दिया है, ये देश के हित में है, ऐसे निर्णय की जरूरत थी।
मैंने लिखा है कि गूंगी संसद हुई बहाल, आ गया राजीव का लाल। ये अपने आप में देश के लिए बड़ी खुशखबरी है कि सत्य जीता है। आज चोरों का मुंह काला हुआ है और वाकई आज सत्य की जीत हुई है। जो संसद में आवाज उठाने वाला नायक था, वो हमारा महानायक फिर से संसद में गूंजेगा। और बड़ी बात कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव में राहुल गांधी बोलेंगे, ये अपने आप में बड़ी बात है कि देश की आवाज उठाने वाला, गरीबों की आवाज उठाने वाला, मजदूरों की आवाज उठाने वाला और मणिपुर में चौड़ी छाती करके जाने वाला राहुल गांधी फिर संसद में गूंजेगा। और देश देख रहा है, राजीव के लाल का इंतजार कर रहा है, सोनिया के लाल का इंतजार कर रहा है। और आप देख रही हैं कि कितनी खुशी है हम कांग्रेसियों में। आज हमारे लिए होली है, आज हमारे लिए दिवाली है, आज सत्य जीता है। और हम ललकार के कहते हैं कि भारत के न्याय के मंदिर से न्याय के देवता ने जो न्याय किया है, वो अब इंडिया का न्याय बनेगा और इंडिया को परास्त करेगा। आने वाला 24 अब राहुल का है, कांग्रेस का है, इंडिया का है। इंडिया जीत रहा है, इंडिया जा रहा है। ये मोदी के विदाई का समय है, राहुल गांधी के विजय का समय है, जश्न है।
ठीक है, सांस ले लीजिए। सो हियर नॉन स्टॉप कांग्रेस वर्कर्स, यू नो, स्नेहा, परहैप्स दे डू फील दैट इट्स अ रिवाइवल ऑफ सॉर्ट्स। आप कहां से आ रहे हैं?
मैं एमपी से हूं, मैं नीमच से हूं। मैं देखिए, ये असत्य के ऊपर सत्य की जीत है और संसद के अंदर राहुल जी का प्रश्न खड़ा करना बहुत जरूरी है। राहुल जी का संसद भवन के अंदर उन सत्ताधीशों के खिलाफ आवाज उठाना बहुत जरूरी है। और आपने देखा है, ये कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक की जो ये भारत जोड़ो यात्रा थी, उस भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का सफलता का आज पहला पड़ाव है, पहला दिन है और मंजिलें और भी खूब है।
Thank you. And Sneha, you know, I remember the day when his membership was, you know, suspended. At that point of time, you know, the Congress was crying vendetta. The political rhetoric was high. But within the Congress party, there was a very, very studied silence and restlessness over what will happen in 2024. Ever since the India parties have met, you know, there has been the big question mark that whether Rahul Gandhi could even contest 2024 elections. And that's why this judgment has come as a breather, as a lifeline, not only for the Congress party, but for the entire opposition. You know, this really changes the script of 2024. From Rahul Gandhi, who's been out there on the streets, going from Bengali market to the truck drives and everything, you know, Rahul Gandhi now will do both. And you know, with the elections next year and already the heat on the political slugfest, Rahul Gandhi is going to be one of the biggest challengers for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And yet again, that question of who will be PM candidate could actually start reverberating again in India party members meeting.
Absolutely. You know, Mosme, but this is certainly a shot in the arm. But the fact of the matter is that as far as electoral politics goes, if the Gandhi sign is looking at the traditional Congress and Gandhi bastion of Amethi, it isn't going to be easy this time around. So these are questions that remain from where Rahul Gandhi is going to be contesting the next elections. Is he going to be giving a direct challenge to Smriti Irani? What really is going to be the future course of action? Okay, we'll try and connect with Mosme in a moment from now, but these are pictures, in fact, right at the AICC headquarters on the right side of your screen. The left side of your screen is this image. In fact, these are visuals of a path that actually leads up to Das Janpath, where former Congress President Sonia Gandhi stays. It's directly connected to 24 Akbar Road, and that is the road that connects Das Janpath with 24 Akbar Road. That's usually the road or the path, I would say, which the Gandhis take each time they have to come to the AICC headquarters. So our camera is there for a reason, because that's where Rahul Gandhi is going to be coming from. In a few moments from now, he is going to be at the AICC headquarters. Remember, workers of the Congress party have gathered there, and they're in fact shouting slogans in favor of Gandhi, hoping to get a glimpse of him in a few moments from now. A series of reactions coming in. Let's go straight to them.
We welcome the Supreme Court decision. The truth and justice has prevailed in Supreme Court. अंत में जीत सच्चाई की ही होती है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसले का स्वागत।
We are also feeling relieved that his conviction has been stayed, and we hope that honorable court would also exempt him, because in a way, because we want him to be back in the electoral politics, so that later he can really join us in the Lok Sabha election in 2024 as our leader. So and we have a lot of faith and trust in our judiciary.
I think it is an appropriate order. If you see the judgment today, if you see the order today, it is very important that we have people who speak the truth coming back to the Lok Sabha. Politics of hate, politics of vengeance will not win in this country, and we support this order.
Now, India Today also spoke to Pranesh Modi. The BJP leader had filed a complaint against Rahul Gandhi over his remark on Modi. Here's what he had to say on the Supreme Court verdict that has put Rahul Gandhi's conviction on hold.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में श्रीमान राहुल गांधी का कन्विक्शन स्टे किया गया है। इस कानूनी प्रक्रिया में हम इस सम्मानीय फैसले का स्वागत करते हैं, और आने वाले दिन में जब अब सेशंस कोर्ट में ये मुकदमा हम चलने वाला है, वह हमारी ओर से, समाज की ओर से कानूनी जंग जो है वो लड़ी जाएगी।
तो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव पीपल एक्ट का जो धारा 8 का जो सबसेक्शन 3 है, उसमें 2 साल का प्रोविजन है। यदि 2 साल से 1 दिन की भी सजा कम हो जाती है तो ये जो सेक्शन 8(3) सब सेक्शन अप्लाई नहीं होता है, और जब नहीं अप्लाई होता है, ट्रायल कोर्ट ने जो 2 साल की सजा दी है उसको उन्होंने डील नहीं किया आखिर मैक्सिमम सजा 2 साल की क्यों दी है, क्योंकि जो 499 है उसमें जो सजा का प्रोविजन है वो 2 साल, फाइन या बोथ है, और इसमें जो 2 साल की सजा दी है, 2 साल की सजा में ट्रायल कोर्ट ने उसको जस्टिफाई नहीं किया है बेसिकली कि 2 साल की सजा आखिर क्यों दी गई है। तो यदि ये सजा 1 दिन भी कम होती तो उनकी मेंबरशिप जो सदस्यता है लोकसभा की वो नहीं जाती। दूसरी बात है, कोर्ट ने ये कहा है जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि ये जो बात है ये खाली पेटिशनर्स के राइट का सवाल है, जिस इलेक्टोरल ने उनको जिता के लोकसभा में भेजा उनके राइट्स का भी सवाल है, इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण है उनकी कन्विक्शन को स्टे किया जाता है। देखिए, मेरा मानना यह है कि ये जो ऑर्डर आज का है पब्लिक डोमेन में आ जाएगा, और पब्लिक डोमेन में आने के बाद ही जैसे स्पीकर महोदय ने उनकी सदस्यता समाप्त की थी, स्पीकर महोदय इसको कॉग्निजेंस लेके सोमोटो भी उनकी सदस्यता बहाल करने में कोई आपत्ति इसमें नहीं है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
तो ट्रायल कोर्ट एंड हाई कोर्ट ने फुल सेंटेंस किया है, उसमें बोध भी है, फाइन प्लस सेंटेंस, तो उन्होंने वो क्यों किया है, और उन्हें सारे आर्गूमेंट सुनने के बाद हमारे अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी के आर्गूमेंट और महेश जेठमलानी ने कहा था कि राहुल गांधी का कोई हार्म करने का इंटेंशन नहीं था किसी मोदी फैमिली को। और पुनोज मोदी ने जो मैटर डाला है वो खुद मोदी नहीं है बल्कि एक गुटका परिवार से आते हैं, जो कि ट्रायल कोर्ट में ये बात उन्होंने एडमिट करी है। उन्होंने सारा पढ़ के सुनाया कि पैरा नंबर ये वॉल्यूम इस पे यहाँ पर इन्होंने अपने आप को ये एडमिट किया है। एक तो ये मोदी परिवार से नहीं आते, ये बनता नहीं है केस। सेकंड, ये मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस हुआ है ट्रायल कोर्ट से हाई कोर्ट से, यहाँ पर स्टे हो गया है। अपील में दोबारा से जो आगे चल के जो आर्गुमेंट होगा चलेगा केस, फिलहाल अभी स्टे कर दिया गया है और राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता बहाल कर दी गई है। अब वो पार्लियामेंट में देखे जाएंगे।
देश के सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण फैसला दिया है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऊपर जो आस्था 140 करोड़ लोगों की आस्था है वो इसीलिए है कि जब जब कसौटी पे कोई बात आती है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट उस पर खरा उतरता है। राहुल गांधी जी के मामले में आज माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निचली अदालतों का, गुजरात हाई कोर्ट का, लोअर कोर्ट के फैसले पर स्टे लगा दिया है। सच का रास्ता लंबा हो सकता है लेकिन सच्चाई सच्चाई होती है।
जुडिशरी पे हमारे पूरा यकीन है। आज रोक लगी है, नीचे केस में चल रहा है, उसमें भी राहुल गांधी की जीत होगी और सच्चाई सदा जीतती है। और ये एक बात साबित करता है कि इतनी भी कोशिशें कोई करे राहुल गांधी जी की आवाज़ को दबाने के लिए, उनकी आवाज़ नहीं दबेगी।
Mosme continues to be with us. Mosme is getting us all the details from Delhi's AICC headquarters of the Congress party at Chaubis Akbar Road. Mosme, once again to you, give us a sense of the mood there really, and what time is Rahul Gandhi expected?
Right, Sneha, you know the Congress office is flooding with Congress workers, and we are at this vantage point from where, we'll get you the entry point of Rahul Gandhi, and there you can see that Congress leaders, Shakti Singh Gohil, Anil Chaudhary, all of them making a beeline to receive Rahul Gandhi. This will be a point when they will have a victory smile on their faces. It's been a long legal battle for the Congress party and of course for Rahul Gandhi, and even as the battle still goes on, the stay on conviction has come as a booster for the Congress that has been saying that, Rahul Gandhi has been a target of vendetta politics. Behind me you can see people waving flags and, exuberant about the fact that Rahul Gandhi will return to Parliament. There you are, lots of media personals, people climbing on the side ranks of, side rails of the AICC headquarters, and lots of banners and posters. Let's ask them what it really means. Rahul Gandhi वापस आएंगे?
वापसी आएंगे, सोमवार को आएंगे। शेर संसद में दोबारा बोलेगा, मोदी जी को जवाब देना पड़ेगा।
मोदी जी को जवाब देना पड़ेगा। और हिंदुस्तान का एक एक कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता राहुल गांधी जी के साथ है, खून पसीना एक कर देंगे राहुल जी के लिए हम।
सत्यमेव जयते, सत्यमेव जयते, राहुल ही सत्य है, सत्य ही राहुल है।
सच्चे का बोलबाला, झूठे का मुंह काला। आज जो सच्चाई की जीत हुई है वो घमंड में भरी हुई सत्ता पक्ष पर एक थप्पड़ है। उन्होंने जो देश के अंदर झूठ की चादर बिछा रखी है, आज उस चादर को सच्चाई से राहुल गांधी आगे ले जाते हुए, इस देश का संचालन करते हुए देश में सच्चाई की आवाज़ बुलंद करेंगे और देश की जनता को न्याय दिलाने के लिए जोर शोर से अग्रसर रहेंगे।
कहाँ से आ रही है?
सुल्तानपुर से। सुल्तानपुर से
चली आ रही है, अमेठी के बगल से। तो अमेठी में भी वापसी होगी कि नहीं राहुल गांधी?
जी मैम, कल हम लोग यहाँ के, मुझे पता चला था तो हम लोग यहीं पे आए थे।
अमेठी में वापसी होगी कि नहीं? 24 में अब तो चुनाव लड़ सकते हैं, वापस होंगे?
होगा मैम,
वापस होंगे।
नफरत के बाजार में जो है मोहब्बत की जीत हुई है, राहुल गांधी जी की जीत हुई है और सत्य की जीत हुई है।
140 करोड़ लोगों की जीत हुई आज।
So there Bharat Jodo slogans right here. This is a high point for the Congress party. It comes right ahead of the no confidence motion coming in the Lok Sabha. So if that notice comes from the Lok Sabha Secretariat of Rahul Gandhi's membership being revoked, at that time, Sneha, Rahul Gandhi will be seen in the Parliament on Monday, and that naturally will be a big shot in the arm for the India party. But The Congress, on the other hand, has seen in the past few months, ever since Rahul Gandhi lost his membership, he's been participating in screening committee meetings, he's been participating in state committee meetings, has been on the streets meeting the Aam Aadmi, the common man, has been electioneering. So a lot of action-packed schedule for Rahul Gandhi, and he did visit Wayanad as well. And the fact is that the moral victory for the Congress is on this ground that Rahul Gandhi hasn't apologized. He stood by his statement every time, every court that the Congress, that Rahul Gandhi has appealed to, and on that count, not taking back his statement, which Mahesh Jethmalani did make did make an argument about. Even then, the Supreme Court put that stay on conviction, is why the Congress party really thinks that there could be nothing better than this kind of a verdict coming in favor of Rahul Gandhi. So we are getting you all that's happening on the ground. At the entry point, you can see those are the MPs and the senior leaders right there. Then you have the Congress Karyakartas and workers spotting the entire lawns of the AICC. Where the AICC headquarters has seen history being made and broken right here. And on this podium, we've seen Rahul Gandhi when he lost his membership. Mallikarjun Kharge, he addressed a gathering. So a lot could happen, after the repercussions could be on the Congress's politics, the organization at large, Sneha, because the CWC hasn't been announced yet, and perhaps they were saying that if Rahul Gandhi gets a stay on conviction, then it has to be a team Rahul in the CWC, because he will assume a bigger picture and status in the India parties, and then there could be a push to in fact put him in the front lead as far as heading that entire alliance is concerned. But yes, the dynamics of the entire coalition could actually change.
Absolutely, the dynamics of the coalition could certainly change. This is the India bloc that we are talking about, Mosme, and the optics of this, not just great for the Congress, but great for the India alliance as well, because remember, the entire opposition, including the Trinamool Congress, had come together and condemned the very fact that Rahul Gandhi was disqualified. Trinamool Congress has got a history with the Congress party, where we know that Mamata Banerjee has a great equation with Sonia Gandhi, but not with Rahul Gandhi. But the TMC did it, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha. Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee there, Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party there, Nitish Kumar, the JDU, all these leaders, the regional satraps, whose workers and party members have been pitching them. And I'll request Ashwini to keep showing us the visuals that are unfolding at the AICC. So I was saying that these were leaders whose workers and party members were pitching them as PM candidates, PM material, Akhilesh Yadav. There were jitters or perhaps a bit of restlessness, it was said, in the India party members' camp when, at that point of time when Rahul Gandhi, when the Congress party won Karnataka with a thumping majority. And on the other hand, now with Rahul Gandhi back in action, there you are, the first pictures of Rahul Gandhi right here at the AICC headquarters. Behind him is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and we'll try and get a sense of what that really means for the Congress party. Priyanka and Rahul right there. Priyanka has stood by Rahul every time there was a testing moment, and there Priyanka and Rahul marching. Ashwini, please come from that side. And Rahul and Priyanka, they're marching together, big smile on their faces. And I would request Ashwini Helen to come this side and show us the visuals that are unfolding. Ashwini! Ashwini! So here you are, I'm sorry, he's just catching up, and there you are. We'll try and, will he stop and speak? Will he show a victory sign? That's the question that's preying on everybody's mind. And clearly, dhol nagaras, drum drumbeats, Rahul Gandhi coming with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, right there, the reverberations of Rahul Gandhi reverberating, and yeah, this is a time when the Congress party really feels that it's a comeback of sorts for Rahul Gandhi in the parliament, and that's one reason the optics are playing out to the fullest right here as Rahul Gandhi enters the AICC headquarters for that meeting on Tamil Nadu. The state of affairs, people shaking hands, people really happy, and Mubarak ho, those kind of slogans.
राहुल गांधी जिंदाबाद। आज हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा दिन है। आज मोदी जी की बहुत बड़ी हार हुई है।
राहुल जी के केस ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दिखा दिया सत्य में जयत है। हमारे सच्चाई की जीत हुई है, राहुल जी की ईमानदारी की जीत हुई है, और इसको आगे भी फेस करेंगे। राहुल गांधी जिंदाबाद।
Okay, let's go and try and get a sense whether Rahul Gandhi is gone inside. Priyanka Gandhi is also gone inside for that meeting. Perhaps there could be a statement given later by the Congress leadership. But everybody is smiling here, and Rahul Gandhi chants clearly, reverberating here at the Congress office, echoing the aspirations of the Congress workers who really feel that now there is no stopping for the Congress party. Let's try and get a sense whether we can. JB. So we try. There's a lot of. अजय कुमार को बुलाइए, अजय कुमार को। Lot of confusion in the entire celebrations, and you can understand that this is like a rainbow of hope for the Congress workers who really feel that all will be well from here on.
There's enthusiasm and there is a sense of jubilation, optimism, given that the India bloc has shapened up in a way that the opposition would want to consider ideal, really. But what lies ahead for Rahul Gandhi? I'm wondering, Mosme, if things move fast enough in Parliament right now for Rahul Gandhi to be in a situation to be along with the other MPs in the opposition and demand the Prime Minister come to the House and make a statement, even if it is under Rule 167, isn't it?
So Sneha, this will be a comeback for Rahul Gandhi. So there will be another celebration, or perhaps, underlining of the fact that Rahul Gandhi was wronged, and now, he's got justice from the highest court of the country. So let me tell you, there is not going to be any browbeating about that. They will be straight and blunt, and that will also be felt, as you said, in the floor of the House, because be it the no confidence motion, perhaps Rahul Gandhi could take the floor if that notice of his membership membership being revoked comes. So very important, here, right when the Supreme Court has pronounced the judgment verdict, which is being marked as historic by the Congress, there is still a meeting of the Tamil Nadu unit that's happening. So thereby, sending a straight message across that Congress means business. Yes, we've got this victory, but we will, work out our plan for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections to the T. आप लोग पीछे क्यों आ रहे हैं? क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
हमारा एक प्राउड मूवमेंट है हमारा लिए। सारी कांग्रेस परिवार भारतवर्ष के आज आनंद मुखर थे, एवं आज जो न्याय हमको मिला है वो न्याय भारतवर्ष को न्याय मिला है। वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट अच्छा न्याय दीजिए। हमारा इस दिवाली में
130 करोड़ राहुल गांधी साथ है। 130 करोड़ लोग राहुल गांधी का साथ है। राहुल गांधी आगे चलो, हम तुम्हारा साथ है।
राहुल गांधी हम का नेता है। राहुल गांधी आगे चलो, हम तुम दोनों साथ है।
सत्य कभी पराजित नहीं होता। उच्चतम न्यायालय के इस फैसले से यह साबित हो गया कि 135 करोड़ लोगों का जो विश्वास सुप्रीम कोर्ट में है वो कायम रहेगा और राहुल गांधी हमेशा इसी प्रकार मोहब्बत की दुकान खोल कर चलते रहेंगे। जय हिंद।
So workers erupting in a dance here with the dhol and nagaras. Let's try and show you the dance that the workers have erupted in. You can see the dhol nagaras, Ashwini. Workers here dancing and singing praises of Rahul Gandhi there. Long live Rahul Gandhi. Women, workers, elderly, and also a mix of youth. You know, that's not been a very trademark image of the Congress protests or celebrations. You know, often the youth are found missing. But nowadays I see that there is a mix of crowd at the AICC headquarters. Laddus, you know, there's a lot of laddu eating that's happening. You know, workers feasting on laddus, treating each other and trying to savor the sweet victory that they feel is truly a long-waited one. It's been a long wait for them, and women try and get a sense from कितनी खुश है, बहुत ज़्यादा खुश है। आज हम हमारे नेता बाहर निकल के आए, इसके लिए हमें बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है। मैं मध्य प्रदेश से आई हूँ, जिला शिवपुरी महिला कांग्रेस की जिला अध्यक्ष।
जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद। आज जो सत्य का विजय हुआ है, राहुल गांधी जी को जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता
Bringing these pictures from AICC headquarters in Delhi celebration, and everybody is very happy. The workers of the Congress party, they're dancing, dhol, nagara, mithai and the works. Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi on your screens as well. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare, live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today television.
6 years in the making, and you made points in terms of the concerns. In these 6 years, there must have been God knows how many number of data leaks. And I want to ask you, what does this mean for the average user, given the reality that some of the biggest data sets that exist in India are with the government? Aadhaar, driving licenses, the voter card base, services that we use from the government, apart from telecom, for example, railway ticketing. I could go on, and these data sets exist within the public sector domain. Explain to our viewers, does the exemption for government entities play out on such examples, and how will it work? Because, you know, the point also is that while there is a lot of social media usage, it is optional. You could switch off your social media accounts and live happily, but you can't get away from possessing all the various government IDs. That is with you from birth to death, Pratik.
Yeah, so I think, again, that's where the exemption bit comes in the sense that they still have to notify the instrumentalities which will be exempt. So at this point, it isn't clear which of these, will be exempt from, the conditions that are imposed on data fiduciaries. But that's where the concern remains in the sense.
But Pratik, may I interrupt you? If all of this is to be exempt, and I take your point that the final word on that has not been said in terms of specific exemptions, but if all of this is exempt, then what is even sought to be protected?
Yeah, no, that's the point. So in the scenario where all of this is exempt, then you essentially have a bill that maybe only applies to the private entities, right? Which also with limitations, because again there's the ability to provide exemptions to them as well in certain scenarios, also not to be determined at this stage, right? So as you pointed out, in the Indian context, a lot of our data is already with the state, right? A lot of this information is already a part of a breach somewhere. Already, folks already have access to it, which is why you're seeing cybercrime campaigns are becoming more and more sophisticated. Their operations are becoming more and more sophisticated. They are potentially able to build richer profiles of people for social engineering kind of attacks as well, right? So that question remains. And you're also, the bill also broadly then says that look.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Our top focus is Rahul Gandhi getting relief from the Supreme Court of India. It's big relief for the Congress leader. The court has stayed Rahul Gandhi's conviction in a 2019 defamation case over his Modi surname remarks. The top court has said Rahul's comments were not in good taste and he should have used caution while making such public speeches. But the Supreme Court also said that Surat Court didn't specify on the reasons really for awarding the maximum punishment in the defamation case, saying the ramifications of its verdict were great as it led to his disqualification, affecting his rights as well as the rights of his electorate. It does appear the decks clearly are cleared right now for a big war really between the Congress and the BJP in the run-up to elections, because this definitely comes as a boost for the Congress party in the run-up to elections. On whether Rahul Gandhi is going to be able to attend the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament or not is something that remains to be seen. On how soon is the decision of the Lok Sabha Secretariat to disqualify him reversed, looking at the order from the Supreme Court of India. The Congress would certainly leave no stone unturned to ensure that it's done at the soonest, given that the session has not been the session has not been effective in terms of legislative work. There's a ruckus day in and out each day, in fact, inside Parliament, in both houses of Parliament, with demands of the opposition coming together and asking the Prime Minister to make a statement, both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, when it comes to the Manipur issue. We have news coming in of Rahul Gandhi now again tweeting, "Come what may, the duty remains the same, protect the idea of India." Clearly upbeat as far as his relief from the court is concerned. Rahul Gandhi has tweeted about it, saying that the duty remains the same. The Congress has in fact been saying this for a while now, that being a member of Parliament or not being a member of Parliament will not change what Gandhi wants to do for the people of the country, is what they have continuously maintained. The idea is to protect, in fact, the idea of India is what Rahul Gandhi has said in a tweet. "Come what may, my duty remains the same." Essentially underscoring the fact that yes, this is relief, but I still will continue to do the work that I was doing in terms of reaching out to the people, connecting with them and protecting the idea of India. This is
क्या पार्टी का जो आप लोग का अलायंस है उस पर भी प्रभाव पड़ेगा, एक मोरल
राजनीति पर प्रभाव पड़ेगा, देश की राजनीति पर बहुत बड़ा इसका प्रभाव पड़ेगा।
लगातार ये बात हो रही थी कि पीएम चेहरा कौन होगा, पीएम कैंडिडेट का चेहरा कौन होगा। अभी उनका कमबैक हुआ है, 24 लड़ सकते हैं राहुल गांधी।
मुद्दे महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि सत्य की विजय हुई। जिन मुद्दों को राहुल गांधी उठा रहे थे संसद में, संसद के बाहर, उन मुद्दों से मोदी जी घबराए हुए थे और पूरा भरसक प्रयास किया राहुल गांधी की आवाज़ बंद करने को। उस प्रयास में नरेंद्र मोदी, पूरी भाजपा, पूरी आरएसएस नाकामयाब रही।
क्या आप लोग को उम्मीद थी कि ये फैसला आने वाला, कि ये आखिरी पड़ाव था और सुप्रीम कोर्ट
में पूरा भरोसा था, भरोसा है, भरोसा रहेगा।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल, नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लोकसभा में आने वाला है, क्या आपको लगता है कि उससे पहले ही सेक्रेटेरिएट से आ जाएगा नोट, क्योंकि अधीर रंजन मिल के आए हैं पर अभी तक नोट आया?
ये तो अब वहीं से मालूम पड़ेगा कानूनी रूप पे नियमानुसार क्या संभव है, ये मुझे नहीं मालूम जानकारी इसकी, लेकिन देश इंतजार कर रहा है राहुल गांधी की आवाज़ संसद में फिर से गूंजे, ये देश चाहता है।
हमसे बात करने के लिए सो देयर यू आर पवन खेरा, you know, Sneha, elaborating that how they were hopeful, had belief and faith in the legal system of the country, and the Supreme Court has not disappointed them.
Undoubtedly, the Supreme Court has not disappointed them. But Mosme, you know, in just so many months that we've seen, as far as this long-drawn legal battle is concerned, there were many Congress men and women who were actually not very hopeful. In fact, they feared that there perhaps is going to be a situation where Gandhi may not get an opportunity to contest the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, isn't it? Privately, some of them even spoke about the fact that maybe he should apologize.
Absolutely, Sneha. There was a lot of talk about whether the legal battle was fought properly or not, whether the legal stance was in line with what Rahul Gandhi was saying outside. Remember when he went to Wayanad, he said, I don't care whether I am an MP or not, I'll continue to serve the people of Wayanad and continue to serve the people of this country. So, and that statement of Rahul Gandhi was elaborated and argued, made a point of argument as far as, High Court are concerned. So continuously, there has been an attempt to highlight that Rahul Gandhi is unapologetic, Rahul Gandhi is arrogant, and that's what the lawyers were arguing to maintain, to not give that stay on conviction. But here again, after the Supreme Court said that the MP's leaders should be cautious about the remark, the Supreme Court goes on to say that why that 2-year maximum punishment, that's the big question. And that's why the Congress is so upbeat, because their stand has got vindicated in the highest court of the country. And this is the result of that verdict, where you see Congress workers thronging the AICC headquarters. Let's try and see whether we can catch any leader. Here the meeting is underway, and as I said, laddus and sweets and smiles and telephone calls, bouquets, that's what's happening. Ex-servicemen department, the head of the ex-servicemen department right here, having a lot of laddus. We'll take his quick congratulations.
Yeah. Today is a day of achieving something.
And eating a lot of laddus.
Yeah. It is achieving something which is truthful. Modi ji, badi.
You can understand that how the Congress workers, they won't stop at anything. Even I don't have a sweet tooth here. I'm being fed laddus here. And do you think that this fight on the streets for Rahul Gandhi will assume more momentum and purpose because of this?
Today is a day of victory, truthful victory for Congress party, for Rahul Gandhi ji. We have been very, very peaceful all through this. But yes, it is when you say in a Fauji parlance, it is said, small battle is won, but the war is still remaining. So we will win the war of Mission 2024. And our fight will continue. So as I used to say, कि अगर आप राहुल गांधी तो वो सड़कों पे दिखाई देंगे, और अगर सड़कों पे उनको रोड ब्लॉक लगाया तो खेतों में दिखाई देंगे, और अगर उनको खेतों में भी रोकने की कोशिश की तो हमारे जैसे फौजियों के साथ सरहदों पे दिखाई देंगे। और इसके साथ साथ हमारी न्यायपालिका ने जो आज काम किया है उसका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, धन्यवाद।
There you are, Sneha. Congress workers, leaders here going on and on about how Rahul Gandhi is their leader and in fact the hope of India. But beyond the rhetoric and the entire optics of it, there will be a litmus test of Rahul Gandhi's strength and stamina very soon, because as he assumes more importance in the India Party alliance and this fight against the BJP that the Congress is waging, again it will be about winnability and deliverables. Can Rahul Gandhi deliver for the third time, having failed in the past two elections? That's the big question. Is it a different Rahul Gandhi or avatar, a new avatar of Rahul Gandhi that has more credibility and can actually match the brilliance of the BJP's trump card as far as winnability in elections is concerned? Will always be the big question that the Congress will have to answer.
Well, absolutely. Given that 2019 wasn't a good year from the point of view of losing the Congress bastion of Amethi, and that's what I was coming to, Mosme, because this is great in terms of him returning to Parliament, wanting to raise questions along with the other opposition. Elections not too far away. Congress leaders or Congress workers see him as a challenger to Mr. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but many are in fact raising questions on whether he can even manage to in fact once again get back to his bastion, the Gandhi bastion of Amethi. That's in fact looks like a tall order, doesn't it?
Absolutely, those questions will be asked and those expectations from Rahul Gandhi will rise, even as, there's a lot of sloganeering here. Beyond the sloganeering, what does Rahul Gandhi get on the table as far as, getting those votes for Congress and the mega India Party alliance is concerned will be actually the final test. So you can see that the Congress workers are very happy. They are ecstatic and they think that Rahul Gandhi will make a comeback. But this is about survival. This comeback, the Congress also knows, has to work. Let's try and get a sense from Anil Chaudhary and all the other Delhi. Sir,
राहुल जी संघर्ष करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। सत्य में विजय दे, सत्य में विजय दे, सत्य में विजय दे, सत्य में विजय दे। राहुल गांधी संघर्ष करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
I know the slogans are not ending, but Anil ji, what does it really mean for you all? Because Rahul Gandhi is returning to the parliament, but at the end of the day, I was telling Sneha also, it's winning elections. Will there be a victory in the elections is the big question that everybody will ask.
देखिए, जो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट का न्याय है, ये जीत है उस विपक्ष की जो इस सरकार से सवाल पूछते हैं। राहुल जी उनका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो निर्भीक लोग हों, निडर लोग हों, जो इस सरकार से प्रताड़ित जो वर्ग है, उनकी आवाज बनकर राहुल जी जो सड़कों पर उतर रहे थे, उस आवाज को दबाने कुचलने की जो कोशिश की जा रही थी, मैं समझता हूं उन लोगों की आज ये जीत है। राहुल जी के रूप में ये जीत है निडरता की। राहुल जी ने सिद्ध कर दिया कि इस सरकार में कितना ही बड़ा तानाशाही शासक हो, आप डरिए मत, निडर रहिए, सत्य जीत करके आएगा। क्या क्या आपके साथ हुआ? राहुल जी ने जो चीज झेली उसे निडरता के साथ राहुल जी झुकने की बजाय डटे रहे, एक पहाड़ की तरह, चट्टान की तरह। तो ये जीत है उन लोगों की 2024 के लिए। मैं समझता हूं कि ये कदम भरे जो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय के माध्यम से पूरे देश में संदेश किया।
So there you are, Anil Chaudhary, who is actually the president of the Delhi Congress unit. They're saying that this is truth has prevailed, and the crackers are continuing unabated and endless. Here you can see that at the entrance point, the crackers are non-stop. It's like a victory in the assembly elections or perhaps some election victory for the Congress party. That here a lot of smoldering of crackers and posters and banners here where the Congress workers seem to be very happy. And Sneha, the question really is that what next for Rahul Gandhi? The immediate test comes on Monday when the no confidence motion will be put in the Lok Sabha and it will be discussed. So will Rahul Gandhi take that lead? In fact, after coming back to Parliament, will he make that speech? And you know, when he makes that speech, there has been a sharp attack by Amit Shah on the India party members, and this is going to be on Manipur that the no confidence motion has been mooted. Rahul Gandhi has also visited Manipur and has been attacking the Prime Minister's silence, questioning the PM's silence. So Rahul Gandhi will have to make a mark very soon after his coming back within 2 days in the parliament.
To sacrifice anything, to fight for a cause, that has made him a hero among the Indian people. Not only Congress people, Indian people. Now, one positive fallout is, again there is a hope that in the 2024 elections, democracy, secularism and diversity, plurality can be established in the 2024 election. That hope again rekindled. And I am sure after this election, Rahul Gandhi at present is the member of Lok Sabha from Wayanad. Wayanad is a sacred land of symbol of diversity, pluralism. I am sure he will not forsake Wayanad. He will opt again Wayanad in 2024 elections. He will be able to start his fight to regain democracy and secularism and diversity and plurality in India from Wayanad. This is my hope. Today is a day of festival. So everybody must celebrate it. This is my view.
Are you saying that Rahul Gandhi will contest again from Wayanad?
How can I say? I'm not there. But this is my wish. Wish of people of Kerala. Congress people of Kerala. UDF people of Kerala. This is my wish.
So you want the future Prime Minister to be a Kerala MP?
Me?
You want the future Prime Minister to be a Kerala MP?
You have to become an MP from anywhere. Rahul Gandhi contest from Wayanad is natural. Because he is representing there. He knows Wayanad. And Wayanad, in the present context, India is the crisis, facing the crisis of secularism and diversity. And Wayanad is the real bad place of diversity.
Plea for Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, with the Supreme Court staying Rahul's conviction in a 2019 defamation case over his Modi surname remarks. The top court said Rahul's comments were not in good taste and he should use caution while making public speeches. But the Supreme Court said Surat Court didn't specify the reason for awarding the maximum punishment in the defamation case, saying the ramifications of its verdict were great as it led to his disqualification, affecting his rights, as well as the rights of the people who chose him.
तो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव पीपल एक्ट का जो धारा 8 का जो सबसेक्शन 3 है उसमें 2 साल का प्रोविजन है। यदि 2 साल से 1 दिन की भी सजा कम हो जाती है तो ये जो सेक्शन 8(3) सब सेक्शन अप्लाई नहीं होता है। और जब नहीं अप्लाई होता है, ट्रायल कोर्ट ने जो 2 साल की सजा दी है उसको उन्होंने डील नहीं किया आखिर मैक्सिमम सजा 2 साल की क्यों दी है, क्योंकि जो 499 है उसमें जो सजा का प्रोविजन है वो 2 साल, फाइन या बोथ है। और इसमें जो 2 साल की सजा दी है, 2 साल की सजा में ट्रायल कोर्ट ने उसको जस्टिफाई नहीं किया है बेसिकली कि 2 साल की सजा आखिर क्यों दी गई है। तो यदि ये सजा 1 दिन भी कम होती तो उनकी मेंबरशिप जो सदस्यता है लोकसभा की वो नहीं जाती। दूसरी बात है, कोर्ट ने ये कहा है जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि ये जो बात है ये खाली पेटिशनर्स के राइट का सवाल है। जिस इलेक्टोरल ने उनको जिता के लोकसभा में भेजा उनके राइट्स का भी सवाल है, इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण है उनकी कन्विक्शन को स्टिक किया जाता है। देखिए, मेरा मानना यह है कि ये जो ऑर्डर आज का है पब्लिक डोमेन में आ जाएगा और पब्लिक डोमेन में आने के बाद ही जैसे स्पीकर महोदय ने उनकी सदस्यता समाप्त की थी, स्पीकर महोदय इसको कॉग्निजेंस लेके सुमोटो भी उनकी सदस्यता बहाल करने में कोई आपत्ति इसमें नहीं है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
तो ट्रायल कोर्ट एंड हाई कोर्ट ने फुल सेंटेंस किया है, उसमें बोध भी है, फाइन प्लस सेंटेंस, तो उन्होंने वो क्यों किया है? और उन्हें सारे आर्गूमेंट सुनने के बाद हमारे अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी का आर्गूमेंट आज महेश जेठमलानी ने कहा था कि राहुल गांधी का कोई हार्म करने का इंटेंशन नहीं था किसी मोदी एक फैमिली को, और पुनोज मोदी ने जो मैटर डाला है वो खुद मोदी नहीं है बल्कि एक गुटका परिवार से आते हैं, जो कि ट्रायल कोर्ट में ये बात उन्होंने एडमिट करी है। उन्होंने सारा पढ़ के सुनाया कि पैरा नंबर ये वॉल्यूम इस पे यहाँ पर इन्होंने अपने आप को ये एडमिट किया है। एक तो ये मोदी परिवार से नहीं आते, ये बनता नहीं है केस। सेकंड, ये मैक्सिमम सेंटेंस हुआ है ट्रायल कोर्ट से हाई कोर्ट से, यहाँ पर स्टे हो गया है। अपील में दोबारा से जो आगे चल के जो आर्गुमेंट होगा चलेगा केस, फिलहाल अभी स्टे कर दिया गया है और राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता बहाल कर दी गई है। अब वो पार्लियामेंट में देखे जाएंगे।
देश के सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण फैसला दिया है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऊपर जो आस्था 140 करोड़ लोगों की आस्था है वो इसीलिए है कि जब कसौटी पे कोई बात आती है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट उस पर खरा उतरता है। राहुल गांधी जी के मामले में आज माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निचली अदालतों का, गुजरात हाई कोर्ट का, लोअर कोर्ट के फैसले पर स्टे लगा दिया है। सच का रास्ता लंबा हो सकता है लेकिन सच्चाई होती है।
Joining us right now is Adhiranjan Chaudhary. Sir, how do you see the Supreme Court order which stayed the conviction in the defamation case?
So it's a victory of the truth, the victory of morality. It is a victory of truth. Rahul Gandhi has been espousing across the country the essence of truth, the essence of humanity, the essence of unity, and the essence of love, which has been enshrined in our civilization. In spite of all sinister designs being employed against him in order to implicate Rahul Gandhi ji on false charges, by sheer concoction and wild allegation, they have been failed to implicate Rahul ji, because still country like India, where we can boast of that truth is alive. That is why Rahul Gandhi ji has secured the victory. Today itself, I have approached to the Speaker of Lok Sabha so as to revoke the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi ji in the wake of this landmark judgment by the Supreme Court. And already I have mentioned this issue inside the Parliament, and a few minutes later, I will also write a letter to the Speaker. Our single point objective is to revoke the disqualification leveled against our leader Rahul Gandhi ji, so as to facilitate his participation in the no confidence motion.
First reaction on the court's judgment?
First reaction is this is one of the biggest relief for the democratic value of this country.
You were hoping for this judgment for the longest time, sir?
Certainly, whether it is longest or shortest, that is not an issue. Now, what is the question? Here is the question: a member of parliament who is raising the truth in the parliament has been disqualified because of this judgment, imprisonment. This is not a issue of an individual.
Right.
Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of Modi Adani. That day onwards, this case has been escalated. Then judgment came. For you know that as per the People Representative Act, minimum punishment for disqualification is 2 years. As per Defamation Act, maximum punishment is 2 years. Therefore, we can see the clear-cut conspiracy to disqualify Rahul Gandhi was there. Therefore, now through this stay, he can become the member of parliament again. That disqualification process is now over. We will fight legally. Other cases we will fight legally.
The Supreme Court has also pointed out that particular part where the lower court gave maximum punishment without giving a reason for that.
That's what I'm telling. The reason, we know that reason, to disqualify him. This was the hidden reason. All Gujarat court has given that hidden reason. Because of that hidden reason, all Gujarat court acted. Now, Supreme Court clearly stated that also.
One final question, sir. Will you approach the Lok Sabha Speaker for immediate reinstatement?
I think already our leader of the Congress party in the Lok Sabha already went to Speaker to request. We will put out the order also, Supreme Court. Without delay, he should be reinstated as a member of the Parliament. This is our demand.
All right, we'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
Power star Pawan Kalyan's latest film Bro hasn't had the best run at the box office. But it's created a huge buzz in political circles. The Tollywood superstar, who has been juggling his films and political career, is now in a soup as his political rivals have used his latest film to fire a political taunt. The YSRCP has levelled a sensational black money allegation against the power star, claiming Pawan Kalyan's film has been funded with black money collected by none other than Kalyan's good friend Chandrababu Naidu.
Vishwaprasad TJ garu ee rakanga black money ni white money ga chesi సినిమాల ద్వారా తీసుకొచ్చి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్కి ప్యాకేజీల రూపంలో ఇచ్చేటటువంటి ఒక కుట్రపూరితమైనటువంటి పరిస్థితులు కూడా కనిపిస్తా ఉన్నాయి. దీని మీద కూడా
The YSRCP minister Ambati Rambabu's comments has set off a political storm in Andhra Pradesh with his twin attack on the Janasena chief and the TDP. Seeing red over Chandrababu Naidu's name being dragged into the row, TDP has demanded answers from the YSRCP on the basis of these allegations.
Stop making these baseless allegations and stop making such funny comments on movies. Answer our questions, answer about the corruption that is happening in your department in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
YSRCP has been levelling corruption allegations repeatedly against Naidu and Kalyan, both of whom have been extremely vocal about their friendship, with images repeatedly showing their closeness. This latest attack is sure to heat up the political tussle between Chief Minister Jagan and Pawan Kalyan, who have been resorted to personal, below-the-belt comments to target one another. While power star Pawan Kalyan has been mum on the allegations levelled by YSRCP, this latest charge is sure to heat up the Andhra poll battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
देखिए वहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं, खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ मेरे भाई हैं।
India Today locates them uphill.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ, ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी।
Young men perched atop the mountains. Village women carrying jerry cans trek upward.
खाना हाँ पहाड़ ले जा रहा भाई गोलन हम तो प्राण लो
पहाड़ पे
हाँ
छुपे हुए
हाँ
तो क्या खाना पानी लेके जा रहे
हाँ
हैं? अच्छा और भी लोग हैं ऊपर
हाँ
We deploy a drone. India Today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery, stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights. A hideaway of villagers of Noor district fearing crackdown. And a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. India Today's watchful eye reveals a trail of individuals trudging up with their belongings in tow. Cots on their heads, household items in possession. As the drone soars, it captures the scale of this makeshift exodus. Clusters of people dot the landscape. These are not leisurely explorers. Among these elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
सुबह में और शाम में दोनों टाइम और दोपहर में पुलिस का राउंड लगता है, इसीलिए पहाड़ पे रहते हैं लोग। यहाँ पे पुलिस उठा कर ले जाती है बेकसूर लोगों को भी। खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया, खाना वाने का कोई इंतजाम ही नहीं है।
India Today's exclusive endeavor reveals a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills. With Arvind Doja in Noor, Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
Pictures, in fact, from the AICC headquarters where there are celebrations right now. Rahul Gandhi meeting with the party workers, with his sister and General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. The Congress is all gearing up, in fact, to hold a press conference. It's already been delayed, but it is going to start any time now. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is also going to be there at this particular press conference, pictures of which, in fact, you see on your screens now. Anytime there will be, in fact, a briefing. And
पूर्व कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष दोनों आएंगे, कृपया बैठ जाइए और थोड़ा शांत हो जाइए.
That's the media in charge of the Congress party, Mr. Jairam Ramesh there, and Rahul Gandhi will be taking questions along with Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in this big relief for the Gandhi sign today. This is the Supreme Court of India, remember, saying that Gandhi now can contest elections because his disqualification as a member of parliament from Lok Sabha has been stayed. And this has come as a huge relief in the run-up to elections, not too far away in just a few months from now. These are Lok Sabha elections next year.
You met him? You met him? Speaker. Speaker.
Yes.
What is the
See, not only met him, I raised the issue in the parliament also.
साथियों, आज का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस डॉक्टर अभिषेक सिंघवी और अधीर रंजन चौधरी लेंगे। यहाँ हमारे सभा कक्ष में तमिलनाडु की मीटिंग चल रही है, जिसमें कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष और पूर्व कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष दोनों मौजूद हैं। क्योंकि ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस अभी चल रही है, वो 5-10 मिनट के लिए यहाँ आ रहे हैं, पर आपके सारे सवालों का जवाब सिंघवी साहब और अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी देंगे। मैं पहले ही आपको बता रहा हूँ, वो यहाँ आ रहे हैं इसलिए क्योंकि वो दूसरे सभा कक्ष में हैं। सवाल का जवाब अभिषेक सिंघवी जी और अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी देंगे।
समय का प्रॉब्लम है।
बोलने के पहले ही आप सवाल कर रहे हो, कमाल है यार। और ये जैनेंद्र नहीं बोल रहे हैं और एक ही सवाल, यूजुअली तो 2 सवाल होते हैं। मैं पहले बता दूं आपको, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष आपको संबोधित करेंगे, उसके बाद कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष राहुल जी और वेणुगोपाल जी तमिलनाडु के मीटिंग में वापस जाएंगे और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की शुरुआत अभिषेक सिंघवी जी करेंगे। उसके बाद अधीर रंजन जी बोलेंगे, उसके बाद आपके सारे सवालों का जवाब ये 2 नेता देंगे। ये मिनट टू मिनट प्रोग्राम है।
In fact, continues to be with us, getting us all of those details. Mosme is at the Congress headquarters where there is going to be a press conference right now. Rahul Gandhi has essentially set the tone in his first reaction, Mosme, wherein he said that I'm going to carry on to do, in fact, my duty, which is protecting the idea of India. This is what the Congress has said for a while now, that even if the verdict is not in our favor, he is going to continue to be the face of the party, really, isn't it?
Namaskar. Burden off my mind. Thank you. Namaskar. No, Adit.
साथियों नमस्कार। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष और पूर्व कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का स्वागत है। जैसा कि मैंने आपको पहले ही बताया है, पहले कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष कुछ बातें कहेंगे, आपके समक्ष रखेंगे। उसके बाद कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष, पूर्व कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष और हमारे जनरल सेक्रेटरी संगठन के केसी वेणुगोपाल जी वापस तमिलनाडु की मीटिंग में जाएंगे और ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस अभिषेक सिंघवी जी और अधीर रंजन जी लेंगे। आपके सारे सवालों का जवाब सिंघवी साहब और अधीर रंजन जी देंगे। तो पहले मैं गुजारिश करूंगा कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष को कि आपको संबोधित करें। माननीय मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
राहुल जी, वेणुगोपाल जी, सिंघवी जी, जयराम रमेश जी, अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी और सारे मीडिया के मेरे दोस्तों, आज बड़ा खुशी का दिन हमको लगा कि डेमोक्रेसी की जीत हो गई, संविधान की जीत हो गई, सत्यमेव जयते जो हमारा नेशनल सिंबल के नीचे लिखा हुआ रहता है, वो उसका जीत आज हुआ है। इसलिए हम सारे लोग खुश हैं, शायद आप भी खुश होंगे, क्योंकि हमेशा ऐसा होता है कि हमारी बातें कभी नेगेटिव में ही जाते हैं, थोड़ा सा पॉजिटिव भी रहता है। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला, उसके तहत, और मैं तहे दिल से सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसले का स्वागत करता हूं। अभी संविधान जिंदा है, बाकी है और न्याय मिल सकता है, ये इसका एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। संविधान, लोकतंत्र और भारत के आम लोगों की ये जीत हो गई है। सिर्फ राहुल गांधी जी का जीत नहीं है, सारे भारत के जनता की जीत है और डेमोक्रेसी की जीत है और संविधान के उसूलों की जीत है। इसीलिए एक बहुत बड़ा फायदा देश के लोगों को हुआ है। जो एक व्यक्ति लड़ता है सच्चाई के लिए, देश के हित के लिए और देश को मजबूती लाने के लिए, देश के युवाओं के लिए, देश में जो महंगाई बढ़ रही है, महंगाई के खिलाफ जो व्यक्ति लड़ते और लोगों को जागृत करते करते कन्याकुमारी से लेकर कश्मीर तक 4000 किलोमीटर से भी ज्यादा चल के गरीबों से मिले, बच्चों से मिले, डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, सभी लोगों से मिले और आज मैं समझता हूँ उन सब की दुआएं हमारे साथ है। इसीलिए ये लोगों का जीत है, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ। और ये तो लोकतंत्र की जीत गूंजेगी और राहुल गांधी जी को हटाने में, डिस्क्वालीफाई करने में सिर्फ 24 घंटे में सब कुछ हुआ। अब देखेंगे अब कितने घंटे में उनको रीइंस्टेट करते हैं, क्योंकि डिस्क्वालीफाई करने के लिए तो उनको टाइम ही नहीं आया। जजमेंट गुजरात, ये तो दिल्ली का जजमेंट है, बहुत आस्था नजदीक है बहुत ही। अब गुजरात से आया जो ये था, उसको उन्होंने 24 घंटे लगा के उसमें सब डिस्क्वालीफाई करे, बाकी सारी चीजें करे, बाहर निकाले, सब कुछ हुआ। लेकिन दिल्ली के सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हमारा जो पार्लियामेंट है, हार्डली ये सिर्फ किलोमीटरों पे है, तो वो तो 1500 से 600 किलोमीटर था। तो इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि शायद रात में वो रीइंस्टेट करते हैं, क्या अभी करते हैं, कितना वक्त लेते हैं, हमको अब देखना चाहिए। हम देखेंगे और इंतजार करेंगे। अब इतना बड़ा इंतजार किए तो ये जो बाकी उनके ऑर्डर का भी हम इंतजार करेंगे। और मोदी सरकार को और बीजेपी लोगों को थोड़ा, अरे भाई हम क्या गलती किए, ये करना नहीं था, ऐसा तो थोड़ा लगा होगा। चाहे वो मन में ही बोलते होंगे या बाहर बोलने को थोड़ा कष्ट होता होगा, लेकिन मैं उस पर टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि अभी आगे हमारा लड़ाई जारी रहने वाला है। तो इसलिए मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि ये लोगों की जीत है, वोटरों की जीत है और वायनाड के नागरिकों की और वोटर की ये जीत है। वहाँ के लोग भी बड़े खुश हैं और वायनाड के लोग जीत से अब सब जगह ये अपनी जीत बना रहे हैं। तो मैं ज़्यादा न बोलते हुए बाकी के डिटेल में सिंघवी साहब बोलेंगे और चौधरी साहब भी बोलेंगे और राहुल गांधी जी भी एक दो शब्द कहेंगे। तो इतना कह के मैं आपको यही कहूँगा कि आप भी हमारे साथ कभी कभी खड़े होते हैं, इसीलिए आप सबको भी नमस्कार और दो शब्द कहने के लिए मैं उनसे
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा, क्योंकि वो हमारे बीच में मौजूद हैं, वो कुछ शब्द आपके सामने रखें। राहुल जी के बाद सिंघवी साहब और अधीर रंजन जी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करें।
थैंक यू खारगे जी, आप सबका यहाँ बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मगर जो भी हो, मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है। मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है। जिन लोगों ने हमारी मदद की और जनता ने जो प्यार और सपोर्ट दिया, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी, शुक्रिया खड़गे जी।
थैंक यू। क्या
विक्ट्री साइन, विक्ट्री साइन।
अच्छा, मैं करता हूँ अध्यक्ष।
Thank you.
His statement there from Rahul Gandhi saying that I'm going to do what I have to do, but I'm thankful for the fact that this has been our victory, is what he essentially said. It was a brief statement from Rahul Gandhi there.
उसके बाद में कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता लोकसभा में हमारे संसदीय दल के नेता अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी भी आपको संबोधित करेंगे। अभिषेक सिंघवी। हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश।
दोस्तों, शुरू करें। थोड़ा दरवाजा बंद कर लीजिए और शुरू करें। शांत हो जाएं। पीछे वाला दरवाजा। जैसा कि हमेशा करते हैं, हिंदी इंग्लिश में करेंगे। थोड़ा सब्र रखें आप, संक्षिप्त ही है।
थोड़ा शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, थोड़ा शांत हो जाइए।
दोस्तों, आज सत्य, साहस की जीत हुई है। ये केवल राहुल गांधी जी की जीत नहीं है, लोकतंत्र की जीत है, संविधान की जीत है और आम जनमानस की जीत है। हम आशा करते हैं अब कि भाजपा अपने एक विशेष विभाग जो है, जो कई खेल खेलता है, चालबाजी के और अन्य खेल, उस विभाग पे ताला लगाएगी। वो जो चीजें करते हैं जिससे विपक्ष के नेताओं को अनर्गल रूप से निशाना बनाया जाता है, उसको अब कुछ हद तक कम से कम थामेगी, अगर पूरी तरह से रोकती नहीं भी है तो। हम अब संसद में उत्सुकता से जनता से जुड़े मुद्दों पर श्री राहुल गांधी को और श्री राहुल गांधी की बुलंद आवाज सुनने के लिए तैयार हैं, उत्सुक हैं और मोदी सरकार को बुनियादी मुद्दों पे जवाबदेही बनाना, ये आप फिर से देखेंगे संसद के अंदर। संसद के बाहर तो ये प्रक्रिया चली रही थी। तो जैसा कि लोग कह रहे हैं, फिर से चलेगी सवालों की आंधी जब संसद में लौटेंगे राहुल गांधी। Friends, I am going to use words of studied moderation when I come to the actual issues. And since I have argued this matter, I am going to really summarize the 6, 7, 8 major issues on the merits for you without really expressing any opinion. But before that, I have to say what I have said partly in Hindi, that this entire country has heard, seen Rahul Gandhi in action, in and outside of Parliament. His actions, his speech, his thought process, his initiatives, his abhiyans are all ultimately animated by his thinking, Daro Mat. Daro Mat. He has demonstrated time and again the courage of his convictions. He has equally reposed faith in the rule of law. It took some time From 2019, the complainant himself delayed the matter and suddenly accelerated the proceedings to result in the conviction. And since then, Shri Rahul Gandhi has shown exemplary courage, restraint, and a great faith in the judicial process. He went through every forum with unwavering faith. He did not leapfrog from the trial court to the High Court. He did not leapfrog from the First Appellate Court to the Supreme Court. And I think his faith in the system, in the judicial process, is seen for you today. Our fight, Rahul Gandhiji's fight, has also demonstrated the integrity and the importance of that integrity in our institutions. It is always the task for each of us, opposition and others, and in particular it's a task Rahul Gandhi has taken upon himself, to maintain, to the extent possible, the purity and integrity of these institutions, to be able to enforce law without fear or favor, to be able to work without political interference. This entire incident has demonstrated the vital importance of an opposition which will not be backing down. That has been Rahul Gandhi's calling card: don't back down. This has also demonstrated how the opposition, and principal voice amongst them in many ways has been Rahul Gandhi's, doesn't yield on vital issues like unemployment, economic stagnation, farmers' issues, etc. Now friends, चूंकि जैसा मैंने कहा, मैंने इसकी दलील की थी उच्च न्यायालय में और उच्चतम न्यायालय में, तो मैं कोई ज़्यादा वैल्यू जजमेंट बिना दिए आपको संक्षिप्त में बताना चाहता हूँ कि कितना अजीबोगरीब ये संदर्भ था, जिसमें एक 100 वर्ष से ज़्यादा, 125 वर्ष से ज़्यादा पुरानी राजनीतिक पार्टी के पूर्व अध्यक्ष को दुनिया के सबसे बड़े गणतंत्र से एक प्रकार से इफेक्टिवली, जब तक कि वो कन्विक्शन एक्विटल न बने, निष्कासित कर दिया था राजनीतिक जीवन से, जहाँ तक संसद का राजनीतिक जीवन का सवाल है। और मैं उसी रूप में आपके सामने वो 6-7 मुद्दे संक्षिप्त में बिंदु के हिसाब से वर्णित करूंगा, जिसके आधार पर
The Congress is extremely jubilant with developments from the Supreme Court today that has in fact decided to ensure that Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as a member of parliament stays. He can contest, in fact, the next Lok Sabha elections once again next year, and he's going to return to parliament as well. Our coverage on that big story continues in just a minute.
You are watching India Today.
Is also attempting a crackdown on the social media hate posts, the social media that was used negatively to spread violence on the streets. Now here's what's happening. 3 FIRs have been registered against the posts that fanned the riots, that attracted the crowd, that spread the first videos and said, indulge in more violence around you. What does this 3 FI really mean? There are 3 social media accounts that are currently under the scanner of the cops, and they're investigating further before they start to delete these videos and the evidence can be tampered with. The 3 individuals are by the name of Shahid, Adil and Guru Ghantal. They put out hate posts on July 31st against the Shobha Yatra that was being taken out by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad in New in Mewat, and then further. Now Adil posted, which was clearly indecent and communally charged songs that were posted on social media that could have incited more hate for people. On the first place, that yatra that was being taken out should have had enough protection with these intelligence inputs that were coming forth. Cops are yet to identify, interestingly, who runs this handle, the third one, Shire Guru Ghantal account, because it looks anonymous, but it was deliberately putting out information and videos that were communally inciting. These are dated 31st July, which are under the scanner, the day when the yatra was being taken out and the violence had spread the day after. Over 2,300 videos are currently under scanner. July 31st was a very important day. Had some action been taken right then and there, we wouldn't have seen the violence that we had around us.
So Amit Shah will take Pandit Nehru's name, Sardar Patel's name, Ambedkar's name, Baba Sahib's name, whenever it suits them. They will not, their problem is that the RSS training for them makes them to take whenever it suits them. They will not follow their path, but they will use their words for small gains. But we are very clear that the way Delhi bill has been pushed to take over the power of Delhi in the hands of Mr. Amit Shah is completely wrong, and we will continue to agitate against this thing.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
India's Millennium City, with the third highest per capita income in India, is feeling the heat from the communal flames lit in noon. Gurugram, one of India's richest cities, is facing an exodus of its working class. Security guards, food delivery boys, cooks, maids in high-rise residential societies, migrant workers are leaving in droves. Litan Ali and his family are returning to West Bengal, from where he came to work as a driver here.
मैं तो एक खुद ड्राइवर हूँ मैम। मैं अपनी मैडम साहब को दिल्ली छोड़ने जाता हूँ, फिर आता हूँ। अब मैं अगर गांव चला गया तो मैडम साहब की बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी। मेरे साहब है हाई कोर्ट का वकील है, उसकी दिक्कत हो जाएगी। जब तक माहौल ठंडा ना हो तब तक कोई नहीं आने वाला है। सब कोई अपना अपना कुछ भी नहीं लेके गया मैम, इधर धमकी दे रहा है कि हम जला देंगे, ये करेंगे, वो करेंगे।
Many of them claim they were assaulted and now they fear for their lives.
ऐसे आ रहा था तो आदमी पकड़ के मारा, क्या करेंगे?
The fear is not limited to Muslims. Hindus are also packing their bags.
मुझे दिक्कत है कि माने सब लोग निकल गए, हम क्या करेंगे? पानी मिलेगा नहीं, लाइट मिलेगी नहीं, हम क्या करेंगे?
अच्छा,
हाँ,
इसलिए आप रूम चेंज कर?
जी जी।
तो यहाँ पे रहना सुरक्षित भी है इस वक्त?
नहीं, यहाँ तो कोई सुरक्षित नहीं है, हम बताएं। कोई घटना हो जाए क्या होगी सुरक्षित, हम बताइए आप।
और परिवार आपका?
मेरा परिवार, मैं झांसी का रहने वाला हूँ, मैं प्रॉपर झांसी का रहने वाला हूँ। परिवार मेरा गांव में, हम बताएं।
Close to 200 to 300 people who lived in this 1,000-strong colony in Sector 70 have now fled for safety. Most of them going back to West Bengal, where they came from, fearing violence in the entire area. This is the aftermath of the violence in Nu and Mewat, where communities such as these are facing the brunt of whatever transpired in Mewat.
The family that used to live in this locked home has now moved to Aligarh, according to neighbors. Muslim businessmen in Sheetla colony in Sector 5 have also fled. The police are on alert in Gurugram. The Gurugram administration assures citizens situation is under control and there is no need to fear.
देयर आर नो मेजर इंसिडेंट इन गुड़गांव एक्सेप्ट द सेक्टर 57 इंसिडेंट, तो उनको बिल्कुल डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। प्रशासन अपना काम सख्ती से कर रहा है, नॉर्मलसी रिस्टोर हो रही है। जो लोग छोड़ के चले गए हैं, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट देम कि वो वापस आएं और वो सिचुएशन जैसी इन दंगों से पहले थी वैसे की वैसी जो है हो भी गई है, जल्दी हो भी जाएगी।
The violence that spread from Nuh has hit the Gurugram's image. There are no winners in the cycle of hate. The Millennium City is learning the lesson the hard way. Or is it?
Ahead of Friday, of course, there is a palpable sense of fear within the Muslim community as well. And such colonies, they are not gated. So they require additional police protection in case something goes wrong. And which is why a lot of people have now decided to leave this particular area for safer zones, because unless that happens, the people are not going to feel safe enough. With Shailendra from Gurugram, Milan Sharma for India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
Supreme Gandhigiri for Rahul. 134 days later, Rahul's return. BJP mocks, Congress hails return of the king. Are the decks cleared for the big 2024 war? Will 2024 be Modi versus Rahul again? Top focus on 5 Live.
Good evening and welcome. This is 5 Live. I'm Shiv Arur. Rahul Gandhi gets some much needed Gandhigiri from the Supreme Court. After 134 days of suspension, the stay has been put on his conviction in that defamation case. And now the decks are cleared for him to return as the Member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha from Kerala's Wayanad. But what do the next few steps look like? Rahul Gandhi came, sat for a press conference, said just one line and then got up. It was expected to be a larger interaction, very much on the lines of what Rahul Gandhi usually does when he interacts with the press, but he only had one line to say. Is the Congress keeping Rahul Gandhi under guard because they are afraid that he might say something that allows the BJP to pounce onto it and steal the narrative once again? They've had enough of his comments being twisted and made controversial. Well, the big question now is, with only 8 months to go for elections in 2024, what is Rahul Gandhi's role? We're going to look at that closely and debate that here on 5 Live. First, the headlines. Big win for Rahul Gandhi. Supreme Court puts Rahul's conviction in that 2019 defamation case on hold. Rahul hails the order, says truth always triumphs.
आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है। मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है।
All eyes now on Lok Sabha Speaker. Congress asks Om Birla to restore Rahul as Member of Parliament immediately. Birla awaits Supreme Court order copy. Big win for Hindu side in the Gyanvapi fight. Supreme Court allows Archaeological Survey of India survey to go ahead. Orders no excavation at the mosque complex. Police swing into action against new hate posts. 3 social media accounts under scanner for posts that fan the riots. Over 2,300 videos from July 31st are currently being scrutinized. India Today has tracked down all 3 of the people you see on your screen. India Today has also tracked down the rioters' den after causing chaos in Nuh. They're hiding in the hills around their town, in the Aravalli Hills. Police movement tracked from the hilltop. Police probe Aravalli Hills after the India Today expose. Undeniable proof of where they're hiding. And I just wanted to play out for you Rahul Gandhi's first reaction after the Supreme Court verdict. He's put out a tweet saying the truth always triumphs. He's thankful for the outpouring of love and support. A tweet and a single line comment at a press conference where Rahul Gandhi was actually expected to say a whole lot more and perhaps even take some questions. There are a great deal of questions which we'll be asking. Here's what Rahul Gandhi said.
आप सबका यहाँ बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आज नहीं तो कल, कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मगर जो भी हो, मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है। मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है। जिन लोगों ने हमारी मदद की और जनता ने जो प्यार और सपोर्ट दिया, उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Well, smiles, wave, victory signs, and for the Congress party, it was a day of ecstasy, a day of celebration, justifiably so, for what they believe is a return of their king. But the big questions will now start to be asked over what Rahul Gandhi's real role is going to be in the opposition's war against the Modi government, with only 8 to 9 months to go for the next election in 2024. Remember, 2023 has many elections already, and then there's the big one in 2024. Rahul Gandhi has not been an MP for 134 days. Will he be part? The most immediate question, of course, is will he be part of the no confidence motion debate that takes place next week? 8th, 9th and 10th has been reserved for that no confidence motion against the Modi government. Will Rahul Gandhi be there or not? First, watch this report.
Massive relief for Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. The Supreme Court on Friday stayed his conviction in the 2019 defamation case over his Modi surname remarks. A 3-member bench of Justice B.R. Gavai, Justice Sanjay Kumar and Justice P.S. Narasimha noted that the Surat Court did not specify the reason for awarding Rahul the maximum punishment in the defamation case. The top court observed that the ramifications of the lower court's verdict were great as it led to his disqualification, affecting not just his rights but rights of his electorate too. The court, however, added that Rahul's comments were not in good taste and he should use caution while making public speeches. The Supreme Court's decision now enables Rahul Gandhi to return as an MP. The Congress will petition the Speaker to reverse his disqualification. Rahul is now free to contest the 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
आज बड़ा खुशी का दिन हमको लगा कि डेमोक्रेसी की जीत हो गई, संविधान की जीत हो गई, सत्यमेव जयते जो हमारा नेशनल सिंबल के नीचे लिखा हुआ रहता है, वो उसका जीत आज हुआ है।
The Supreme Court's stay on Rahul's conviction will be in place till the disposal of the main appeal in the case, which is currently pending before the Surat Sessions Court.
इस कानूनी प्रक्रिया में हम इस सम्मानीय फैसले का स्वागत करते हैं और आने वाले दिन में जब अब सेशंस कोर्ट में ये मुकदमा हम चलने वाला है, वहाँ हमारी ओर से, समाज की ओर से कानूनी जंग जो है वो लड़ी जाएगी।
Rahul Gandhi! Congress leaders and workers across the country erupted in celebrations after the Supreme Court delivered its verdict.
While the Congress is celebrating the return of their Neta into the parliament, the BJP has seized upon the observation made by the Supreme Court that Gandhi, as a public functionary, as a senior leader, should have spoken with caution. Politics on the matter continues, but for now, legally, big relief for Rahul Gandhi as his appeal against his conviction continues in the Surat court. With Srishti Ojha and Kanu Sharda in New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
Okay, just to make things very clear, let's try and answer some of those questions for you. Because remember, there's a stay on the conviction for Rahul Gandhi, but it does not automatically restore his status as a member of parliament. There's still some work to be done in that respect. What happens next? Rahul Gandhi will now have to submit a report on the Supreme Court verdict to the Lok Sabha Secretariat. He will have to formally request to be reinstated as an MP. It doesn't happen automatically as many originally believed. The Lok Sabha Secretariat will study the Supreme Court verdict, and the order on Rahul's reinstatement will then be delivered by the Lok Sabha Secretariat by way of a document. There's no time limit on reinstating Rahul as MP, which is leading some to wonder whether there will be some controversy or politics on that front as well. Because remember that the no confidence motion is only a few days from now. Next week, it's on basically Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday. I want to get some kind of clarity now from PDT Achari. He is arguably one of India's best known constitutional experts. He's former Secretary General of the Lok Sabha as well. Mr. Achari, always good to have you. Thank you very much. Sir, Rahul Gandhi's conviction in the defamation case has been stayed. Can you explain to us, from your experience in the Lok Sabha, how soon will it be, or how soon could it be, before Rahul Gandhi is reinstated as a member of parliament?
See, when Rahul Gandhi was convicted last time, the Lok Sabha Secretariat issued a notification saying that consequent upon his conviction, he stands disqualified. That notification was issued on 24th March. So now, that when the conviction has been stayed by the Supreme Court, so naturally they should issue another notification saying that consequent on the Supreme Court staying the conviction of Sri Rahul Gandhi, his membership stands restored. Something like that. There should be a communication, or there should be a notification coming from the Lok Sabha Secretariat.
PDT Achari, thank you very much for getting us that input. That gives us a little bit of clarity, but it still doesn't fully answer the question in terms of what that timeline is going to look like, and that's actually going to be crucial. Now, the big questions. The path is clear for Rahul's third try for the Prime Minister's chair. Is that what his mission is going to be now? A full attempt to become the Prime Minister in 2024? Question number 2, will Team India, the India Alliance, name Rahul Gandhi their prime ministerial candidate? You've already seen people like Nitish Kumar, MK Stalin and a couple of others say they've got no problem with Rahul Gandhi as a prime ministerial candidate. Big question number 3, will Rahul play a leading role in Team India? Will they play a leading role in Team India? What kind of role will that be? Question number 4, does relief to Rahul help or harm the BJP? Already the BJP is playing it safe, saying this is just standard procedure. There are many other cases against him, but they're also mocking Rahul Gandhi and saying, well, him coming back into parliament doesn't make a difference because he's got a terrible record, and at best it'll give parliament some levity. That's what senior leaders in the BJP have said on record. about Rahul Gandhi gaining this relief. But I want to get a top-level political perspective on this, and no better than Rajdeep Sardesai, a consulting editor who's been tracking this story. He's actually in Nu. He's far away in Nu, tracking the after effects of the Haryana riots, but he's been kind enough to give me some time to join me for some perspective on this. Rajdeep, do you see Rahul now getting into, prime ministerial aspirant mode? How do the next 10 months look to you, sir?
Well, Shiv, Rahul Gandhi certainly has got a big breather with what the Supreme Court has said. But it doesn't necessarily mean that Rahul Gandhi automatically becomes the prime ministerial candidate of this India alliance. At the moment, my view is that the Congress within this alliance is at best a first among equals. Yes, Rahul Gandhi, to some extent, particularly post the Bharat Jodo Yatra, has acquired a certain persona as a magnet for anti-Modi forces. It was interesting that both in Patna and Bengaluru, the likes of Mamata Banerjee and other leaders from the regional fronts were reaching out to Rahul Gandhi. We are told that Arvind Kejriwal is also likely to meet Rahul Gandhi next week. So yes, Rahul Gandhi certainly is a focal point for the opposition in a sense at the moment. But to suggest that he is the Prime Minister candidate, I think would be an overstretch. I think the opposition is very wary of the fact of making this 2024 elections Modi versus Rahul. We saw what happened in 2014 and 2019. So despite the fact that Rahul Gandhi is likely now to get back his membership of the Lok Sabha, I don't see him being projected as Prime Ministerial candidate. But certainly it will enthuse the Congress even further. And the Congress for sure will put Rahul Gandhi right in the front of their campaign strategy. But from what I gather, the wider India alliance wants to localize this election and doesn't want to make it a personality contest or a leadership contest between Mr. Modi and Rahul Gandhi. So we'll have to wait and see how that delicate balancing act is achieved. Make Rahul Gandhi a focal point, but do not make the contest Modi versus Rahul Gandhi. That's the challenge in a way for the opposition.
Very, very interesting. It's going to have to, we're going to have to actually see over the next few days and weeks what kind of mold Rahul Gandhi actually slips into. It's going to be tantalizing because we've seen what happened in 2014 and 2019 as well. Rajdeep, thank you very much for that. Rajdeep, like I said, is reporting from Nu in Haryana. His special ground report from that riot-torn area. You will see that at 9 p.m. on his show News Today. Now let's tell you why the Supreme Court gave Rahul Gandhi relief. Reason number one, just to be very clear, they said, the Supreme Court said, no reason, the trial court and the High Court gave no reason for giving maximum sentence. Reason number two, the ramifications of Rahul's disqualification are great. Reason number three, the disqualification affects Rahul as well as his electorate, because without Rahul Gandhi as MP, and he was disqualified for 134 days before it was stayed today, Wayanad in Kerala basically was without their member of parliament, and therefore the constituency was technically suffering from lack of representation in the Lok Sabha. So those were the broad reasons why the Supreme Court has stayed the conviction and cleared the path for Rahul's reinstatement as a member of parliament. Let's go straight to our political face-off now. Joining me live now is Adil Singh Boparai, spokesperson of the Congress Party, Neeti Jain, spokesperson of the BJP. Good news for the Congress Party, Adil. The mood is high. Everything's looking good. There were all smiles at that press conference. What next now? The big question now is whether Rahul Gandhi will be part of the no confidence motion proceedings next week. Only a couple of days to go. Is that going to be the immediate focus, Adil?
Well, Shiv, first and foremost, it's a vindication of the truth. It's a vindication of our position that Mr. Rahul Gandhi was treated arbitrarily. And responding to your larger question and to your presentation, the Congress Party and Mr. Rahul Gandhi does not hanker for positions and titles. Our struggle and our fight is for the aspirations of India. Our fight is against the divisiveness of the BJP's politics, and we will continue that fight, whether with titles or without titles. And coming to your question, now that the Supreme Court has rendered its decision and stayed the conviction we hope and expect that the office of the Speaker immediately rescinds the disqualification, since it is the mandate of the Supreme Court. If they don't, obviously they'll be in contempt of the orders of the Supreme Court. It is a mere formality. All what needs to be done now is an intimation to the office of the Speaker. The office of the Speaker cannot sit in an adjudicatory role. It merely has to implement the order of the Supreme Court. So therefore, there is no discretion available with the Speaker. I want to jog your memory when Mr. Gandhi was erroneously convicted by the trial court. The office of the Speaker acted with great haste, or let me use another expression, acted with great expedition in disqualifying him. I sincerely hope and expect that they show the same degree of alacrity, they show the same degree of expedition and restore his membership. Coming to the issue at hand.
Complete your point, Adil. Yeah.
Coming to the issue at hand, there are two things which are very clear, and we've been seeing this ad nauseum, Shiv. In the past 162 years of the codification of the Indian Penal Code, there has not been a single case where a court of law has rendered the maximum sentence for an offence of defamation stroke slander. So this decision...
Adil, let's take those one at a time. Let's take all these issues one at a time. I'll give you a chance to raise that point again. Let's just go to the specific point that Adil raised, Neeti, about the alacrity with which Rahul Gandhi was automatically disqualified when the conviction happened 134 days ago. By the same measure, he should be back as MP right now. Adil basically says, there shouldn't be any delay. It should, in fact, ideally happen today itself.
Yeah, the Congress would want that to happen, but sadly, there is a procedure set for the Parliament, and not everything runs as per the Congress High Command. As per the rule, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, but as per the rule, the disqualification happens automatically, but the reinstatement would happen when there is an application given to the Lok Sabha Speaker, and
which I just read out.
They're going to read out the entire Supreme Court order, and then they're going to take note of that. So there is a procedure to that. There is nothing that the BJP or the Congress can do about. Irrespective of that, the only thing, and Mr. Adil just said, in 160 plus years, there has been no such case. I think in the last 160 plus years, there may not be a leader who has more than 12 defamation cases against him across the country. So this is a man who is a habitual offender. He will go out, say whatever he wants, and then he will have a defamation case against him. The High Court judge has also said that he is a habitual offender, and which is why the people in public life need to be a little more careful about what they are saying, because it has a larger repercussion. So you may say, and this is also a stay, this is not an acquittal. Even the Supreme Court does not agree with the kind of statements that were made. And I honestly don't understand what makes Congress so happy, because this is Rahul Gandhi. He will come back and say something again, and you will again be in the same situation. It will be a 13th defamation case.
Is the BJP looking forward to Rahul Gandhi? Now there is a stay. Both of you are lawyers. The stay has happened, which means technically the path is clear for him to return as a member of Parliament. Is the BJP now looking forward to Rahul Gandhi being back in Parliament for the no confidence motion next week?
It is not for us to look forward to him being there. We were not looking forward for him to be out of the Parliament either. I think it is completely up to Rahul Gandhi to be a little more responsible for his own party and for his own constituents as well. So where Rahul Gandhi stands, and like you started your own debate with, why was Rahul Gandhi not in the press conference? Why is it that his party men don't want Rahul Gandhi in the election-bound states? So his entire Bharat Jodo Yatra completely ignored the states that were election-bound on their own. So if their own party is not looking forward for Rahul Gandhi to say anything, what is the BJP to be looking forward for him to say anything at all? Please tell me that.
Adil, the BJP says, we never looked forward to him exiting Parliament, so there's no question of us looking forward to him entering Parliament again. Rahul Gandhi is responsible for his actions. He's got all these defamation cases against him.
In this matter, we would love for him to lose all of his elections.
Adil, you want to respond to that?
Well, Shiv, there is no cure for BJP's hallucination, and I just wish them well. Since you've just informed me that my friend from the BJP is also a lawyer, so she should know that the order of the Supreme Court is the law of the land in terms of Article 141. The Speaker does not exercise any adjudicatory role. He merely has to
He
see the
is
order
going
and
to follow procedure. That is all I'm saying.
Can I please respond? I didn't interrupt you, ma'am.
I'm just correcting you, sir. You're misquoting me.
The speaker does not exercise any adjudicatory role. I mean, perhaps the BJP is scared. Maybe the BJP is scared. Maybe the BJP does not want Mr. Gandhi to participate in the no confidence motion.
She didn't say adjudicate, but there is a process.
No, please understand. Once the judgment comes, the speaker, in all fairness, must revoke the suspension. Now, if
So there
for
is
some
an application that you need to give in to the speaker, and there you have to request for the reinstatement.
She seems to be knowing everything. She's constantly interrupting me.
Neeti, let him finish. Neeti, let him finish. Otherwise, our viewers won't be able to hear both of you. Yeah, finish, Adil.
Send me the same courtesy. I did not interrupt you.
Yes.
The speaker is bound. The speaker is bound by the decision of the Supreme Court. Now, for some extraneous reason, if the BJP does not want to make Mr. Gandhi participate in the no confidence motion, that just demonstrates their bankruptcy and the fact that they are rattled. So I'll leave that for another discussion. Coming to the core issue, let me remind the BJP that Mr. Gandhi stands with 1.4 billion Indians. The Congress party is proud of
But they stand with him.
I just don't understand why is she constantly interrupting me.
Neeti, 1 second. Well, let him finish. Otherwise, the audio breaks.
Why are you so rattled?
Adil,
You should show the same degree of interruption to perhaps ask Mr. Modi to come and address the parliament on the Manipur issue.
Okay, let's not take this into another complete debate which we just finished before this. Yes, Adil,
Please
finish.
let me complete. Give me 45 seconds.
Please.
There are 2-3 things, Shiv, which you need to understand and your viewers need to understand. The judgment of the Gujarat High Court has been set aside by the Supreme Court. My lawyer friend would, of course, know this now. The Supreme Court has stayed the conviction. By virtue of the stay of conviction, Mr. Gandhi's membership as a member of parliament stands restored. It is the Congress party's considered and thought out position that the entire defamation case was engineered by the Bharatiya Janata Party to stifle Mr. Gandhi, who is a beacon for truth, who is a beacon and somebody who has always struggled and strived for the people of this country.
Okay.
So therefore, today is a vindication in that sense. The larger question, it is not about personalities. India is of 1.4 billion Indians. There are issues which matter. And
But
today
Adil, whether you like it or not, the BJP is going to make it that. The BJP is definitely going to make it that, Adil. I'll come back to you. I know the point you're
Give me
making.
30 seconds. She's interrupting me. Give me 30 seconds.
15 seconds. Adil, I'm almost out of time, so please just keep it short.
15 seconds. The BJP may want to make it about personalities because the BJP is perhaps driven by megalomania. But for the Congress party, it's the issues.
Okay.
It's about
See, one of
farmers.
the...
It is about
Understood.
divisiveness. It is
Point
about
made, Adil. I want one of the things that the BJP constantly hits Rahul Gandhi and the Congress with is Rahul Gandhi's parliamentary record. Now that data is there for all to see. It's in the public.
Parliamentary record.
It's
Modi's parliamentary record.
We have all of those. We have all of that stuff on our screen.
Come and address the Lok Sabha. He has time to inaugurate convention centers and go on foreign junkets. What is Mr.
Correct.
Modi's?
So I'm saying that. Neeti, the question to you now is, if Rahul Gandhi, because this is something immediate, it's something big that's going to happen in Parliament in form of the no confidence motion. If Rahul Gandhi, is not cleared to return as MP by that time, it'll be once again a finger pointed at the BJP saying, you guys have not allowed him to come back because you're scared.
Scared of Mr. Gandhi.
That is a natural, that's going to happen, Neeti, if he doesn't come and sit in the no confidence motion.
Shiv, they can have as much of finger pointing as they want, but the point that I was trying to make is that there is a procedure. The Lok Sabha speaker cannot adjudicate on the matter, but there is still a procedure. There needs to be an application that needs to be sent in. There is going to be a study of the order, and then the decision is going to be taken. So the Congress party or the BJP cannot go out and dictate the terms. So now you're doing the same thing. I was quiet when you were speaking now. The second point being, he did not answer my question, that Rahul Gandhi is being avoided by his own party men and the state leaders. Because your party does not want these people. Shiv, you asked me to be quiet. Now please ask him to be quiet.
No, you have
I was very silently listening to him.
You made an environment.
Your own...
You're proud of Mr. Gandhi, I'm saying so.
No, please, you continue. If you don't want to listen to me, then you can just continue. You speak on your time and you speak on my time.
30 seconds left. Yes, Neeti, quickly.
You're interrupting me. Now you should
so
know.
This is a party which does not want their own leader personality-driven election because you don't have a personality. You have a personality that your own party men are refusing to accept. And you are saying Rahul Gandhi stands with 1.4 billion people, but do they stand with him? That remains the question to be seen because Rahul Gandhi has been a repeat offender and he is going to go ahead and do something else. So your short-lived happiness, you can be happy about that as much as you want.
The thing about 15 seconds. Completely out of time. Yes, okay. 15 seconds.
As a spokesperson of the Congress party, let me just put this to rest. The Congress party and every worker of the Congress party is proud of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. I think
let your state units say that as well, no? Why is it that your state units don't want Rahul Gandhi to come campaign in any other states?
Again and again, that's up to her. It's a free world. We are proud of Mr. Gandhi.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there for the moment. Thanks, Neeti. Thanks, Adil, for your time here on 5 Live. Rahul Gandhi is all set to become an MP once again, but the time it takes him to be restored as a member of parliament is clearly going to be a source of some politics. So it's going to be a hot weekend before the big no confidence motion next week. We'll be there at every step on this big breaking story. Remember, it was India Today that broke the news of Rahul Gandhi's conviction being stayed. Very quick break. On the other side, India Today's groundbreaking investigation into the social media poison from across the border and within that fueled the Mewat tension gets even darker. We've got another big news break. Not one, but two big news breaks after this.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली लग चली है पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Metis and Kuki Zomis are at daggers drawn in Manipur. But these footballers from the two communities share the same room and play together. They left Manipur together to pursue their love for the beautiful game. While they are tense about their family's safety, they are gearing up for the upcoming football season in Kolkata.
Right now they are in safe, but still the danger is on. My father is in frontline duty, so he is protecting the village and my family. In professional life ये सबको कोप अप लेके सबको लेके चलना है, तो हम लोग ट्राई करता है कि जब ग्राउंड में रहेगा पूरा फुल फोकस करने का, फिर ग्राउंड के बाद फिर बात करता है। सरकार अगर शुरू से ही स्ट्रिक्ट होता या ऐसे कुछ होता तो अब तक पीस हो जाता। तो अभी यही है कि जो भी जिसने भी कुछ क्राइम किया वो सबको सरकार की तरफ से हाँ देखना चाहिए लीगली, और दोनों कम्युनिटी का बीच में पीस वापस आना चाहिए।
The players are hoping Manipur is back to normal soon.
मैं तो ये न्यूज़ सुन के बहुत थक चुका हूँ। Cookies, killing Maitais and Maitais killing cookies, but I really can't do nothing, So I just pray कि ये जल्दी खत्म हो जाए और पहले का जैसा नॉर्मल लाइफ में आए। फुटबॉल तो खत्म हो गया है। अभी सब खत्म हो गया है, कुछ नहीं हो सकता। अभी थोड़ा सेफ हूँ।
Out of 7 footballers are playing for the Kolkata club, that is Mohammedan Sporting Club, and Mohammedan Sporting Club has given shelters to all the 7 footballers and also promised to give shelters to their families as well. They have also promised the other footballers who are from Manipur to give shelters to them and their families.
We have already offered all the players, those who are from Manipur. They are mentally stressed. They are not. They
cannot focus
on matches and all. They are actually
demoralizing most of the time. So most of the time we are coming over, like today we have come over here to motivate them to, we can support them from outside only. We cannot go and play inside the ground. Play your game, focus on your target.
There is no divide that cannot be bridged. This camaraderie between these footballers is a lesson for Manipur. With Anirban Sinha Roy, Bureau Report, India Today.
Every time I download an app, it seeks a host of permissions, and there is very little option but for me to say yes. That app is necessary. It may be a free or paid service, and it's critical to the digital lifestyle that so many Indians lead. Does this bill do anything, at least the proposals, to make life easier in such a scenario?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm going to be giving you a bit of a contrary position from my two co-speakers. To my mind, the bill, and in fact, in significant variation from the draft, the bill actually creates a far more granular regime where data principals or individuals are empowered. Let me use your example because I think it's a great example. When I download an application or I say subscribe for a service, maybe that's easier. When I subscribe for a service, now I will get a much clearer, transparent, easily intelligible notice in any one of the 22 languages which are specified in the Constitution. I will then have the ability to, I will need to understand that notice clearly and provide a clear consent. There are going to be rules around how notice will be provided and so on and so forth. But fundamentally, I will have to provide a clear consent for my data to be processed. The second thing that this new version does, which is a little different from the previous one, is even if I have provided consent for a particular purpose, and that purpose is not necessary for the underlying service, there is language in this bill which may restrict the person from using it. So fundamentally, to Dr. Napanai's point, if I provide consent for service A and it's actually something that's unnecessary for that service, there is an inherent limitation on them using it. Number 3, when something is no longer necessary for the purposes of providing that service to me, they are now under a clear obligation to delete that data. Number 4, as a data subject, I now have a dedicated authority, which is the Data Protection Board, to whom I can go and file a complaint saying that fundamentally this doesn't meet my requirements. They have not dealt with my data in a manner that I had consented to. Number 5, there is a strong set of fines which have been proposed, going up to 250 crores for a violation. And lastly, perhaps most importantly, there's a new provision which allows the government, if you have multiple breaches, to actually block your service and say that you will not be allowed to access systems that you need to provide goods and services in India. So to my mind, it does creates a fundamental new culture around how data will be collected, stored and processed. Yes, the concerns which, there are concerns perhaps with the language, perhaps things can improve, and this is, this bill will go through the process in Parliament. But I would actually take a contrary position and say, this bill is far better than the current position on the ground today. And overall, it is going to have the effect of empowering individuals in India.
After India today set the agenda with a big exclusive on a probable Pakistani link to the violence in Haryana's Mewat, we've got part 2 of our big investigation.
We exposed Ehsan Mewati yesterday. Now we nail Mewati's location. Mewati more than just Pakistani YouTuber. Stunning details escalate this story. Top focus on 5 Live.
And viewer, the suspected Pakistani link to the Mewat fire stands completely established and revealed. That we're going to do right now. YouTuber Ehsan Mewati, Pakistani. That was what you thought his name was because that's his social media handle. Today we're going to tell you what his real name is. We've also tracked down this particular individual in Pakistan across 3 locations. This is a big second tranche of our investigation into the social media poison, not just here in India, but also in Pakistan by this individual and perhaps some others into what was unfolding in Mewat. This particular individual was using Pakistani government IP addresses. This YouTuber was spewing venom and live streaming. Even as the riots were actually playing out, he had suspiciously accurate ground inputs even while the stones were flying and the shots were being fired. Who is this man and how did he have access to such information? Now, India Today was the first to reveal that this hate-monger, YouTuber Ehsan Mewati Pakistani, was actually based in Pakistan. Yesterday's report on 5 Live has gone viral on social media. He was the one whose videos mocking the Haryana police and the administration and inciting violence against cow vigilante Monu Manesar was going viral before and during the riots, at the peak of those clashes as well. His video and videos have acquired 145,000 reactions in just 48 hours. In part 2 of our expose, we reveal that this YouTube handle run by this individual who calls himself Ehsan Mewati Pakistani runs under the registered email zishanmushtaq668@gmail.com. This man's name is Zishan Mushtaq. Ehsan Mewati Pakistani is an alias he uses online. Zishan Mushtaq is a Pakistani national who's got skin in the game in Mewat and has been inciting tensions and calling for violence in that area. We have an intelligence report in our hands exclusively that has tracked down his location from mid-July to the 27th of July to the 31st of July when the violence began in Nuh. And it suggests that he traveled from Islamabad to Kot Mumin in the Sargoda area of Pakistani Punjab and finally to Lahore. He's been tracked down to all of these places. A Pakistan government IP address was what he had logged in through during the initial videos on July the 27th, and then a different broadband connection was used by him in Lahore on the 31st of July. He went to a village called Kot Mumin on the 27th of July. He recorded a video from there as well. On the 1st of August, he reached Lahore, where his IP address then changed suddenly from the government to a private internet services provider. While uploading the video on the 1st of August, he was just 1 kilometer away from the Chief Minister of Punjab's secretariat. So he was in a VIP area or not far from a VIP area. And this particular individual with unsettlingly accurate ground inputs of what's happening in Haryana, was relaying them to a vast audience on YouTube through a live video. Well, India Today has hunted down the new inciters, and a troubling sequence of unchecked aggression propagated through social media. Were there personal grudges that led to the communal violence? Let's find out.
तो गाइस, कल नूह में फिर दोबारा प्रोटेस्ट है और सारे मेवात वहां पहुंच रही है।
आपका मकामी थाना ना रहे, हाथ पैर तोड़ दो, छिड्डी छिड्डी कर दो।
A troubling sequence of unchecked aggression propagated through social media. India Today hunts down the provocators. We reached Monu Manesar, the 30-year-old cow vigilante whose initial announcement about attending the VHP Yatra on Monday in Nuh stirred passions.
जो भी गो तस्कर है, जो वहाँ पे क्राइम करते हैं, ये सब उनका करा धरा है। साइबर क्राइम थाना फूंक दिया उन्होंने, सब उनकी बदौलत है।
We tracked down another instigator, Bittu Bajrangi, who had issued inflammatory videos on his way to Nuh to attend the yatra.
हम कोई हाव लड़ करते तो हम जिम्मेवार होते कि हमने कोई वहाँ जाके गलत हवाबाजी करी है या कोई तलवार लहराई है या कुछ करा है। हम शांति से गए हैं।
अगर CIA पुलिस किसी गांव में बिना इंफॉर्मेशन के घुसे, आपका मकामी थाना ना रहे, हाथ पैर तोड़ दो, छिड्डी छिड्डी कर दो।
We go after the rabble-rousers on the other side of the communal divide. This is Mohammad Jabir, a 31-year-old man from Rajasthan, a cousin of Junaid and Nasir, whose charred bodies were found in Feb in Haryana's Bhiwani. The two suspected to have been killed by cow vigilantes. Just days preceding the mayhem in Nuh, Mohammad Jabir called for assault on police in Faridabad, accusing the cops of killing a Mewat-based cybercrime suspect in custody.
अगर CIA पुलिस किसी गांव में बिना इंफॉर्मेशन के घुसे, आपका मकामी थाना ना रहे, हाथ पैर तोड़ दो, छिड्डी छिड्डी कर दो।
His provocative speech went viral, triggering tit-for-tat reactions on social media. A perfect recipe for communal trouble. When confronted by India Today, Jabir resorted to the same tactic as other inciters. Played victim of alleged aggression and defended his own actions as rightful.
उस वीडियो में आप ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हैं कि कोई भी पुलिस वाला आए तो गांव में उसको मारना पीटना?
मैं जी इसलिए कह रहा हूँ उस वीडियो में कि फरीदाबाद के अंदर फरीदाबाद साइबर थाना जो यहाँ से सैकुल को उठा के ले जाता है, जो पुलिस की तैयारी करता है सैकुल, और एक पेपर उसने पास भी कर लिया और उसको ले जाके वहाँ जाके मार देते हैं। जब मार देते हैं तो हम यहाँ से जाते हैं और वहाँ वही तानाशाही वाला रौब देखते हैं उनको कि भाई पुलिस की वर्दी में चोर भी आते हैं, लोकल वर्दी पहन के चोर भी आते हैं। क्योंकि अगर हमारा स्थायी थाना है, पुलिस ओरिजिनल है, तो जनाब वो स्थायी थाने को इत्तला करके आएगा। तो इसलिए हमने कहा अगर स्थायी थाने को इत्तला करके नहीं आए, हो सकता है चोरी हूँ, डकैती हूँ, हो सकता है कोई लूट खसोट करने वाले हूँ सादा वर्दी में, तो इसलिए वो कहा।
लेकिन अगर कोई आपके यहाँ आता है, अनआइडेंटिफाइड आदमी भी है, मान लेते हैं, लेकिन उसको मारना पीटना क्या सही रहेगा?
देखो जी, मारना पीटना बिल्कुल भी सही नहीं है, लेकिन हम रोज़ रोज़ शिकार हो रहे हैं, रोज़ रोज़ हमारे साथ में वारदातें हो रही हैं, घटना हो रही हैं, तो हम इस हिसाब से कह रहे हैं कि भाई सावधान रहें, सतर्क रहें। और ये नहीं कि मेरा जो बयान है उसको कल मैंने टीवी पे देखा था, जोड़ा जा रहा है नूह वाली घटना से, मैं इसका खंडन करता हूँ बिल्कुल।
Trademark defense, denials and justifications of social media incendiaries. When prodded further, Mohammad Jabir revealed his personal grudges with Monu Manesar, the man under investigation for the murder of his cousins from Bharatpur in Rajasthan.
जो आपने बोला वो इस तरीके से था कि वो प्रोवोकेटिव था, भड़काऊ था, इंस्टिगेट कर रहा था, लोगों को उत्तेजित कर रहा था कि पुलिस के खिलाफ आपको लड़ना है, और आपकी शिकायत मोनू मानेसर से भी है।
उससे तो जी सबसे पहले शिकायत है, मेरे भाइयों का कातिल वही है, मेरे भाइयों को जिंदा उसी ने जलाया है। गोपालगढ़ से उठा के फिरोजपुर सियाई है उसके साथ में थी और वहाँ लोहारू के जंगल में जाके जलाया, तो मेरे भाइयों को किसने जलाया? मोनू मानेसर 302 का मुलजिम है
उससे तो सबसे पहले शिकायतें दी।
आप जाबिर, ऐसा लगता है कि आपका कानून से भरोसा उठ गया?
सर भरोसा इसलिए उठ गया, मेरे दो भाई जो जलाए थे, अगर कानून होता तो बजरंग दल वालों को किसने अनुमति दी है जलाने के लिए, आप बताइए मुझे।
नहीं, उसमें लोग पकड़े गए हैं।
नहीं सर, पकड़े गए, 3 मुलजिम पकड़े गए अभी। कितने पकड़े गए? 3 मुलजिम पकड़े गए। मैन मुलजिम है जो मास्टरमाइंड है, मैन जो मारने वाला है, जलाने वाला है, वो अभी भी खुला घूम रहा है और फिर चैलेंज दे रहा है कि मैं आ रहा हूँ, तुम्हारा दामाद आ रहा है, तुम तैयार रहना। इस पे अंकुश लगता तो शायद आज मेरा मेवात बच जाता जलने से।
Social media turns into a battleground through the smokescreen of personal vendettas. Grudges fuel the fires of intolerance. With Nitin Jain, Bureau Report, India Today.
भाई पुलिस की वर्दी में चोर भी आते हैं।
So what can India do? India can act against instigators like Jabir, like Bittu Bajrangi and the others who are all pouring social media poison for days together before the riots happened. But what does India have in terms of options to act against? Let's put those visuals on our screen as quickly as possible. Against people like Ehsan Mewati, Pakistani. What can the Indian government do against people like him who are sitting pretty in Pakistan? Jitin Jain, cybersecurity expert, Vikram Singh, former Director General of Police of Uttar Pradesh, both with me. Let's get a perspective. Jitin, first to you. This was not just some random YouTuber. This was a guy who had, alarmingly accurate ground inputs and information. He was live streaming information before, during the riots. He acted as an instigator, and then he was practically covering the riot live in terms of, capturing what was going on, revealing details about where the police were, etc. This is a man who was, more than just someone who was looking for likes and shares.
No, I mean, you're perfectly right. See, this is not the first time. This is what happened in Delhi riots. This is what was happening during the farmer riots. This is what is happening in Mewat now. I mean, thank God you have put out the IP address details and location details of this guy. Otherwise, I'm sure, some liberals on the show would have been claiming that the Modi government is shutting down some freelance journalist who has got 145,000 viewership. So this is what has been happening. I mean, we saw government trying to ban 1,300 odd accounts which are operated out of Pakistan, spreading venom propaganda and creating religious tensions in India during farmer protest. And out of 5 million people who were speaking against the government decided to ban 1,300 odd suspicious accounts. And the people say that, look, government is trying to stifle the free voice, free speech, banning some free journalists. I mean, every YouTuber sitting out of Pakistan working on the paid roles of ISPA today in terms of our liberal media has become a freelance journalist. I mean, if government tries to say that, okay, if you're running let's say, online news portal, please tell us who are you, who is the responsible person, please register the main administrator or the owner of this portal with the government. I mean, there's a hue and cry. I mean, tell me which mainstream media publication would want to hide the editor or owner of that publication?
Yeah.
I mean, anybody doing genuine, responsible journalism would always reveal their face. I mean, we have become a banana republic. Any attempt to curb fake news, any attempt to do fact check, any attempt to fight disinformation, any attempt to fight propaganda has been met with resistance from the liberal community or the political opposition parties. The problem is that we have failed to realize that India is at a perpetual war with ISPR.
Yeah.
It is not these 30, 50 odd terrorists Pakistan sends every month which get killed in the valley. It is thousands of people. ISPR is brainwashing every month, radicalizing every month. So
this is very true. Pakistan may be at a historic low right now, but that doesn't mean that its war with India is going to soften at any stretch. Dr. Singh, apart from the ISPR, the ISI, etc., there is reason to believe that there is more to meet, more that meets the eye than just some random Pakistani YouTuber in the wilderness trying to harm India, because he was using 11 phones, 2 phones, 11 email addresses, 3 different locations, unusually accurate sense of what's happening on the ground. This has all the telltale signs of being an organized attack, sir.
Absolutely. I totally agree with Mr. Jatin Jain, and whatever has been mentioned by him. It is too simple. His educational qualifications and his dialect and accent show that he is basically illiterate, but he is in the payroll of the ISI, trained and doctrined and trained very well to move around. You have exposed his game plan by giving his IP address and his geographical locations, because he was being supplied by video footages real time. They were supplied. The $1 million question is who supplied and how, and they were again recast and broadcast on from his IP address to give the impression that he was actually moving around Mewat. This insidious movement, and also the attempt to slow poison and create an element of fear, disinformation, fake news and deep fake news, goes to show that ISI is eyeball deep in all the disturbances that happened. This is an eye-opener. I must compliment you for exposing this Mewati, who claims to be a Mewati, yet he's a Pakistani. And if he's a Pakistani, and I'm sure he is a Pakistani, this game has to be exposed. Now, the legal options are that we need to take it up by the IT Act. As also, I know Pakistan is going to do nothing, because Pakistan is as much complicit as Mewati himself.
Correct.
But what we can do is to identify the foot soldiers, identify them, nail them, and of course, we have a job to perform, and that job is to prevent spread of rumors and expose the likes as you had of Mewati and others.
Jitin, is there anything more that can happen apart from the IT Act, blocking, making sure that these YouTube videos get taken down, or is the only solution counterattacks?
No, of course you must block this, fake accounts. Obviously, you must take action. But I think on one last point, I disagree with Vikram Singh, sir. You see, लातों के भूत बातों से नहीं मानते. For a country which calls Hafiz Saeed as a peace-loving NGO worker, which disowns Kassab, will never act against these hate mongers which are working on their own payrolls. I think the only action is that we must expose the larger designs, the complete groups which are working on the payrolls.
It's a bigger conspiracy for sure.
And expose Pakistan as a factory of coordinated disinformation and a worldwide religious hatred and radicalization factory of the world. I think Pakistan today is standing on a crossroad where in one hand एक भीख का कटोरा है, दूसरे हाथ में एक religious hatred का एक डंडा लेके ये लोग घूम रहे हैं. And let me tell you, I think somewhere down the line, it is inertia of our own system. We have completely failed to counter this Pakistan-based information warfare. We have completely failed to educate our own society, our own political parties, that we must speak in one unanimous voice when it comes to this Pakistan propaganda. It is not about Hindu versus Muslim. It is purely Pakistan versus a stable, peaceful, peace-loving Indian society. And I think last point I want to make, I think we must give Pakistan a taste of its own medicine.
No, I agree. I completely agree with that, and I wanted to go back to Dr. Singh for another point, but unfortunately I'm told by my producers I'm out of time. However, we will take this discussion forward another time, maybe today or tomorrow. But all I want to say is what these findings basically suggest is that the Mewat issue has gone from being a law and order situation into an internal security, a potentially internal security situation that we need to look at very, very carefully, handled by an external adversary. Those are some of the implications of what we're talking about here. We'll keep a track of that story. Many other media channels forced to pick up the Ehsan Mewati story today as a result of India Today's investigation. We welcome that. Everyone should be covering the big story of the day. Thanks for watching 5 Live. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita Nandagopal comes up next. The police swing into action against the new hate posts. 3 social media accounts under the scanner for posts that fanned the riots. All about it next.
Six years in the making, and you made points in terms of the concerns. In these 6 years, there must have been God knows how many number of data leaks. And I want to ask you, what does this mean for the average user, given the reality that some of the biggest data sets that exist in India are with the government? Aadhaar, driving licenses, the voter card base, services that we use from the government, apart from telecom, for example, railway ticketing. I could go on, and these data sets exist within the public sector domain. Explain to our viewers, does the exemption for government entities play out on such examples, and how will it work? Because, the The point also is that while there is a lot of social media usage, it is optional. You could switch off your social media accounts and live happily, but you can't get away from possessing all the various government IDs. That is with you from birth to death, Prateek.
Yeah, so I think, again, that's where the exemption bit comes in the sense that they still have to notify the instrumentalities which will be exempt. So at this point, it isn't clear which of these, will be exempt from, the conditions that are imposed on data fiduciaries. But that's where the concern remains in the sense.
But Prateek, may I interrupt you? If all of this is to be exempt, and I take your point that the final word on that has not been said in terms of specific exemptions, but if all of this is exempt, then what is even sought to be protected?
Yeah, no, that's the point. So in the scenario where all of this is exempt, then you essentially have a bill that maybe only applies to the private entities, right? Which also with limitations, because again there's the ability to provide exemptions to them as well in certain scenarios, also not to be determined at this stage, right? So as you pointed out, in the Indian context, a lot of our data is already with the state, right? A lot of this information is already a part of a breach somewhere. Already, folks already have access to it, which is why you're seeing cybercrime campaigns are becoming more and more sophisticated. Their operations are becoming more and more sophisticated. They are potentially able to build richer profiles of people for social engineering kind of attacks as well, right? So that question remains. And the bill also broadly then says that look, you have to retain data for lawful purposes, and this varies based on different things, right? I believe in the banking sector you have to keep transaction information for 10 years, right? Or if you go back to the certain directions from last year which required retention of user logs for 6 months, and in some cases customer information for 5 years, right, until after after they stop
Right.
subscribing to service. What happens to the right to erasure in that case, right? I may
Right.
exercise my right to delete this information, but neither the government nor the private entity will remove that because they are required by other laws.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. We'll be running you through all the top stories. There's an interesting fight that's breaking out between the AAP and the Congress. And this comes just a day after Home Minister Amit Shah said that the India alliance would break apart and AAP would leave in lieu of the Delhi Ordinance Bill voting not going in their favour in Parliament. We'll get you details of exactly what's playing out between the AAP and Congress. The headlines first. Big win for Rahul Gandhi. Supreme Court puts Rahul's conviction in 2019 defamation case on hold. Rahul hails order, says truth always triumphs.
कल नहीं तो परसों सच्चाई की जीत होती है। मेरा रास्ता तो क्लियर है, मुझे क्या करना है, मेरा क्या काम है, उसके बारे में मेरे दिमाग में बिल्कुल क्लैरिटी है।
All eyes now on Lok Sabha Speaker. Congress asks Om Birla to restore Rahul as MP immediately. Birla awaits Supreme Court order copy. Big win for Hindu side in Gyanvapi fight. Supreme Court allows ASI survey to go ahead, orders no excavation at the mosque complex. Cops swing into action against new hate posts. 3 social media accounts under scanner for posts that fanned riots. Over 2,300 videos from July 31st under scanner. India Today grills hate-monger Bittu, exposed by India Today. Bajrangi defiant defends his videos that triggered the riots. And after India Today tracked down the rioters' den in the Aravalli Mountains, cops probed the hills after our expulsing. There's a fight that's playing out between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress on Twitter, and this is between Karnataka Congress leader Dinesh Gundu Rao and his visit to the national capital. The India allies are now locked in an open fight. Gundu Rao took to social media to talk about his visit to a mohalla clinic, and as you see on your screens there, he was escorted by the Aam Aadmi Party, he was escorted by the Delhi government, and yet took a taunt on social media saying these clinics are overhyped, they're overrated, we have better healthcare services in Karnataka. He then said also that he was very disappointed. And this came just about an hour after you had Arvind Kejriwal welcoming Dinesh Gundu Rao, saying that it's nice to see that so many states are taking lessons from our healthcare model. But now you have Gundu Rao taking to social media to openly criticize. Let's get your reactions coming in.
दिल्ली का जो मोहल्ला क्लिनिक है वो उसके बारे में हमको बहुत जानकारी पहले है and I wanted to see for myself and also discuss how the Delhi government is implementing their health policies. जैसे हमारे मिनिस्टर साहब सौरभ जी ने बोले कि हर स्टेट में अलग-अलग होते हैं और even in the south, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, our health has always been a priority for all of us, the health sector, and every state has got something good to learn from, and I wanted to see the Mohalla clinic because we have also got something similar in Karnataka also. We call it Namma clinic, and I wanted to see how we can improve our system, learn from this system.
Okay, so Dinesh Gundu Rao has made a Namma clinic versus Mohalla clinic, but obviously there will be questions about how the India alliance really stays intact with these kind of comments being put out on social media. Preeti Chaudhary is with us here in the newsroom. Preeti, good evening. Are you really surprised seeing this kind of a taunt from Dinesh Gundu Rao? Because you also were telling me earlier that the Congress constantly does this with the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, you know, it's interesting because even though they're in alliance together where India is concerned, Akshita, the sniping is going to go on. And that primarily, goes on to reflect the fact that it's an inorganic alliance. The reason why their inception and where the Aam Aadmi Party is today is because it's taken the space ceded by the Congress. How did it come to power in the national capital? Well, it came to power in the capital by displacing the Sheila Dikshit government, by displacing the Congress. In Punjab, if the Congress has come to power, if the Aam Aadmi Party has come to power, it's displaced the Congress Party. It's looking to make forays into other states like Haryana, where the Congress is the primary opposition right now, and at one point of time the Congress had back-to-back governments in states like that. So this is well but expected, Akshita. I'll give you a little bit more context. With what we saw, the likes of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary make a spirited defense of what the Aam Aadmi Party stand was on the Delhi service bill. But on the sidelines of it, if you saw what happened where the Delhi unit was concerned, you had the likes of Ajay Markan making it very clear that the Congress should not be supporting the Aam Aadmi Party, especially where the Delhi Services Bill was concerned. So it's interesting because you'll have states unit playing out against the national ambitions of the alliance in either way. One can expect this to happen state on state. There are elections coming in the next 3 months. The Aam Aadmi Party hopes to make forays into Madhya Pradesh, into Rajasthan. Then what? Because you look at the Congress. The Aam Aadmi Party is going to eye the Congress's position. In Karnataka, what happened? Interesting. The Aam Aadmi Party, though, lost deposit in all of its seats which it contested on, but it did try and poach not just cadre but leadership of the Congress. You have a Brijesh Kadapa right now from the Congress who is with the Aam Aadmi Party.
So
yes, the AAP space in Karnataka. So it's bound to happen, and it will happen in days to come. But I don't see I don't see the alliance go anywhere because it's an alliance not so much of ideology. Like I said, it's an inorganic alliance, but it's the hour of the need, and both parties understand that.
Well, interestingly, the optics definitely don't all go well right here. Thanks very much, Preeti, for joining us with that interesting perspective. The AAP has reacted now. I want to bring in Rahul Gautam on this. Rahul, tell me how the Aam Aadmi Party is reacting to Dinesh Gundu Rao's tweet there. They're highlighting a comment which we played out just earlier, where Dinesh Gundu Rao is seemingly praising the Mohalla clinic in front of Saurabh Bharadwaj, and then behind his back tweeted that. Okay, I'll reconnect with Rahul Gautam in just a bit. AAP MLA Naresh Balyan has also now hit back at Dinesh Gundu Rao. He's tweeted out a bit from Dinesh Gundu Rao's comment, which we played out for you earlier as well, where Gundu Rao was praising the Mohalla clinics, and this was right after his visit. And then it looks like a few hours later, he had a change of mind, decided that he's going to go ahead and speak what he truly felt about visiting the Mohalla clinics. And that's why Dinesh Gundu Rao went ahead and said that, he found it rather disappointing. And what's ironic and really, kind of sinks this in is the fact that you had Arvind Kejriwal just about an hour before that welcoming Dinesh Gundu Rao, saying it's great that we're able to, show our healthcare model and that states are able to learn from it. Rahul Gautam is back with me. Rahul, run us through AAP's reaction to Dinesh Gundu Rao's tweet there. It's extremely embarrassing for AAP.
Well, Aam Aadmi Party is certainly not impressed with the tweet of Karnataka Health Minister Mr. Dinesh Gundu Rao. In fact, one of the MLAs and leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Naresh Balyan, has now hit out at Congress leaders, saying that even the world, leaders have already acknowledged the success story of Mohalla clinics. And in fact, Naresh Balyan also said that in coming days, you're going to see more and more facilities being added to Delhi Mohalla clinics. Now, obviously, this might start a war of words between Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party, given the fact that both are trying to get more of a hold, as far as turf is concerned. We all know that Aam Aadmi Party had contested, assembly polls in Karnataka, that were recently over, and at that point of time, Congress Party was one of the main competitors as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. So obviously, you can say this is an attempt on the part of Karnataka state leadership to keep.
But then, Rahul, thanks for joining us with your input. The reality, however, is that whatever differences were there, Arvind Kejriwal made it a point to ensure that he sent one of his top ministers to accompany Dinesh Gundu Rao. Saurabh Bharadwaj, you see, is with Dinesh Gundu Rao in that particular visit, ensuring that he was there to show off the Mohalla clinic structure, only for Dinesh Gundu Rao then to turn around and say, hey, it was pretty disappointing. So we'll see how this plays out, but clearly at this point, AAP is not impressed. Will they put pressure on the Congress to tell Gundu Rao to back off, to delete that tweet? We'll have to wait and watch. And let's switch focus to the aftermath of the riots in Haryana. The administration promised that they would crack down on every single rioter. And what you're seeing is the UP's bulldozer model now playing out in Haryana as well. These are images that we're showing to you from Nuh, which was in the epicenter of the riot. Bulldozers are bringing down illegal encroachments and cracking down on many of the people, the rioters and infiltrators, remember, who were identified as being a part of that riot. Let's get you a report by Himanshu Mishra.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं नल्हड़ मंदिर के पास, पहाड़ी के ठीक एकदम बगल में, और आप ये देखिए यहाँ पर 1, 2, 3 बुलडोजर चल रहे हैं और जो इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन है उनको हटाया जा रहा है। एकदम पहाड़ी के पास ये कंस्ट्रक्शन बनाया गया था। आप देखिए यहाँ पर किस तरीके से ये पक्का कंस्ट्रक्शन था जिसको तोड़ा जा रहा है। आगे लेके चलता हूँ आपको दूसरा, ये देखिए बुलडोजर 1, अब ये बुलडोजर नंबर 2 दिखाता हूँ। ये देखिए ये अंदर घुसा हुआ है और वो पूरा इलाका जो है, जो पूरा इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन था उसे यहाँ पर तोड़ा जा रहा है। आप ये देखिए पूरी तरीके से, दरअसल ये पूरा एक छोटा गांव यहाँ पर बसा दिया गया था और पूरा जो छोटा गांव था वो सरकारी ज़मीन पे बना हुआ था। अब आपको हम दिखाते हैं, ये देखिए ये तीसरा, आप देखिए पूरी झुग्गियाँ बनी हुई थी, कुछ पक्के मकान बने हुए थे और देखिए पूरा यहाँ पे आपको गृहस्थी का सामान दिखेगा पूरी तरीके से। आप देखिए और आसपास वो देखिए दूर वहाँ पर पुलिस की मौजूदगी है। दूसरी तरफ हम दिखाते हैं, यहाँ पर आप देखिए पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवानों की तैनाती है। दरअसल पूरी सुरक्षा के साथ इसे यहाँ पर जो ये कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है। पुलिस अब यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से एक्शन में है। पुलिस का कहना है कि जो भी अनाधिकृत कब्जे हैं उसे खाली कराया जा रहा है और इसकी रिपोर्ट पहले से ही पुलिस के पास मौजूद थी, प्रशासन के पास मौजूद था। आप देखिए जो पक्के कंस्ट्रक्शन है उन्हें भी पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पर तोड़ा जा रहा है। लगातार ये कार्रवाई चल रही है। कल तावड़ू में हमने देखा था कि बुलडोजर, प्रशासन का बुलडोजर चला था। कैमरामैन लोकेंद्र पांडे के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा, नूह आज तक।
And here on India Today, besides those ground reports, we've been getting you investigation after investigation exposing how this riot actually took place and who the guilty are. Now, in the latest investigative report that we put out, which showed you how many of these infiltrators and rioters were hiding in the Aravalli range, the cops and the administration has promised tough action. Now they're sifting through all of these hills to find where these rioters are and to crack down.
बैठे भाई, फायरिंग कर रहे थे। ये देखो भाई, फायरिंग।
Gunshots pierce through.
चारों तरफ से पहाड़ों से फायरिंग हो रही है। बहुत बुरा हाल है भाई।
Hails of stones came down like missiles from the hills in Nuh. India Today took the arduous journey to find out who seized the towering peaks to rain down bullets and stones on the July 31st Shobha Yatra by the VHP and Bajrang Dal. Now the surrounding Aravalli range is serving as the mountain refuge for residents of Nuh. They admitted that suspected rioters have mingled with innocent civilians, taking shelter in the hills over fears of mass arrest.
वहाँ चला गया वो भी, जो ना गए वो भी, सब अपने इधर उधर है। पुलिस आती है, उठा ले जाते हैं, ये भी ना पूछती तुम गए वहाँ ना गए, आती है उठा ले।
Rafiq is president of Nuh's Sarpanch Association, also admitted that young men from his village did participate in looting and rioting, and that they have all fled.
5 से 7 बच्चे हैं मेरे गांव के, हैं मेरे गांव के, नहीं है मेरे गांव के, हैं मेरे गांव के बच्चे, और एक चिंता की बच्चे थे। मैं ऐसे नहीं तुमको रोकूंगा, तुम कहूँगा नहीं, मैं पैर भी करूँगा, आगे चल के दूंगा उनको। ये 5-7 बच्चे लूटपाट में या दंगे हैं? लूटपाट में या दंगे? नहीं, इसमें झगड़े में हैं। वो लोग अभी हैं, मुलाकात किसी हो सकती है ऐसे ही नाम में? नहीं हो सकती, वो तो निकल दिए सब। किस उम्र के बच्चे हैं? वो तो उनकी उम्र 25-25, 20-20 साल की, 18 साल की, 22 साल की, इस तरीके से। बाइकें जो लूट लाई गई, हाँ, उनमें मेरे गाँव के 2-3 बच्चे नहीं, जो चीज़ है 2-3 बच्चे बाइकों में हैं। बाकी दंगे में 5-6-7 बच्चे हैं जो मेरे गांव में।
Exclusive report revealed a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ, ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी।
India Today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery, stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights, a hideaway of villagers of Nuh district fearing crackdown, and a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. As the drone soared, it captured the scale of this makeshift exodus. Among these, elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
आपकी गाड़ी देखी, लोग छुप गए पहाड़ में, पुलिस आ गई। 3 दिन से इसी तरह बिल्कुल अलर्ट कर देते हैं और दुबक जाते हैं, छिप जाते हैं, खाना भी नहीं खाते पुलिस के डर से।
India Today's enterprising team of reporters reached the hideouts even before the police did. The investigators have taken note and assured a probe into those hiding in the hills. The police say they are gathering scientific evidence to nail the criminals. With suspects mingling with villagers, it will be a challenge for the Haryana police to sift out the guilty from the mass of villagers sheltering in the Aravalli peaks. Bureau Report, India Today.
We'll continue getting you more such reports on who is responsible and who's to blame for the Haryana violence. I'm slipping into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, a news break from Andhra Pradesh of violence that's broken out as clashes were reported between TDP and YSRCP workers. Those images coming your way in just a bit.
men, Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi, who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare, live-streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
देखिए वहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं, खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ मेरे भाई हैं।
India Today locates them uphill.
ये मेरा भैया डोल रहा है यहाँ। ये कोई टेररिस्ट नहीं है, सिर्फ अपनी जान बचाने छुपे हुए हैं जी।
Young men perched atop the mountains. Village women carrying jerry cans trek upward.
खाना हाँ पहाड़ ले जा रहा भाई, ग्वालन हम तो प्राण लो।
पहाड़ पे
हाँ
छुपे हुए
हाँ
क्या खाना पानी लेके जा रहे हैं?
हाँ
अच्छा, और भी लोग हैं ऊपर?
हाँ।
We deploy a drone. India Today took to the skies, navigating the rugged terrain to bring you an extraordinary perspective. The rolling hills, cloaked in lush greenery stretching endlessly. Our lens settles on surreal sights. A hideaway of villagers of Noor district fearing crackdown. And a hideout of suspected rioters mingling with them to escape arrest. India Today's watchful eye reveals a trail of individuals trudging up with their belongings in tow. Cots on their heads, household items in possession. As the drone soars, it captures the scale of this makeshift exodus. Clusters of people dot the landscape. These are not leisurely explorers. Among these elderly villagers and women are suspected troublemakers.
सुबह में और शाम में दोनों टाइम और दोपहर में पुलिस का राउंड लगता है, इसीलिए पहाड़ पे रहते हैं लोग। यहाँ पे पुलिस उठा कर ले जाती है बेकसूर लोगों को भी। खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया, खाना वाने का कोई इंतजाम ही नहीं है।
India Today's exclusive endeavor reveals a complex narrative of fear and defiance etched on the canvas of the Aravalli Hills. With Arvind Oja in Noor, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's get you breaking news that's coming in from Andhra's Puganuru, where you had, in fact, Chandrababu Naidu, former Chief Minister, TDP chief, holding a rally that turned quickly violent because of clashes that broke out between TDP and YSRCP workers. This happened in Puganuru, and you can see also that Chandrababu Naidu was there when suddenly the violence broke out. Largely incidents of stone pelting that were reported, but because of these clashes, it's suspected that there were multiple casualties as well. The police immediately stepped in, but really struggled to control the crowd. What triggered this kind of violence remains a big question, but you see on the left of your screens Chandrababu Naidu standing atop a vehicle, and people gathered there trying to, in fact, control the violence. The security also trying to protect him to ensure that none of the stones being pelted actually hits him. Apurva Jayachandran is joining us with more details on this. Apurva, tell us what really happened. Do we have any details right now with casualties?
Well, Akshita, what we do know is Chandrababu Naidu was on his tour today, and he was in fact in Punganuru when this incident happened. What we can ascertain from this incident is that there was a clash that erupted between TDP and YCP supporters, in which there was stone pelting also reported. This came at the time when Chandrababu Naidu was in fact making his speech, addressing the public that had gathered there, in Punganuru, and this is when this massive clash took place. Heavy police deployment right now in Punganuru, even as these stone pelting and clashes have been reported. Several people have also been injured, is what we are getting to know. After speaking with, the SP there, what we do get, what we are hearing is that this happened after there had been speeches made by Chandrababu Naidu, and allegedly TDP volunteers and YCP volunteers had got in, word of words with each other, which then caused the stone pelting incident to take place. This is the preliminary information that we have so far. Several of them have also been reported injured previously in this accident and the stone pelting that occurred in Punganuru as well. We're still awaiting more information on this accident.
Okay, we understand Chandrababu Naidu was unhurt in these clashes, but there are several other workers from both sides who've been hurt. You see the kind of vandalism, the stone pelting that was reported as violence broke out. Thanks, Apurva, for joining us with those details. We'll, of course, keep a track on all the updates that come in on that big story from Andhra Pradesh. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll be joining you same time come Monday.
Power star Pawan Kalyan's latest film Bro hasn't had the best run at the box office. But it's created a huge buzz in political circles. The Tollywood superstar, who has been juggling his films and political career, is now in a soup as his political rivals have used his latest film to fire a political taunt. The YSRCP has levelled a sensational black money allegation against the power star, claiming Pawan Kalyan's film has been funded with black money collected by none other than Kalyan's good friend Chandrababu Naidu.
Vishwaprasad TJ garu ee rakanga black money ni white money ga chesi సినిమాల ద్వారా తీసుకొచ్చి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్కి ప్యాకేజీల రూపంలో ఇచ్చేటటువంటి ఒక కుట్రపూరితమైనటువంటి పరిస్థితులు కూడా కనిపిస్తా ఉన్నాయి. దీని మీద కూడా
The YSRCP minister Ambati Rambabu's comments has set off a political storm in Andhra Pradesh with his twin attack on the Janasena chief and the TDP. Seeing red over Chandrababu Naidu's name being dragged into the row, TDP has demanded answers from the YSRCP on the basis of these allegations.
Stop making these baseless allegations and stop making such funny comments on movies. Answer our questions, answer about the corruption that is happening in your department in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
YSRCP has been levelling corruption allegations repeatedly against Naidu and Kalyan, both of whom have been extremely vocal about their friendship, with images repeatedly showing their closeness. This latest attack is sure to heat up the political tussle between Chief Minister Jagan and Pawan Kalyan, who have been resorted to personal, below-the-belt comments to target one another. While power star Pawan Kalyan has been mum on the allegations levelled by YSRCP, this latest charge is sure to heat up the Andhra poll battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to our special program, Road to the World Cup with me, Nikhil Naz. Now, the big event in cricket is, of course, the 50-over World Cup. We're still 2 months away from that, but in the series of program that we're doing here on India Today, we're building up in terms of the team combination. Where does the Indian team stand right now? That is what we try and assess ahead of that big cricket World Cup. That, of course, is the 50-over World Cup. What India was playing yesterday was a T20 game. That's the game that we'll analyze. But at the end of the day, this is a white ball format, and performances in T20 will also play a major role when it comes to selecting the ODI team. Vimal Kumar, a senior cricket journalist, will also join us live from Trinidad. That's where that T20 game was played. He will tell us about what was the thought process of the team combination that India went in with resulted in a loss. But let's first look at the highlights. Now, after losing the ODI series, West Indies made a strong start to the 5-match T20I series against India. The hosts put up a brilliant overall performance to brush aside Hardik Pandya's new-look Indian side in the first T20 international. Now, India fell short by 4 runs in a chase of 150 as their batting order failed to negotiate with some smart bowling from the host. Here's how the match played out.
Rovman Pal had no hesitation in opting to bat first after winning the toss at the Brian Lara Stadium in Tarouba. The Windies started aggressively. Brandon King was the aggressor between the two openers as he scored boundaries at will.
Wonderful strike. Chance to operate.
India were facing the music and Chahal was brought into the attack for damage control. Yuzi struck on the very first ball as Kyle Mayers missed the sweep.
Goes up with confidence.
Yuzi struck again in the same over and his victim this time was Brandon King.
Confidence appeal. There he goes.
Nicholas Pooran ensured that the Windies did not lose momentum. He pummeled the Indian bowlers and raced to 41. But he found the fielder in the deep and India had the wicket they needed. The visitors had the chance to get rid of Rahman Pal, but Chahal dropped the catch at extra cover. Pal made the most of the reprieve and tonged a few big ones.
49.
The Windies couldn't get the late flourish they hoped for and finished with 149 on the board. There wasn't much scoreboard pressure, but Shubman Gill lost his wicket while trying to take the attack to Akil Hussain. Suryakumar Yadav came to the middle and settled the nerves with some fine strokes. India lost their second opener when Ishan Kishan tried to clear the man at mid-on. India's pushback was led by Tilak Verma, who was impressive with some of his strokes on debut. The hosts, though, weren't going to let India settle as both Surya and Tilak were dismissed in quick succession. The visitors were further pegged back when they lost the captain. A ball later, there was confusion in the middle, which led to a Sanju Samson run-out. India needed 10 of the final over, but they fell short of the target. The Windies are now 1-0 up in the 5-match series. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Now, if you take a look at that match very closely, you'll realize that India dominated that game. Out of the 40 overs that were played, for majority of the time, the Indian team were the dominant team. At a situation where you needed just 37 runs of 29 balls, your captain still on the crease, you thought India would win. From there on, it reached to 10 needed of the final over, still a position where most teams would win. It didn't happen for India. And those are the questions that were asked of the Indian captain Hardik Pandya. This is what he had to say at the end of the game.
Not really. I think we were right in the chase and to be very honest, quite comfortable there. Obviously, we made some errors and which kind of costed us the game, but which is fine. You know, a young team will make mistakes and, you know, all will grow together. And if you see throughout the game, we were quite in control of the game, and which is something which was a positive in this game. And, you know, good 4 games coming ahead.
Okay, you heard it from the Indian captain Hardik Pandya. Let's take you across live to Trinidad. Vimal Kumar, cricket journalist, joins us live from there. He kept a very close watch on the entire proceedings. Listening to Hardik Pandya, Vimal, after that loss, doesn't seem like he is very worried. But most fans would say this is that young, new look Indian team that will be playing the T20 World Cup in a few months' time from now. And that World Cup, interestingly, will be played in the US of A as well as West Indies. Similar conditions you're going to get. Slow pitches as we saw in this game. Should the Indian team be worried, or do you think, no, after this loss, they're looking at the rest of the series, rest assured that they're going to bounce back?
Thanks, Nikhil, once again for having me on India Today television. Yeah, I won't say panic. In fact, rather I was really surprised. It was a close match, and when Team India lost, I thought Hardik Pandya, the new captain, might be upset. But contrary to that, once Hardik addressed the customary post-match presentation, after that he was, you know, indulged in some fun moments with the local crowd. A lot of Gujarati fans were there in the stands, and he obliged them with autographs, photographs, you know, joking around. He was just being Hardik Pandya, normal cricketer, not behaving like a captain of an Indian team or something like he has just lost a match and very disappointed. Yes, he must have been disappointed. Everyone wants to take a 1-0 lead in a 5-match series, but he knows that. It was close despite not playing their best cricket, despite perhaps not having the best combination. They still managed to almost, it could have gone either way, the last ball 6. So I think the mood in the camp is not that of panic. Perhaps there is a realization they need to play even better, because West Indies is certainly a better T20 team than they are a test team or ODI team. So maybe some lessons must have been learnt, and we can see a quick turnaround in just days' time.
Right. You make a valid point there, Vimal. The West Indies T20 team are no pushovers. You know that in this format, they can be quite competitive. So the Indian team had their task cut out. But stay on with us. We'll come back to you with a couple more questions. Meanwhile, India now are a team in transition when it comes to the shortest format of the game. The result did not go India's way when they tried a new look playing 11. Here are some of the things that went wrong for the men in blue, which resulted in them trailing in this series 1-0.
India's playing 11 caught everyone's attention because India did the odd thing by going with 3 spinners, meaning that India's last recognized batter came in at number 7. The team fell short by a margin of just 4 runs. An extra batter in the lineup could perhaps have changed the result.
Just one again. No, they'll come back for 2. There'll be a run out.
चीज़ हमेशा मैच के बाद आती है कि क्या टीम में कुछ चेंज हो सकता था कि नहीं, लेकिन जिस 11 से हम खेले हैं हमें पूरा भरोसा था कि हम ये मैच जीत सकते हैं और हम एनी डे अपनी टीम को बैक करते हैं. जो भी टीम वो 11 जो बनती है उसको बैक करते हैं, चाहे उसमें 6 बॉलर हो चाहे उसमें 9 बॉलर हो, वो मैटर नहीं करता. जिस 11 को हमने फील्ड पे खिलाया है वो एक दूसरे को बैक करते हैं कि वो कहीं से भी वो मैच को जिता सकते हैं.
Drop catches often cost a team dearly, and that's exactly what happened on the day. Team India dropped not 1 but 2 catches. Rovman Pal was given a reprieve when Shubman Gill could not hang on to the catch. A tough chance, but a missed opportunity nonetheless. The easier chance went to UZCHL, who dropped a straight one while fielding at extra cover. A regulation catch which should have been taken. Team India were also guilty of poor shot selection. Both the Indian openers gave away their wicket while going for attacking shots, even when there was no scoreboard pressure. The Indian captain also missed a trick by not bowling out UZCHL's full quota of overs. This after UZ had already given India 2 wickets in his first over. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Right, plenty of questions after India's loss to West Indies in that first T20. I will take you back to Trinidad. Vimal Kumar is still with us. Vimal, our program as such, Road to the World Cup, we are focusing on, of course, the 50-over World Cup. But we here believe that the performances in this T20 format might influence the selection in the ODI World Cup too. What do you reckon the team management is thinking? Is the team management also taking a closer look at T20 performances? Some players are being tested, the likes of Surya Kumar Yadav, Sanju Samson, Ishan Kishan. Will these performances in T20, in that sense, be looked at when you're selecting the ODI World Cup team? Is the management seeing it this way?
Generally we don't see like the T20 teams are different, ODI teams are different, different personnel. But I think in this particular series, especially the team which is playing in West Indies, the reason is that, there are not too many months away from ODI World Cup. And since the likes of KL Rahul, Shreyas Iyer being injured, and that the likes of Surya Kumar Yadav and Sanju Samson, they are in contention. And even maybe, who knows, someone like Arjit Singh, who has done well in T20 format and is being seen as a good test bowler. So you never know, with so much injury happening, so much cricket is going to be played in the over next few months. These are T20 players who have a good body of work, good fitness. They can push their case.
Okay, Vimal, stay on with us. Still a little bit more to come with Vimal from Trinidad. Meanwhile, it was a landmark moment for the Indian team, that last game. Yes, the result didn't quite turn the way that they would have wanted, but this was also India's 200th T20I game. And this is how their record stands overall. They've won 127 of the 200 played. They've lost 64. They've tied 4, and you've had 4 no results, 5 no results, I beg your pardon. So overall, if you take a look at that record, it's a pretty impressive record when it comes to T20Is. Now, going back to when they played their first T20I, that was 1st of December in 2006 versus South Africa. I was lucky enough to be there at the ground witnessing that historical game. India ended up winning that game. Then their 50th was versus Australia on March the 3rd in 2014. That also India won. 100th was versus Ireland on June the 27th, 2018. That also India won. 150th versus Namibia. That was on November the 11th, which India won once again. So this is the first loss as such when it comes to these landmark games. The 200 game that India played versus West Indies, they ended up on the losing side. Now, what has the performance been like of individual players? Highest runs for India in that period, no surprise, Virat Kohli with 4,008 runs. Highest wicket taker is Yuzi Chahal. He picked up 2 wickets yesterday as well. Most 50s, no surprise, once again, goes to Virat Kohli. 37 50s is what he's got at that time. Most 100s, Rohit Sharma, he's got 400s in T20 internationals. Okay, final question to you, Vimal, before we let you go. There were a few questions about India's playing 11 in this game, primarily because your batting order finished at number 7. From 8, you have the tail. Many think that in this sort of a format, you need enough batters, even at number 8 and 9. You need a lot of all-rounders. That wasn't the case for India. Do you foresee a few changes in the playing 11 for the next T20?
Well, I think India will not panic just after one loss. I think that there will not be too many changes. But yes, they must have realized there were too many bowlers. Obviously, there were a lot of bowling options. But at the same time, because lack of experience in this T20 lineup, I think they would like to bolster the batting lineup as well. So that is one thing. I see one change, at least one batsman coming in, and probably I think since as we are talking, Team India is about to check out from the hotel in just few minutes time, and they will be reaching airport, and maybe in 3 hours time they will be in Guyana. Today is the traveling day. They will not be going to the stadium or have a look at the pitch, but tomorrow I'm sure once they go to the Guyana's the stadium Providence, and then they will have a look at it, because in these islands all the pitches are different, weather is different. So sometimes depending on the pitches, the dimension, especially more so in T20 cricket, the team combination changes. So maybe not just necessarily because of this loss, maybe because of the dimension of the ground, maybe because of the pitch, the nature of the pitch. So we might see some changes, Nikhila. At least one change I can see that, because we all know that if India loses the second game, it will be very tough to make a comeback against this West Indian side in their home conditions.
All right, Vimal, thank you so much for joining us with those latest updates from Trinidad. As he said, conditions will be very, very different going forward as well. We saw a very slow pitch in Trinidad. That may not be the case going forward in the other games. There is still a little bit more from the world of sports that is happening at the moment. One of that is with regards to KL Rahul in a big boost for the Indian cricket team. KL Rahul is likely to be fit and available for selection for upcoming Asia Cup. Now, this is via a report published in the Times of India that suggests that KL has been training well and his sessions focused both on batting and wicket keeping. KL's return to the Indian cricket team could end the team management's pursuit of finding a replacement for him. Meanwhile, the Indian players have been fined by the ICC for maintaining a slow over rate in the first T20I. India were fined 5% of their match fee for failing 1 over short of the minimum over rate. The opposition players also had to give up to 10% of their match fees, as both sides could not complete the overs in stipulated time. The Royal Challengers Bangalore have appointed a new head coach, Andy Flower. The man who was last seen coaching the Lucknow Super Giants will now be with the Royal Challengers Bangalore. His appointment effectively means that the franchise have officially parted ways with Mike Hesson and Sanjay Bangar. Flower has a proven record as a coach, and he said that he's looking forward to taking RCB to new heights. I'm afraid that's all the time that we have on our special Road to the World Cup, but news updates continue on India Today after a short break.
India's Millennium City, with the third highest per capita income in India, is feeling the heat from the communal flames lit in Nuh. Gurugram, one of India's richest cities, is facing an exodus of its working class. Security guards, food delivery boys, cooks, maids in high-rise residential societies, migrant workers are leaving in droves. Litan Ali and his family are returning to West Bengal, from where he came to work as a driver here.
मैं तो एक खुद ड्राइवर हूँ मैम। मैं अपनी मैडम साहब को दिल्ली छोड़ने जाता हूँ, फिर आता हूँ। अब मैं अगर गांव चला गया तो मैडम साहब की बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी। मेरी साहब है हाई कोर्ट का वकील है, उसकी दिक्कत हो जाएगी। जब तक माहौल ठंडा ना हो तब तक कोई नहीं आने वाला है। सब कोई अपना अपना कुछ भी नहीं लेके गया मैम, इधर धमकी दे रहा है कि हम जला देंगे, ये करेंगे, वो करेंगे।
Many of them claim they were assaulted and now they fear for their lives.
ऐसे आ रहा था तो आदमी पकड़ के मारा, क्या करेंगे?
The fear is not limited to Muslims. Hindus are also packing their bags.
कुछ ये दिक्कत है कि माने सब लोग निकल गए, हम क्या करेंगे? पानी मिलेगा नहीं, लाइट मिलेगी नहीं, हम क्या करेंगे?
अच्छा,
हाँ,
इसलिए आप रूम चेंज कर?
जी जी।
तो यहाँ पे रहना सुरक्षित भी है इस वक्त?
नहीं, यहाँ तो कोई सुरक्षित नहीं है, हम बताएं। कोई घटना हो जाए क्या होगी सुरक्षित, हम बताइए आप।
और परिवार आपका?
मेरा परिवार, मैं झांसी का रहने वाला हूँ, मैं प्रॉपर झांसी का रहने वाला हूँ। परिवार मेरा गांव में, हम बताएं।
Close to 200 to 300 people who lived in this 1,000-strong colony in Sector 70 have now fled for safety. Most of them going back to West Bengal, where they came from, fearing violence in the entire area. This is the aftermath of the violence in Nuh and Mewat, where communities such as these are facing the brunt of whatever transpired in Mewat.
The family that used to live in this locked home has now moved to Aligarh, according to neighbors. Muslim businessmen in Sheetla colony in Sector 5 have also fled. The police are on alert in Gurugram. The Gurugram administration assures citizens situation is under control and there is no need to fear.
There are no major incident in Gurgaon except the Sector 57 incident. तो उनको बिल्कुल डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। प्रशासन अपना काम सख्ती से कर रहा है, नॉर्मलसी रिस्टोर हो रही है। जो लोग छोड़ के चले गए हैं, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट देम कि वो वापस आएं और वो सिचुएशन जैसी इन दंगों से पहले थी वैसे की वैसी जो है हो भी गई है, जल्दी हो भी जाएगी।
The violence that spread from Nuh has hit the Gurugram's image. There are no winners in the cycle of hate. The Millennium City is learning the lesson the hard way. Or is it?
Ahead of Friday, of course, there is a palpable sense of fear within the Muslim community as well. And such colonies, they are not gated. So they require additional police protection in case something goes wrong. And which is why a lot of people have now decided to leave this particular area for safer zones, because unless that happens, the people are not going to feel safe enough. With Shailendra from Gurugram, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 22 degrees.
This is a rare oasis of peace in Manipur. The orphanage run by Donjalal Haukip, a Kuki, and his wife Rebati Devi Haukip, a Methi, is in the foothills of Khetal Banbi. Here an imaginary line divides the Methi-dominated West Imphal and Kuki-dominated Kangpokpi. A line so far nobody has breached. The orphanage run by Emma Foundation is home to 18 children, and they come from all communities. The children haven't been to school since the ethnic clashes started.
How many of them have not been going to schools?
They all go to school.
No, the small younger one.
Yeah, they all go. Before the conflict, they all go.
Before the conflict?
Yeah.
And since the conflict?
Since the conflict, only the higher classes.
Only the higher classes.
They now learn the occasional lessons from Rebati Devi Haukip and spend time in their dormitory among their books. Initially, they are wary of the guests in their dorm.
पोएम आता है? जिंगल आता है? पोएम आता है कोई? पोएम किसने याद किया है?
Attempts at friendly chit-chat yield shy smiles. Then they opened up, like only kids can do. And when kids do that, how does one hold back? Haukip and Rebati don't have kids of their own. These children mean the world to them.
They love with peace and harmony.
Yeah, they love peace and harmony. We are trying our best to be a good citizens in the future.
By the time we got ready to leave, the children obliged us with a song.
While people are at war against each other in Manipur, there are few stories that could be a living example and motivation for the entire state that love can bring peace and harmony. Love can bring you together, and this is what is need of the hour in this state which is in conflict and which has become literally a war zone. In Manipur's this part, bringing this dispatch with Sanjay Kumar, I am Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30.